The 10-year-old boy, Jiang Chen, held his breath, his gaze fixed on the radiant jade-white light emanating from the awakening platform. The voice of the Soul Master echoed in his ears. Second-grade martial soul, white jade battle spear. The boy erupted in jubilant cheers as murmurs of envy rippled through the crowd below. It was Awakening Day, the annual event in Xuanwu City, where all 10-year-old boys and girls gathered, each harboring a longing to change their destiny. Standing within the ranks of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen's heart pounded like a drum. 10 years since his reincarnation, today would mark the turning point of his fate. Sweat lightly dampened his palms, but his eyes never wavered from the awakening stone. What kind of martial soul will I awaken? The question echoed endlessly in his mind. Suddenly, his younger sister, Jiang Shui, ran over, indignantly pointing at Jiang Ming in the distance. Brother, they're saying you'll only awaken a first-grade martial soul. How outrageous! Following her gaze, Jiang Chun saw Jiang Ming giving him a thumbs up, only to flip it downward with a taunting smirk. Though outwardly harmonious, the Jiang family's fifth branch was rife with internal strife, with the greatest tension between the first and second branches. Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Zhan, had lost his cultivation abilities years ago due to a severe injury, leaving his mother, Chang Wanru, to shoulder the family's burdens alone. This hardship made Jiang Chun and his sister easy targets for ridicule. Yet, Jiang Chun had always been resilient. Drawing on memories and training from his past life, he had risen above his peers. Rolling up his sleeves to reveal his strong arms, he spoke with a cold edge in his voice. Jiang Ming, are you looking to get beaten again? Jiang Ming flinched slightly under the imposing aura but retorted defiantly, what are you bragging about? I've already had my fortune told. Master said I have exceptional talent and will awaken a 10th grade martial soul. When that happens, I'll make you beg on your knees. His words earned an eye roll from Jiang Shui, her face full of disdain. The elders watched the scene unfold. The fourth branch leader, Jiang Su, sneered mockingly, second brother, your Jiang Chun is quite the clever one. Surely, he'll awaken a high-grade martial soul, won't he? Despite his pale face, Jiang Zhan's eyes gleamed with hope. I wouldn't dare dream of a high grade. If he can awaken a third-grade martial soul, it would already be a blessing. He knew this awakening was the second branch's only chance to regain influence in the Jiang family. The ceremony continued as Jiang Wang from the fourth branch stepped onto the awakening platform. A burst of yellow light illuminated the stage, and a fierce-winged tiger emerged, spreading its wings. Third-grade martial soul, fierce-winged tiger. The Soul Master's voice rang out clearly. Jiang Wang, brimming with pride, glanced provocatively at Jiang Ming and Jiang Chun. Brothers, I've set the stage. Let's see what you can do next. Jiang Ming scoffed dismissively. Third grade? Even some of the servants in our household have that. His words left Jiang Wang's face flushed with anger, but before he could respond, his father pulled him back. As the ceremony progressed, Jiang Ming swaggered toward the platform. He shot Jiang Chen a taunting look, beckoning with his finger, then placed his hand on the awakening stone. In an instant, green light surged into the sky, and darkness engulfed the area within 100 meters. A full moon hung high, and a colossal wolf king howled fiercely. Fifth-grade martial soul, divine moon wolf king. The Soul Master's voice trembled, and the crowd erupted into chaos. The Jiang family head, Jiang Chengji, laughed uncontrollably with excitement. A fifth-grade martial soul. Our Jiang family finally has a true prodigy. On the stage, Jiang Ming turned to face Jiang Chun, his expression brimming with arrogance. Jiang Chun, it's your turn. Let's see if you're even worthy of standing before me. At that moment, all eyes were on Jiang Chun. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. Encouraged by his sister Jiang Shui's cheering voice, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and finally stepped onto the awakening platform. Brother Jiang, your Jiang family has truly outdone itself today. First, a third-grade awakening, then a fifth grade. If this young man awakens with an exceptional martial spirit, your Jiang family will undoubtedly steal the spotlight during this year's Awakening Day. The patriarch of the Bai family, smiling warmly, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Jiang Chengji. His tone was filled with admiration and a hint of envy. His gaze drifted to Jiang Chun, who stood on the awakening platform, his expression betraying a complex mix of emotions. Haha, you flatter me, Jiang Chengji replied modestly, though the pride on his face was impossible to conceal. Stroking his beard lightly, his eyes reflected unconcealed satisfaction. There's no need for modesty. Young Master Jiang Chun is a prodigy known far and wide among our families. If he lacks talent, then our family's youths have no hope at all. Another family patriarch chimed in, his tone laced with flattery. Who knows, perhaps Jiang Qin might even awaken a martial spirit of 6th grade or higher. Ah, if that happens, allow me to offer my congratulations in advance, Brother Jiang. Several other family heads quickly echoed the sentiment, their words fueling the lively atmosphere. Jiang Chengji glanced around, basking in the compliments from all sides, his pride swelling further. His gaze returned to Jiang Chen, standing on the platform, now laced with a deep, unspoken expectation. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen was the one he valued most. This young man had demonstrated extraordinary aptitude and intellect from an early age. It was said that Jiang Chen was able to communicate fluently with adults before his first birthday. By the age of 3, he had memorized 1,000 ancient poems. At 4, he had already read through the 4 books and 5 classics. By 5, he began martial training, displaying discipline and talent far beyond his peers. At the age of 10, he even managed to hold his ground in a fight against a first-tier martial apprentice, despite his opponent not utilizing their martial spirit. Such potential had long convinced the Jiang family that Jiang Chun was destined for greatness, perhaps even surpassing their ancestors and leading the family to new heights. Thus, compared to Jiang Ming, who had just awakened a 5th-grade martial spirit, Jiang Chengji's anticipation for Jiang Qin's awakening was immeasurably greater. This anticipation was not his Alanite was shared by the entire Jiang family. On the awakening platform, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Qin slowly extended his hands, placing them gently on the awakening stone. The intricate patterns on the stone began to glow, resonating with the dormant martial spirit within him. A faint, low hum filled the air, as though a slumbering power was stirring. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from the awakening stone, illuminating the entire platform. The radiance was as brilliant as the sun, forcing the onlookers to squint their eyes against its intensity. At the same time, the skies above Xuanwu City underwent a dramatic transformation. Fierce winds howled as dark storm clouds rapidly blanketed the city. Yet, directly above the awakening platform, a deafening roar tore through the heavens, ripping apart the clouds to reveal a gap. Through this opening, dazzling rays of multicolored light cascaded down, enveloping Jiang Chun. Within the shimmering light, faintly discernible chants echoed, ethereal and sacred, making Jiang Chen appear like a deity descending to the mortal realm. In that moment, every gaze was fixed on him, and the crowd collectively held its breath. What level of phenomenon is this? The sole officer standing beside the awakening platform stared in stunned disbelief, his mind nearly frozen. Having worked in this field for years and witnessed countless awakenings, he had never encountered such an awe-inspiring sight. Even the awakening of a 7th-grade martial spirit, considered a once-in-a-generation occurrence, paled in comparison to what was unfolding before him. What kind of martial spirit could possibly trigger such a heaven-shaking phenomenon? The sole officer's heart was filled with shock and questions. Meanwhile, this unprecedented event had already drawn the attention of countless reclusive experts within Xuanwu City. One by one, figures streaked through the air, gathering around the awakening platform, their gazes filled with curiosity and apprehension as they focused on the young man. "Welcome, Lord City Master." The sole officer snapped back to reality and hurriedly bowed in respect to a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe. The city master nodded slightly, his eyes never leaving the platform. His expression betrayed undisguised astonishment as he murmured, "Which family's child is undergoing awakening up there?" "My lord, it is Jiang Chun of the Jiang family," the sole officer replied in a low voice. Jiang Chun, Xuanwu City's city master, Qi Yang, repeated the name under his breath, his gaze complicated. He, too, had once been celebrated as a prodigy within the great Qi dynasty, but the scene before him made his own awakening seem utterly insignificant. With a deep sigh, he thought to himself, could it be that today, Xuanwu City will witness the rise of an unparalleled genius? That Jiang Chun, who is hailed as the #1 among the younger generation in Xuanwu City. Indeed. Qi Yang's gaze was complicated, his emotions turbulent and uncertain. If Jiang Chun truly lived up to the rumors of being a peerless genius, then his attitude toward the Jiang family would have to be reconsidered. However, at this moment, within the Jiang family's group, Jiang Chengxi's face blossomed into a wide grin, like a blooming chrysanthemum, unable to contain his excitement. Good, good, good. Heaven blesses our Jiang family. Our family is destined to prosper. His voice trembled with excitement as he looked passionately at Jiang Chen, who stood on the stage. Jiang Zhan, you have truly fathered an extraordinary son. Beside him, Jiang Su chimed in with feigned enthusiasm. Second brother, your Jiang Chun has truly exceeded all of our expectations. It seems the future of the Jiang family will rest on his shoulders. Yet the fake smile on his face failed to mask the jealousy and bitterness in his eyes. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his palms, the sourness in his heart almost spilling over. The other members of the Jiang family were equally thrilled, their gazes fixed intently on Jiang Chun. They had already been utterly awestruck by the celestial phenomenon moments ago, which far surpassed their comprehension. Such a terrifying disturbance in the heavens and earth, what kind of incredible martial spirit could possibly awaken from it? Could it be the legendary 10th grade martial spirit? As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, the celestial phenomenon slowly dissipated. The dazzling golden light on the stage gradually faded, and Jiang Qin's martial spirit finally began to manifest. Before him, a small snake, entirely yellow in color, its head resembling both a deer and a camel, with 4 limbs under its belly, hovered in midair. It swayed leisurely, seemingly indifferent to its surroundings, exuding no trace of pressure. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. All the anticipation and astonishment collapsed in an instant. How can this be? Someone in the crowd stammered, their voice filled with disbelief. Such a terrifying phenomenon, and yet, it awakened a dirt lizard? No, no, look closely. It's different from a dirt lizard. See? It's more golden in color, someone attempted to argue. Ha, golden or not, it's still just a dirt lizard, isn't it? And have you noticed? This lizard's soul power is faint, with no sense of pressure at all. If this isn't a trash martial spirit, then what is? Another scoffed in rebuttal. The crowd erupted into murmurs and discussions, their voices laden with mockery and disappointment. Meanwhile, the Jiang family members fell into a deathly silence. Jiang brother, your Jiang Qin's awakening result is truly astonishing. The head of the Bai family spoke slowly, his tone laced with a peculiar sarcasm. A faint smirk played on his lips, and his eyes sparkled with amusement. Jiang Qingzi's face turned ashen, his clenched fists trembling slightly as veins bulged on his temple. Ha ha ha! A piercing laugh suddenly rang out. Jiang Ming, accompanied by his lackeys, stood at the forefront of the Jiang family's group, laughing uncontrollably, his face full of schadenfreude. Jiang Chun, weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? And this is what you awakened? Ha ha ha! Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Earlier, upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon, Jiang Ming's heart had been seized by fear, even questioning whether his life would soon be trampled upon by Jiang Chen. But now, his mood was elated. A trash martial spirit, a dirt lizard? Ha, what else was there to say? Jiang Chen was destined to be crushed underfoot. How could this happen? Qi Yang furrowed his brows tightly, a trace of doubt flickering in his gaze. He couldn't comprehend how such an extraordinary phenomenon could result in the awakening of a trash martial spirit. He quickly ascended the stage, spiritual energy enveloping his hand as he carefully examined Jiang Qin's martial spirit. After a moment, he slowly shook his head, a hint of regret appearing on his face. The soul body is weak, and the soul power is faint. It is indeed a trash martial spirit. Qi Yang's words were tantamount to sentencing Jiang Chen to death. The crowd below no longer held any doubts, unanimously concluding that Jiang Qin's awakening was, without a doubt, a trash martial spirit. Jiang Zhan stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his face ashen. He couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them, only to find that the small snake on the stage remained unchanged. After a moment, his body swayed slightly before collapsing into a seat, his face filled with despair. The other members of the Jiang family maintained stoic expressions, but their hearts were full of conflicting emotions. Some were relieved, others disappointed, and a few even gloating. However, only Jiang Chun, standing on the stage, had a look of puzzlement in his eyes. A trash martial spirit? That didn't seem right. He glanced down at the small snake hovering before him, quietly sensing its presence. From the moment his martial spirit awakened, he had felt a profound transformation within his body, and a mysterious ancient technique, titled Divine Dragon Devours the Heavens Manual, had inexplicably appeared in his sea of consciousness. How could such an awakening result be considered a trash martial spirit? Yet, this anomaly was known only to him, unnoticed by anyone else. Wasn't Jiang Chun supposed to be the most outstanding member of the Jiang family's younger generation? How did he end up with a trash martial spirit? Well, talent alone doesn't cut it. It's the martial spirit that matters. Look at that dirt lizard, frail in appearance, faint in soul power. How is it any different from a trash martial spirit? Sigh, what a pity. Even a first-grade martial spirit would have given him some potential. But a trash martial spirit? Hell probably never even reached the rank of martial master in his lifetime. The discussions below were unending, ranging from pity to ridicule. The heads of several families seized the opportunity to mock, their words dripping with sarcasm. Jiang brother, it seems we misjudged. Your Jiang Chun, well, his talent is just slightly better than an average person's. What a shame. Without Jiang Chun, relying on Jiang Ming alone won't be enough for the Jiang family to claim the top spot. Still, don't lose hope, Jiang brother. There are many other youngsters in your family yet to awaken. Who knows, maybe in another year or two, a high-grade genius will emerge. These seemingly consoling words were like daggers stabbing into Jiang Qingzi's heart. His expression darkened to an extreme as the earlier flattery turned into scorn and mockery. Jiang Chun, carrying his doubts, stepped down from the stage and retracted his martial spirit, returning to the Jiang family's group. His mother, Chang Wanru, immediately approached, gently patting his head, her eyes full of affection and comfort. Oomph! Jiang Zhan, what a fine son you've raised. Jiang Chengji snorted coldly, his gaze filled with disappointment and anger as he looked at Jiang Zhan. Jiang Qin's awakening result had caused him to lose face completely in front of everyone. To think that among the Jiang family's direct descendants, such a failure had appeared. Father, how could you say that? Jiang Zhan's face darkened, his voice filled with anger and frustration. Jiang Chun is your grandson. Even if his talent is lacking, hasn't he always been filial to you all these years? Grandson? Jiang Chengji let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. I, Jiang Chengji, have no such grandson. Such a grand awakening ceremony, and all he managed to awaken is a trash martial spirit? What a disgrace. His face was stern, his tone icy. From this day forward, the 5 qi gathering pills allocated to Jiang Chun each month will all go to Jiang Ming instead. Jiang Zhan's face turned deathly pale, as though he'd been stabbed in the chest. He knew this wasn't just a rejection of Jiang Chun, but also a humiliation to him as a father. The family's annual competition was only half a month away, and the early stages of martial spirit cultivation were critical. Cutting off Jiang Qin's supply of pills was tantamount to severing his future. Father, please show some mercy. For all the contributions Jiang Zhan has made to the family, don't cut off Jiang Qin's pill supply. Chang Wanru's eyes brimmed with tears as she fell to her knees with a thud, her voice choked with sobs. Watching his parents plead on his behalf, Jiang Chun felt a sharp pain in his heart. He stepped forward, suppressing his anger, his voice firm. Grandfather, I believe my martial spirit is not useless. You are all mistaken. However, Jiang Chengji's cold gaze remained unmoved, like ice. He didn't even bother to respond, merely waving his hand to signal Jiang Zhan and his wife to stop pestering him. Even the city lord personally confirmed it's a trash martial spirit. If it's not trash, then what is it? Jiang Su chimed in at the right moment, his tone laced with feigned concern. Whatever caused that terrifying phenomenon, the results don't lie. An earth lizard is still an earth lizard. No matter how you dress it, it won't become a divine beast. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the kneeling Chang Wanru and the ashen-faced Jiang Zhan. His tone carried a hint of condescension. Second brother, sister-in-law, you need to come to terms with this. None of us wanted this outcome. Besides, you know Jiang Qin's potential. Using qi gathering pills on him is a waste. Our Jiang family is at a critical juncture. It's better to allocate resources to those who can truly benefit. As for Jiang Chun, Jiang Su added with a magnanimous smile, I can promise you this. If we ever come across a master alchemist selling marrow-cleansing pills, they'll buy one for Jiang Chun right away. Perhaps then, he could find hope in forging a path outside of martial spirit cultivation. Jiang Zhan listened to Jiang Su's self-serving words, his heart seething with rage. But he knew arguing would be futile. He could only continue pleading with Jiang Chengji. Father, even if Jiang Qin's martial spirit is weak, he can still train to the peak of the martial disciple stage. You know his talent in combat. Once he reaches the right level, he can still serve the family by escorting caravans or delivering messages. Please, leave him some resources. Jiang Chengji's expression darkened instantly, his fury erupting like a torrent. Oomph. Useless. How could I have raised such a worthless son? In the path of martial cultivation, the strong dominate while the weak kneel. That's the way of the world. Instead of wasting your time here, you'd be better off going home and having more sons. Maybe you'll produce one with talent who can care for you in your old age. His words cut into Jiang Zhan's heart like a blade. Turning away without a shred of sympathy, Jiang Chengji left, not sparing a single glance for the family he had just disowned. The rest of the Jiang family followed suit, some casting complicated glances back, but none stepping forward to speak up for them. At that moment, the second branch of the family was utterly abandoned. Without the family head's protection, their standing within the Jiang family would soon fall below even the collateral branches. Jiang Qian watched his parents' helpless figures, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked, a raging fire igniting in his heart. Yet before he could speak, Jiang Ming approached, riding a majestic moon wolf king, a smug smile plastered on his face. Jiang Chun, still feeling cocky now? Jiang Ming sneered as he looked down at him. Not only is your martial spirit trash, but even the pills allocated to you have been given to me by grandfather. You used to humiliate me with your brute strength, making me lose face over and over. But now the tables have turned. From now on, no matter how I bully you, you won't even have the strength to fight back. Jiang Chun raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade, his voice cold and steady. Jiang Ming, leave now while I'm still holding back. Jiang Chun spoke in a deep voice. Though he knew in his heart that his martial spirit could never be a useless one, the entire family had already deemed it so. He couldn't be bothered to argue. Instead of wasting words, he he decided to wait for the family competition in half a month. By then, he would let his strength speak for itself, and the truth would naturally come to light. Jiang Ming let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Humph, Jiang Qin, enjoy your smugness while it lasts. Half a month from now, during the family competition, if I don't break both your legs, they'll eat dirt standing on my head. And as for now, I'll make good use of those pills you were supposed to get. Every bit of improvement they bring me will turn into punches landing on you. Just wait and see. Though Jiang Ming had lost all his cultivation and knew he was no match for Jiang Qin, he still forced himself to act tough, spouting threats. However, before he could finish, he noticed Jiang Qin clenching his fists slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not linger. He quickly mounted his Moon Wolf King and slinked off to rejoin the Jiang family's main group. The scene gradually quieted down. Apart from those still awakening their martial spirits, only Jiang Qin's family remained. Grandpa is being so unfair. The pills were promised to you, how could he just give them to someone else? Jiang Shui fumed, clenching her small fists tightly. She tugged at Jiang Qin's hand, her voice filled with indignation. Don't worry, big brother. If they won't give you the pills, I'll use my little savings to buy them for you. Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh at her innocence. He ruffled his little sister's hair and smiled. Thank you, Shui. But inwardly, he chuckled to himself. What kind of savings could a 6-year-old girl possibly have? Father, mother, let's go home. Jiang Qin turned to Jiang Zhan and his wife, his tone resolute. Once we're back, we'll start training immediately. In half a month, I'll make sure they all bow before me. Jiang Zhan looked at his son's calm expression, but his heart ached. He knew Jiang Qin couldn't truly be unaffected by awakening what everyone believed to be a useless martial spirit. His son was merely putting on a brave front to reassure him and his wife. Chainer, Jiang Zhan sighed, patting Jiang Qin on the shoulder. Your grandfather is still angry right now. Once we're home, they'll talk to him about it. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, filled with a mix of emotions, the family boarded their carriage and left the awakening grounds. Back at their small courtyard, Jiang Qin wasted no time. He walked straight to the wooden training post in the yard. Standing firmly in front of it, he took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and punched with full force. Boom! With a muffled sound, the wooden post hardened by months of training was shattered in one blow. Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Without hesitation, he turned and walked toward a large millstone nearby. It was a massive stone wheel that he had previously struggled to lift, but now he hoisted it overhead with ease, as if it weighed nothing. Just as I thought. Jiang Qin set the millstone down, his heart surging with excitement. My instincts were right. This new martial spirit has drastically enhanced my strength several times over. There's no way this could be a useless martial spirit. Unable to contain his curiosity, he hurried back into his room, sat cross-legged, and summoned his martial spirit. A flash of yellow light appeared, and a small snake about the size of his palm materialized before him. Its body was a dull, earthy yellow, unimpressive at first glance. Yet, as soon as it appeared, it darted toward Jiang Qin, affectionately nuzzling against his face. Jiang Qin gently stroked the little snake, his expression thoughtful. They weren't entirely wrong about one thing: it does look weak. It seems frail, almost malnourished, and it's nothing compared to the imposing presence of Jiang Ming's Moon Wolf King. As he studied the snake more closely, he noticed some peculiar details. The little snake's head had 2 faint, tiny protrusions, and its limbs, though underdeveloped, had 5 distinct toes. Jiang Qin frowned slightly. These features reminded him of an immature form of a certain legendary creature. Could it be? A bold idea suddenly struck him, sending a jolt of shock and joy through his mind. He looked at the small snake with wide eyes, his heart racing. My martial spirit isn't some earth lizard, it's the legendary 5-clawed divine dragon. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his rising excitement. His gaze grew resolute. In that moment, Jiang Qin realized his martial spirit was far from useless. It was an unawakened dragon in disguise. Half a month from now, he would use this power to astonish the entire Jiang family. Such an idea is not without basis. The celestial phenomena triggered when Jiang Qin awakened had already foretold that his martial soul was anything but ordinary, could never be a useless martial soul. Though on the surface, this martial soul bore some resemblance to the inferior earth lizard soul, a closer inspection revealed many distinct differences. For instance, its slightly unusual color and a few peculiar protrusions along its spine. If these protrusions were to grow into a pair of dragon horns, a dragon claw, and a mane encircling its body, it would undeniably resemble a living, breathing divine dragon. More importantly, the mysterious cultivation technique that surfaced in Jiang Qin's mind, the divine dragon devours the heavens technique, unraveled all mysteries. devour the essence of heaven and earth, consume the cosmos, forge the ultimate foundation, ascend to the supreme dragon emperor. The descriptions within this technique stirred Jiang Qin's soul, as if a grand door to the ultimate path was slowly opening before him. He finally understood why his martial soul appeared so underdeveloped. It was because the divine dragon martial soul was of such an exalted grade that his body's energy was insufficient to fully manifest it. In other words, this was merely the initial, incomplete state of his yet obefully awakened divine dragon martial soul. A divine dragon martial soul. It's a gaudier martial soul. Jiang Chen murmured softly, barely able to contain his ecstasy. A gaudier martial soul surpassed all known martial soul classifications and was the stuff of legends. What's more, this martial soul came with the unparalleled cultivation technique divine dragon devours the heavens, seemingly tailor-made for Hema gift from the heavens. However, amid his elation, Jiang Chen quickly regained his composure. The revelation of a gaudier martial soul would undoubtedly cause an uproar, and as of now, he was just an ordinary awakened individual with no means to protect himself. Fortunately, the incomplete manifestation of his divine dragon martial soul, due to energy insufficiency, had led others to mistake it for a useless martial soul, inadvertently concealing his earth-shattering secret. Until I gain enough strength, no one must know the true grade of my martial soul. Jiang Chen resolved firmly, a newfound depth in his gaze. He lowered his head and continued studying the divine dragon devours the heavens technique. What he had just read was merely the introduction. The true essence lay in the cultivation sections. Yet, when he turned to the chapter on the meridian opening stage, he was completely stunned. Capable of opening 108 meridians and one hidden meridian, forging an unparalleled foundation, with strength rivaling the divine. Jiang Chen stared at these words, unable to believe his eyes. 109 meridians. He drew a sharp breath, his mind reeling with shock. In Xuanwu City, the standard cultivation techniques at the meridian opening stage allowed one to open at most 9 meridians, granting the strength of 9 bulls, already the pinnacle for an ordinary martial apprentice. Slightly superior techniques, such as the Jiang family's inherited methods, could open 12 to 18 meridians, providing a more solid foundation and granting the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, or even 1 elephanta level, considered the mark of a prodigy. As for higher-level techniques, it was said that only the top sects of the Great Qi dynasty possessed secret methods capable of opening 36 meridians, granting the strength of 5 elephants. Such monstrous talents were already beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Yet, compared to the divine dragon devours the heavens technique, all of these techniques were utterly insignificant. 109 meridians? This completely shattered Jiang Qin's understanding of cultivation. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he forced his racing thoughts to calm down and refocused on the technique, though waves of astonishment continued to surge within him. 109 meridians, one more than 108. How's that for intimidation? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his heart trembling slightly. The power of his divine dragon martial soul far exceeded his expectations. Not only could it filter spiritual energy during cultivation, refining it into pure energy infused with dragon essence, but it could also devour various resources and convert them for his own use. Even more astonishingly, it could purify the chaotic spiritual energy within living beings, transforming it into the purest energy to enhance itself. This was the foundational requirement for cultivating the divine dragon devouring heaven technique. Without such an extremely pure form of spiritual energy, even 100 years of effort would not be enough to grasp its mysteries. Jiang Chen quickly realized that the road ahead of him would require an astronomical amount of resources. Every breakthrough would demand several times, or even tenfold, the effort of an ordinary cultivator. And this was just the beginning. The martial disciple stage was merely the first step on the path of cultivation. Beyond that lay martial master, martial lord, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, and even higher realms, each more challenging than the last. If the requirements for a martial disciple were already this stringent, the challenges ahead would be unimaginable. Yet, Jiang Chen felt no fear. Instead, his gaze grew even more resolute. Enough thinking. Time to start cultivating. He sat cross-legged in front of his bed, adjusted his breathing, and closed his eyes to focus. As he gradually entered a meditative state, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body like a tide. Within his dantian, the divine dragon martial soul, like a slumbering giant, suddenly opened its eyes and began greedily devouring the incoming energy. The spiritual energy was continuously refined within the martial soul, eventually transforming into strands of pure energy with a faint golden glow. These strands settled in his dantian, slowly accumulating like a well-prepared army awaiting the command to charge through the first meridian. Time flew by, and a day and night passed. Boom! A muffled sound echoed within Jiang Chen's body as the pure energy surged forward like an unstoppable force, breaking through his first meridian. His eyes snapped open, a glimmer of light flashing within them. At this moment, he had officially stepped into the martial disciple realm, possessing the strength equivalent to that of an ox. It seems my talent does balance out the difficulty of cultivation, Jiang Chen murmured to himself, his thoughts racing. If not for the martial soul's purification process, I could have broken through 9 meridians in a day. But laying a solid foundation is the true path to greatness. He stood up and walked outside, his gaze landing on a grindstone not far away, his usual tool for physical training and now the perfect way to test his newfound strength. Jiang Chen stepped forward, firmly grasped the edge of the grindstone, and lifted it with ease. What once seemed unbearably heavy now felt as light as a feather. He moved on to larger grindstones, and even massive boulders several times his size. Though it took effort, he managed to lift them high above his head. The sight of a 10-year-old boy lifting a giant stone was nothing short of astonishing. Not bad. My strength was already close to the martial disciple level, but now it's increased several times over. Another half-month of training, and as for the clan competition, Jiang Ming? He's nothing to worry about. A faint smirk appeared on Jiang Chen's lips, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. His grandfather's disdain, Jiang Ming's mockery, remembered it all. His parents' expectation she would never let them down. However, he quickly calmed himself. Resources were still an issue. If the 5 chi gathering pills promised by the clan ended up in Jiang Ming's hands, he would have to rely solely on himself to cultivate. Even so, there were limits to how much progress he could make on his own. Jiang Chun sighed, setting the grindstone down and preparing to return to his room for more training. Just then, he noticed a small face peeking around the courtyard gate. "Brother, are you still busy?" A crisp voice called out. Jiang Chun froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Shuer, what brings you here?" Standing at the gate was Jiang Shui. Seeing Jiang Chen wave to her, she immediately skipped into the courtyard. She pulled out a small pouch from her pocket and slipped it into Jiang Chen's hand, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "Brother, this is my little stash that I've saved up for a long time. Use it to buy some pills. I wanted to give it to you yesterday, but mother said you were training and told me not to disturb you. Today, I heard noise in the courtyard, so I came over." Jiang Shui looked up at him with a serious expression, clenching her tiny fists. "Brother, you have to buy those pills and beat that awful Jiang Ming to the ground." Her stern expression paired with her tiny, clenched fists was both adorable and touching, filling Jiang Chen's heart with warmth. Looking at his little sister, Jiang Chun felt a wave of emotion. He gently ruffled her hair and said softly, "Don't worry, Shuer, your brother won't let you down." Seeing the concern in his sister's eyes, Jiang Chun felt a warmth spread through his heart. He reached out and gently ruffled her little head. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Chen's lips, and a soft light flickered in his eyes. He lifted the little girl, who was so worried about him, onto his lap and said in a gentle voice, "Come on, let me see how much you've saved up in your little treasure pouch." As he spoke, he untied the small pouch hanging from her waist. The weight in his hand made him pause for a moment. When he opened it, the pouch was brimming with copper coins, glinting faintly in the light. "Wow, that's a lot," Jiang Chen exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, his gaze soft as he looked at Jiang Shui. "The money mom and dad gave you for sweets, did you not spend any of it?" Jiang Shui tilted her chin up with a hint of pride in her expression. "Of course not. I heard mom and dad say that after you awaken, you'll need lots and lots of money for your cultivation. I figured, just in case mom and dad's money isn't enough, I could give you my little treasure stash. But don't worry, I'm not completely frugal. If I really crave something, I'll use just a teeny tiny bit." As she said this, she held up her small hand and gestured a minuscule amount, her face glowing with satisfaction. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart as he listened. He patted Jiang Shui's head and asked softly, "So, Xiao Shui, do you think this money will be enough for me to buy some elixirs?" Jiang Shui tilted her head, thinking seriously for a moment, then nodded firmly. "If it's not enough, I can sell my favorite little wooden horse." Her voice carried a trace of reluctance, but was filled with determination. When she mentioned the wooden horse, a flicker of fondness flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. "Big brother, you have to beat those bad guys." Looking at her serious little face, Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh and shake his head lightly. He knew that his sister didn't yet understand the true value of cultivation resources. Even the lowest grade chi gathering pills were precious to their family, costing no less than 100 taels of silver equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. Jiang Shui's little stash was at most 200 copper coins, not nearly enough to buy even a pinch of powdered chi gathering pills. But Jiang Chun didn't want to shatter her sweet and caring intentions. He held her small hand and nodded sincerely. "Of course it's enough. These coins are incredibly important to me. With them, I won't have to worry about the upcoming annual competition." "Really?" Jiang Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she practically bounced with joy. That's great. They'll leave my little treasure stashed to you, big brother. You have to work hard and cultivate well. With that, Jiang Shui hopped away from the courtyard, her lively figure resembling a playful fawn. Jiang Chen watched her retreating figure, the smile on his face gradually fading. He looked down at the small pouch in his hand, sighed softly, and tucked it into his robe. After a moment of quiet reflection, he turned and went back inside. Sitting cross-legged, he resumed his cultivation with renewed determination. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family's main hall, the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Jiang Zhan knelt on both knees, his voice filled with anguish as he cried out, "Father, I've contributed so much to the Jiang family, does that still not entitle my son to a few elixirs?" His voice was hoarse, his eyes blazing with both resentment and sorrow. His body trembled slightly as he braced himself against the floor, struggling to maintain his dignity. Years ago, when my cultivation was crippled, it was because I was injured while handling the Jiang family's iron mine affairs. Now, the entire Jiang household survives off the income from that mine. I was the one who made the greatest sacrifices for that task, yet I can't even secure a few elixirs for my son? How is that fair? He lifted his head to meet Jiang Qingzi's gaze, his voice cracking with emotion. "Father, Chainer is my son, your grandson. Just because he awakened a waste, martial spirit, you're going to treat him like this? That was supposed to be his cultivation resource, yet you publicly reassigned it to someone else. Don't you think this is too much?" Jiang Chengji sat rigidly in the seat of honor, his expression cold and severe. He brought his cane down onto the floor with a sharp crack, the sound echoing through the hall. He let out a dismissive snort and said harshly, "Jiang Zhan, I've already made myself clear. The Jiang family isn't what it used to be. The resources in Xuanwu City are being depleted, and the competition among the other four major families is growing fiercer by the day. Clashes over the mines are becoming increasingly frequent. What our Jiang family desperately needs right now is someone capable of leading us. And your son Jiang Chun." Jiang Chengji paused, his icy gaze piercing like a blade. "He simply isn't qualified." Jiang Zhan's face turned ashen at those words, his nails digging into his palms. His body quivered, and his eyes burned with a mixture of fury and despair. But in the end, all he could muster was a bitter laugh. "The Jiang family needs someone capable of leading us forward," Jiang Chengji repeated, his voice heavy with finality. "In the past, I thought your son, Jiang Chun, would be the one to shoulder the family's future. But the outcome has been nothing but a bitter disappointment. A useless waste who can't even break through to the martial master level. What good is he? Instead of wasting time on him, it would be better to allocate resources to someone capable. If you truly care about the family, stop pestering me. Go have more children. Have as many as you can. Don't you have a daughter as well? In a few years, if she awakens with decent talent, I can return all the pills I withheld today to you then." Jiang Chengzi's voice was cold and cutting, every word like a dagger, exposing his utter disappointment and disdain for Jiang Zhan. Leaning back in his chair, he stared at Jiang Zhan as though he were looking at a stranger, his icy gaze draining the last shred of warmth from the room. Jiang Zhan clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His heart bled, but he refrained from immediate rebuttal. His father's attitude had long extinguished any hope he had, yet hearing these words firsthand still left him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Slowly, he stood, meeting Jiang Chengzi's gaze directly. His voice was hoarse but carried an unyielding determination he had never shown before. "You want me to have more children? To raise my daughter? And then, in a few years, if her awakening doesn't meet your standards, cast her aside just as mercilessly? If not for the fact that I'm still alive and have contributed even a little, would you have already kicked my son and daughter out of the family just to save resources? Father, how can you be so cold-blooded? Is this even a family anymore?" Jiang Chengzi's eyebrows twitched, disbelief flashing across his face, quickly replaced by fury. He abruptly stood, hurling the teacup in his hand at Jiang Zhan. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the room, and a shard grazed Jiang Zhan's forehead, leaving a trail of blood. "You ungrateful wretch! Is this how you speak to your father? Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed for this family? And now, I have to listen to you whine about that useless son of yours? Get out! Get out of my sight! Don't ever mention resources to me again. If that worthless son of yours has any ability, let him win first place in the family competition and claim the rewards himself." Jiang Chengji roared, his voice filled with rage and disdain. He shoved Jiang Zhan aside and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, locking Jiang Zhan out. Jiang Zhan stood at the door, blood from his forehead mixing with the sweat on his face as it trickled down. He lowered his head, his eyes hollow, as if all his will to fight had been drained. A crowd of clan members had already gathered nearby, whispering among themselves. Family resources are limited. Why waste them on someone useless when they could go to someone who truly needs them? Exactly. Our Jiang family is one of the 5 great families of Xuanwu City, yet we've produced a failed martial soul awakening. And it's from someone who was once a promising talent. What a disgrace. Jiang Zhan used to be so arrogant when he had his cultivation. Now that he's crippled, he still doesn't know his place. Does the second branch really think they're entitled to these resources? The second branch has been in decline for years. One crippled father, one useless son, a woman, and a child. What future could they possibly have? If not for their status as direct descendants, they'd have been sent off to dig mines by now. Jiang Zhan heard the mocking voices, each word like a blade piercing his heart. Anger surged within him, but he lacked the strength to retaliate. His body swayed, barely able to remain upright. Enough. That's enough. A commanding voice broke through the chatter. Wang Siping, the chief steward, stepped forward, waving off the onlookers. Turning to Jiang Zhan, his tone was formal and devoid of emotion. Second young master, the master has been troubled enough with the matters of the Jiang family's weapon shop. Please refrain from disturbing him further. You should head back. Jiang Zhan stared blankly at Wang Siping, as if searching for words, but in the end, he merely nodded weakly. Dragging his heavy steps, he left. By the time he returned to his courtyard, the sky had darkened. In the yard, Chang Wanru had been waiting for some time. Seeing Jiang Zhan return, she hurried to him, her face filled with worry. How did it go? Did the family head approve the pills? Chainer has been training in his room all day. Without the pills to assist him, who knows if he'll be able to open his meridians before the family competition. Hearing his wife's anxious questioning, Jiang Zhan's bowed head suddenly lifted, a flicker of pain and inner conflict flashing in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. In the end, he could only shake his head in silence, his despair palpable. Faced with his wife's inquiry, Jiang Zhan shook his head with a pained expression. It's my incompetence. I couldn't secure the resources Chun'er rightfully deserves, Jiang Zhan said in a low voice, his tone filled with self-reproach and helplessness. The wound on his forehead continued to seep blood, forming dark red streaks that stood out starkly. Chang Wanru looked at her husband, her heart aching at the sight. Her eyes reddened, and her voice trembled slightly. What are we going to do? Awakening the meridians of a crippled martial soul is already incredibly difficult. Without resources to aid him, the attempt in half a month is bound to fail. If that happens, and Chinner suffers a crushing defeat in the family competition, how devastated will he feel? Jiang Zhan took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. No matter. I've already thought this through on my way back. If the family refuses to provide resources, then even if I have to sell everything we own, I will gather enough to get him the necessary elixirs. I won't let Chunner fall behind others. His talent for combat is undeniable. As long as he gains even a bit of cultivation, he can achieve decent results in the competition. By then, perhaps the family head will reconsider and allocate more resources to us. But Chang Wanru bit her lip, bitterness welling up in her eyes. Over the years, we've spent almost all our savings to treat your injuries. Even most of my dowry has been used up. Where would we find more money now? To beg the family head for just a few chi-gathering pills, it's so humiliating. This life, it's truly heartbreaking. Hearing this, Jiang Zhan let out a bitter laugh, guilt flickering in his eyes but overshadowed by his unwillingness to give up. Given the current situation, even if we have nothing, we must find a way to make it work. I'll gather everything we have at home and see what can be sold. We couldn't give Chunner an extraordinary talent, but at the very least, we must help him through this family competition. Chang Wanru stayed silent for a long time, lowering her head and dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. After a brief moment, she turned and walked into the house. Not long after, she came back out, holding a translucent jade bracelet in her hands. Carefully, she placed it into Jiang Zhan's palm. Take this and pawn it. Whatever you get, use it all to buy chi-gathering pills and bring them to Chunner, she said, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible, but the determination in her tone was unmistakable. Jiang Zhan froze, staring at the jade bracelet in his hand as his pupils trembled slightly. He knew all too well what this bracelet meant. It was the only keepsake his wife had left from her family after the Chang clan was wiped out. For years, Chang Wanru had treated it like a treasure, never letting it leave her side. And now, for Chunner's sake, she was willing to part with it without hesitation. Wanru, you, Jiang Zhan's throat tightened, his voice choking with emotion. There's no need to say more. It's just a material object, after all. Pawning it will save me the pain of being reminded of the past, Chang Wanru said, holding back her tears as her reddened eyes glistened. Go quickly. Chunner is waiting. With that, she turned and went back inside, not looking back. Jiang Zhan stood in the courtyard, gripping the jade bracelet tightly. His figure seemed to sag under an invisible weight. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. The sharp sound echoed through the quiet courtyard. After a moment, he took a deep breath, straightened his back, and left the Jiang family estate without looking back. At dusk, a sudden knock on the door broke the silence of the room. Jiang Qian opened his eyes from his cultivation, stood up, and walked to the door. When he opened it, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Zhan, who stood there with a weary expression. His stubble was unshaven, his clothes disheveled, and he looked utterly worn out. "Father, why are you here?" Jiang Qian asked in surprise, his brows furrowing slightly. "Actually, I have some good news to share with you." Before he could finish, Jiang Zhan pressed a porcelain bottle into his hand. "These are qi-gathering pills. Don't overthink it, just focus on your cultivation," Jiang Zhan said, his voice hoarse and subdued. He then turned slightly, avoiding Jiang Qian's gaze. Jiang Qian paused, pulling out the cork to look inside. The bottle was filled with small, black pills, at least a dozen of them by his estimate. He gripped the bottle tightly, his expression complicated as he watched Jiang Zhan's retreating figure. Slowly, his brows knitted together. His intuition told him something unusual might happen today. Otherwise, given their current financial situation, it would have been impossible to afford so many qi-condensing pills. Jiang Qian frowned slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. Determined to get to the bottom of this, he left his courtyard and headed straight for the third branch of the family. Among the Jiang family, the second and third branches maintained a relatively good relationship. This bond stemmed from an incident a year ago when Jiang Qian stood up for Jiang Hua, the young master of the third branch, sparing him from the humiliation of being bullied by some unruly clan members. Unfortunately, the third branch's situation wasn't much better than that of the second branch. During a resource struggle years ago, Jiang Zhan of the second branch was crippled, though he managed to survive. Jiang Zhe of the third branch, however, wasn't as fortunate. He died in battle, leaving behind a widow and an orphan to endure a difficult life. Jiang Hua, Jiang Zhe's son, was of mediocre talent and had yet to show any promise. As a result, the mother and son's status within the clan was precarious, and they lived in dire poverty. Jiang Qian stood in front of the old, weathered wooden door of the third branch and knocked. "Jiang Hua, are you there?" After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a small, thin figure. Jiang Hua's face was pale and sallow, his frame frail. When he saw Jiang Qian, a glimmer of happiness flickered across his face, but it quickly faded, replaced by a more complex expression. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke. "Brother Chen, what brings you here?" "My mother said you just awakened your martial soul and should be focusing on training for the family competition." There was a hint of sympathy in Jiang Hua's voice. In his view, Jiang Qian had awakened a useless martial soul, which must have left him feeling dejected or even despairing. Not wanting to touch a nerve, Jiang Hua tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible. However, Jiang Qian chuckled lightly and flicked Jiang Hua on the forehead. "Don't look at me like that. I'm perfectly fine." The flick seemed casual, but it made Jiang Hua clutch his head and hop in pain. "Ow, Brother Chen, take it easy. Can't we just talk without resorting to violence?" "Enough nonsense. I have something serious to ask you." Jiang Qian's tone turned serious. "Have you heard anything about my parents in the past couple of days? I can't shake the feeling that something's off with my father today." Jiang Hua's expression instantly became awkward at the question. He hesitated before lowering his voice and replying, "Brother Qin, you don't know yet? This morning, second uncle got hit on the head with a teacup by grandpa and was thrown out of the house. A lot of people saw it happen. Then, in the afternoon, word spread from the Qian family pawn shop that second uncle pawned second aunt's keepsake for over 140 silver taels and spent it all on qi-condensing pills for you. The whole clan is talking about it now. They're saying it's a waste for your parents to spend so much on a good for nothing. Some even said that money could have been used to raise and train a few other children instead." As he spoke, Jiang Hua cautiously glanced at Jiang Qian before quickly adding, "Brother Qin, don't be mad. I'm just telling you what others are saying. I don't mean anything by it." Jiang Qin's face darkened as he listened. His mind conjured the image of his mother's gentle yet enduring face and the jade bracelet, the only keepsake salvaged from the ruins that she had used to cherish the memory of her deceased family. And now, that precious memento had been exchanged for mere consumables like qi-condensing pills. He murmured under his breath, "I was wrong. I should have told mother the good news as soon as I opened my first meridian." Clenching his fists, Jiang Qin's eyes burned with a mix of emotions. He turned and strode out resolutely, his voice firm. "They'll sell the pills and get the bracelet back." Just as he was about to leave, a soft yet slightly hoarse voice called out from inside the house, "Wait." As the voice faded, a plainly dressed, frail woman stepped out of the house. "Chainer, calm down first." Suyu gently patted Jiang Qin's head. Her voice was soft yet tinged with helplessness. "I'm aware of your parents' decision. Now that the bracelet has been pawned, redeeming it will cost far more than the original price. Besides, your father has already bought the qi-gathering pill. Even if you were to sell it, it would never fetch the original price. The difference alone would be at least 20 taels of silver, and your family simply can't afford that right now." Jiang Qin's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. He said in a low voice, "But that's my mother's most precious bracelet." His tone carried restrained anger and deep guilt. Just yesterday, he had been planning to conceal his potential, waiting to stun everyone at the family competition in half a month, silencing those who mocked him. But he hadn't expected that, for his sake, his mother would be willing to pawn her only keepsake. If the bracelet were sold to someone else or damaged, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Suyu watched the struggle and pain in Jiang Chen's eyes. She sighed softly and said, "Chain her to your mother. A bracelet is nothing compared to you. You are her most precious treasure." Her voice was gentle yet firm. "What you need to do now is focus on your cultivation and live up to your parents' expectations, instead of dwelling on the bracelet and wasting your precious time." Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly, though his gaze remained conflicted. Seeing this, Suyu continued, "Moreover, as far as I know, items pawned at the Qian family pawn shop are usually held for half a month before being officially put up for sale. If you can achieve a good result in the family competition and earn the family's reward, you'll be able to redeem the bracelet." Su Ye's words washed away Jiang Chen's anxiety like a refreshing stream. The tightly furrowed brows on his face gradually relaxed. That phrase "half a month's holding period" gave him a glimmer of hope. As long as there was still time, the family competition would not be a problem for him. "Thank you, third aunt. I understand now." Jiang Chun bowed deeply to Suyu, his eyes filled with determination. Suyu smiled faintly, while Jiang Hua, who stood nearby, clenched his fist and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder enthusiastically. "Brother Chen, go for it. I believe that even with a so-called useless martial soul, you'll knock all those guys flat on their backs." Jiang Chun smiled faintly, nodding in response. He turned and returned to his small courtyard. Once inside, he closed the door and took out the bottle of qi gathering pills that had been exchanged for his mother's bracelet. His expression was a mix of complexity and resolve. "My parents' love and sacrifice for me can never repay them. The only thing I can do is make them proud with my achievements," he murmured softly, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. "When this so-called failure wins first place in the family competition, I want to see who still dares to speak against me." With that thought, he stopped hesitating. He took out one qi gathering pill, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged to begin cultivating. The pill's medicinal power quickly spread through his body. As the effects of the pill took hold, the spiritual energy around him began to surge violently, as if drawn by an invisible force. Jiang Chen's natural talent was extraordinary, and with the added boost from the qi gathering pill, his cultivation speed increased significantly. The fluctuations in spiritual energy grew stronger, to the point where faint ripples could be seen in the air around him from a distance. Despite the immense amount of spiritual energy, Jiang Chen's divine dragon martial soul demonstrated astonishing absorption and refinement capabilities. The energy was filtered layer by layer before being converted into pure spiritual energy and gradually stored in his dantian. In this state, his cultivation speed was nearly tripled. However, Jiang Chun was meticulous. To maximize the pill's effectiveness, he chose to use it during the energy accumulation phase. When approaching a breakthrough, he refrained from using pills, instead relying on his own control to guide the spiritual energy through his meridians. Time passed day by day in this cycle of cultivation. Meanwhile, the reputation of the Jiang family's second branch had become the laughingstock of the entire Jiang family. The second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhan, went so far as to pawn off his wife's family heirlooms in order to buy resources, earning himself the notorious reputation of trying to turn a failure into a success. This scandal quickly spread throughout the entire Xuanwu city. Martial artists across the city buzzed with discussions, and some even started betting on whether Jiang Chun could achieve anything significant with those qi condensation pills. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Chengji, was so enraged that his face turned ashen, repeatedly berating Jiang Zhan in a fury. Eventually, he lost all patience with this disappointing son, refusing to even spare him a glance and treating him as though he were invisible. The attitude of the Jiang family members towards the second branch deteriorated rapidly as well, with ridicule and scorn coming one after another. Time passed, and it was now the 14th day of the half-month deadline. Jiang Chun slowly emerged from his meditative state of cultivation, a glint of golden light flashing in his eyes. He exhaled a faint mist from his mouth as the newly opened 12th meridian within him gradually stabilized. The pills had been completely consumed, and further opening of meridians had become increasingly challenging. It had taken him 3 full days to break through this 12th meridian. With only 1 day left until the family competition, there was no time to open the 13th meridian. 12 meridians equivalent to the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. "But my current strength far surpasses that," Jiang Chen murmured, gently clenching his fist and feeling the surging power coursing through him. A cold smile played on his lips. "Combined with the martial arts I honed over the past 10 years, this family competition will be more than enough." A cold light flashed in his eyes. During the past 10 days of training, he had been gathering information on the family's internal affairs through Jiang Hua. He was fully aware of all the mockery and disdain directed at him in the second branch. Now, the time had come for those who ridiculed him to pay the price. Brother. A tearful, childish voice suddenly broke Jiang Qin's train of thought. Jiang Qin sprang to his feet just as the courtyard door was pushed open. Jiang Shui rushed in, sobbing. Her small face bore a clear, red handprint, and her tender cheeks were streaked with tears. Large teardrops fell one after another, splashing onto the ground and forming wet spots. A blazing fire seemed to ignite in Jiang Qin's heart as icy fury filled his eyes. He stepped forward, gently supporting Jiang Shui, and asked in a low voice, "Who did this?" Hearing his question, Jiang Shui only shook her head, crying silently. At that moment, Jiang Hua stumbled in, his face bruised and battered, looking utterly disheveled. He panted heavily and said, "It was Jiang Hao. We were playing outside when he started mocking you, saying his brother would cripple you and toss you into a dung pit." Jiang Shui couldn't take it and argued back, so he slapped her across the face. "I tried to help, but they ganged up on me. I could only protect Jiang Shui and bring her back to tell you." Jiang Hua's voice was filled with indignation as he continued, "Brother Chen, those brats are out of control. Why don't we go to the family head and ask him to give us justice?" Jiang Chen's expression darkened further as a glacial chill settled in his gaze. Jiang Hao, Jiang Ming's younger brother, was notorious for his arrogance, relying on the favoritism of his family. In the past, he had been somewhat restrained by Jiang Chen's presence. But now, with Jiang Chen's fall from grace and Jiang Ming awakening a fifth-grade martial soul, it seemed his arrogance had returned in full force. To lay hands on a 6-year-old girl, such despicable behavior was utterly unforgivable. The family head? Justice? Jiang Chun let out a cold laugh, his voice low and icy. "I believe in neither the family head nor justice. From now on, I only believe in my fists." With that, he turned to Jiang Hua, his tone sharp and commanding. "Lead the way." Jiang Hua froze for a moment before nodding excitedly. "All right, Brother Chen. It'll take you to settle this." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze as cold as a blade, and his killing intent surged like a tidal wave. The pent-up anger of the past 2 weeks reached its peak the moment a red handprint appeared on Jiang Shui's face. Jiang Chen scooped her up in his arms, his gaze as cold and sharp as a lone wolf in the dead of winter. His entire being radiated a suffocating aura of menace as he followed Jiang Hua's steps, heading straight for the Jiang family square. On the square, Jiang Hao and a group of children were gathered in a circle, laughing and playing, their innocent faces brimming with carefree joy. However, Jiang Qin's piercing gaze cut through the facade like a blade. He knew all too well that beneath their laughter lay the ugliest shadows of human nature. His footsteps were heavy, deliberate. He walked directly up to Jiang Hao and loomed over him with an icy glare. Startled by the sudden, oppressive presence, Jiang Hao froze, his laughter abruptly dying. The smugness on his face quickly gave way to fear. Before he could react, Jiang Chun raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Thud. Jiang Hao's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing hard on the ground. His face turned pale as he struggled to get up, disbelief and fury filling his eyes. Jiang Chun? You dare hit me? How dare you hit me?" Jiang Hao clutched his chest, his voice trembling, pointing a shaking finger at Jiang Chun. The fear on his face was swiftly replaced by humiliation and rage. "Do you even know who you are? You're nothing but a worthless outcast. A piece of trash like you dares to lay a hand on me? Just wait. I'll have my father drive your whole family out of the Jiang clan." Worthless. Jiang Qin's eyes flashed with a chilling light at the insult. He stepped forward slowly, his voice low and biting, like the wind on a freezing winter night. "You think you have the right to call me that?" Before the words had fully left his lips, his hand swung out sharply. The crisp sound of the slap echoed across the square. Jiang Hao's head snapped to the side, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, accompanied by 2 dislodged teeth. He clutched his face, his eyes wide with terror and humiliation. "Well, I guess losing those teeth will make it easier for you to grow new ones," Jiang Chen remarked with a cold sneer, his tone dripping with mockery. His gaze shifted to the group of children cowering behind Jiang Hao, their faces pale with fear. His voice, as frigid as ice, cut through the silence. "Were you the ones who hit Jiang Hua earlier?" Under his freezing glare, none of the children dared to respond. Heads bowed, they avoided his gaze, too afraid to even breathe loudly. They were terrified that Jiang Chen might turn his wrath on them and leave them in the same sorry state as Jiang Hao. "Good," Jiang Chun said coldly. "I'll give you 2 choices. Either slap yourselves 10 times and apologize to Jiang Hua," or he paused, his tone dropping to an even more menacing depth, "I'll do it for you." The children, terrified out of their wits, scrambled to Jiang Hua, frantically slapping their own faces and muttering apologies. Yet, hidden in their lowered gazes was a flicker of resentment and malice. In their hearts, They swore to tell their parents about this humiliation and have their elders intervene. After all, Jiang Qin's family was in such a weak position within the Jiang clan that even the branch families could easily oppress them. When the time came, today's humiliation would be repaid 100-fold. You're finished, Jiang Chun. Jiang Hao finally shrieked, his voice sharp and venomous. You dare hit me? My father. My brother, they won't let you off. You're dead. Your father? Your brother? Jiang Chun let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with scorn. Sure, go ahead and call them. I'd love to see how they raised you to become such a disgrace. With that, Jiang Chen ignored Jiang Hao's threats, turned around, and took Jiang Shui's hand. Together with Jiang Hua, he walked away from the square. His figure, outlined against the setting sun, appeared tall and resolute, yet carried a distinct air of lonely coldness. Today's conflict seemed like a mere quarrel among children, but in reality, it was a reflection of the declining influence of the Jiang family's second branch. In the past, even if they were not well-liked, no one would have dared to openly provoke them. But now, Jiang Hao and those children felt emboldened to harm Jiang Shui and Jiang Hua without fear of consequences. This was a stark indication of how the Jiang family had completely lost respect for the second branch. Fall behind, and you'll only get beaten. In this world where laws are incomplete and everything depends on innate strength, the brutal law of survival of the fittest is perfectly embodied. After leaving the square, Jiang Qin's brows finally relaxed, and a trace of gentleness appeared in his eyes. He reached out cautiously and gently touched the still faintly swollen mark on Jiang Shui's face. His voice carried a hint of guilt as he asked, Shui'er, does it still hurt? Jiang Shui shrank her head slightly, like a little kitten, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. It doesn't hurt anymore, brother. You were so amazing earlier. That despicable Jiang Hao got kicked so far by you, and he even lost 2 teeth. It was so satisfying. Haha, justice served. Although the pain on her face lingered, her heart was filled with immense satisfaction. That kick and slap not only avenged the humiliation of Jiang Hao's slap, but also dispelled all the gloom that had weighed on her heart for the past 10 days. Standing nearby, Jiang Hua wasn't as optimistic. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his voice carried deep concern. Brother Qin, Jiang Hao may just be an ordinary person, but his father and brother are prominent figures in the Jiang family. If they decide to cause trouble for us, I doubt the family head will intervene on our behalf. Hearing this, Jiang Qin's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Don't worry. They were the ones who started it, so we are in the right. No matter how arrogant the main branch is, they wouldn't dare go too far. After all, the Jiang family doesn't belong to them entirely. Besides, disputes among juniors are not something elders are supposed to interfere in. He paused for a moment, gazing into the distance, and his tone was filled with unwavering confidence. As for what comes next, I'll make sure everyone knows during the family competition that Jiang Chun is not someone to be trampled on. Jiang Hua, though still harboring some doubts, couldn't help but trust Jiang Qin's certainty. The group remained silent as they made their way back to the second branch's courtyard. As they stepped through the gate, Jiang Zhan and Chang Wanru greeted them with joy. Chun'er, you're finally done with your seclusion. However, their smiles froze when they noticed the injuries on Jiang Shui and Jiang Hua's faces. Shock and anger quickly replaced their initial happiness. What happened here? Jiang Zhan demanded, his voice heavy with suppressed fury. His gaze swept over Jiang Shui and Jiang Hua. Who did this to you? Jiang Chen glanced at his father and calmly recounted the events that had unfolded in the square. As soon as he finished, Chang Wanru's eyes reddened. She bit her lip, her expression filled with heartache and helplessness. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhan's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging as he struggled to contain his anger. Has the main branch's younger generation become so brazen over the years? Jiang Zhan muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with bitterness and self-reproach. He took a deep breath, his gaze falling on Jiang Qin with a complicated expression. This is my fault. I've let you all down. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head, his voice heavy with regret. I used to think that my greatest value was in securing benefits for the family and helping it grow stronger. But now I realize that all this talk of family interests is nothing but nonsense. I've spent decades working myself to the bone, only to end up like this. It's my own failure. Jiang Zhan's voice carried a mix of exhaustion and self-mockery. Years of pent-up frustration and helplessness poured out in that moment. He knew all too well that if he still had his cultivation, even as a mid-level martial master, his position in the family would have been enough to protect his children. But now, he could only watch as his son struggled due to a lack of resources and his daughter suffered humiliation, powerless to do anything. For a man, this was the ultimate disgrace. Father, don't worry. From now on, he'll take care of everything. Jiang Qian said firmly, his eyes filled with determination. He was about to share the results of his seclusion when a sharp voice suddenly interrupted from outside the courtyard. Second brother, your son Jiang Chun has seriously injured my son Howard. Jiang Zu's voice rang out, dripping with feigned concern and indignation. Over the years, I've treated you and your family with nothing but kindness. What could Howard have possibly done to deserve such a merciless beating? Must I really abandon all familial ties and personally discipline Jiang Chun? Jiang Zu's voice was deliberately loud, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. Along with him came Jiang Ming, his face filled with anger, and Jiang Hao, whose left cheek was swollen and who wore an aggrieved expression. Jiang Chen's family hadn't expected the main branch to strike first, twisting the narrative and accusing them before they had a chance to confront them. After Jiang Su led Jiang Ming to the scene, the other children who had been disciplined by Jiang Chun also arrived at the second branch's door, dragging their parents along. Jiang Chun, you're already awakened and considered older than them. How could you bully your younger brothers like this? Are you even human anymore? How did I not realize before that you were such a rotten seed? Jiang Zhan, you must give us an explanation today. Look at what that little beast of yours did to my son. The moment the group arrived, they immediately launched into fierce accusations against Jiang Chen. Before his awakening, due to Jiang Chen's usual demeanor and the family head's apparent favoritism toward him, they wouldn't have dared to speak out. But now, with the second branch reduced to a household of the weak and vulnerable, they saw no reason to hold back. Watching these relatives twist the truth, Chang Wanru held Jiang Shui in her arms, her face pale. Jiang Zhan was trembling with anger, his entire body shaking. His hand quivered as he pointed to the handprint on Jiang Shui's face and bellowed, "You, all of you, how dare you distort the truth like this? If your children hadn't bullied my daughter first, would Chainer have stepped in?" Jiang Zhan's words landed like a heavy blow, leaving some of them momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the injuries on their own children, they had been so blinded by rage that they rushed over without even asking what had happened. Now, glancing at their kids, the guilty expressions on the children's faces and their shuffling feet made it clear they weren't as innocent as they had claimed. It was all too obvious now. In a large family with many children, clashes were inevitable. But if their children had instigated the fight, they couldn't claim the moral high ground. Even so, Jiang Su remained stern-faced, frowning as he declared self-righteously, "Second brother, no matter what, your Jiang Qian shouldn't have struck his younger brothers so harshly." His tone was grave, as if deeply concerned about the family's unity. Awakened or not, even with a waste martial soul, Jiang Qin's strength must have grown after awakening. These younger ones haven't even awakened yet. To beat them over a minor quarrelous that how an elder brother should behave? Jiang Ming immediately chimed in, his voice cold and mocking, his eyes glinting with malice. "Jiang Chun, let's be honest here. You weren't avenging your sister. You were just venting your frustrations after awakening a waste martial soul. My brother may have made an unkind remark and slapped that little girl in a moment of anger, but that's hardly a crime worthy of such severe retaliation. To strike him so hard, you expect us to believe there's no personal grudge behind this?" Every word Jiang Ming spoke was like a dagger aimed straight at Jiang Qin's heart. Both father and son were well aware of Jiang Hao's usual misconduct, yet they conveniently shifted all the blame onto Jiang Chun, clearly coming prepared to stir trouble. Jiang Qian stared coldly at the main branch's family, fury surging within him, though his demeanor remained calm. His eyes were icy, and his voice was low yet firm. "When you say these things, do you feel even a shred of guilt? I doubt it, or you wouldn't have raised such a pack of brats." His voice began to rise, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Jiang Hao insulted my family. My sister spoke up in protest and was slapped for it. If Jiang Hua hadn't stepped in to shield her, this pack of brats would have done far worse to her. Jiang Hua was beaten up for his trouble. I only disciplined Jiang Hao. The others? They slapped themselves. I'd say I went easy on them." Jiang Chun took a step closer, his tone sharpening with every word. "Tell me, uncle, we're blood relatives. Why must you target the second branch with such venom? Is it because you think we're easy to bully, with no one to stand up for us?" His words struck like thunder, shaking everyone to their core. Jiang Zu's face turned ashen, and he could no longer maintain his facade of righteousness. "What nerve? How dare you speak to your elders like this? With such behavior, if I don't discipline you on behalf of your parents today, you'll surely bring disaster to the Jiang family in the future." Jiang Su's face twisted with fury as he strode forward, his palm cutting through the air as he swung it toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes burned with anger, his fingers clenching slightly, yet he stood tall and unwavering like a pine tree. He stared coldly at the approaching Jiang Su, silently vowing to himself, "An elder who acts like this, the humiliation I endure today will be repaid 100-fold in the future." Just as Jiang Su's palm was about to strike, a deep and furious voice suddenly rang out, "Brother, will you only be satisfied if you make my entire family perish here today?" Jiang Zhan's stern voice boomed like thunder, freezing the air in the hall. Jiang Su's hand halted abruptly midair as he shot a dark glare toward Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan, dragging his frail body, slowly stepped in front of Jiang Chun, shielding him. His eyes blazed with anger as he spoke sharply. I know I am now a cripple, and it's no surprise you look down on me. But the contributions I, Jiang Zhan, made to this family cannot be erased. You enjoy the resources that my third brother and I risked our lives to secure for the Jiang family, yet you still bully the widows and descendants of our branch. If word of this spreads, the Jiang family will be disgraced. And you, Jiang Su, can forget about maintaining your reputation as the heir. His words were resolute and struck deep. Jiang Su's expression shifted slightly, his gaze flickering. Jiang Zhan's words were like a sharp blade, cutting straight to his weakness. Even though Jiang Su had often acted recklessly under the patriarch's favor, he still had to consider his reputation. After all, if today's incident drew the scorn of the clan, it could jeopardize his future path to succession. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Su forced a cold smile onto his face. Second brother, there's no need for such harsh accusations. I was merely trying to teach your son some respect for his elders. Why take it so seriously? Since you don't want me interfering in your family's affairs, I won't. However, his gaze shifted to Jiang Chen, and his tone suddenly turned icy. You must give me an explanation for what happened with my son. While my son may have struck your daughter, it was nothing more than a bit of swelling that will fade in a short time. But my son was severely injured by Jiang Chen. Surely you can't deny that? Having said his piece, Jiang Su's sharp eyes swept over to Jiang Chen, as though waiting to see how he would respond. However, Jiang Chen remained unflinching, his voice cold and steady as he replied, Uncle, what kind of explanation do you want? Jiang Su's anger flared even hotter at Jiang Chen's indifference, though he kept up a veneer of magnanimity. Glancing at his son Jiang Ming beside him, a sinister smile curled at the edge of his lips as a plan formed in his mind. Very well. To avoid any rumors of me bullying my own nephews, why don't we let the younger generation settle this among themselves? Tomorrow, during the family tournament, regardless of how far you advance, you will face Ming'er in a match. Whatever the outcome, this matter between our branches will be considered resolved. Agreed? His words caused an immediate uproar in the hall. Jiang Zhan and his wife's expressions darkened instantly. On the surface, Jiang Su's proposal seemed fair, but it was insidious in nature. Jiang Chun had awakened a useless martial soul, while Jiang Ming possessed a fifth-grade martial soul. The difference in their abilities was like night and day. Moreover, Jiang Ming had consumed 10 qi condensing pills in preparation for the tournament, greatly enhancing his strength. If Jiang Chen accepted the challenge, he was not only guaranteed to lose, but could also suffer serious harm under Jiang Ming's hand. Absolutely not. Jiang Zhan spoke firmly, his sharp gaze locking onto Jiang Su. Jiang Ming is a fifth-grade martial soul. How can he be compared to Chun'er? Besides, the family tournament is meant to assess the annual progress of the family juniors, not to settle personal disputes. The tournament must proceed according to the rules, without any private agreements. Jiang Zhan's voice was resolute, every word brimming with his fierce determination to protect his son. Though his body was crippled, his spirit and fatherly love remained unyielding. He would rather endure humiliation himself than allow Jiang Chun to be bullied, especially by someone as scheming as Jiang Su. Not only Jiang Zhan, but even the onlookers felt that Jiang Su's decision was somewhat over the line. Everyone knew Jiang Chun had a crippled martial soul, yet Jiang Su still insisted on saying win or lose, which was clearly an act of bullying. Second brother, you're in the wrong here, Jiang Su said, his face dark but his tone laced with mockery. I'm genuinely trying to resolve our conflict, but you're making it sound as if I'm bullying you. What, am I not allowed to step in, nor my son? Does that mean Howard should just take a beating from your Jiang Chun for nothing? His tone suddenly turned sharp. Does my Howard deserve to be bullied? Or do you think that, because of your past contributions, you can act recklessly in the Jiang family? Exactly, second uncle. You're just taking advantage of good-natured people. Jiang Ming chimed in, raising his chin with a provocative look, deliberately siding with his father. The father and son's back and forth twisted the truth, causing the onlookers to murmur among themselves. Some even started casting doubtful glances at the second branch of the family. Jiang Zhan clenched his fists, anger blazing in his eyes. Just as he was about to retort, Jiang Qin's sudden voice interrupted him. Enough. I'll agree to this. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in shock. Jiang Su and his son were momentarily stunned. Their aim had been to humiliate the second branch. They never expected Jiang Chun to actually agree, let alone so decisively. Chun'er, don't speak recklessly. Jiang Zhan and his wife's expressions changed dramatically. Chang Wanru quickly grabbed Jiang Chun, even covering his mouth with her hand, trying to stop him from saying anything further. Jiang Chen, however, gently shook his head, his gaze firm. Father, mother, you don't need to worry about me. He patted his mother's hand reassuringly, then turned to face Jiang Su and his son with a cold glare. You want me to fight Jiang Ming? Fine. I'll agree, but not without conditions. A faint smirk appeared on Jiang Qin's lips as he let out a cold laugh. After all, this whole situation was instigated by your family. If you want me to fight, then you'll need to put some stakes on the line. Hearing this, Jiang Zu's eyes lit up slightly, clearly mistaking Jiang Qin's confidence for arrogance. He burst out laughing. I thought the second branch had lost its nerve, but it seems you've got a bit of backbone after all. Fine, I agree. Tell me, what stakes are you proposing? Jiang Su was fully confident in Jiang Ming's abilities. A fifth-grade martial soul, something unseen in Xuanwu City for 50 years, could never lose to a crippled martial soul. The idea was utterly absurd. Jiang Chun remained calm and unhurried. Isn't tomorrow the family competition? According to second uncle's suggestion, I must fight Jiang Ming. In that case, let's use the competition's ranking rewards as our wager. The loser must hand over all their rewards to the winner. If you agree to this, I'll accept the challenge. The surrounding clan members were stunned upon hearing this, their whispers growing louder. No one had expected Jiang Chun to set his sights on the family competition's rewards. Has he lost his mind? The family competition rewards are incredibly valuable resources. Jiang Ming might have a chance at earning some, but someone like Jiang Chun, with a crippled martial soul, what makes him think he can compete? Does he really believe he can win? Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Qin's proposal, but soon burst into laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Chun, I never realized how naive you are. Or are you just giving up entirely and looking for a way to save face? He sneered, his voice arrogant. Fine by me. The competition rewards are indeed valuable, but they're not indispensable to me. If you want them, let's see if you have the ability to take them. Jiang Su also shook his head dismissively, amused by Jiang Qin's overconfidence. Nevertheless, he hid his disdain and instead adopted a patronizing tone. Since you're so insistent, second uncle won't refuse you. It's settled then. Just don't regret it tomorrow. Jiang Chun didn't respond further. He merely let out a cold chuckle, his gaze carrying a hint of mystery. Just a worthless nobody, yet you have the audacity to think you can win? Do you really believe the little bit of martial arts you've learned can bridge the gap in talent? Jiang Su stared coldly at Jiang Chun, his eyes filled with disdain. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone around to hear. Jiang Chun raised his gaze, meeting Jiang Zu's glare with calm composure. The faint smirk on his lips seemed to carry both a hint of mockery and indifference. Jiang Ming may have been unremarkable in the past, but in the half-month since his awakening, his progress has been extraordinary, Jiang Qian said evenly, his tone calm yet brimming with undeniable confidence. Lose? That's absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Jiang Su frowned and then let out a derisive laugh. Fine. Whether you're truly confident or just stalling for time, I'll accept this challenge. But remember, during the family competition tomorrow, don't you dare back out halfway. With that, he turned and left, striding away with his two sons in tow. Their retreating figures exuded an air of arrogance, as if the outcome had already been decided in their favor. The onlookers began to disperse as well, leaving the once lively scene quiet once more. Even those who had hoped to stir up trouble found no reason to linger. Chainer, you were too impulsive in this matter. Jiang Zhan stepped forward, his face filled with worry. His expression was complex, a mix of paternal concern and self-blame. The cultivation speed of a crippled martial soul is worlds apart from that of a fifth-rank soul. Agreeing to this match puts you at a great disadvantage. In the past, when I was still at my peak, Jiang Su, with his mere third-rank aptitude, never dared to provoke me. Jiang Zhan sighed, his tone heavy with resignation. But now, with the tiger fallen from its mountain, the opportunist reveals his true colors, utterly disregarding familial bonds. Father, mother. Jiang Chun shook his head, his voice steady and firm. As I said before, there's no need for you to worry about this. My progress over the past few weeks has far exceeded your expectations. With that, he turned and walked toward his courtyard, his steps steady and resolute. His retreating figure radiated unwavering determination. Jiang Zhan and his wife exchanged worried glances, but chose not to press further. Back in his courtyard, Jiang Qian shut the gate behind him and tilted his head slightly upward, exhaling deeply. With less than a day remaining until the competition, there was no time for significant improvement through meditation. Consolidating his current skills, however, was imperative. Before my martial soul awakened, I couldn't practice advanced martial techniques and could only train in basic skills to strengthen my body. Jiang Qin thought to himself. Now, my foundational footwork, fist techniques, and swordsmanship have all reached perfection. With the power of 12 open meridians, securing a strong placement shouldn't be too difficult. His eyes narrowed as he began to analyze the situation. However, during the family competition, there will inevitably be veteran martial artists with more than 12 open meridians. Defeating them won't be easy. Pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly walked to a storage box in his room and rummaged through it until he found a yellow-covered book. The three ancient characters on the cover stood out prominently, drawing sword slash. This is a lower-tier yellow-grade martial technique. Though it's the lowest grade of advanced techniques, it possesses an explosive power that most techniques of the same level lack. Jiang Qin muttered as he flipped through the pages, his fingers brushing over the familiar handwriting. A wave of warmth surged in his heart. This is the only martial technique my father left behind after he was crippled. Before my awakening, I couldn't practice this technique, but I've rehearsed its movements countless times and know them by heart. His gaze grew resolute. Now that I can channel spiritual energy, I'll master this technique in no time. With it, he'll have the perfect trump card for the competition. Determined, Jiang Chun retrieved his training iron sword, closed the courtyard gate tightly, and began practicing the drawing sword slash as described in the manual. He focused on channeling his spiritual energy, repeating the technique over and over. The essence of all martial arts lies in speed. The core of the drawing sword slash is one word: speed. Jiang Qian reminded himself silently. He gripped the sword tightly, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Even without spiritual energy, I could already strike with precision. Now, with spiritual energy, my speed will increase exponentially. As he trained, Jiang Qian continuously adjusted his posture to adapt to the force of rapid movements. His actions became increasingly fluid, and the flashes of his sword seemed to slice through the very air around him. After several hours, sweat beaded on Jiang Qin's forehead, but his eyes burned brighter than ever. He stood still for a moment, taking a deep breath, then suddenly stepped forward. The iron sword flashed like lightning, its cold glint cutting through the air. With a crisp snapping sound, the wooden training dummy before him broke cleanly in half. Jiang Qian sheathed his sword and stood tall, his gaze as piercing as an eagle's and his stance as steady as a pine tree. After a brief moment of thought, a confident smile curved his lips once again. The cold gleam of the sword flickered, and the wooden dummy shattered with the sound of the wind. The year-end family tournament is a cherished tradition in Xuanwu City, where all the prominent families take pride in participating. Following closely is the Spring Grand Tournament, a prestigious event co-hosted by the major families. After days of meticulous preparation, the Jiang family's year-end tournament finally commenced. In the martial arena, all young family members at the martial disciple level gathered, brimming with determination. On the main seats, the elders from each branch sat in solemn rows, serving as judges for the event. Meanwhile, the branch family members in the audience looked on with anticipation. If their children or nephews could stand out in the tournament and earn the favor of the family head, it would be a golden opportunity and instant rise in status. A single success could elevate the entire branch, freeing them from laborious mining work and granting them generous monthly allowances, forever escaping a life of hardship. However, this year's tournament drew attention not for who would claim the championship, but for the wager between Jiang Ming of the first branch and Jiang Chun of the second branch. What was supposed to be a showcase of skills had turned into a dramatic spectacle due to Jiang Qin's so-called overconfidence. Many spectators secretly mocked him. Jiang Qin's awakening of a useless martial spirit had already turned the Jiang family into a laughingstock. Now, he had the audacity to propose a bet using the tournament rewards as stakes, which seemed nothing short of humiliating himself. This farce, to some, was even more entertaining than the tournament itself. Naturally, this matter did not escape the notice of Jiang Chengji, the family head. At the center of the martial arena, Jiang Chengzi's face was dark as thunder. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fell on Jiang Zhan. In a cold voice, he said, "Second son, when will you and that worthless son of yours stop causing trouble? If he lacks talent, he should stay low-key. Yet here he is, stirring up chaos and seeking attention. Are you trying to tarnish the Jiang family's reputation in Xuanwu City even further?" The harsh, indiscriminate rebuke struck Jiang Zhan like a heavy blow. His eyes reddened, but he suppressed his anger and responded in a low, firm voice, "Father, do you not know the full story? It was Jiang Hao who bullied Shuer first. How is that Jiang Qin's fault?" Jiang Chengji snorted dismissively, his face full of impatience. "If it weren't for your worthless son causing a scene, how would the first branch be upset in the first place?" Jiang Chengzi's attitude left Jiang Zhan bitterly disappointed. Over the years, the family head's favoritism toward the first branch had become glaringly obvious. Not only was the first branch the most powerful, but it also had Jiang Ming, a prodigiously talented son. Even when the first branch was in the wrong, Jiang Chengji chose to turn a blind eye. Meanwhile, the second branch had long been relegated to insignificance in his eyes. If not for the fact that Jiang Zhan was his own son, he might have already been sent to labor in the mines alongside the collateral family members. Jiang Zhan remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. He turned his gaze toward his son, Jiang Chun, his eyes filled with worry and a hint of helplessness. He chose not to argue further, knowing full well that the outcome of this tournament would speak louder than any words. "Brother, go for it. Beat them." A crisp, youthful voice rang out from the edge of the martial arena. Jiang Shui waved her tiny fists, cheering loudly for Jiang Chun. At this moment, she might have been the only one in the entire Jiang family who truly believed that Jiang Chun could win. Jiang Chen turned to look at his little sister, a warm smile spreading across his face. He gave her a thumbs up in encouragement before shifting his gaze back. Amidst the indifferent and mocking stares directed at him, he waited quietly. The rules of the year-end tournament were straightforward. All family members under the age of 20 and at the martial disciple level or below were eligible to participate. Jiang Chen, Jiang Ming, and Jiang Wang, having only recently awakened, were among the youngest competitors this year. However, with only 15 days of cultivation since their awakening, they were at a significant disadvantage compared to those who had been training for years. Almost no one believed they could achieve any noteworthy results in the tournament. Some even sneered privately, thinking that even if Jiang Chen somehow managed to defeat Jiang Ming, it wouldn't necessarily earn him substantial resources. After all, a mere 15 days of cultivation couldn't possibly compare to years of dedicated training. Judging by Jiang Ming's current arrogance and cockiness, it seems like he's made quite some progress over the past half-month. Jiang Chen, do you really have confidence in winning this bet against Jiang Ming? While waiting, Jiang Wang quietly approached Jiang Chen, his expression conflicted as he spoke. When Jiang Wang asked in a low voice, his gaze shifted uneasily between Jiang Chen and Jiang Ming, carrying a hint of apprehension and complexity. He had always gotten along well with Jiang Chen, especially during the time when Jiang Chen had not yet awakened. Back then, Jiang Chen often protected him from Jiang Ming's bullying. However, now that Jiang Chen was seen as a waste martial soul by others, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel hesitant. He didn't want to distance himself from Jiang Chen, yet he also didn't dare to get too close. So, he kept a cautious distance, speaking softly. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he replied, "Of course, I have some confidence." Hearing this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh. Lowering his voice, he said, "Brother Chun, I know second uncle bought you quite a few medicinal pills, and perhaps you've made some progress. But Jiang Ming is no pushover. I heard that first uncle spent almost all of his savings from these past years to buy Jiang Ming a heap of rare cultivation resources, all to ensure he performs well in this year's family competition. His strength is likely far beyond what we can imagine. Even I, with my father's help, managed to open 8 meridians in the past half-month. Jiang Ming's cultivation must be even more formidable than we think." Jiang Chen listened quietly, his expression remaining calm. He merely nodded slightly. He understood well that the essence of the meridian opening stage was to channel spiritual energy through one's entire body, solidifying the foundation. With enough resources, rapid progress in the short term was certainly achievable. If Jiangsu had indeed spared no expense, it wouldn't be surprising for Jiang Ming to reach the peak of the martial disciple stage. However, Jiang Chen also knew that the process of opening meridians became exponentially harder as one progressed, with resource consumption multiplying. No matter how wealthy Jiangsu was, it was impossible for him to exhaust all his resources on Jiang Ming. After all, the Qi Si stage that followed also required vast amounts of resources, while the rewards from the family competition were only sufficient to support the meridian opening stage. "Whether I can win or not, we'll only know after the fight," Jiang Chun said with a slight shake of his head, his tone calm and unconcerned. Hearing this, Jiang Wang pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke softly, "Brother Chen, if I could choose, I really hope you can defeat Jiang Ming. Even though my father wants me to stay on good terms with him, in my heart, you are my true elder brother." Jiang Chen smiled faintly at his words and patted Jiang Wang on the shoulder. "Go on. Don't let your father see you getting too close to me." As they spoke, time quietly crept to 8 a.m. The morning sunlight spilled over the martial arena, driving away the lingering chill of dawn. The air was filled with an atmosphere of tension. At the center of the arena, an elder of the family with a head of white hair slowly stepped forward. His commanding voice resounded across the grounds. "Year 160 of the Hongjing calendar. The Jiang family's annual competition begins now." The crowd erupted immediately, and all eyes turned toward the front of the martial arena. A massive display board hung prominently, listing the names of the participants in clear rows. A total of 104 contestants would face off in unknown battles. The winners would advance, while the losers would be eliminated. The ultimate rewards would be distributed among the top 50 participants, with better rankings earning richer prizes. Just as the elder finished speaking, Jiang Ming appeared out of nowhere and stood beside Jiang Chun. His gaze was icy, and a disdainful smirk curled at his lips. "Jiang Chun, prepare to die. Once the match begins, I won't hold back." Jiang Chen glanced at him indifferently, his right hand casually resting on the hilt of his sword. His tone was calm, yet carried a hint of frost. "Oh, that's perfect, because I was thinking the same." First match. Jiang Ming versus Jiang Shi. The elder's voice rang out again, and the crowd instantly fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the arena. As the most dazzling talent in the Jiang family in recent years, Jiang Ming's first match naturally drew immense attention. With a confident smile on his face, he held his long sword and strode onto the stage, facing off against his opponent, Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi was a member of the Jiang family's collateral branch. 2 years ago, he had awakened an ordinary grade 2 martial soul. Due to limited family resources, his cultivation had always been lackluster, and he rarely received much attention. To Jiang Ming, however, Jiang Shi was undoubtedly the perfect opponent for his first match. Watch closely. My current strength is far beyond what you can compare to. Jiang Ming sneered, pointing his sword at Jiang Shi, his eyes filled with contempt. On the martial arena, the tension rose sharply. The entire crowd held their breath, their eyes locked on the stage, eagerly anticipating Jiang Ming's performance. Who decided the order for this year's competition? Jiang Chengji asked Wang Siping, seated beside him in the host's seat. Jiang Chengji sat upright in the main seat, his gaze sweeping across the arena. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it carried an undeniable authority. Wang Siping leaned forward slightly and answered respectfully, "Master, it was Elder Jiang Lin." To ensure fairness, he arranged the participants by age. This way, the young master won't face overly strong opponents in the early rounds, minimizing the risk of an unexpected loss. Hearing this, Jiang Chengji nodded in satisfaction. As the debut battle for the Jiang family's most promising talent, the arrangement of the matchups was crucial. A misstep leading to an overly formidable opponent would only serve as fodder for the other family's amusement. At that moment, the battles in the arena had already begun. Jiang Ming stood on the platform, his expression cold and composed, gripping a long sword. His opponent, Jiang Shi, appeared visibly nervous, his hands trembling slightly as he held his weapon. With a faint sneer, Jiang Ming gave no quarter, unleashing a series of fierce sword strikes aimed directly at Jiang Shi's vital points. Each strike was as swift as lightning, exuding a suffocating aura of lethal intent. If not for the presence of the elders, Jiang Shi might have already collapsed with severe injuries. Jiang Shi was forced to retreat step by step, sweat dripping from his brow. After exchanging over a dozen moves, he was already gasping for breath, fully aware that further resistance would be futile. Just as he gritted his teeth to admit defeat, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with cold determination. His sword suddenly flicked upward, disarming Jiang Shi and sending his weapon flying. Without hesitation, the blade darted forward like a venomous serpent, aiming straight for Jiang Shi's throat. Jiang Shi's face turned pale with fear as he desperately twisted his body to dodge. However, he couldn't completely evade the strike. A sharp pain shot through him as the sword pierced his shoulder, and blood gushed out instantly. Staggering backward, he clutched his wound and cried out in pain, "I surrender! I surrender!" The elder overseeing the match furrowed his brows and stood to announce, "The first match goes to Jiang Ming." Jiang Shi staggered off the platform, his face ashen and his injured shoulder bleeding profusely. The elder's gaze turned stern as he looked at Jiang Ming and said in a low voice, "Jiang Shi had already shown clear intent to surrender. It was unnecessary for you to press your attack and injure him so severely." Jiang Ming quickly bowed his head, feigning remorse. This junior was overly excited and lacked experience, which led to my inability to hold back. I promise to be more cautious next time. The elder's expression softened slightly, and he waved his hand to dismiss Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming obeyed, descending from the platform with a faint trace of smugness in his eyes. However, this did not escape Jiang Chen's notice. Watching coldly from the sidelines, Jiang Chen sneered inwardly, "Inexperienced? Humph." When Jiang Ming struck that final blow, the slight curve of his lips gave him away it was deliberate. Only those who remain blind to his true nature would believe such a feeble excuse. The competition continued. Jiang Chen sat quietly at the edge of the arena, observing each match with a discerning eye. He noted that while some young talents among the clan members displayed commendable skill, the majority had only opened 8 to 10 meridians. In the Jiang family, such strength was far from extraordinary. Jiang Chen analyzed silently, the Jiang family possesses a top-tier cultivation technique capable of opening 18 meridians, but it is reserved exclusively for direct descendants. Branch family members typically practice a standard technique that allows for up to 12 meridians, with only a rare few exceptional individuals managing to reach 15. With my 12 meridian strength, as long as my opponent isn't too formidable, I can easily dominate most martial practitioners here. In the 31st match, Jiang Wang faced Jiang Xing. As a direct descendant, Jiang Wang's prowess far outmatched his opponents. He secured victory with little effort. However, in the 43rd match, Jiang Chun finally spotted an opponent worth noting: Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu, originally from a branch family, had been promoted to the status of a direct descendant 4 years ago after awakening a third-grade martial soul. Personally elevated by Jiang Chengji, Jiang Hu was granted access to the elite cultivation technique. Now at the peak of martial practice, he had successfully opened all 18 meridians. Standing on the platform, his presence was imposing, like a towering mountain. With the strength of 9 oxen, 2 tigers, and 1 elephant granted by his 18 meridians, Jiang Hu defeated his opponent with a single finger. A seemingly casual move that carried overwhelming power, it left the audience in an uproar. All eyes in the arena were fixed on Jiang Hu, their voices filled with admiration. Yet Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. It seems that this year's family tournament, Jiang Hu is still the most likely to claim first place. I heard Jiang Hu broke through to martial master mid-year. The reason he waited until now to act is to make a stunning impact at the year-end tournament, someone murmured in the crowd, their tone carrying a hint of awe. Does Jiang Ming still have a chance to win? Someone nearby chimed in, though their tone was tinged with hesitation. Not much of a chance. An elder shook his head, his voice firm with certainty. A 5th-grade martial soul is indeed powerful, but he's only awakened it half a month ago. To open 18 meridians like Jiang Hu requires an astronomical amount of resources. The main branch alone likely can't provide that much. Jiang Hu's name was well known among the younger generation. Almost the entire Jiang family considered him the top contender for this year's tournament. His reputation made him the center of attention, while discussions about Jiang Ming were often filled with pity and doubt. However, on the other side, some quietly turned their gaze toward Jiang Ming. He let out a faint, cold smile, his lips curving into a confident arc, as if he was certain he could defeat Jiang Hu. This expression left many wondering what gave Jiang Ming such confidence. As for Jiang Qian, he stood quietly to the side, his expression calm but his gaze thoughtful. He weighed the situation in his mind. If it were me, would I have a chance of defeating Jiang Hu? He quickly arrived at an answer. I'll do my best. Though my strength far surpasses an ordinary person who has opened 12 meridians, there's still a significant gap compared to Jiang Hu. As for martial techniques, the gap is even greater. Jiang Qian shook his head, dismissing the thoughts and focusing on the ongoing matches. In the following rounds, several participants with higher meridian openings took the stage. However, none could match Jiang Hu in strength or combat ability. Jiang Hu's performance was utterly dominant, crushing all his opponents and securing his position at the top. Finally, the 52nd match arrived. Jiang Chun versus Jiang Xia. The elder's announcement immediately heightened the tension in the arena, and countless eyes turned toward Jiang Chen. If anyone besides Jiang Hu and Jiang Ming drew significant attention in this family tournament, it was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. Once hailed as the most talented of the Jiang family's younger generation, he had since been overshadowed due to awakening what was considered a useless martial soul. Even so, many still held hope, curious to see if he could shine through sheer effort. Jiang Qian stepped onto the stage with measured steps, his expression composed. His opponent, Jiang Xia, had been waiting. Jiang Xia, tall and imposing, wielded a large blade, his sharp gaze filled with both wariness and determination. My name is Jiang Xia. I awakened 2 years ago and have since opened 8 meridians, Jiang Xia said, bowing respectfully, his tone serious and devoid of disdain. You'd better be careful. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Xia lunged forward, swinging his blade with a powerful strike, the wind from his attack sharp and fierce. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. With a slight shift of his feet, he executed a basic movement technique with fluid precision, easily dodging Jiang Xia's attack. In the same instant, he countered with a swift strike of his sword. Before Jiang Xia could recover, the blade was already poised at his neck. The strike was as fast as lightning and as precise as a hawk's talon. Gasps erupted from the audience. What solid fundamentals! The elder's eyes gleamed with astonishment as he murmured in admiration. Both his basic movement technique and basic swordsmanship have reached perfection. Such mastery is something even ordinary martial artists might not achieve after decades of training. Yet, he soon sighed, a trace of regret in his tone. What a pity! With such a strong foundation, he awakened a useless martial soul. If his talent were slightly better, just a second-grade martial soul could have secured a significant position in the family with his skills alone. On the stage, Jiang Chen's eyes remained calm. He spoke softly, "Don't move. You've lost." Jiang Xia felt the cold edge of the blade against his neck, his body tensing as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Suppressing his shock, he forced a bitter smile and cupped his hands. As expected of the former number one among the younger generation, I concede wholeheartedly. Match 52. Jiang Chen wins. The referee's voice echoed. Jiang Chen withdrew his sword and stepped off the stage, his demeanor as composed as ever. Yet, the other competitors now regarded him with newfound seriousness. In the previous match, Jiang Chen had not used any spiritual energy. With only the most basic techniques, combined with his physical strength and reaction speed, he had effortlessly defeated Jiang Xia. Perhaps Jiang Chen, with his so-called useless martial soul, might not go far on the path of cultivation. But at least in this year's family tournament, he was undoubtedly one of the most formidable contenders. In the central seat of the spectator stand at the martial arts arena, Zhang Zhan watched his son's performance with a trace of pride in his eyes. So what if it's a useless martial spirit? As long as Jiang Chun could secure a good ranking, all the painstaking efforts of him and his wife would not have been in vain. A mere bracelet? Even if they had to sell everything they owned, it would be worth it. A waste of effort. Jiang Chengji snorted coldly, his expression full of disdain towards Jiang Zhan and his wife. His gaze swept across the arena, but didn't linger on Jiang Chun for even a moment. As the family head, all his decisions were made with the family's future in mind. Jiang Chun? A good-for-nothing who brought no benefit to the Jiang family, someone who should have been expelled long ago. If not for Jiang Zhan's past contributions to the family, he wouldn't have tolerated Jiang Chun wasting the family's resources for this long. Big brother is right, Jiang Feng said with a smirk, his tone laced with mockery. However, Jiang Chun does have a solid foundation. While his talent for cultivation is poor, he could still teach the younger generation some basic martial techniques. That should be sufficient. Ha ha ha, now that's a brilliant idea. Jiang Su burst into laughter, his words dripping with sarcasm. When my son Ming'er takes over as the family head in the future, having a genius like Jiang Chun as his assistant will surely make the Jiang family even more glorious. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhan's hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. His gaze never left the arena where Jiang Chen stood, even though his heart was boiling with anger. The sarcastic remarks felt like needles piercing his heart, shattering the momentary comfort he had felt. At this moment, the first round of battles concluded, and the second round of 52 to 26 elimination was about to begin. Jiang Ming was the first to take the stage. With the powerful strength of having opened 11 meridians, he easily defeated his opponent, earning cheers from the crowd. Zhang Wang, however, was less fortunate. He faced a formidable opponent who had opened 10 meridians and was defeated in less than 3 moves. As for the highly anticipated Jiang Hu, he once again dominated his match with overwhelming strength, earning rounds of praise from the family's elders. When it was Jiang Chen's turn, his opponent turned out to be Jiang Lu, a youth who had opened 12 meridians and was 5 years older than him. Jiang Chun is bound to lose this time. Many spectators declared confidently, their tone carrying a hint of mockery. 8 meridians against 12? The gap is too wide. No matter how solid his foundation is, it's a futile struggle. Even Jiang Zhan couldn't help but furrow his brow, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. He knew how hard Jiang Chun had worked and how strong his foundational skills were, but the odds of winning this match were almost non-existent. TSK, what a pity. Jiang Su sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhan. His tone was filled with ridicule. Second brother, your son is still nothing more than a useless martial spirit. No matter how many resources you pour into him, it's all just a joke. Jiang Chengji, meanwhile, closed his eyes, not even bothering to watch the match, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. Amidst the mocking and indifferent gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chun walked onto the stage with steady steps. His expression was calm, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake, revealing no ripples of emotion. Jiang Chun, I've heard of you, Jiang Lu said with a faint smile, shaking the soft sword in his hand. The blade swayed like a willow branch. But you're not qualified to be my opponent. Surrender now to avoid humiliating yourself. Jiang Chun raised his eyes, his tone indifferent. Whether I'm qualified or not, we'll see. Before the words had fully left his lips, he had already drawn his sword. His strikes, grounded in basic sword techniques, were clean and decisive, aiming straight for Jiang Lu's throat. Basic sword techniques? Jiang Lu sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. With a flick of his wrist, his soft sword coiled like a serpent, its blade flexible yet sharp. Each clash dissipated Jiang Chen's force, while the hidden lethality along the sword's edges forced Jiang Chen to retreat repeatedly. Within just a few exchanges, Jiang Chun felt the peculiar and unpredictable nature of his opponent's swordsmanship. The soft sword appeared weak but concealed deadly intent, its willow-like movements making each clash increasingly difficult for him to counter. Yet, Jiang Chen's gaze remained unwavering. Though his swordplay was suppressed, his strikes became more composed, each move executed with precision, forcing Jiang Lu to respond with caution. The murmurs from the audience gradually quieted as they watched Jiang Chen's performance, a hint of surprise appearing in their eyes. Jiang Zhan's clenched fists loosened slightly, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his gaze. Jiang Liu's smirk began to fade, his movements growing impatient, and the trajectory of his soft sword started to lose its rhythm. Seizing this tiny opening, Jiang Chen's blade flashed like lightning, thrusting forward with unerring precision. If struck by such swordsmanship, one might be left with a deep, gaping wound in an instant. Jiang Chen's sharp gaze pierced through the tension as he calmly faced Jiang Lu's fierce swordsmanship. His movements appeared casual, Yet every step concealed profound precision, effortlessly deflecting his opponent's onslaught. Jiang Lu's sword strikes were swift and aggressive, his footwork agile, but Jiang Chun had already discerned the flaws in his technique. After a dozen exchanges, Jiang Chun had formulated his strategy. Impressive swordsmanship, but it's clear you're far from mastering it, Jiang Chun remarked, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, his tone laced with slight disdain. And your footwork? Barely scratching the surface. Jiang Lu's face flushed with anger at the taunt, his attacks becoming even fiercer. Sensing an opening, Jiang Qian deliberately slowed his movements, leaving a subtle yet noticeable gap in his defense. Jiang Lu's eyes lit up with determination as he seized the opportunity, his figure darting forward like a striking viper, his blade aiming directly for Jiang Qian's vital point. But just as the critical moment arrived, Jiang Chun abruptly shifted his stance. Abandoning his entangled sword, he lunged forward like a leopard, his fist cutting through the air with a sharp, forceful sound, aiming straight for Jiang Lu's face. Boom! The dull thud of fist meeting flesh echoed across the arena. Jiang Lu had no time to react. Blood spurted from his nose as his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground. He lay there, struggling to rise. Round 2. Match 26. Jiang Chun wins. The referee's voice rang out loud and clear. Wow! The crowd erupted in shock. He actually dropped his weapon and won with a single punch? I've heard rumors that Jiang Chun has mastered the fundamentals of multiple martial arts, but I didn't expect him to be this skilled. Still, can he really defeat a martial apprentice who's opened 12 meridians purely with technique? The murmurs of astonishment and disbelief swirled through the crowd, but many began to reassess the figure standing on the platform. For an ordinary person to face a martial apprentice, the disparity in strength, speed, and reflexes seemed insurmountable. But Jiang Chun was no ordinary person. Don't forget, someone whispered, their tone tinged with complexity. Jiang Zhan went to great lengths to secure Jiang Qin's spot in this family competition. He even sold off his wife's heirloom for it. Jiang Qin's performance so far is impressive, but let's not get ahead of ourselves, another person interjected, shaking their head. His next opponent is Jiang's possessor of a third-grade martial soul and 14 open meridians. His strength far surpasses Jiang Qin's. The news spread quickly, and sighs rippled through the crowd. Just as Jiang Chun began to show his potential, he was already set to face an impossible challenge. Yet, Jiang Chun remained composed, a faint smile playing on his lips. He knew better than anyone that the battle arrangements in the family competition were anything but random. They were carefully orchestrated by the elders. The strongest competitor, Jiang Hu, had to buy this round and wouldn't make his move until the critical semifinals. Meanwhile, the battles for other rankings would be determined by the losers' secondary matches. In the third round, Jiang Ming easily defeated his opponent, who had only opened 12 meridians. Before leaving the stage, Jiang Ming made a mocking thumbs-down gesture toward Jiang Chun, his face brimming with smugness. Jiang Qian paid him no mind, his expression calm as he stepped onto the arena. His next opponent, Jiang Zhe, wielded a long spear that gleamed coldly under the light, clearly a finely crafted weapon. A longer reach means greater strength, someone in the crowd muttered. I fear Jiang Chun won't stand a chance this time. On the stage, Jiang Zhe gave a slight bow, his expression carrying an air of disdain. After you, he said mockingly. Jiang Chun responded with a faint smile, his hands empty, as he prepared to face the challenge heeded. The two combatants officially began their fight. Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed across the arena as Jiang Qin's sword trembled slightly in his hand, the reverberating force leaving his palm faintly numb. Opposite him, Jiang Zhe held his spear with an unyielding steadiness, as if it were a mountain. The spear's tip quivered subtly, indicating that even he was not unaffected by the impact. In this duel between sword and spear, Jiang Chun was already at a disadvantage. Facing Jiang Zhe, a seasoned and formidable opponent, every move felt like walking on thin ice. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Zhe's expression stiffened, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. What's going on? Jiang Zhe murmured under his breath, his gaze fixed intensely on Jiang Chun. How can your strength possibly reach this level? The direct clash just now had sent shockwaves through Jiang Zhe's mind. He had assumed that this boy, who had awakened his martial spirit a mere 15 days ago, could only hold his ground this long through sheer mastery of sword techniques, already a remarkable feat, but to his disbelief, Jiang Qin's strength rivaled his own. This completely overturned everything Jiang Zhe thought he knew. After all, his own meridians had been fully opened, with 12 pathways unlocked, making him a standout among his peers. Yet Jiang Qin's so-called waste martial spirit, armed with nothing more than a handful of qi-gathering pills over half a month, had achieved this? Jiang Zhe's brows furrowed deeper, his thoughts churning like a restless tide. A waste martial spirit? If this was what a waste martial spirit could do, then wouldn't that make him, Jiang Zhe, a complete joke? But before Jiang Zhe could dwell further, Jiang Chun was already on the move. Offering no explanation, he suddenly pushed off the ground with explosive force, his figure blurring into a shadow as he darted to Jiang Zhe's flank. His sword struck like a viper, aiming directly for Jiang Zhe's waist. Startled, Jiang Zhe hastily swung his spear to block, narrowly deflecting the attack. The clash of sword and spear resumed, their movements intertwining in a dazzling display of light and shadow, leaving the onlookers below mesmerized. Jiang Chun, he's actually holding his own against Jiang Zhe? Murmurs rippled through the crowd as spectators watched with bated breath. Even Jiang Chengji, seated in the main position, couldn't help but knit his brows. Second brother, just how many resources did you pour into Jiang Qian? Jiang Su questioned coldly, his sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Zhan. Suspicion gleamed in his eyes. If the second branch had truly spent a fortune on qi-gathering pills, their financial prowess would be nothing short of astonishing. Jiang Chengji also turned his head, his piercing eyes locking onto Jiang Zhan as though waiting for an explanation. Jiang Zhan could only offer a helpless smile and shake his head. I really don't know. Honestly, I'm just as surprised as you are. Perhaps Chainer's martial spirit isn't as ordinary as we thought. What nonsense! Jiang Su snorted, while Jiang Chengji chuckled derisively. A waste martial spirit, awakened in full view of everyone, couldn't possibly be alike it? Clearly, the second branch was hiding something. But with the family competition still underway, their suspicions would have to wait for another time. Back on the arena, the battle grew more intense. The longer Jiang Zhe fought, the more alarmed he became. Jiang Qin's seemingly simple sword techniques repeatedly neutralized his attacks at critical moments, even turning the tide against him. Jiang Zhe's once unbeatable spear techniques now felt like they were aimed at a slippery eel, always missing their mark and draining his energy in vain. It's not just strength, his combat instincts are terrifying. Jiang Zhe thought to himself, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He realized that Jiang Qin's mastery of basic swordsmanship had reached perfection. In fact, Jiang Chun had integrated these techniques so seamlessly into combat that they were more precise and effective than his own yellow-rank lower-grade spear techniques. Finally, in the 5th minute, Jiang Qian spotted an opening. His sword struck out like lightning, swift and precise. Caught off guard, Jiang Zhe's spear was knocked from his hands, and a chilling sensation spread across his chest as the tip of Jiang Qin's sword stopped mere inches from his body. Jiang Qian held his position, his gaze icy and unyielding. I lost, Jiang Zhe admitted quietly, his voice filled with defeat. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Those who had previously mocked Jiang Chun as a failure now hung their heads even lower. They had ridiculed him as a waste. But today's match had shattered their perceptions. If Jiang Chun was a waste, then what did that make them? Amid the cheers and murmurs, Jiang Qian stood tall on the platform, his eyes sweeping across the crowd like cold stars. In this moment, through sheer strength and determination, he tore apart the waste martial spirit label and left the entire Jiang family in awe. Some of the less talented clan members regained their confidence. If even someone with a crippled martial soul could reach this point through sheer mastery of martial techniques, then why couldn't those with slightly better talent achieve the same? As soon as Jiang Chun stepped off the stage, he was blocked by Jiang Ming. Narrowing his eyes, Jiang Ming's face was twisted with greed, like a venomous snake. His tone carried a hint of accusation as he demanded, Jiang Chun, what kind of rare treasure have you been secretly consuming? What do you mean by that? Jiang Chun frowned slightly, his tone cold and indifferent. Huh, still playing dumb? Jiang Ming sneered, crossing his arms as he looked down at Jiang Qin with growing certainty. If you hadn't gotten your hands on something extraordinary, how could a worthless nobody like you have come this far? Be smart-handed over. If you obediently give me the treasure, I'll make sure not to trouble your family again. As he spoke, Jiang Ming stretched out his hand, as if convinced Jiang Chun had no choice. Jiang Chun let out a cold laugh, his gaze turning frosty, his tone tinged with impatience. What a joke. Everyone knows I've been in seclusion training lately and haven't stepped out. Where would I even find some rare treasure? Get out of my way. Not wanting to waste any more time, Jiang Chen brushed past Jiang Ming and headed back to his seat. Watching Jiang Qin's retreating figure, Jiang Ming's lips curled into a sinister smile as he muttered to himself, haven't left your house? Then it must have been your father who got it for you. Humph, just you wait, I'll uncover your secret. Once the seed of greed is planted, it grows uncontrollably. The more Jiang Ming thought about it, the more convinced he became that Jiang Chun was hiding an astonishing secret, one that could propel him to unimaginable heights. However, Jiang Chen's victory didn't leave the crowd stunned for too long, as the 4th round of the family tournament quickly resumed. Jiang Ming advanced smoothly, and Jiang Chun also encountered no opponent stronger than Jiang Zhe, easily securing a spot in the top 4. The audience buzzed with animated discussions. No one had expected this year's family tournament to feature 2 newly awakened members in the top 4. Especially surprising was Jiang Chun, who had been personally deemed a crippled martial soul by the city lord. yet had fought his way into the semifinals. Such an upset was a once-in-a-century occurrence. Yet everyone knew that Jiang Qin's streak of good fortune was likely about to end. His next opponent was Jiang Hu, who had skipped 2 rounds and entered fresh into the battle. Jiang Hu grinned widely, his towering frame wielding a massive saber. His every movement exuded an intimidating aura. Staring at Jiang Qun, he boomed, "Jiang Qun, your luck has run out. To ensure the most talented Jiang Ming wins, the family arranged for this match. Your opponent is destined to be me." Jiang Qin's gaze sharpened, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He was well aware of how dangerous this fight would be. Jiang Hu, with all 18 of his meridians unblocked, possessed not only the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, but also the power of an elephant. His overwhelming strength meant that a single hit could spell instant defeat. Jiang Hu let out a hearty laugh, raising his massive saber as his eyes gleamed with determination. "Enough talk, watch out for my blade." Before the words fully left his mouth, Jiang Hu's figure surged forward, his saber slicing through the air with a deafening roar, creating a shockwave that sent chills through the audience. Jiang Qun focused entirely, his fists clenched tightly, not daring to let his guard down for even a second. Yet, just when everyone thought Jiang Qin would be defeated in an instant, Jiang Hu's saber suddenly veered off course at the last moment, slamming heavily into the ground and leaving a deep fissure. Jiang Qun was momentarily stunned, lifting his gaze toward Jiang Hu. "I concede." Jiang Hu's booming laughter echoed across the arena, filling the air with his bold voice. The crowd erupted into chaos. At such a critical moment in the match, Jiang Hu had voluntarily admitted defeat? What had Jiang Qin done to make him willingly give up? Jiang Qin frowned, filled with confusion. "What's the meaning of this? If you defeat me, you'll advance to the top 2, and the rewards for the top 2 are far greater than those for the lower ranks." Jiang Hu grinned, a trace of disdain in his voice. "Don't overthink it. I just can't stand how some people manipulate things behind the scenes. The family tournament is supposed to showcase everyone's abilities, but it's turned into a stage for a select few with the best talent. Pitting weaker opponents against them to ensure an easy win, how is that fair to the rest of us?" He paused, his gaze deep as he looked at Jiang Qun. "So, I'm leaving the finals to you. I hope you can win the championship in my place." With that, he slung his saber over his shoulder and left the stage without a backward glance. Jiang Qian stood motionless on the platform, his emotions in turmoil. He couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Hu's decision to concede carried a deeper meaning. As it turned out, Jiang Hu had left something unsaid. Years ago, Jiang Qin's father, Jiang Zhan, had saved Jiang Hu's father's life in the mines. Jiang Hu had been waiting for an opportunity to repay the favor, and this was the perfect chance. Coupled with his disdain for the family's underhanded arrangements, he had chosen to forfeit and give Jiang Qin the opportunity to shine. The crowd fell into a brief silence. Jiang Qingzi's expression darkened considerably, his cold gaze fixed on Jiang Hu's retreating figure, seething with suppressed rage. Jiang Hu's public criticism of the family tournament's fairness was a blatant slap in his face. Wang Siping's fury was almost palpable as he pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Hu, his voice booming like thunder throughout the hall. "The family's arrangements are beyond your meddling. How dare you act so insolently?" Yet, Jiang Hu, standing below the stage, showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he let out a contemptuous chuckle, filled with mockery, echoing sharply in everyone's ears. Wang Siping's face turned crimson at the sight, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking audible as he struggled to contain his rage. "Patriarch, Jiang Hu has overstepped his bounds. Should he not face severe punishment?" Wang Siping asked through gritted teeth, bowing slightly toward Jiang Chengji, his tone brimming with suppressed anger. However, Jiang Chengji merely raised a hand to stop him, his expression indifferent, his voice calm yet cold. "Let the competition continue." Jiang Chengji's eyes briefly swept over Jiang Hu, a flicker of restrained anger flashing within them. Inwardly, he calculated his next move. This Jiang Hu, emboldened by his modest talent, dared to challenge his authority during the family tournament. Once the competition concluded, Jiang Chengji resolved to teach this arrogant youth a harsh lesson. On the stage, an elder cleared his throat, breaking the tense silence. He then announced loudly, "Jiang Qin wins. The next match will be the final round, Jiang Ming versus Jiang Qun. There will be a 10-minute break before the final begins." Immediately, the crowd erupted into murmurs, their gazes shifting toward Jiang Qun and Jiang Ming. Both competitors sat with their eyes closed, focusing on their breathing, clearly preparing for the decisive battle ahead. Jiang Ming's strength was no secret, had already opened 17 meridians, nearing the pinnacle of the martial disciple stage. As a novice who had only awakened 15 days ago, his rapid growth was astonishing, with the resources behind his progress almost unimaginable. In contrast, Jiang Qun had faced setbacks earlier, losing 5 qi condensing pills, which had placed him at a disadvantage. Yet, Those very pills had laid a solid foundation for his strength. Now, his aura was restrained, like a sheathed sword biding its time, its edge hidden but undeniable. Big brother, go get him. Beat that meanie. Jiang Shui's innocent voice rang out from the crowd as she waved her tiny fists in encouragement. Her words drew a cold sneer from Jiang Ming, whose eyes glinted with disdain. Rising to his feet, he cast a piercing gaze at Jiang Chen and taunted, Jiang Chun, the time has come. Get up there. Once I defeat you, the rewards for first and second place will be mine. With those resources, I'll break through to the martial master stage in no time. Jiang Chen opened his eyes slowly, his gaze as calm as still water. He ignored Jiang Ming's provocation, standing up and walking toward the stage with an air of composure, as though Jiang Ming wasn't even worth his attention. The final match of the family tournament, Jiang Ming versus Jiang Chen. Let the battle begin, the elder declared loudly, his voice resounding across the arena. Jiang Ming gripped a long sword, his eyes sharp and predatory. With a sudden step forward, he launched himself toward Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning, his blade slicing through the air with a fierce wind aimed directly at Jiang Chen's chest. This strike carried all his strength, clearly intended to end the fight quickly. But just as Jiang Ming's blade was about to reach its target, Jiang Chen's right hand shot out, firmly grasping the sword's hilt. His eyes sharpened in an instant. A flash of cold light followed as Jiang Chen's sword was drawn, carving a chilling arc through the air. Thud. Blood sprayed like a fountain, leaving the crowd utterly stunned. Jiang Ming's attack had yet to fully land before Jiang Chen's blade struck him. His body froze mid-motion, his eyes lowering to find a deep, gaping wound stretching from his lower right abdomen to his left shoulder. Flesh was torn, blood gushing freely. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Minger! Jiang Su shouted in alarm, rushing onto the stage to catch Jiang Ming, his face pale with worry. That's the perfected realm of the draw sword slash. The elder's voice trembled with astonishment, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, a mix of shock and complex emotions in his expression. Martial techniques were categorized into 5 levels of mastery: beginner, proficient, small success, great success, and perfected. Achieving the perfected realm was a rare feat, reserved for true prodigies. And yet, Jiang Chen had demonstrated this level of mastery with draw sword slash, a mere yellow rank low-grade technique, unleashing a power that left everyone in awe. Jiang Chen's aptitude for martial techniques is simply, the elder sighed, shaking his head. While Jiang Chen's talent was extraordinary, his mediocre martial soul was a source of regret. Were it not for this limitation, his potential would have been boundless. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Jiang, whose eyes were wide with disbelief, his face a mask of shock. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, as if he couldn't accept the reality unfolding before him. That strike, just know if it had been aimed at my neck even, I might not have reacted in time. It seems that even without me conceding, he might not have lost after all. Jiang, who shook his head with a bitter smile. At that moment, Jiang Su rushed onto the stage, anxiously helping Jiang Ming to his feet. Seeing the shocking wound across his eldest son's chest, Jiang Su's eyes blazed with fury, his expression dark as a storm. He whipped around, glaring at Jiang Chen with eyes full of rage, his voice booming like thunder. How dare you, to strike your own kin so mercilessly? Before his words had fully landed, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful palm strike, imbued with the force of a martial master, directly toward Jiang Chen's face. The strike was ferocious. If it connected, Jiang Chen would either be dead or crippled. You dare! Jiang Zhan's face turned livid as he tried to rush forward to intervene, but his legs, long since weakened, couldn't carry him in time. Just then, an old yet steady hand reached out from the side, firmly grasping Jiang Su's arm. That's enough. The clan elder's deep voice rang out, stern and unyielding, his brows furrowed with authority. Jiang Su, blades and swords have no eyes. Injuries during the family tournament are to be expected. Besides, your son's wound is nothing more than superficial. Yet you dare to attack a junior over such a trivial matter? What kind of example are you setting? Jiang Zu's arm was locked in place, his face alternating between shades of red and green. He glared furiously at Jiang Chen, only to meet Jiang Chen's cold and unflinching gaze, tinged with a faint trace of disdain. This only fueled Jiang Su's humiliation and rage further as he spat, still daring to glare at me? You little bastard, are you seeking death? The crowd below whispered among themselves, their voices hushed yet filled with disapproval. Many frowned and silenced Jiang Su, a respected elder of the clan. Bullying a younger member so blatantly was simply disgraceful. Jiang Zhan, seething with anger, turned sharply toward Jiang Chengji, the head of the family, and said in a low, furious voice, Clan leader, Jiang Su has raised his hand against his own nephew with such malice. I implore you to intervene and punish him. However, Jiang Chengji appeared utterly indifferent. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "Enough." Jiang Su was merely acting out of impulse, and he was already stopped. "There's no need to make a fuss." "No need?" Zhang Zhan's fury boiled over, his voice trembling with suppressed anger. That strike was aimed at his head. "Do you not see the severity of this?" Zhang Zhan's challenge caused Jiang Chengji's expression to darken. He slammed his hand onto the table, his voice suddenly sharp and commanding. "That's enough. Are you questioning me? Nothing has happened, has it? The only one injured on stage is Jiang Ming. And as for your useless son, striking so recklessly, if Jiang Ming were seriously injured and lost the chance to join Qingyang sect's recruitment a month from now, your son would be the disgrace of the Jiang family." Jiang Chengji redirected his ire toward Jiang Chun, his tone dripping with bias and reproach. Letting out a cold snort, he continued, "And another thing. I heard your worthless son dared to wager the tournament rewards with Jiang Ming? Absurd. The tournament rewards are incredibly valuable and should not be gambled away so flippantly. With his mediocre talent, reaching his current level is already the limit of his potential. What use does he have for such resources? Or are you, as his father, planning to resume cultivation yourself?" At this, Jiang Chengji paused, his icy gaze sweeping over Jiang Zhan and Jiang Chun before delivering his final judgment. "The wager is void. The rewards for second place are useless to you anyway. They will all go to Jiang Ming. This matter is settled." Jiang Chengji's words were firm and final, leaving no room for argument. The crowd murmured quietly below. Some nodded in agreement, while others exchanged looks of disdain. Jiang Zhan's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. His wife, Chang Wanru, was pale and trembling, her legs giving out as she collapsed to the ground in despair. On the stage, Jiang Chen stood tall, his gaze cold and piercing like a blade. He looked at his so-called blood relatives, their faces twisted with malice, their words cutting his family down without mercy. A searing hatred surged within him, so intense that it felt as if the very air around him had frozen. "Father." Jiang Chen's voice was low but resolute, carrying an icy determination. "Say no more." He turned to Jiang Zhan, his eyes blazing with resolve, his voice ringing out like steel. "Since the Jiang family cannot tolerate us, we will no longer waste its resources. From this day forward, I, Jiang Zhan, renounce my place in the Jiang family." Jiang Zhan rose abruptly, his every word heavy with finality. Pushed to the brink, he had finally reached his breaking point. Jiang Zhan's face was pale, his eyes brimming with unmistakable fury. The moment he spoke, his words sent shockwaves through the room. You dare defy me?" Jiang Chengzi's voice was laced with both rage and disbelief. Never in his wildest imagination did he think his own son would openly defy him in front of the entire family. He slammed his palm down on the solid wood table, shattering it into splinters that flew in all directions, forcing those nearby to step back in alarm. Jiang Chengzi's face darkened, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on Jiang Zhan. As the head of the Jiang family, he despised nothing more than challenges to his authority. And yet, the one standing against him now wasn't just any member of the family, it was his own flesh and blood. At this moment, Jiang Chengzi's wrath threatened to consume him entirely. "Second brother, you can't say such things lightly," Jiang Su interjected, his voice calm but tinged with an icy edge as he tried to quell the brewing storm. His expression darkened slightly as he continued, "From the moment you were born, you bore the mark of the Jiang family. You can't just walk away with a simple declaration of him leaving. Have you even considered what kind of backlash your actions will bring to the family?" Jiang Zhan let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with mockery. "Backlash? Are you seriously worried about that? As the so-called leaders of this family, you oppress your own kin, act against reason, and renege on promises time and time again. And now, you've even gone so far as to harm my son, nearly crippling him. Does having less talent mean he deserves to be trampled on? This family has long been rotten to its core." Every word Jiang Zhan spoke was like a hammer blow, striking the hearts of everyone present. He raised his head, his gaze like a blade sweeping over the crowd, his voice firm and resolute. "My decision is final. From this day forward, my branch of the family is leaving the Jiang clan." The room erupted into chaos. Murmurs broke out among the crowd, their faces a mixture of shock and conflicted emotions. Though many were well aware of Jiang Chengzi's harsh treatment of the second branch, no one had ever dared to openly resist him. But today, Jiang Zhan had chosen to sever ties with the family in full view of everyone. Jiang Chengji trembled with rage, about to speak, when a burst of laughter from the crowd interrupted him. "Ha ha ha. Well said, second uncle. I've had enough of this wretched family too." From among the onlookers, Jiang Hu strode forward, his face filled with disdain as he glanced around. "If second uncle is leaving the Jiang family, count me in." Jiang Hu's declaration was like a match igniting a fuse. Soon after, several others stepped forward, one after another. "In with the second young master." The second young master once saved my life and helped my family. I can't repay his kindness by staying silent. Wherever he goes, they'll follow. Most of these individuals were from the family's collateral branches, and before long, nearly 20 people had stepped forward. Many of them had received kindness or support from Jiang Zhan in the past, and seeing him and his family pushed to such extremes filled them with both anger and gratitude. With that, they made their choice boldly standing by Jiang Zhan. Jiang Chengzi's face, already red with fury, turned an even darker shade as his fists clenched, his knuckles white. He gritted his teeth and glared at the scene before him, his voice low and icy. So, all of you want to leave the family? Fine. Very well. To think that my son has earned such loyalty within the Jiang clan. He let out a cold laugh, his gaze cutting through the group of dissenters like a sharp blade. But let me tell you this, without the protection of the Jiang family, you'll be nothing but wandering ghosts in Xuanwu City. I'd like to see which other family would dare take you in. Despite Jiang Chengzi's heavy-handed threat, Jiang Zhan remained unfazed. He didn't so much as furrow his brow. Instead, he turned to the group of supporters who had stepped forward, cupping his hands in gratitude. His voice softened, carrying a hint of emotion. I am deeply moved by your loyalty. Jiang Zhan will never forget this. Then, he turned back to face Jiang Chengzi, his tone once more cold and resolute. Xuanwu City isn't ruled by the great families alone. I, Jiang Zhan, don't need to rely on the Jiang family to survive. His words rang out with conviction, each one a dagger that further darkened Jiang Chengzi's already stormy expression. Even if we have to toil as laborers just to scrape by, it's still better than being forced to our deaths by the family. Jiang Zhan's voice was firm and resolute, carrying a chilling determination. His gaze swept across the Jiang family members who were trying to dissuade him, his expression unwavering. Perfect. Haven't you always wanted to save resources for cultivating a genius to join Qingyang sect? Consider our departure a favorless of a burden for you. With those words, Jiang Zhan turned on his heel, ready to leave. Others who shared his sentiments quickly stepped behind him, their gazes sharp and unyielding. The disappointment they harbored toward the Jiang family had long taken root in their hearts. This act of departure was not betrayal, it was long overdue liberation. Jiang Chengzi's face darkened with fury, his trembling finger pointing at Jiang Zhan. His beard quivered as he bellowed in rage. Leave, all of you. Get out. Ungrateful wretches. If you want to go, then go. And don't you dare call yourselves members of the Jiang family ever again. His roar, like a thunderclap, echoed across the martial training grounds, silencing the gathered onlookers. The tension in the air was palpable, like a storm about to break. Although Jiang Chengzi's eyes burned with anger, there was a flicker of hesitation. He knew all too well that taking drastic action to clean house in front of so many witnesses could lead to unrest, even shaking the very foundation of the family. In the suffocating silence that followed, Jiang Zhan let out a cold laugh. So be it. This is where we part ways. Without a backward glance, he led his people away. In the courtyard of the second branch, little Schwer stood by the threshold, her eyes red with tears as she gazed longingly at the place she'd called home since childhood. Father, mother, are we really leaving here? Jiang Zhan paused his packing and looked around. His gaze softened as it lingered on the worn walls and the yard that bore the marks of time. This place held countless memories for their family. But he quickly steeled himself, his expression resolute. Yes, the Jiang family is no longer a place for us. Staying here is pointless. He reached out to gently ruffle Jiang Shue's hair, his voice warm yet firm. We'll find a better place to call home. Though they called it packing, there was little to take. A few spare clothes, a thin blanket, and some basic belongings were all they had. Even the only valuable item, a jade bracelet, had been pawned long ago to make ends meet. Jiang Zhan tied up the modest bundle, as if sealing away the past along with it. Where will we stay after we leave? Schwer asked, her voice tinged with unease as she looked up at him. Jiang Zhan offered a reassuring smile. Years ago, I happened to acquire a small house in the western district of Xuanwu City. It's not much, but it'll be enough for us to settle down for now. The western district of Xuanwu City, often referred to as the cheap lands, was known for being home to those of low status. For someone who had once been the second young master of the Jiang family, ending up there was a bitter pill to swallow. But Jiang Zhan's gaze burned with determination. This was only a temporary setback. He would never let his family remain trapped in such circumstances forever. Among those leaving with him were 20 people in total, half of whom were martial apprentices, with only 3 older low-level martial masters among them. There were also younger members, such as Jiang Hu, who, while not exceptionally strong, was on the verge of breaking through to the martial master realm. Jiang Zhan knew that as their leader, he bore the responsibility of carving out a future for these people. Simply cramming them all into a small house to eke out a living was not an option. But those were concerns for another day. For now, he pushed those worries to the back of his mind. Chenner, what are you thinking about? Chang Wanru's gentle voice broke through Jiang Chen's thoughts. Since returning from the training grounds, Jiang Chun had been unusually quiet. He pressed his lips together and spoke softly. I was just wondering, without the competition prize, where can I find the 100 or so taels of silver? His voice was low, tinged with frustration. He had been counting on the reward from the competition to redeem his mother's jade bracelet. But Jiang Chengji's blatant favoritism had crushed that hope. Despite securing first place, he had been stripped of any reward, with everything handed over to Jiang Ming instead. Now, with the redemption period nearly over, the bracelet was at risk of being sold to someone else. Chun'er, don't burden yourself over this, Chang Wanru said gently, holding her son's hand with a warm gaze. As long as we're together as a family, a bracelet doesn't matter. Once we earn some money, we can always buy another one. Jiang Chen listened to his mother's comforting words, but his heart was heavy. While her words were kind, the bracelet was the last keepsake of the Chang family, and its sentimental value was immeasurable. How could he not care? Still, he knew he had no choice but to set the matter aside for now and focus on the challenges ahead. Outside the Jiang family's gates, the stares of other Jiang family members felt like needles piercing their skin. When Jiang Zhan and his family stepped out, they were met by 20 other branch family members, led by Jiang Hu and his family. These people, carrying their meager belongings, had clearly been prepared to leave for some time. As Jiang Zhan appeared, they all bowed in unison, their voices united. Greetings, family head. With this bow, Jiang Zhan officially assumed the role of the new head of the Jiang family. The 20 collateral relatives and their families, nearly 50 people in total, now formed the foundation of the new Jiang clan. Standing before them, Jiang Zhan let his gaze sweep across these former clan members, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. The cold, indifferent face of his father, Jiang Chengji, surfaced in his mind. The stark contrast between the family's former glory and their current downfall struck him deeply, and bitterness surged like a tidal wave in his chest. Standing quietly by his side, Chang Wanru noticed her husband's emotional turmoil. She gently took his hand, offering silent support. Meanwhile, little Jiang Shui, held in his arms, wrapped her tiny hands around his neck, as if cheering him on in her own innocent way. Jiang Zhan glanced down at his wife and child, and the weight in his heart lightened slightly. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and his gaze grew resolute. I am grateful that you all still believe in this so-called cripple of a man, Jiang Zhan said, his voice low but firm, tinged with bitterness yet filled with determination. From this day forward, we are no longer part of the Jiang family. I will lead you to the Western District, where we will settle temporarily. Once we are stable, we will seek a better path. Hearing this, the group collectively lowered their heads and responded. Yes, clan leader. Their expressions were complex. Some showed hope, while others struggled to hide their anxiety, but in the end, they all chose to follow Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan then led his people away from the Jiang family estate, heading toward their new residence in the Western District. Meanwhile, news of the second son of the Jiang family leaving the clan spread like wildfire throughout Xuanwu City. As one of the four great families of Xuanwu City, such a major upheaval in the Jiang family naturally drew significant attention. However, to the other families, this was little more than gossip to discuss over tea. After all, Jiang Zhan had been crippled years ago during a fierce battle over mining rights, becoming a laughingstock in Xuanwu City. His eldest son, Jiang Chun, was also widely regarded as a talentless waste spirit. The departure of a few collateral relatives was unlikely to cause any real ripple in the vast Jiang family. Nevertheless, the Jiang family's reputation took a severe hit. Rumors spread that Jiang Chengji, the family patriarch, flew into a rage after Jiang Zhan's departure. He reportedly destroyed an entire room of porcelain and glass in a fit of anger, even injuring the loyal steward Wang Siping in the process. The family's servants whispered in private, certain that Jiang Chengji would not let the matter rest. Jiang Zhan's peaceful departure was likely due to Jiang Chengji's concern for appearances. The true storm, they feared, was yet to come. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhan and his group finally arrived at their new home in the Western District. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, young Jiang Shui was delighted to see this spacious courtyard. She began hopping and skipping around in excitement, her laughter ringing out like a breath of fresh air, momentarily dispelling the heavy atmosphere. The residence was a three-tiered compound. Though relatively large, it had fallen into disrepair over the years. Weeds choked the courtyard, mosquitoes buzzed relentlessly, and the air carried a faint odor of decay. Fortunately, with so many hands available, cleaning up would not be too difficult. Jiang Zhan busied himself directing the group while exchanging casual words with his family. Yet, his tone carried a trace of melancholy, and his gaze toward his wife and children revealed a deep sense of guilt. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, wandered through the property, inspecting it. He estimated that the compound had over 30 rooms, barely enough to house their current group. However, if the population grew, they would eventually have to find a larger place. Though this residence was considered decent by Western district standards, its remote location in what was essentially a slum meant it had been neglected for years. Who could have imagined that it would now serve as their refuge? Standing in the courtyard, Jiang Zhan surveyed the dilapidated scene, his expression unreadable. Once the brightest star of the Jiang family, he had possessed a rare fourth-grade martial spirit and achieved the rank of advanced martial master at a young age. Many had believed he would break through to martial lord before the age of 35. But fate was cruel. A single battle for mining rights had shattered his future, leaving him crippled and disgraced. Now, he found himself leading a group of collateral relatives to this desolate corner of the city to start anew a journey destined to be fraught with hardship. Clenching his fists, Jiang Zhan's gaze hardened with resolve. He knew that this was not the end. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter. Who could have foreseen that years ago, during a fierce battle over mining rights among the five great families, Jiang Chengji's ambition for more mining claims would force Jiang Zhan into a grueling series of unknown combats against the martial artists of the other families. That battle was destined to be brutal. Jiang Zhan, standing alone against several formidable opponents, fought valiantly with his extraordinary talent and strength. However, even his remarkable abilities couldn't withstand the relentless assault. Exhausted, he was eventually caught off guard and suffered devastating injuries. His meridians were shattered. In that moment, Jiang Zhan's fate was irrevocably changed. Once the most promising martial prodigy of the Jiang family, he was reduced to a cripple. If not for that incident, Jiang Zhan might have become the pillar of the Jiang family, perhaps even single-handedly protecting the second branch of the family. And Jiang Chun, though burdened with a waste martial soul, might not have found himself in such a pitiful state, subjected to constant humiliation. Standing in the courtyard, Jiang Qian gazed deeply at the sky, his thoughts drifting to the vibrant and proud figure his father once was. The contrast with the current reality made his fists clench involuntarily. He pondered silently, is there truly no way to heal father's injuries? The world is vast. Just because the physician's back then couldn't help doesn't mean there's no hope elsewhere. But the thought quickly dissipated. He knew now wasn't the time to dwell on the past, so he pushed those feelings aside and focused on the present. An hour later, through the collective effort of the family, the once dilapidated house had been restored to a livable state. The weeds were cleared, and the long-neglected facilities were repaired under Jiang Zhan's supervision. With their belongings now settled, the previously desolate courtyard finally exuded a faint sense of vitality. However, just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, an unexpected disturbance shattered the brief tranquility. Bang! A loud, dull noise echoed as the courtyard gate was violently kicked open. All eyes turned sharply toward the entrance, where Jiang Su strode in with his son, Jiang Ming, and a group of burly servants. Their aggressive demeanor was matched by the sinister smirk on Jiang Zu's face, his eyes gleaming with undisguised greed. Second brother, leaving like this is rather unkind, don't you think? How could you leave without even saying goodbye? Jiang Su said with a chilling tone. Hearing this, Jiang Zhan frowned and rose from his chair, positioning himself protectively in front of his family. His voice was cold as he replied, what is the meaning of this? We've already left the Jiang family. Do you intend to hound us to death? The tension in the courtyard spiked instantly as Jiang Zhan's words fell. Three veteran martial artists drew their weapons, standing in a defensive formation against Jiang Su and his men. Jiang Chun and Jiang Hu also stepped forward, gripping their blades tightly, their killing intent palpable. Heh, I don't have the time to waste on a bunch of cripples, Jiang Su sneered, though his gaze lingered on Jiang Chun. However, before you leave, there's something I need to clarify. Where did you get the resources to allow this good-for-nothing son of yours to open 12 meridians in just half a month? His words cut like a blade, striking directly at the heart of the matter. If someone has been abusing their position to siphon off family resources for this waste, they'll have to investigate thoroughly and give the family an explanation. The moment those words were uttered, the expressions of everyone present darkened. Jiang Zu's accusation was a calculated move. If proven true, Jiang Zhan wouldn't just be branded a traitor. His very life could be in jeopardy. Furious, Jiang Zhan's face turned livid as he roared, Jiang Su, stop spouting nonsense. There are no such resources here. Get out of my sight. Heh, whether there are or not isn't up to you to decide, Jiang Su retorted with a cold laugh. A search will tell us everything. Besides, as the second son of the Jiang family, you suddenly taking people and leaving is suspicious enough. I must investigate. With that, Jiang Su waved his hand and barked, search the place. At his command, the servants charged into the house like a pack of wolves, ready to tear the place apart. Seeing this, the three senior martial artists immediately stepped forward, their blades gleaming as they blocked the entrance. What do you think you're doing? They shouted sternly. Jiang Zhan and his wife looked grim, while Jiang Qian gripped the hilt of his sword, his icy gaze fixed on Jiang Su and his son. A cold sneer played on Jiang Qian's lips as he understood their motives all too well. After all, Using 14 qi condensing pills to open 12 meridians in half a month was indeed difficult to explain. If Jiangsu could find any so-called resources in their possession, not only could he clear himself of suspicion, but he could also extort a fortune from them. Seeing the resistance, Jiang Zu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Second brother, you'd better think this through. Blocking me like this only makes you look guilty. If I decide you're hiding something, the next time I come, it won't just be with this small group. His sinister laughter echoed through the courtyard, filling the air with an oppressive tension that threatened to erupt at any moment. Jiang Zhan's chest heaved with suppressed fury, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His gaze, sharp as a blade, bore into Jiangsu. Known for his integrity and uprightness, Jiang Zhan had never stooped to underhanded deeds. Now, being falsely accused by Jiangsu felt like having his dignity stripped away and trampled underfoot. After a few moments of tense silence, his voice, cold as ice, broke through, "Search if you must. But let me make one thing clear, this will happen only once. And you are not to touch the belongings of the collateral family members. They have nothing to do with our conflict." Jiangsu smirked, his lips curving into a disdainful sneer. Crossing his arms, he cast a condescending glance over Jiang Zhan and his group. "Relax. I have no interest in your worthless junk. As long as I confirm that you haven't stolen resources from the Jiang family, you'll leave." Inwardly, Jiangsu sneered. He had already investigated the collateral family members thoroughly. They were insignificant, struggling to make ends meet with a few failing businesses practically destitute. These people were mere cover for Jiang Zhan. What truly interested Jiangsu were the resources Jiang Zhan had been using to nurture Jiang Chen. That was his real target. "All right, go in and search," Jiangsu commanded with a wave of his hand, his tone dripping with arrogance and triumph. The servants, who had been waiting for the signal, surged forward like wolves. They forcefully pushed past the collateral family members standing at the entrance and barged into the freshly tidied courtyard. With no regard for the angered stares of the onlookers, they tore through the place, rummaging through every corner with reckless abandon. Jiang Hu and the others clenched their fists, their faces dark with frustration, but they were powerless in the face of such disparity in strength. Little Schwer, frightened by the chaos, clung to her mother, tears silently streaming down her cheeks as her small shoulders trembled with quiet sobs. Jiang Qian stood to the side, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed firmly on Jiangsu and his son. Anger surged through him like a blazing fire, and the desire to grow stronger reached an unprecedented peak. His fingers trembled slightly, not just from rage, but from the effort to restrain himself. "Jiang Qian, I bet you didn't expect to end up like this, did you?" Jiang Ming suddenly stepped forward, his eyes brimming with mockery and malice. Crossing his arms, his voice was sharp and cutting, each word laced with venom. Jiang Qian turned his icy gaze to him, his expression unreadable. "What do you want to say?" Jiang Ming's lips curled into a sneer. "Oh, there's nothing much to say between us. I just wanted to remind you that from now on, we live in two completely different worlds." He paused, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. "I'm destined to become a prodigy of Qingyang sect, while you're nothing more than a traitorous nobody. When you see me in the future, you'd better bow and scrape. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Jiang Ming's voice wasn't loud, but each word struck like a dagger, cutting at Jiang Chen's pride. His gaze burned with years of jealousy and resentment, the bitterness of being compared to Jiang Chen all his life. Once, Jiang Chen had been the unrivaled prodigy of the Jiang family, admired by all, even the patriarch. And Jiang Ming? No matter how hard he tried, he was always overshadowed, a mere afterthought in Jiang Chen's brilliance. But now, Jiang Chen had fallen from grace, his awakened martial soul deemed worthless. For Jiang Ming, this was the moment he had long awaited, a chance to vent years of pent-up frustration. His eyes gleamed with malice, and his voice dripped with smug satisfaction, as if finally stepping out of Jiang Chen's shadow. Jiang Chen, however, merely chuckled coldly. His expression remained calm, his gaze unwavering. Jiang Ming saw himself as a prodigy, yet he was nothing more than a mediocre fifth-grade martial soul hardly worthy of the title. As for Jiang Chen, he possessed a divine-grade martial soul, surpassing even the highest 10th grade. If not for his current period of weakness, these petty men wouldn't dare to act so brazenly before him. The thought sent a chill through Jiang Chen's eyes as his grip on his sword tightened. He looked at Jiang Ming with an air of indifference and said, "A prodigy? How laughable. So, you're planning to take part in the Qingyang sect disciple assessment a month from now, right?" Jiang Chen suddenly asked. "So what if I am?" Jiang Ming raised his chin, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. His contempt for Jiang Chen was never hidden, and at this moment, it was even more apparent. To Jiang Ming, the Qingyang sect was the only path to the pinnacle of power. Joining the sect would not only skyrocket his own strength, but also bring immense benefits to the Jiang family. And Jiang Chen? He was just a nobody, cast out from the family, destined to struggle in the mud, not even worthy of being considered a rival. No, to be more precise, Jiang Ming's lips curled into a cold smirk. You don't even have the right to struggle. Sooner or later, you'll be nothing but an ant waiting to be crushed. Well, that's quite a coincidence, Jiang Chen sneered, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I just decided moments ago to take part in the Qingyang sect assessment as well. How about we make a bet and see who stands a better chance of passing? Jiang Ming froze for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he'd just heard the most absurd joke. His laughter was filled with mockery and disdain. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen, you? Are you even worthy of mentioning the Qingyang sect? Do you honestly think just anyone can participate in the assessment? Let me enlighten you. The minimum requirement for the Qingyang sect is a grade 3 martial soul. And you? A useless martial soul? What do you think you're going to use to pass the assessment? You've lost your mind, haven't you? Ha ha ha. His laughter drew the attention of Jiang Su and the family servants rummaging nearby. Jiang Su let out a cold chuckle, his tone dripping with ridicule. The Qingyang sect? Who would have thought? Second brother, your son actually has such ambitions, but surely, you don't seriously believe he can help your family bounce back, do you? Jiang Zhan's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Deep down, he also doubted Jiang Qin's chances of passing the assessment. But as a father, he couldn't stand by and let his son be humiliated like this. Besides, Jiang Qin's performance during the family competition half a month ago had already shaken his convictions. Could it be that he'd misjudged his son's potential? Was Jiang Qin's martial soul truly worthless? Whether Qin'er can pass the assessment or not is not for you to decide. Jiang Zhan said coldly. If the day comes when he truly joins the Qingyang sect, you lot might not even have a place to hide your faces. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Su sneered, his eyes filled with scorn. You and that useless son of yours are both dreaming. At that moment, the lead servant hurried over, cupping his hands respectfully. Young master, we've searched the entire residence and found no resources. Jiang Su frowned, clearly surprised. Nothing? Are you sure you searched thoroughly? The cellar, hidden compartments, even places buried underground, did you check them all? Jiang Ming also looked skeptical, his voice cold. That's impossible. Without valuable resources, how could that useless Jiang Chun have opened all 12 meridians? His tone carried a mix of anger and frustration. They understood all too well the challenges of a so-called useless martial soul. The difficulty of cultivation and opening meridians was far greater than for ordinary people. For Jiang Chen to open 12 meridians in just half a month was beyond what a few qi condensation pills could achieve. This was precisely why they'd personally come to search for answers. Yet the silence of the courtyard seemed to mock their futile efforts. Reporting to the young master, we truly found nothing. The servant stood awkwardly in front of Jiang Su, his head lowered as he forced a bitter smile. We've turned the entire residence upside down, even searched the latrines, but found nothing. Just a few worthless, broken pieces of furniture and some extremely basic low-grade martial techniques. Jiang Zu's brows furrowed tightly, his face darkening. He cast a cold glance at the servant, his voice laced with impatience. A crippled martial soul that can break through quickly must require resources brimming with spiritual energy. Such treasures would either be hidden in a storage artifact or shine like a beacon in the dark, impossible to conceal. Yet you claim to have found not even a single clue? The servant shrank back, his voice lowering as he offered a hesitant explanation. Young master, none of the defectors from the family seem to possess storage artifacts. Perhaps Jiang Zhan hid the items somewhere no one would ever think of. Or maybe Jiang Chun already used them all up. Jiang Zu's expression grew colder. Standing nearby, Jiang Zu's father remained silent, his eyes flickering with a hint of gloom. Well, second brother, Jiang Su muttered through gritted teeth, his tone icy. It seems you've hidden things far deeper than I imagined. At that moment, Jiang Zhan emerged from the hall, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. What resources? I don't have any treasures like the ones you're fantasizing about. It seems the two of you have let your greed run wild and your imaginations even wilder. Jiang Zu's gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with Jiang Zhan, searching for any trace of a tell in the other man's expression. Yet Jiang Zhan remained calm, his demeanor even tinged with disdain. Are you finished now? Jiang Zhan sneered, his voice carrying a clear tone of dismissal. You're not welcome here. Leave. Jiang Zu's fists clenched, veins bulging on the back of his hands as a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He let out a cold laugh, his voice deliberate and menacing. Fine, very well. Since you've chosen to settle in the western district of Xuanwu City, don't think it'll be so easy to establish yourselves here. Do you really believe you can live like decent people after betraying the Jiang family? Let's see how long you last. With those harsh words, Jiang Su and his father stormed off with their entourage of servants, leaving the dozens of members of the newly established Jiang family steeped in a heavy atmosphere. Patriarch, I fear Jiang Su wasn't just making empty threats, an elderly martial master muttered, stroking his snow-white beard with a frown. From what he said, it seems likely they'll take action against us. Could it be that they're targeting the businesses we control? Jiang Zhan pondered for a moment before nodding. His gaze swept over the gathered family members as his voice firmed with resolve. No matter. The businesses will continue to operate as usual. In the meantime, we'll visit some old friends over the next few days and explore potential collaborations. He paused briefly and then added, Xuanwu City may be vast, but everything is under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. The Jiang family is merely the weakest of the 5 major families. They can't dominate everything. Besides, we have 3 martial masters and dozens of martial apprentices on our side. Our foundation isn't as weak as it seems. As long as we endure the toughest times, the family will rise again. Jiang Zhan's words of encouragement lifted the spirits of the group, and they began nodding in agreement, animatedly discussing plans for the family's future. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, who had been standing quietly to the side, listened for a while before retreating to his room in silence. He gently closed the door behind him, sat cross-legged, and gazed ahead with calm determination. Father is right, but I know one thing for sure: whether the family can truly rise again will ultimately depend on strength. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, his voice resolute. Right now, the best thing I can do for the family is focus on my cultivation and ensure I succeed in joining the Qingyang sect 1 month from now. Once I'm in the sect, the Jiang family will no longer be under threat. He took a deep breath, feeling the spiritual energy coursing through his body as he calculated internally. I've already opened 12 meridians, and the 13th is on the verge of being cleared. But with my current cultivation level, it's still far from enough to stand out in the Qingyang sect selection. I need more resources to accelerate my breakthroughs. Jiang Chen's eyes grew sharper with determination. He knew his greatest asset was his mysterious martial soul, a divine dragon capable of devouring spiritual energy and treasures of heaven and earth, refining them into pure spiritual energy. This was the key to building an unparalleled foundation and rising swiftly. However, with the family currently struggling, there weren't enough resources to unleash the full potential of his martial soul. Resources, I must find enough resources. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. But clearly, without sufficient resources, I can't maximize the power of my martial soul. Rare treasures and miraculous pills are out of the question. If one wishes to rely on their martial soul for a rapid breakthrough in a short period, the only option might be to venture into the wild and hunt demonic beasts. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, his mind swiftly sorting through the descriptions of the divine dragon martial soul's abilities. The flesh and blood, as well as the beast cores of demonic beasts, could indeed serve as sources of spiritual energy that could be directly absorbed. However, he was well aware that with his current level, venturing into the wild recklessly would be far too dangerous. A single misstep could lead to his demise in the jaws of a beast. His eyes flickered as a decision took shape in his heart. He would use the next few days to open several more meridians, gaining the strength equivalent to that of an elephant. Only then would he barely qualify to hunt in the wild. Reining in his thoughts, Jiang Chun wasted no time. He turned and sat cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of cultivation. With practiced ease, he channeled the energy within his dantian, circulating it according to the divine dragon devouring heaven technique. The spiritual energy flowed repeatedly through the 12 meridians he had already opened, forming a small energy cycle. As his cultivation technique operated, the surrounding spiritual energy in the atmosphere seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, surging into his body like tidal waves. This energy was then absorbed and refined by the divine dragon martial soul, transformed into the purest spiritual energy, and returned to his dantian to join the cycle. Time passed quietly in this state of focused cultivation. Jiang Chun seemed to be in another world, detached from all external disturbances. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within him grew at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary people. At the same time, Jiang Zhan was leading the family members in a relentless struggle to sustain the family's livelihood. The newly opened shops in both the eastern and western districts faced one challenge after another. First, local thugs came to extort money, injuring a few family members in the process. Then, someone reported the shops to the authorities, accusing them of selling contaminated food. Even the other shops were subjected to inexplicable complaints. Exhausted from running around dealing with these issues, Jiang Zhan and his people found themselves not only failing to make any profit but also losing money in the process. A week later, Jiang Chun concluded his cultivation session and slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He ceased the circulation of spiritual energy, stood up, and stepped out of his room to stretch his body. As he threw a few punches, the air seemed to crackle with low, explosive sounds. 18 meridians opened, the strength of 9 bulls, 2 tigers, and 1 elephant. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, feeling the surging power within him. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Although, I suspect my actual strength is at least 50% greater. He understood well that for an ordinary martial apprentice, opening 18 meridians was already the limit. Without the resources and guidance of a major sect, breaking through further was nearly impossible. But he was different. The divine dragon martial soul had granted him unparalleled potential. Opening 18 meridians was merely the beginning. The remaining 91 meridians held the key to reaching the pinnacle of power. Thinking of the limitless possibilities ahead, Jiang Qin's gaze grew even more resolute. However, opening the remaining meridians will become increasingly difficult. Simply cultivating behind closed doors will no longer suffice. It seems it's time to prepare for a journey into the wild. He changed into casual attire, strapped a long sword to his waist, and walked out of his room. The sunlight outside was warm and inviting. Chang Wanru was busy hanging clothes to dry. When she saw Jiang Qin emerge, a look of relief and joy appeared on her face. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she asked gently, "Choner, have you finished cultivating?" "Mother, where's Shuer?" "I don't see her," Jiang Qin asked, glancing around the courtyard, puzzled by the absence of the lively little figure that usually ran about. "Shuer insisted on going with Jiang Hu to bring food to your father, so I let her go. They should be at the fabric shop in the Western Market by now. If you're looking for her, you can find her at Huajiang Fabric Store," Chang Wanru explained with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze sharpening slightly as a thought crossed his mind. The fabric shop in the Western Market? That area has been nothing but trouble lately. I'd better go take a look. The Jiang family shops in Xuanwu City were uniformly prefixed with the name Jiang. To distinguish their own business, Jiang Zhan and his associates decided after much discussion to name their family shops Huajiang. While the name Huajiang sounded grand and distinctive, it unfortunately couldn't escape the deliberate targeting of the Jiang family. Business at Huajiang shops had already been struggling, and now it was deteriorating even further, leaving them with little more than a hollow reputation. Worse still, rumors about the connection between Huajiang shops and the Jiang family in the Western District had become a hot topic of gossip in the city, fueled by those with ulterior motives. "I heard the owners of those Huajiang shops are the ones who defected from the Jiang family recently." "Exactly. Who would dare associate with them? That's just asking for trouble." The chatter in the streets was unending. Jiang Chun had anticipated such a situation. Knowing how cunning and ruthless Jiang Su and his son were, he didn't expect them to let things slide easily. After learning the exact location of the shops from his mother, he headed straight for the Western Market to see the state of the family business for himself. However, as soon as he arrived, the scene before him made his brow furrow deeply. A crowd had gathered at the entrance of the Huajiang cloth shop, surrounded by onlookers murmuring in hushed tones. "Hey, there's another fight at the Huajiang cloth shop. Today's different, though. I heard the Jiang family's top prodigy has shown up in person." "Ha, it's just an excuse to bully people. Who can't see through that?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let them hear you." Hearing these discussions, Jiang Qin's face darkened. Without hesitation, he pushed through the crowd and approached the shop's entrance. What he saw made his blood boil, and his eyes burned with fury. Jiang Ming, flanked by a group of thugs and several peak-stage martial servants, was mercilessly beating a boy no older than 14 or 15. That boy was none other than Jiang Hu. Covered in wounds and looking utterly battered, Jiang Hu still glared stubbornly at Jiang Ming, his eyes filled with defiance and determination. Jiang Ming wore an arrogant smirk, pointing at Jiang Hu with disdain. His voice dripped with mockery. "Aren't you supposed to be so tough? Looking down on everyone? Well, I've got you now. Hit him. Beat him to a pulp. As long as he doesn't die, he'll take responsibility if he's crippled." Jiang Hu gritted his teeth and tried to hold his ground, his fists clenched tightly. However, he was clearly outnumbered. Beside them, a young girl was crying as she clung to Jiang Ming's arm, her voice trembling. "Please, stop hitting him. Let my brother Jiang Hu go." The girl was Shuer. At her feet lay a lunchbox, suggesting she had come to deliver food to Jiang Hu. Now, she was in tears, her voice filled with fear and desperation. "Get lost, you little brat." Jiang Ming snarled, irritated by her pleas. He raised his foot and kicked her hard. Caught off guard, Shuer was struck in the knee and fell heavily to the ground, spilling the lunchbox's contents. She clutched her leg in pain, crying even louder. Among the onlookers, some sighed in pity. What a tragedy. Poor kids. But most chose to remain silent, unwilling to get involved and risk trouble. At that moment, a cold, furious voice rang out from the edge of the crowd. "You animal. You're asking for death." Jiang Chun had finally arrived. Seeing his sister hurt and Jiang Hu being beaten, he was consumed by rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, his killing intent palpable, and charged straight at Jiang Ming. His blade moved like lightning, aiming directly for Jiang Ming's throat. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, Jiang Ming's hair stood on end. He hastily dodged to the left and raised his arm to block. However, Jiang Qin's swordsmanship was swift and precise. Slash. Blood splattered as Jiang Ming narrowly avoided a fatal strike, but his right arm was slashed deeply by the blade, leaving it drenched in blood. Regaining his senses, Jiang Ming realized half the tendons in his right arm had been severed. Ah! The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his arm in agony. Jiang Qin's eyes burned with fury, and without hesitation, he swung his sword again. This time, the blade was aimed directly at Jiang Ming's head. The silver gleam of Jiang Qin's sword sliced through the air with deadly intent, heading straight for Jiang Ming's face. Jiang Ming's pupils shrank in terror, and the arrogance and anger in his chest dissolved into bone-chilling fear. Desperately, he kicked backward, scrambling to escape the fatal strike in a pitiful retreat. Why? Jiang Ming roared internally, his heart gripped by panic. I've already reached the peak of the martial disciple stage, possessing the strength of an elephant. Why can't I resist him at all? No, no. Stop, he screamed aloud, his voice trembling with despair. But Jiang Qin's sword didn't falter. His killing intent surged toward Jiang Ming like an unstoppable tide. At the critical moment, a commanding voice suddenly echoed, "How dare you, insolent child!" Before the words fully landed, a sharp flash of sword light swept in from the side. It was faster and stronger than Jiang Qin's strike, effortlessly disarming him. The force of the impact numbed Jiang Qin's wrist, sending his sword flying. The blade embedded itself into the nearby stone floor with a harsh, resonant hum. Jiang Qin looked up to see an elder in a gray robe, standing protectively in front of Jiang Ming. The elder's piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Qin with an oppressive intensity. Jiang Qin recognized the man instantly. This was one of the clan elders, the referee during the Jiang family's martial competition, and a high-level martial master whose strength was unfathomable. What Jiang Qin hadn't expected was that this elder would intervene on Jiang Ming's behalf. "Elder, my arm, my arm," Jiang Ming wailed, clutching his crippled right arm. His face was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, yet the venomous hatred in his eyes remained undiminished. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Jiang Qin and spat, "That bastard dared to attack me with such brutality. Elder, kill him for me." Ignoring Jiang Ming's outburst, Jiang Qin crouched down and gently cradled the sobbing Shuer in his arms. He carefully examined her bruised abdomen, sensing that though her spiritual energy flow was disrupted, her bones were thankfully intact. Only then did he breathe a small sigh of relief. "Shuer, does it hurt?" Jiang Qin asked, his voice softening. It doesn't hurt," Shuer stammered through her tears, trying her best to hold them back. Yet her small hands clung tightly to Jiang Qin's sleeve, her frightened gaze darting toward Jiang Zhonglin and Jiang Ming. Despite her young age, she instinctively understood that if the elder decided to act, her brother might not survive. At that moment, Jiang Hu took advantage of the distraction caused by Jiang Ming's thugs freezing in fear. He rushed over to Jiang Qin's side, his face filled with guilt. "I'm so sorry, Jiang Qin. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have taken little Shuer out. I was careless. I didn't expect the clan leader and his men to leave for another shop dispute." And Jiang Ming had already set up an ambush. While channeling his spiritual energy to reduce Shuer's swelling, Jiang Qin shook his head. "This isn't your fault. That scum had planned this all along. Ultimately, his hatred for you stems from me. Elder, what are you waiting for? Kill him already." Jiang Ming roared again, seeing that Jiang Zhonglin hadn't made a move. His voice was a mix of fury and unease, as though only the elder's intervention could truly put him at ease. However, Jiang Zhonglin didn't immediately respond. Instead, his sharp eyes scrutinized Jiang Qin closely. His brows furrowed slightly as he silently marveled at what he had just witnessed. The speed and strength Jiang Qin had displayed earlier far surpassed his performance during the clan's martial competition. It was at least at the level of fully activating 18 meridians. But wasn't Jiang Qin supposed to have a crippled martial soul? How could his power have advanced so drastically in just a few days? "Jiang Qin, you're too reckless." Jiang Zhonglin finally spoke, his tone carrying a stern note of reproach. Jiang Qin's gaze turned icy as he stared at Jiang Ming, his voice cold and resolute. "My family is my bottom line. Anyone who dares lay a hand on them must be prepared to face my wrath. Jiang Ming, I've tolerated you long enough." The chilling determination in Jiang Qin's words pierced Jiang Ming's heart like a blade, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Memories of being overpowered by Jiang Qin as a child resurfaced, rekindling a deep-seated fear. But the presence of Jiang Zhonglin at his side quickly restored some of his confidence. "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" Jiang Ming sneered through gritted teeth. "I'm destined to become a prodigy in the Qingyang sect, while you're nothing but a worthless failure. You injured my arm, and I'll make sure you pay for it tenfold, no, 100-fold. Turning to Jiang Zhonglin, Jiang Ming's tone grew more insistent, laced with a hint of menace. Elder, that dog dared to endanger my life. If you don't act now, they'll report to my grandfather that you're shielding a traitor. A torn ligament is not difficult to treat in this world. Jiang Qian stared coldly at Jiang Ming, who was still ranting incessantly. A flicker of icy disdain flashed in his eyes, though he felt a twinge of regret in his heart. His strike earlier had been too lenient. It failed to leave Jiang Ming permanently damaged. Such a minor injury hardly alleviated the anger swelling in his chest. However, the current situation did not permit him to escalate matters further. Facing Jiang Zhonglin, a formidable expert of the Jiang family, Jiang Chun knew he had to exercise restraint and not overstep his bounds. Suppressing the cold glint in his gaze, Jiang Qin ignored Jiang Ming's tirade and turned to Jiang Zhonglin. With a respectful yet composed demeanor, he clasped his hands and spoke, his tone steady and unwavering. Elder Zhonglin, I still remember how you intervened during the last tournament to stop Jiangsu. Your actions left a deep impression on me, and I remain grateful. However, regarding today's incident, we both understand the truth of what transpired. Jiang Ming orchestrated a diversion to lure my father and the others away, then gathered his men to gang up on Jiang Hu. The words he uttered during the assault were crystal clear to us. Afterward, he even went so far as to attack a 7-year-old child, behavior that is utterly despicable, even beneath that of a beast. All I did was strike him with my sword in response. Tell me, was that truly excessive? Jiang Chan paused briefly, his sharp gaze cutting like a blade, his tone growing colder as he continued. Let me remind you, this is the Qi dynasty, under the jurisdiction of the Xuanwu city lord, not a place where the Jiang family can act with impunity. If you wish to pursue this matter, I am more than willing to face Jiang Ming in court, and let the city lord himself determine who is in the wrong. Let's see who the real perpetrator is here. These words, delivered with conviction, served both as a defense and a veiled threat. Jiang Chen did not expect the city lord to side with him, but he understood that escalating the situation would invite the intervention of Xuanwu city's laws. When that happens, public opinion would favor the victim, not the Jiang family, whose oppressive tactics would surely be exposed. Jiang Zhonglin's expression softened slightly as he listened, a faint smile forming on his lips. It seemed he admired Jiang Chen's eloquence and composure. Slowly, he sheathed his sword and said calmly, though with an air of authority, you certainly have a sharp tongue, not something one would expect from a mere 10-year-old. Enough. Jiang Ming, come with me. I'll take you to have your injuries treated. Jiang Ming's face darkened instantly. Struggling to his feet, he roared in indignation, Elder, Jiang Chun attacked me. Even if you won't kill him, you should at least teach him a lesson. And don't forget, me grandfather specifically instructed you to protect me. Now that I've been beaten to this state, are you not afraid of how he'll react when he finds out? Jiang Zhonglin's face turned grim at this outburst. Being berated by a junior had already tested his patience, and now his displeasure could no longer be contained. The overwhelming aura of a high-ranking martial master erupted from him, bearing down on Jiang Ming like a mountain. With a cold snort, he spoke with unyielding authority and a hint of mockery. Listen well, Jiang Ming. Having talent is your good fortune, but arrogance will only lead you to ruin. Remember this, I've protected the Jiang family for decades, and even your grandfather wouldn't dare provoke me lightly. Who do you think you are? The Jiang family is not yours to command or criticize. Under the crushing pressure of Jiang Zhonglin's aura, Jiang Ming's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he dared not utter another word. All he could do was cast a venomous glare at Jiang Qin before reluctantly following Jiang Zhonglin away. Not long after, Jiang Zhan and the others arrived in a hurry. Upon learning that Xuer had also been injured, Jiang Zhan's face was filled with guilt, his eyes brimming with remorse. Xuer, it's my fault. I've been too careless these past few days, failing to see through such a simple ploy. Maybe I should never have taken you away from the Jiang family in the first place. Father, you did nothing wrong. Jiang Qian stepped forward, cutting off Jiang Zhan's self-reproach with a firm tone. Given the nature of that father and son, along with the patriarch's favoritism, staying with the Jiang family would have only brought us more trouble. Leaving them was the best decision we could have made. Jiang Zhan fell silent for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh. His eyes reflected a mix of emotions: resignation, regret, and self-reproach. In this world, weakness is a sin. Looking back, I was truly foolish. For the so-called interests of the family, I risked everything without considering the consequences. Now, to end up in such a state, it's no less than I deserve. Shaking his head, he pushed aside his swirling emotions and said, let's go home. Keeping this shop open feels pointless now. We'll figure out another way forward. Jiang Chun nodded without a word, taking Xuer's small hand in his own as they quietly followed Jiang Zhan back home. Father, I won't be coming back for a while. I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation and need to venture out to gain experience, Jiang Qian said calmly. Jiang Zhan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. His brows furrowed slightly, as if pondering the truth behind Jiang Qin's words. In a deep voice, he asked, "Are you saying you want to head into the wilderness?" "Yes," Jiang Qin nodded, his tone calm yet resolute. "I've already opened up 18 meridians, but I lack practical combat experience. I want to train on my own and return after some time." He deliberately avoided mentioning anything about devouring spirit beasts, instead attributing his decision to the need for battle experience. Zhang Zhan and the other family members present had mixed expressions upon hearing this. Just a week ago, this young man had only broken through 12 meridians, and now he had reached 18. Such progress was simply unbelievable. Even Jiang Ming, the most talented in the Jiang family with a 5th-grade martial soul, couldn't achieve such a feat without substantial resources. Could he have consumed some kind of rare treasure? A flicker of suspicion crossed Jiang Zhan's eyes. With his vast knowledge, he was aware that some individuals could experience rapid breakthroughs after obtaining rare spiritual medicines, though many others had perished from consuming the wrong ones. "Are you really set on this?" Jiang Zhan asked hesitantly, his tone filled with concern. "You're only a martial disciple. Venturing out alone is incredibly dangerous. How about letting your uncle Jiang Tong accompany you? He's a martial master and can offer you some protection." "That won't be necessary," Jiang Qin replied, shaking his head with confidence. "Uncle Jiang Tong is just a low-level martial master. His strength isn't much greater than mine. I can handle this on my own." Seeing Jiang Qin's firm attitude, Jiang Zhan thought for a moment and decided not to press further. After all, Jiang Qin had always been intelligent and reliable, never causing trouble. If he was only planning to train on the outskirts, his strength as a martial disciple might suffice. "All right then, you may go." Jiang Zhan finally relented, though his tone carried a mix of reluctance and caution. "But remember, your safety comes first. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Don't act recklessly." "Yes, father. I'll be careful," Jiang Qin assured him. He then returned to his room, packed some dry rations, a simple bundle, and a sharp sword, and stepped out of the Jiang family estate. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Ming's residence, the atmosphere was filled with anger. Jiang Ming, his arm wrapped in bandages, stood before Jiang Su with a face full of resentment and fury. "Father, you must avenge me. I almost didn't make it back this time," he cried out. Jiang Su's expression darkened as worry flashed across his face. "What happened? How did you get injured like this? And where was Jiang Zhonglin?" "It was all because of that little bastard Jiang Chun." Jiang Ming spat through gritted teeth, his face twisted with hatred. He recounted everything that had transpired, including Jiang Zhonglin's refusal to intervene on his behalf. "Humph, that Jiang Zonglin such a disloyal traitor." Jiang Su's eyes gleamed with malice as he coldly snorted. "I knew something was off when he shielded Jiang Chun from my attack last time. Now it's clear where his loyalties lie." "Father, the most important thing now is to get revenge for me," Jiang Ming urged, his tone tinged with fear. "You don't understand, it's only been a week, and that little bastard has already made tremendous progress. He's opened 18 meridians, the same as me." "What? 18? Jiang Su's pupils contracted sharply, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He paced back and forth, his mind racing. To go from 12 to 18 meridians in just 7 days was beyond reason. Yet the Jiang family had no resources capable of supporting such rapid cultivation, and he'd been keeping a close watch on Jiang Zhan, seeing no indication of him acquiring any rare treasures. Could it be we've underestimated that boy's talent? Jiang Su's gaze flickered with unease as a faint sense of threat began to creep into his heart. Regardless, this boy could not be allowed to live. He was not only the hope of Jiang Zhan's lineage, but also the greatest threat to his and Jiang Ming's positions within the family. Currently, Jiang Ming was recognized as the Jiang family's most gifted prodigy, but if Jiang Qin's talent proved to be even greater, Jiang Ming's status would be in jeopardy. Moreover, while Jiang Zhan's branch had officially withdrawn from the Jiang family, if Jiang Qin demonstrated extraordinary talent, those within the clan who valued strength above all else would surely rally to bring him back. Even his own father, who cared only for the family's interests, might begin to favor Jiang Qin. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Su's eyes as he spoke in an icy tone. "Minger, go summon Jiang Darong for me. This time, I will ensure that this threat is eliminated once and for all. This is the place where beasts are known to roam." Jiang Chun, carrying a sword and some provisions, finally stood at the edge of the Tsanglu forest after hours of trekking. The forest before him stretched endlessly, connected to the Tsanglu mountain range, and was known as the area with the highest concentration of beasts outside Xuanwu City. From a young age, he had heard the elders in his village speak of this perilous region. However, being too young and not yet awakened to his martial soul, he had never had the chance to see it with his own eyes. Now, with his martial soul awakened, though his strength wasn't formidable, he finally had the qualification to approach this mysterious place. His gaze swept across the dense, verdant forest as he took a deep breath. The deeper you go into the Tsanglu forest, the stronger the beasts become. With my current strength, I can only move around the outskirts. I'll start by testing my martial soul on the weakest one I can find, he reminded himself, cautioning against venturing too far. After a brief moment, he adjusted his gear, tightened his grip on his sword, and slowly stepped into the unknown territory. The atmosphere inside the forest was entirely different from the outside. The thick canopy blocked out the sunlight, casting everything in dim light. The eerie silence was unsettling, with even the rustling of leaves seeming oppressive. Jiang Qian held his breath, moving as quietly as possible, but his own rapid heartbeat echoed clearly in his ears. He knew that such silence often signaled hidden danger. After cautiously searching the forest's edge for over 10 minutes, Jiang Qian suddenly froze. He quickly concealed himself behind a massive tree trunk, his eyes fixed on a thicket about 50 meters to the north. A faint rustling sound came from that direction, as if some creature was stirring. His heartbeat quickened. Looks like I found my first target, he thought. However, he did not act recklessly. The type and strength of the beast hiding in the thicket were unknown, and charging in blindly would be suicidal. He bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and, aiming at the source of the sound, hurled it decisively. Thud! The stone struck the thicket with a muffled impact. Immediately, a piercing cry broke the silence. A war! Jiang Qian's heart leapt with excitement. Got it! Yet, his grip on the sword instinctively tightened. The next moment, a pitch-black wild boar demon burst out from the underbrush. Its body was covered in coarse, bristly fur, and two sharp tusks gleamed menacingly in the dim light. Clearly enraged by the stone, the boar's eyes glowed red, and its entire being radiated an aura of fury. Jiang Qian quickly assessed its level. A low-tier beast, no doubt. Like humans, beasts were categorized by levels: low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier, corresponding to the realms of martial apprentice, martial master, and martial lord, respectively. Judging by the boar's raw, unrefined energy and lack of overwhelming pressure, it was evidently just a low-tier beast. Jiang Qian exhaled slightly in relief but remained on high alert. It's coming! The wild boar demon charged like a cannonball, its tusks slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Jiang Qian's eyes narrowed. He knew full well that being impaled by those tusks could mean grave injuries. Surviving the encounter, let alone hunting other beasts, would be out of the question. But Jiang Qian was not unprepared. Tightening his grip on his sword, he locked his focus on the boar's movements. Just as it was about to reach him, he suddenly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the tusks. At the same time, his sword flashed out of its sheath, aiming directly for the vulnerable spot on the boar's neck. Draw sword slash. The blade gleamed, cutting through the air. Swish! The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed as the boar's momentum came to an abrupt halt. Its body collapsed to the ground, and a fountain of blood gushed from its neck, stark and vivid against the forest's dim backdrop. Jiang Qian exhaled deeply, his sword hand slightly tingling with fatigue. Yet, a faint victorious smile appeared on his face. This wild boar demon was definitely tougher than Jiang Ming. Its hide is way thicker, he muttered, recalling the resistance he felt as the blade cut through its flesh. Shaking his head, he resolved to hone his martial skills even further. The black boar demon did not perish from the sword wound. Instead, it turned to face Jiang Qian, blood streaming from its neck, further fueling its frenzy. Its eyes burned crimson, as if ready to devour anyone in its path. Jiang Qian, however, remained calm and composed. With a slight flick of his sword, the blade shimmered coldly, its tip pointing forward. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the surrounding vegetation seemed to tremble in the wake of the fierce battle. The black boar demon suddenly charged at Jiang Qian with ferocious speed, its hooves pounding the ground, causing it to quake. Jiang Qian's eyes narrowed as he shifted his footing ever so slightly, his body moving with the agility of a dragon to evade the deadly assault. In one swift motion, he swung his sword horizontally, slicing once more across the demon's neck with precision. Blood sprayed into the air, and the boar demon faltered briefly, letting out an ear-splitting roar of agony. Yet, it did not retreat. Instead, it grew even more frenzied, determined to expend its last ounce of strength in an attempt to drag Jiang Qian down with it. With an unyielding expression, Jiang Qian seized the moment when the demon's movement slowed. His sword flashed like lightning, piercing directly into its vital spot. A dull thud echoed as the massive body of the black boar demon collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Qian exhaled deeply, slowly withdrawing his sword. Using a leaf, he casually wiped the blood from the blade. The lifeless body of the boar demon before him stood as a testament to the victor of this brutal encounter. Now, it's time to test the effect of my martial soul, Jiang Qian muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the demon's corpse. From his pack, he retrieved a dagger and skillfully cut open the boar demon's abdomen. Amid the separation of flesh and blood, a small white orb, roughly the size of a soybean, lay quietly within, emitting a faint glow. This was the demon core. In this world, every demonic beast, depending on its strength, condensed a demon core within its body. These cores served as the energy nucleus of the beasts, containing their entire reservoir of power. Normally, such a core would be considered a highly valuable cultivation resource. However, the truth was more complicated. The energy within a demon core was chaotic and tainted with demonic essence. If an ordinary cultivator were to absorb it recklessly, it could do more harm than good, potentially causing energy conflicts that could lead to disastrous consequences. Jiang Chun held the demon core in his palm, his eyes glinting with thought. He knew that most cultivators could only sell these cores at a low price to alchemy shops, where alchemists would refine and purify them for use. But for Jiang Chun, with his divine dragon martial soul, the situation was entirely different. The devouring dragon technique mentions that the divine dragon martial soul can directly consume demon cores. Jiang Chun murmured, summoning his martial soul. A flash of light appeared, and a small four-clawed serpent materialized before him. Though its form seemed frail, its golden eyes gleamed with a trace of vitality. Let's give it a try. Jiang Chun offered the demon core to the serpent. The little creature's eyes lit up with excitement. It lunged forward, snatching the core in its jaws and swallowing it whole. As the core entered its body, the serpent's form swelled slightly, its abdomen glowing faintly, like a natural furnace refining the energy within. The chaotic demonic essence in the core was rapidly purified, leaving behind only the purest spiritual energy, which was then channeled back into Jiang Chun's dantian. The entire process took about 3 minutes. When the refined energy surged into Jiang Chun's dantian, he felt a warm current coursing through his body, as if he had cultivated for an hour in mere moments. Seizing the opportunity, he sat cross-legged to absorb the energy, while the serpent turned its attention back to the bored demon's corpse. What happened next caught Jiang Chun by surprise. The serpent opened its mouth wide, far wider than its small frame suggested, and, with a single motion, swallowed the entire corpse. The boar demon's massive body stretched the serpent's form into a long, grotesque shape, with only its tiny snake head remaining at the front, creating an almost comical appearance. The serpent seemed to struggle with its bloated state, writhing slightly before it began the process of refining the flesh and blood within. This time, the process was much slower, taking over 10 minutes. When it was finally done, the serpent spat out a small, irregularly shaped, dark object, marking the conclusion of its feast. At the same time, a new surge of energy returned to Jiang Chun's dantian. However, this energy was far less potent than that of the demon core, only about 1/5 as strong. Yet, to Jiang Chun's astonishment, the energy contained a single drop of faintly golden blood. Curious, he quickly consulted the devouring dragon technique in his mind. It didn't take long for him to understand the golden drop was a drop of essence blood, condensed from the bored demon's flesh, capable of directly enhancing his physical strength. I see, Jiang Chun murmured, a slight smile playing on his lips as a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. The discovery of this essence blood further unveiled the potential of his divine dragon martial soul. This battle with the black boar demon had certainly been worth it. On the vast continent of Tsangshuan, cultivators have countless ways to enhance their strength. Among these, the most common approach is to advance their cultivation realm, supplemented by secret techniques and rare resources to refine their physical bodies, thereby further strengthening their physique. According to legends, those who specialize in physical cultivation can achieve a level of power comparable to spiritual treasures, even reaching the divine realm where they can regenerate from a single drop of blood and become immune to all techniques. However, for most cultivators, this path is nothing more than an unattainable dream. After all, physical cultivation not only requires a high level of cultivation but also consumes vast amounts of resources, making it an insatiable endeavor. For someone like Jiang Chun, a youth from a humble background, such aspirations seemed far beyond reach. But everything changed with the emergence of the divine dragon martial spirit. This extraordinary gift granted Jiang Chun a seemingly impossible opportunity to fill the resource gap for physical cultivation by devouring demonic beasts and extracting their essence blood. The essence blood, purified by the martial spirit, became incredibly pure, akin to a heavenly blessing. Coupled with the fact that Jiang Chun began refining his body during the martial disciple stage, he now had a chance to catch up with the prodigious talents of noble families who had been nurtured with rare treasures since childhood. Let's see how it works, Jiang Chun murmured with a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Sitting cross-legged, he activated his cultivation technique and began refining the essence blood. The drop of blood, like a gentle stream, flowed through his limbs and bones, nourishing and strengthening every inch of his muscles and skeleton. The process was seamless, as if the essence blood was naturally meant for him. Within less than a minute, the refinement was complete, and Jiang Chun could distinctly feel his strength increasing. Though the improvement was modest, It revealed the immense potential of physical cultivation. You'll need to accumulate more essence blood and demon cores for a breakthrough. It'll be much more efficient that way, Jiang Chen thought as he stood up, a trace of determination gleaming in his eyes. Stowing away his martial spirit, he gripped his sword tightly and set off toward his next target. 3 hours later, as the sky began to darken, Jiang Chen discovered a concealed cave. After sealing the entrance with a massive boulder to ensure his safety, he sat down cross-legged. Summoning his martial spirit, he retrieved all the demon cores from his pouch. Over 20 white demon cores, varying in size, glowed faintly in the dim cave. The largest was as clear and radiant as a glass sphere, while the smallest was only slightly larger than a green bean. These were the fruits of his efforts over the past 3 hours. Additionally, his martial spirit had accumulated over 30 drops of essence blood. Through observation, Jiang Chen realized that the size of a demonic beast determined the quantity of essence blood it provided, while its rank affected the quality. Although his current resources were limited, they were more than sufficient to sustain a night of cultivation. The Zhonglu forest is far too dangerous at night. Hunting will have to wait until tomorrow. Tonight, they'll focus entirely on cultivation, Jiang Chen decided firmly as he began his preparations. One by one, he fed the demon cores to his martial spirit. As the cores were devoured, they transformed into pure spiritual energy, surging into Jiang Chen's dantian like a flood breaking through a dam. The sheer volume of spiritual energy caused his dantian to swell with a faint ache. Yet Jiang Chen remained calm. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. This cultivation speed was enough to make even the most gifted talents envious. The abundance of spiritual energy was so overwhelming that Jiang Chen could distinctly feel as if he was about to burst. Immediately, Jiang Chen guided the flow of spiritual energy and began to attack the next meridian. 1-2. When he attempted to break through the third meridian, the spiritual energy proved insufficient, resulting in failure. However, Jiang Chen was not discouraged. Instead, he calmly adjusted his breathing and refocused on refining the essence blood. As time passed, the essence blood gradually transformed into pure energy within his body, flowing through his meridians and nourishing every inch of his flesh. By the time the essence blood was fully refined, an entire hour had quietly passed. At this point, Jiang Chen had successfully opened 20 meridians, and the strength of his physical body had increased by nearly 30% under the tempering of the essence blood. Jiang Chen slowly stood up, clenched his fists, and immediately felt the significant surge in his internal strength. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. He then performed a set of fist techniques on the spot, his punches creating a sharp, whistling wind. Retrieving the dagger from his chest pocket, he tested its sharpness by making a small cut on his arm. The moment the blade touched his flesh, he felt a distinct resistance, similar to what he experienced when killing the demon boar earlier. This is indeed evidence of my Bodhi's enhanced resilience, Jiang Chen thought with delight. Silently assessing his condition, he realized that not only had his strength improved, but his defensive capabilities had also undergone a significant transformation. With his current physical strength and the power of 20 meridians, he had far surpassed an ordinary martial apprentice. The road ahead is long, but one day, I will surpass even the legendary masters, Jiang Chen vowed with determination. With his resolve firmly set, he resumed his cultivation. By the next morning, he had successfully opened his 21st meridian. After taking a brief rest and eating some dried rations to replenish his energy, Jiang Chen entered the forest once more to begin a new day of hunting. Swish! A cold gleam flashed through the air as his sword struck down. A peak-level low-tier demon tiger didn't even have the chance to roar before Jiang Chen's blade pierced through its skull, killing it instantly. This tiger should yield about 3 drops of essence blood. Not bad, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He summoned his small snake companion, which promptly devoured the tiger's corpse, and then continued deeper into the forest in search of more prey. By the end of the morning, Jiang Chen had not only accumulated a considerable number of demon cores and essence blood, but had also gathered several rare low-grade spiritual herbs. Though these herbs were not of high quality, their rarity made them quite valuable. Calculating his earnings, Jiang Chen estimated that he only needed to collect herbs worth another 200 silver taels to redeem his mother's bracelet. At this pace, I should be able to finish by nightfall, Jiang Chen thought to himself. His gaze sharpened. After lunch, he'll absorb these demon cores and essence blood. Perhaps I can attempt to challenge weaker mid-tier demon beasts. Mid-tier demon beasts were equivalent to human martial warriors in strength. However, most demon beasts lacked a stable foundation, and even after breaking through, they were only as strong as weaker martial warriors. With Jiang Chen's current strength of over 2 elephants worth of power, and potentially reaching 3 elephants after absorbing the morning's gains, he was confident he could take on an average martial warrior. But plans never keep pace with change. While searching for his next prey, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a chill creep over him, a sensation of being watched. It wasn't the primal wildness of a beast, but a distinctly human malice, tinged with killing intent. The feeling made his skin crawl. Could it be a flash of understanding crossed Jiang Qin's eyes? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and bolted. Not far behind, a masked figure clad in black stood hidden behind a tree, coldly watching Jiang Qin. Seeing Jiang Qin's sudden reaction, the figure froze for a moment before cursing under his breath. Damn it. He's fast. With that, the masked man unsheathed his sword and gave chase. Jiang Qin possessed the strength of 2.5 elephants, making his speed far superior to that of an ordinary martial apprentice. However, the black-clad pursuer behind him was no slouch either, quickly closing the gap. Under the fierce night wind, amidst the desolate wilderness, Jiang Qin's figure shot forward like an arrow, leaving the grass beneath his feet trampled in disarray. Yet, the oppressive presence tailing him made his heart tighten. Jiang Qin could sense the aura the black-clad man was emanating, and his heart sank immediately. Martial master. This realization caused his brows to furrow. With his current strength, facing a martial master Hedon would be nothing short of suicidal. But as the footsteps behind him grew louder, it became clear that running was futile. Jiang Qin's gaze turned cold, and his pace suddenly slowed as if he were contemplating his next move. After a few seconds, his eyes gleamed with determination. He abruptly turned around, and with a swift motion, his long sword was unsheathed, slicing through the air in a sharp arc-draw sword slash. Swish! The sword light tore through the night, aiming straight for the black-clad man's face. Caught off guard, a flicker of surprise flashed in the man's eyes as his body came to an abrupt halt. Having been in hot pursuit, he was already dangerously close to Jiang Qin. Unable to stop in time, he had no choice but to hastily raise his sword to block. Clang! The collision of the two blades rang out with a piercing metallic sound, and the powerful recoil forced Jiang Qin to stagger backward, his palms tingling with a faint numbness. Steadying himself, Jiang Qin's sharp gaze was like a blade, though inwardly he cursed, the gap in strength is just too great. He quickly activated his martial soul, channeling the 60+ drops of essence blood he had accumulated earlier into his dantian, quietly beginning the process of refinement. The black-clad man fixed his cold, snake-like gaze on Jiang Qin, his tone laced with mockery. Boy, does asking such foolish questions even matter? I'm here to take your life. Kill me? Jiang Qin let out a cold laugh, his tone tinged with disdain. I'm merely a 10-year-old child with a useless martial soul. What could you possibly gain from killing me? As he spoke, he continued stalling for time, while his internal cultivation technique operated at full force. By now, he had already refined 1 drop of essence blood. The black-clad man, oblivious to Jiang Qin's covert actions, smirked coldly. I was hired to do a job, no need to overthink it. But even if I didn't know why at first, I understand now. 10 years old? A useless martial soul? With the speed you just displayed, no child your age could possibly achieve that. By this point, Jiang Qin had refined 3 drops of essence blood. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke with a probing tone. So it was Jiang Su and his son who sent you, wasn't it? Aside from them, I have no grievances with anyone. His voice was low, steady, and carried a hint of icy certainty. The black-clad man remained silent, his sword lifting slightly, clearly unwilling to waste more words. Jiang Qin, however, was calm and composed, a faint smile playing on his lips. You can see it to me talent far surpasses Jiang Ming's. If you switch sides now, I won't ask you to do anything for me. But when I break through to martial master, or even martial lord, I will surely remember your kindness today. His tone was steady, yet it carried an undeniable confidence. By now, he had refined 10 drops of essence blood. The black-clad man's eyes flickered with a trace of hesitation, clearly swayed for a moment by Jiang Qin's words. But soon, he sneered and shook his head. Better luck in your next life. Before his words finished echoing, his sword thrust forward suddenly. The blade, as swift and venomous as a serpent, tore through the night air and aimed directly for Jiang Qin's throat. Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly executed a basic footwork technique, sidestepping and simultaneously swinging his sword to parry. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of clashing blades rang out repeatedly. The black-clad man's swordsmanship was as fast as lightning and dangerously precise, with each strike carrying deadly intent. Jiang Qin could only barely fend off the attacks. After a few exchanges, Jiang Qin's arm was already growing numb, and his movements were beginning to slow. His expression darkened as he thought to himself, I can't drag this out any longer. During the intense battle, Jiang Qin's mind was tightly focused, but he soon noticed something surprising. His ability to absorb blood essence had significantly accelerated. Unlike the usual meditative cultivation, the more vigorous his movements, the more efficient the absorption became. Clenching his teeth, He felt the growing surge of power within him and silently encouraged himself. Just hold on a little longer. I've already absorbed 20 drops. However, his opponent showed no signs of relenting. A glint of cold light streaked toward him at incredible speed. Jiang Qian managed to parry it with difficulty, but his right arm couldn't withstand the force. The black-clad man's sword pierced through his shoulder. Jiang Qian drew in a sharp breath as the searing pain shot through him, nearly causing him to collapse to his knees. But his eyes suddenly sharpened, and with a swift motion, his left hand shot up. A dagger gleamed coldly as it slashed through the air in a deadly arc. Clang! The black-clad man reacted quickly, retreating and raising his sword in defense. Yet, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. A left-hand sword strike? You're ambidextrous with swords, he murmured, his gaze now filled with a mix of astonishment and unease. The difficulty of mastering martial techniques was well known. Even for martial masters or grandmasters, few could excel in multiple techniques, let alone wield weapons proficiently with both hands. Yet this boy, barely 10 years old, had achieved such a feat. His talent was nothing short of extraordinary. The black-clad man felt a pang of regret. Such a prodigy, and yet, he had failed to gain the attention of the family head. What a waste. Before his thoughts could wander further, he noticed something unusual. The wound on Jiang Qian's shoulder, which had just been pierced, was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but an unfamiliar and powerful energy was surging through Jiang Qian's body, subtly altering his aura. The black-clad man's pupils constricted as the realization hit him. Damn it, you little brat, you've been stalling for time, he roared, his killing intent surging as his sword lashed out with a fierce gust of wind, aiming straight for Jiang Qian. By now, Jiang Qian had absorbed 40 drops of blood essence, significantly enhancing his strength and the resilience of his body. A faint smirk played on his lips as he thought to himself, even though I haven't fully absorbed it all, the current me is no longer the weakling you could toy with earlier. The black-clad man's strikes were sharp and forceful, but Jiang Qian calmly raised his left-hand sword to meet them. Although there was still a gap in raw strength, he no longer struggled as he had before. Each clash of blades seemed to refine his movements, making them smoother and more precise. As the absorption of blood essence continued, his power kept growing. Sparks flew as swords collided. Jiang Qian's attacks became increasingly fierce. Whenever his left hand grew tired, he seamlessly switched to his right, maintaining relentless pressure. The black-clad man, on the other hand, found himself growing increasingly flustered. His expertise lay solely in right-handed swordsmanship, and Jiang Qian's fluid ambidexterity left him overwhelmed. To make matters worse, the prolonged fight was rapidly draining his stamina, while Jiang Qian only seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? The black-clad man cursed through gritted teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Heh, I already gave you a chance, Jiang Qian sneered, his gaze as sharp as a blade and his voice chilling enough to freeze the air. Since you didn't value it, prepare to die. Before the echo of his words faded, Jiang Qian unleashed a sudden burst of immense power. With a sweeping strike of his sword, he forced the black-clad man several steps back. Seizing the moment while his opponent staggered, Jiang Qian closed the distance like a flash of lightning. His right hand wielded the sword to block, while his left hand moved with deadly precision. Slash the dagger, swift and unyielding, cut through the air. In the black-clad man's widened, terrified eyes, it struck true, severing his neck cleanly. Blood gushed forth like a crimson fountain. The battlefield was painted red. Jiang Qian slowly withdrew his long sword, crimson drops of blood trickling down the blade. He casually wiped the bloodstains off his face with his hand and let out a long breath. The battle was won, but it had been perilously close. If his opponent hadn't been a novice martial artist who had just stepped into the Qi realm, with clumsy techniques to boot, the outcome might have been entirely different. Jiang Qian glanced down at the black-clad figure sprawled lifeless on the ground, his eyes flashing with a trace of coldness. Let's see who you really are, he murmured to himself. Crouching down, he reached out and pulled off the man's mask. Beneath it was an utterly unremarkable middle-aged face. Yet as Jiang Qian took a clearer look, his pupils contracted slightly, and a sudden glint of icy intent flared in his gaze, a murderous aura surging within him. So, it's you, Jiang Qian muttered, his voice low and filled with suppressed fury and killing intent. A week ago, during the family competition, he had seen this man Jiang Darong, a peripheral member of the first branch of the family. Now, only 2 days into his journey through the Tsanglu forest, this man had come to hunt him down. It was clear that Jiang Su and his son had been scheming for a long time. From the moment Jiang Chun had left Xuanwu City, their plot had already been set in motion. A cold smirk tugged at Jiang Qin's lips, devoid of any trace of amusement. Though he had narrowly triumphed in this battle, the fight had shattered whatever fragile semblance of civility remained between their factions. There was no turning back now. This was a fight to the death. His gaze turned even frostier at the thought. Looks like you'll have to be extra cautious when I return to Xuanwu City tonight, Jiang Qin murmured, narrowing his eyes as he rapidly calculated possible scenarios in his mind. If Jiang Su and his son discovered Jiang Durong's failure, they would undoubtedly send even stronger assassins after him. In the Qi realm, every incremental improvement exponentially increased one's strength. Especially those at the peak of the martial artist stage, they possessed the strength equivalent to 20 elephants, a force that Jiang Qin, in his current state, could not hope to contend with. Until my strength improves, I must endure. Jiang Qin took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent boiling within him. Summoning his martial soul, he pressed his palms against Jiang Durong's corpse, beginning to refine the lingering spiritual energy within. As the energy flowed into him, he felt a surge of pure power far beyond that of a mere martial apprentice. Wasting no time, he quickly found a secluded spot, sat cross-legged, and swallowed the demon cores he had collected during the morning's hunt, diving into cultivation. The influx of spiritual energy burned through his meridians like fire, yet it was accompanied by a tingling sense of exhilaration. One meridian, then another, and another. As his meridians broke through one after another, Jiang Qin's aura surged dramatically. He opened his eyes slowly, a sharp gleam flashing within them. 24 meridians fully opened, and my physical strength has significantly improved. I've finally reached the strength of 3 elephants, Jiang Qin murmured, clenching his fists to feel the overwhelming power coursing through him. With this level of strength, he could now contend with lower-tier mid-level demonic beasts. However, he quickly tempered his excitement, cautioning himself, but I can't let my guard down. If I encounter an exceptionally powerful mid-tier beast, he'll still be in danger. Rising to his feet, Jiang Qin adjusted his clothing and looked resolutely into the depths of the forest. The hunt continues. My current strength is still far from enough. By dusk, Jiang Qin carried a bag filled with spiritual herbs and materials harvested from demonic beasts. After a quick disguise, he used the cover of night to slip quietly back into Xuanwu City. Familiar with the city's hidden paths, he navigated through a few secluded alleys and arrived at a discreet yet imposing pawnshop owned by the Qian family. As he pushed the door open, a faint scent of sandalwood greeted him. Behind the counter sat an elderly appraiser with white hair and beard, exuding an air of calm authority. The old man glanced at Jiang Qin, whose clothes were still marked with traces of blood. Without batting an eye, he said, "Let's see what you've got." Jiang Qin placed the bundle on the counter and opened it, revealing the low-grade spiritual herbs inside. The appraiser carefully examined the contents before nodding in approval. He then handed over silver banknotes, worth 230 taels. Taking the silver notes, Jiang Qin gave a slight nod and left without a word. The moonlight bathed his retreating figure, stretching his shadow long across the ground. He knew this was merely the beginning. The road ahead would only grow more perilous. He smiled and asked, "Are you here to pawn something, or to redeem it?" "I'm here to redeem." A few days ago, the second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhan, pawned a bracelet here. May I know if it's still available? Jiang Qin asked in a low voice. His tone was soft yet carried an undeniable firmness. The old appraiser paused slightly upon hearing this, momentarily caught off guard. However, he quickly regained his composure, his professional smile returning to his face. "You're in luck, sir. Although the retention period for that bracelet has passed, it is still in the shop," he said. Then, after a brief pause, he added with a subtle shift in tone, "However, the price has been adjusted to 260 taels. May I ask if you'd like to purchase it?" Jiang Qin's eyes flickered momentarily, though his expression remained calm. Internally, however, he couldn't help but sneer. The bracelet, made of ice jade, was indeed valuable. When Jiang Zhan had pawned it, the pawnshop had only offered 140 taels. If redeemed within the agreed period, it would have cost 200 taels. Now, the price had been arbitrarily raised to 260 taels, a shameless tactic, yet hardly unexpected. After all, who would pawn a family heirloom at a shop like this unless they were in desperate need of money? When Jiang Zhan and his wife decided to pawn the bracelet, they had likely already resigned themselves to the possibility of never getting it back. But Jiang Qin was determined not to let this bracelet fall into someone else's hands. With a calm smile, Jiang Qin reached into his robe and placed a stack of silver notes on the counter. "Here are 230 taels in silver notes." Then, removing a cloth bag from his side, he poured out over 40 beast cores from his afternoon hunt onto the counter. The sharp clinking sound echoed through the room. "Can these beast cores cover the remaining 30 taels?" The old appraiser glanced at the beast cores, his brow subtly twitching. While beast cores were rare, they couldn't be directly absorbed or refined, making their market value relatively low. For the same level of energy, a Kigathering pill could sell for 10 taels, whereas a beast core often fetched less than one. If not for Jiang Qin's unique dragon soul martial spirit, which allowed him to directly absorb the energy within beast cores. These items would have been practically worthless. The old appraiser brought out a small scale and began weighing the beast cores one by one with practiced efficiency. After a short while, he looked up and said, "Sir, these beast cores can be valued at 25 taels. Combined with the silver notes, that makes 255 taels. You're still short by 5 taels." Before Jiang Qian could respond, the old appraiser smiled knowingly and added, "Tell you what, I'll waive the remaining 5 taels as a gesture of goodwill. In the future, we hope you'll consider working with our Qin family shop again." With that, he turned and walked to a storage cabinet in the back. Shortly after, he returned with a wooden box, placing it gently on the counter and sliding it toward Jiang Qian. Inside the box was the translucent, radiant ice jade bracelet. Jiang Qian picked up the bracelet and examined it carefully. Once he was certain it was genuine, he put it away and nodded slightly to the old appraiser. "Thank you for your generosity, sir. I'll remember your kindness. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could keep today's transaction regarding the bracelet confidential for now." The old appraiser's eyes briefly gleamed with understanding before he smiled and replied, "Of course. Maintaining our customers' privacy is our standard practice. However, please note that when the previous owner pawned this bracelet, there were other guests present, which is why word spread to Xuanwu City. I hope you won't hold this against our reputation." Jiang Qian gave a small nod, refraining from further conversation. He turned to leave, his hand gripping the bracelet tightly, his gaze filled with contemplation. After Jiang Qian left the Qin family pawn shop, one of the shop assistants curiously asked, "Master Qin, why did you waive that man's debt of 5 taels of silver?" 5 taels may not seem like much, but it's equivalent to half a qi gathering pill, or enough to sustain a family's food and drink for an entire month. Master Qin stroked his graying beard, his gaze distant, and replied with a faint smile, "In business, it's wise to build goodwill with our customers whenever we can." The assistant nodded but seemed unsatisfied with the answer. He hesitated before cautiously asking, "I see. But judging by your earlier words, could it be that you recognized his identity?" A sharp gleam flashed in Master Qin's eyes, hinting at a deeper meaning. He replied slowly, "Indeed. Although he was masked, his identity wasn't hard to guess. What surprises me is that in less than a month, he's already capable of venturing into the wilderness to hunt demonic beasts. It seems both the city lord and the people of Xuanwu City have underestimated that boy's potential." As he spoke, a subtle smile played on Master Qin's lips, carrying a trace of intrigue, as if he had uncovered an untold secret. However, his expression quickly grew serious, and his tone turned stern. "Do not breathe a word of today's events to anyone. If any information leaks, everyone present will face severe consequences." The assistants felt a chill run down their spines and immediately lowered their heads, responding in unison, "Understood. Father, mother, I'm back," Jiang Qian called out as he pushed open the door to his home. Inside, Jiang Zhan and Cheng Wanru had just finished their meal, and little Shuer was sitting in the room, engrossed in a book. Hearing the familiar voice, Shuer looked up and immediately let out a cheerful cry. She dropped her book and ran over, wrapping her arms around Jiang Qin's leg. Tilting her small, smiling face up at him, she said excitedly, "Brother, where have you been? Father and mother said you went out, and I've been so worried about you." Looking down at her bright, smiling face, Jiang Chun felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He gently ruffled her hair and smiled as he reassured her, "Brother has been busy lately. You have to be good and listen to father and mother while I'm away, all right?" I will." Shuer nodded vigorously, her face full of affection. At that moment, Jiang Zhan and Cheng Wanru also approached. Seeing their son return safely, their faces lit up with relief and joy. Cheng Wanru asked with concern, "Chainer, have you eaten yet? Let me get you a bowl of food. If there are any dirty clothes in your bundle, take them out and I'll wash them for you tomorrow." "All right," Jiang Qin nodded, realizing he was indeed hungry. He sat down at the table. Soon, Cheng Wanru brought over a steaming bowl of food. Jiang Chun took it and began eating ravenously, hardly minding the heat, as if the exhaustion of the past 2 days was melting away with each bite. Watching her son eat so quickly, Cheng Wanru shook her head in distress and sighed, "You're just a martial disciple. What were you doing going to the wilderness? You've lost so much weight in just 2 days." Jiang Qin chuckled as he ate. "Mother, I didn't lose weight because I was hungry." He knew she had misunderstood, but chose not to explain that his leaner physique was due to refining his body through cultivating his blood essence. After finishing the meal, Jiang Chun wiped his mouth casually and took a few dirty clothes out of his bundle. At the very top was an intricately crafted box. He placed the box on the table, and Jiang Zhan and Cheng Wanru froze at the sight of it. "This is..." Cheng Wanru's voice trembled, her eyes filled with astonishment. Jiang Chun pushed the box toward his mother and said earnestly, "Mother, this is your bracelet. I've redeemed it. Please don't sell it again. With me here, Our family will never have to endure such hardship again. Chang Wanra's hands trembled as she opened the box. Seeing the familiar bracelet inside, her eyes reddened. She gently caressed the bracelet, tears welling up but not falling. It wasn't the bracelet's return that moved her. It was the thought of her 10-year-old son risking his life in the wilderness, battling demonic beasts, just to earn the silver to redeem it. 2 days to make over 200 taels of silver. She couldn't even begin to imagine what he had gone through. Seeing his mother's expression, Jiang Chun felt a pang of sorrow but forced himself to appear nonchalant. He quickly made up an excuse. Mother, don't overthink it. I didn't earn the money by hunting demonic beasts. I just got lucky and found a rare spiritual herb. Over these 2 days, I mostly stayed on the outskirts, fighting weaker beasts to train. I wouldn't dare go near the stronger ones. Hearing this, Jiang Zhan and Chang Wanru's expressions softened, and they visibly relaxed. Chang Wanru wiped the corners of her eyes and reminded him, "Promise me you won't go to the wilderness alone again. All right?" Jiang Chan nodded in agreement, but silently made a vow in his heart. He would ensure his family lived a stable and prosperous life, free from the struggles of the past. Chang Wanru put away the bracelet, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, and managed to smile. "You truly are my son. Mother is deeply moved. But you mustn't go out into the wild anymore. You're only at the martial apprentice stage. Fighting those beasts is far too dangerous." Jiang Chun smiled faintly, but his tone was firm. "I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm preparing for next month's Qingyang sect examination, and I need more training. This is the only way for our family to rise again. I cannot fail." Hearing this, Chang Wanru's smile froze, and her face turned anxious. "You." She was at a loss for words, unable to think of a way to dissuade him. "Enough, Wanru. The boy is growing up. It's time for him to gain some experience," Zhang Zhan said gently, holding Chang Wanru's hand. His tone was warm but carried a hint of resignation. "He has made his decision. We should support him. 10 years old and you call that grown up?" Chang Wanru shot Jiang Zhan an angry glance, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "Children in this world may mature early, but 10 is far from being an adult." Seeing this, Jiang Chun quickly stepped in to reassure her. "Mother, please don't worry. I promise I won't take unnecessary risks. I won't go to any dangerous places." His tone was sincere, but a trace of hidden determination flickered in his eyes. The assassination attempt on him was something he could never reveal. If they found out, not only Chang Wanru but even Jiang Zhan would never let him step out of the house again. Changing the subject, Jiang Chen asked, "Father, how is our shop doing?" At this, Jiang Zhan's expression darkened, and he let out a sigh. "Not well. We lack competitive goods, and our ordinary products are being suppressed by the Jiang family. It's becoming unsustainable. I'm already considering whether we should close the shop and look for another path." There was deep frustration in Jiang Zhan's voice. Competitive goods, in this case, referred to items like elixirs and weapons highly sought after by cultivators. However, alchemists and blacksmiths, being rare professions, were monopolized by the major families. Even if they could produce such goods, it would be a mere drop in the ocean. On the other hand, the family's current businesses, like cloth shops and grain stores, sold common, easily replaceable items, making them prime targets for suppression. "But there's little we can do about it," Jiang Zhan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "With our family's limited resources, how could we possibly hire an alchemist or blacksmith? And even if we could, the Jiang family would never let them go. Still, don't worry too much. Shuangwu City has 5 major families, and above them, there's the powerful city lord's mansion. No matter how strong the Jiang family is, they can't dominate everything. If the shop can't go on, we'll find another way. We'll survive." Jiang Chun nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He said no more, but in his heart, he made a firm resolve. He must pass the Qingyang sect trial. At the same time, he would make sure those in the Jiang family who had wronged them paid the price they deserved. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family's main house. "Why isn't Jiang Darong back yet?" Jiang Su sat in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were filled with impatience. It had been an entire day since he sent Jiang Darong out. With Jiang Darong's martial master level strength, finding and dealing with a mere martial apprentice in the wild should have been effortless. Yet there was still no news. Could Jiang Chun have actually ventured deeper into the Tsanglu forest? Jiang Su muttered, his tone carrying a mix of doubt and unease. "Father, why don't we send more people to search for him? I can't rest easy while Jiang Chun is still alive." Jiang Ming interjected, his face twisted with hatred. His right arm's tendons had been severed by Jiang Chun, leaving it immobile to this day. What enraged him even more was that Jiang Chengji had scolded him over the incident, blaming him for causing trouble before even participating in the Qingyang sect examination. This only deepened Jiang Ming's murderous intent toward Jiang Chen. All he wanted was for Jiang Darong to quickly bring back Jiang Chen's head and put an end to this. Jiang Su pondered for a moment, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. For some reason, I feel like something's not right. It seems we should send reinforcements. This time, I'll have Zhang Pongliang and his two brothers go as well. We can't have another situation like Zhang Durong's, wasting an entire day without bringing back good news. His tone was calm, as if he were issuing an ordinary family order. His expression was cold and unfeeling, devoid of emotion. With a casual decision, he trampled on familial bonds, sending people to assassinate his own nephew. After the attempted assassination by Jiang Darong the previous night, Jiang Chun understood the situation all too well. The feud between the two families had reached a point of no return. As long as Jiang Chun remained alive, Jiang Su and his son would never feel at peace. The bloody trial of the previous night had made one thing clear. There was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. Jiang Su and his son would not rest until Jiang Chun was eliminated. Venturing into the wilderness for the second time, Jiang Chan tread carefully, more vigilant than ever, determined not to allow any unforeseen events to occur. Before leaving the Jiang estate, he specifically requested protective tools from his father: concealed weapons, poison, inner armor, and even small survival tools, meticulously preparing for every possibility. Yet, Jiang Chun knew these were merely external aids. The only true way to change the course of events was to strengthen himself. Unlocking his meridians and embarking on the path of cultivation was his only way to race against time. Swish! A flash of his sword, and another low-level spirit beast fell into a pool of blood. Jiang Chun swiftly and decisively killed the creature, skillfully activating his martial soul to absorb its essence and spiritual energy directly into his body. To save time, he even skipped the process of extracting the beast core. The energy absorbed was temporarily stored within his martial soul, to be refined and utilized during cultivation. This high-risk hunting approach maximized both time and resources, though it came with significant danger. As he cleaned up the battlefield and prepared to continue hunting, his ears twitched slightly. In the distance, faint, unfamiliar voices reached him. His heart tightened. Quickly and quietly, he cleared the scene and slipped into a nearby thicket, holding his breath and focusing his senses. The voices grew closer, and soon the figures of several warriors came into view. Leading the group was a burly man with a muscular frame clad in leather armor, wielding a gleaming broadsword. Beside him were two even sturdier men, their auras significantly stronger, clearly not ordinary fighters. The three walked as they talked, their voices carrying clearly to Jiang Chen's ears. "Big brother, what's Jiang Su thinking? It's one thing for the two factions to fight amongst themselves, but sending us to do this dirty work? Jiang Chen is just a wet behind Thier's kid, yet he sends two mid-level martial masters and a low-level martial master to kill him? Isn't that overkill?" The burly man spoke, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "You don't understand." Zhang Pongliang, the leader, sneered. "The main branch is at its peak now, and his son is about to join Qingyang sect. Jiang Chun may be just a child, but as long as he's alive, he'll remain a thorn in Jiang Su's side. The three of us, with our mediocre talent, have little hope of breaking through to martial lord. We have to seize opportunities like this. Bringing Jiang Chen's head back will ensure Jiang Su and his son owe us a great debt." True enough, Jiang Pengguang nodded in agreement. Killing Jiang Chen is like holding leverage over them. When the time comes, won't Jiang Su and his son have to bow to us? Even so, we can't let our guard down. Jiang Pengxiang, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, his brows furrowed. Jiang Darong may have failed, but he wasn't without skill. Besides, along the way here, I've noticed signs of battles, yet no corpses. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Nothing strange about that. Zhang Pongliang dismissed his concerns. That little brat may be cunning, but what tricks can he really pull? With the three of us, are we supposed to be afraid of him? The three continued their conversation as they drew closer, eventually passing by the thicket where Jiang Chun was hiding. Jiang Chun held his breath, even slowing his heartbeat. He recognized them clearly: Zhang Pongliang, Jiang Pengxiang, and Jiang Pengguang. Though they were from a collateral branch of the Jiang family, they were well known within the clan for their combined combat prowess. If they discovered him, escape would be impossible. Once the three moved on, Jiang Chun wasted no time. Without hesitation, he turned and darted deeper into the forest. Though the inner regions housed more powerful spirit beasts, he had no other choice but to gamble. His steps were light yet swift, and his figure quickly vanished into the dense woods. Meanwhile, about a kilometer away, Jiang Pengxiang suddenly halted in his tracks. His eyes sharpened as he scanned their surroundings with vigilance. As they continued their pursuit, Jiang Pengxiang couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Along the outskirts of the Zhonglu forest, traces of battles between beasts and martial artists were everywhere. Yet here, the area was eerily calm, as though all signs of conflict had been deliberately erased. This strange anomaly made him pause and think deeply. That's odd. Could it be that we've gone the wrong way? Jiang Pingliang's expression was one of surprise, his gaze darting uneasily. It can't possibly be that kid, right? How could a mere martial novice deceive us? Jiang Pengguang sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Let's not be careless, Jiang Pengxiang said, his voice steady as his sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. Jiang Chun may only be a martial novice, but his family didn't leave alone. There could be martial masters aiding him. Well, head back and start searching from the last battle site, moving deeper into the forest. A martial novice can't outpace us. If we act now, we can still catch up. The three brothers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, they turned back and sprinted swiftly in the direction they had come from. Jiang Pengxiang, known as the strategist among the trio, had always been admired for his composure and precise judgments. This time, his instincts once again proved invaluable. Before long, they arrived near the last battle site and discovered fresh clues. Blades of grass were slightly bent, and faint footprints marked the soil-clear evidence of someone passing through in haste. There, up ahead, Jiang Pengxiang's lips curled into a cruel smile, his sharp gaze locking on the trail. Like a hawk eyeing its prey, he pointed forward with chilling confidence. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Jiang Chun felt a growing sense of foreboding. He knew his hurried escape must have left traces behind, but he had no choice. He clenched his teeth and pressed on, knowing that every second gained was a chance for survival. However, the Jiang brothers were far faster than him. Within just 5 minutes, they closed the gap and were right on his heels. Jiang Chun, so this is where you've been hiding, Jiang Pongliang called out, his voice laced with mockery, though the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. You're a sly little rat, aren't you? Almost had us fooled. Jiang Chun glanced back sharply. Jiang Pongliang was closing in, the distance between them now just a few meters. Jiang Qian cursed inwardly, frustrated by his lack of experience. Against seasoned hunters like these, all his plans seemed childish and ineffective. He clenched his fists tightly, his mind racing. If only Jiang Su and his father had sent reinforcements a couple of days earlier, the situation might have been entirely different. The wind howled as the Jiang brothers drew ever closer. Just then, Jiang Chun caught a whiff of a strong, metallic scent blood. The pungent smell filled the air, and a sudden, oppressive aura bore down on him, making it hard to breathe. Jiang Chun froze momentarily, his sharp eyes scanning ahead. This aura, it was unmistakably from a powerful beast. Guess I have no choice. Jiang Qian muttered through gritted teeth, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he veered toward the source of the aura, charging straight into the beast's territory. The Jiang brothers hesitated briefly but continued their pursuit. Despite their wariness, they were unwilling to let Jiang Chun slip away. The moment they stepped into the area, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the forest. The sound reverberated through the trees, causing leaves to tremble and countless birds to take flight, darkening the sky. The three brothers halted in their tracks and looked ahead. Emerging from the shadows was a massive tiger, its body stretching over 9 feet in length. Its white fur was streaked with black stripes, and its coat was matted with fresh blood. The beast's eyes burned with unrelenting ferocity, and its powerful frame exuded overwhelming menace. At its feet lay the mangled corpse of another beast, its flesh torn apart, a clear marker of the tiger's domain. Damn it, a mid-tier high-grade beast. It's as strong as a senior martial master. Jiang Pongliang cursed, his face twisting in frustration. That little brat really knows how to stir up trouble. Jiang Qian smirked coldly, a glint of mockery in his eyes. He sidestepped cautiously, increasing the distance between himself and the tiger while maneuvering so that the beast faced the Jiang brothers directly. To the tiger, Jiang Pengxiang and his brothers were the clear intruders. Its low growl rumbled ominously, its gaze locked onto them with deadly intent. Roar! In an instant, the tiger lunged forward with terrifying speed, its claws gleaming as they sliced through the air. It was determined to tear apart the trespassers who dared to challenge its territory. The Jiang brothers' faces darkened, and they had no choice but to abandon their chase. Drawing their weapons, they prepared to face the beast heathen. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun seized the opportunity to shift his focus. His eyes flicked to the carcass beneath the Tajera beast it had been feasting on. Instead of fleeing immediately, he narrowed his gaze, calculating his next move. The corpse looks powerful, judging by the level of battle scars around it. There's no point in wasting it before making my escape. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed, and after a brief moment of calculation, he acted decisively. Glancing at the three still locked in fierce combat with the tiger demon, he confirmed that no one was paying attention to him. Swiftly, he approached the corpse. Activating his cultivation technique, his martial soul emerged, forming a phantom-like giant mouth that devoured the remaining essence, blood, and spiritual energy from the body. As a warm current surged into his body, Jiang Chun felt his aura slightly strengthen, and a faint smirk appeared on his lips. Even trash has its uses, he muttered to himself with a hint of sarcasm. Wasting no time, he continued deeper into the forest. After covering about a kilometer, Jiang Qian spotted a hidden cave. The entrance was concealed by vines, and it would have been nearly impossible to notice without his sharp eyes. Pausing briefly, he thought to himself, could this be the tiger demon's lair? Beasts like these usually hoard resources there, might be something valuable here. With that thought, Jiang Qian cautiously approached. He observed the cave entrance for a while to ensure there were no signs of other creatures inside, then carefully stepped in. The interior was dim, but with the faint light filtering through the entrance, he could roughly make out his surroundings. The cave measured about 100 square meters. On the right, several large rocks were covered with animal hides, evidently serving as the tiger demon's resting place. In one corner was a pile of miscellaneous items, emanating a stench of blood and decay. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a heap of beast remains and some human weapons and gear. Jiang Qian's eyes gleamed, and a sly smile spread across his face. As expected, this creature really does enjoy collecting spoils of war. He first approached the large rocks and rummaged through the animal hides. Sure enough, he found over a dozen beast cores. Most were low-grade white cores, but to his delight, there were 3 mid-grade green ones among them. Overcome with joy, Jiang Qian thought, this trip has truly paid off. Without hesitation, he fed the cores to his martial soul, feeling another slight boost in his aura. Next, he turned his attention to the pile of miscellaneous items. After some searching, he uncovered a finely crafted longsword. The scabbard was a sleek black, and when he unsheathed the blade, it revealed a matte black surface sharp yet understated. Gripping the sword, Jiang Qian gave it a small swing, and the blade emitted a clear, resonant hum. Satisfaction flickered in his eyes. This is leagues better than that rusty sword of mine, easily worth 500 silver taels. Without a second thought, he discarded his old sword and claimed the black one. Continuing his search, he stumbled upon 3 small books. A quick skim revealed they were a movement technique, a sword technique, and an alchemy manual. When he saw the alchemy manual, his eyes lit up. This tiger demon actually killed an alchemist? With this, I can try my hand at alchemy myself. Carefully storing the books, Jiang Qian made sure there was nothing else of value in the pile before swiftly leaving the cave. Outside, he cast a distant glance at the ongoing battle between the tiger demon and the 3 cultivators. The fight was still at a stalemate. A cold sneer tugged at his lips as he turned and delved further into the dense forest. He knew he needed a safe place to absorb the essence and energy stored within his martial soul to advance further. After about 10 minutes, he discovered another hidden cave. The entrance was narrow, obscured by a massive boulder, blending seamlessly into the surrounding mountain terrain. Upon inspection, he realized this had likely been the dwelling of a beast long ago, though it had since been abandoned. The interior was dry and tranquil. Not bad. This place is well hidden, Jiang Qian murmured approvingly, quickly tidying up the cave to make it his temporary refuge. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Once I fully absorb this power, I'll settle the score with those 3 brothers. From the moment those 3 brothers decided to assassinate him, there was no turning back for either side. However, their current strength was insufficient, and further cultivation was necessary. Standing at the entrance of a cave, Jiang Qian's gaze was cold and resolute. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he survive in this ruthless, survival-off-defeatist world. Once he could defeat those 3 brothers on his own, he would be able to return to Xuanwu City openly and reclaim his place. By then, passing the Qingyang sect's entrance examination would no longer be a challenge. With this thought, he took a deep breath and pushed a large boulder toward the cave's entrance, ensuring that the crack was barely noticeable from the outside. Satisfied with his work, he squeezed into the narrow opening of the cave. The interior of the cave was dim and damp, but Jiang Qian was long accustomed to such an environment. Sitting cross-legged, he summoned his martial soul and began inspecting the spoils of the day. The remains of the tiger demon, with 70% of its body still intact, had provided him with a full 20 drops of essence, blood proof that the tiger demon's strength was at least equivalent to that of a mid-tier martial master. In addition, the dozen or so demon cores he obtained were rare and valuable resources. Combined with the spiritual energy he'd accumulated earlier in the day, he now had enough to train for several hours. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Qian's lips, but quickly faded. He knew this was no time for complacency. Since he couldn't leave the cave for the time being, he decided to focus on refining these resources. Calming his mind, he activated the Divine Dragon Devours Heaven technique and began absorbing the spiritual energy and essence blood. The energy surged through his meridians and into his body, filling the cave with the faint sound of rushing currents. Time passed quietly, and as evening approached, Jiang Qian slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of stale air. He could feel the increase in his strength and couldn't help but smile. 35 meridians, he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This session had allowed him to unblock 10 meridians at once, bringing him closer to his goal of unblocking all 109. Not only that, but his physical strength had also improved significantly. Raising his arm, he marveled at the power coursing through his muscles. At this stage, even low-tier martial apprentices would struggle to harm me with ordinary weapons, he said quietly. I may not be strong yet, but the future holds great promise. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Chun retrieved 3 books from his storage pouch, another valuable gain from the day. The first book was titled Thousand Phantom Feather, a low-grade Huang-level movement technique. The text described how, when mastered, it would allow the practitioner to move as lightly as a bird and become nearly impossible to track in combat. The second book was Jiang Qin's first encounter with a mid-grade Huang-level martial technique, Soaring Wind Swordplay. This sword technique was swift as the wind and, when combined with Thousand Phantom Feather, its power would multiply. Together with his own sword draw slash, it would be sufficient to handle most battles below the martial lord level. The third book, however, was a beginner's guide to alchemy, a foundational manual for refining pills. While it was a simple entry-level technique, it was of immense significance to Jiang Qin. Alchemists held high status on the Zhongshuan continent, especially in resource-scarce places like Xuanwu City. Even a second-tier alchemist could be revered as a master. Alchemy techniques were closely guarded secrets among prominent families, making it impossible for someone of Jiang Qin's former status to access them. Now, with this book in hand, he finally had the opportunity to explore alchemy, which might even help solve the lack of unique products in his family's shop. Still, Jiang Chun quickly calmed himself and analyzed the situation. With my current resources, I can't refine pills yet. For now, I'll focus on practicing these 2 martial techniques. Glancing around the cave, he noted that the space was sufficient for him to move and practice. Determined, he said to himself, I'll train through the night and head out to hunt more beasts at dawn. Without hesitation, Jiang Qian drew his newly acquired sword and began practicing his techniques in the dim cave. For most cultivators, training in such conditions would be nearly impossible, but Jiang Qian moved with precision and ease. His innate talent and extraordinary comprehension of martial techniques allowed him to execute every move flawlessly, even in near darkness. Meanwhile, the world outside the cave was far from peaceful. Zhang Poliang and his 2 brothers, the trio who had once attempted to assassinate Jiang Chun, were now in dire straits, fleeing in desperation. They had fallen prey to the tiger demon's claws and, in their struggle to survive, had sustained severe injuries. At this moment, they were hiding by a creek on the outskirts of the Zhonglu forest. Jiang Pengliang leaned against a tree, his chest marred by 3 deep gashes that stained his clothes red with blood. Gasping for air, his eyes burned with hatred and unwillingness. Compared to Jiang Pengliang, the other 2 brothers were less severely injured, but they were far from unscathed. The 3 brothers sat together, looking utterly disheveled and miserable. Jiang Pengliang's face was ashen, his chest heaving violently, veins bulging on his forehead, and the rage in his eyes seemed as though it could ignite the entire forest. That damned little brat. To think he got us into such a state. I underestimated him. He spat through clenched teeth, slamming his fist into the ground. Dust flew up from the impact, but the movement pulled at the wound on his chest, causing fresh blood to seep out again. Big brother, don't let your anger get the better of you. Jiang Pengxiang sighed, his face filled with helplessness. It's just bad luck on our part. That kid lured us into a trap. If not for that, would have taken him down by now. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. So, big brother, second brother, what do we do now? Should we head back to treat our injuries? Jiang Pengguang asked hesitantly, clutching the wound on his inner thigh. His face was pale with pain, and his voice carried a trace of uncertainty. In our current state, it might not be wise to stay here much longer. Go back? For what? Jiang Pengliang scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over the 2 of them. To let everyone know we couldn't even handle a mere kid? The 3 of us, seasoned martial artists, outsmarted by a measly martial apprentice. If word gets out, our reputation will be in shambles. His tone was laced with shame and fury, and he looked as though he wanted nothing more than to march back and tear Jiang Qian to pieces on the spot. Big brother is right, but the priority now is to recover from our injuries, Jiang Pengxiang said steadily, his demeanor calm and composed. We'll take third brother to look for some medicinal herbs. Once we've healed up, we can go after that kid again. Zhang Perliang fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Fine. Third brother, on your way, stop by the main house and deliver a message. Tell them the kid spotted us coming and is hiding in the shadows, too scared to show himself. Once we track him down, we'll return to report. Understood. Jiang Pengguang agreed with a nod, but as he pushed himself to his feet, a grimace of pain crossed his face. Gritting his teeth, he turned to leave. Wait, Jiang Poliang suddenly called out, his gaze locking onto Jiang Pengguang. His voice dropped to a grave tone. By the way, your face isn't injured, but cover up the rest of your body. Don't let anyone see your wounds. I refuse to let our family's name be disgraced like this. Jiang Pengguang's expression twitched slightly at the words, but he forced himself to nod. Don't worry, big brother. I wouldn't want to lose face either. With that, he gritted his teeth against the pain and hurried off. When Jiang Pengguang delivered the message to the main house, Jiang Su and his son had no reason to doubt his words. Jiang Ming even let out a derisive laugh, his face full of mockery. What a joke. The three of you, martial artists, couldn't handle Jiang Chen? What? Is he going to sprout wings and fly away? Ha ha ha. Just picturing Jiang Chen cowering in some ditch like a stray dog makes me laugh. Jiang Su narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he nodded slowly. If you're so confident, then make sure you handle it properly. Bring me Jiang Chen's head as soon as possible. Yes, yes. The three of us are keeping a close watch. There won't be any mistakes. Jiang Pengguang replied with a grin, though inwardly, he was seething. It was true that Jiang Chen had fled like a stray dog and was hiding in the shadows, but the events leading up to that were a far cry from what he had described. If anyone resembled beaten dogs, it was the three of them, barely escaping with their lives. But next time, he vowed, there would be no escape for that little brat. The following days passed peacefully for Jiang Chen, free from the harassment of Jiang Pongliang and his brothers. By day, he roamed the forest, seizing opportunities to hunt and fight beasts, honing his combat skills. By night, he retreated to the safety of his cave, focusing on perfecting the two martial techniques he was cultivating. With his meridians continuously opening, his cultivation advanced rapidly, and his natural talent allowed him to master the techniques at an astonishing pace. A week flew by. Jiang Chen had opened 100 meridians, and his body had grown so strong that even an ordinary martial apprentice armed with a sharp blade would struggle to harm him. Deep within the forest, rustle, rustle. The sound of wind whipping through the trees accompanied Jiang Chen's ghost-like movements. The black blade in his hand gleamed coldly as he engaged in a fierce battle with a massive tiger. This tiger, with its piercing eyes and white forehead, was none other than the mid-tier, high-grade tiger demon that had indirectly saved his life a week ago. Now, however, Jiang Chen finally had the strength to take it on in a head-to-head fight. The tiger demon let out a ferocious roar, its thick claws slicing through the air with terrifying force. Even Jiang Chen, skilled as he was, would face severe injury if he made the slightest misstep. The beast's roar tore through the atmosphere, sending leaves spiraling to the ground as if nature itself was mourning the impending clash. But Jiang Chen, having mastered the 1,000 illusion feather technique and the gale sword art to perfection, moved with the agility of a bird and struck with the swiftness of the wind. After a fierce exchange of blows, Jiang Chen emerged unscathed. While the tiger demon's body was riddled with wounds of varying depths, its blood dripping like streams and staining the earth a dark crimson. The tiger demon's aura grew increasingly savage, its eyes gradually turning blood red as its bloodthirsty instincts took full control. Seizing on the briefest opening in Jiang Chen's swordplay, it unleashed a deafening roar, a shockwave of demonic energy surging toward him. Jiang Chen's eardrums throbbed with pain, his mind buzzed as if struck by thunder, and his body momentarily froze, unable to respond. Whoosh! The tiger demon capitalized on the opportunity, its massive frame lunging at Jiang Chen with lightning speed, claws as sharp as blades aiming straight for his chest. In the nick of time, Jiang Chen forcibly steadied his mind, activating the 1,000 illusion feather technique. His figure flickered like a phantom, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. Nonetheless, the claws grazed his right arm, and blood gushed out instantly. Roar! A glint of cunning flashed in the tiger demon's eyes. It was clearly pleased with its strategy. Though it hadn't landed a critical blow, the injury to Jiang Chen's sword arm would surely weaken his grip and diminish his strength. To the tiger demon, this was already the prelude to victory. Yet Jiang Chen remained calm, showing not a trace of panic. He let out a cold laugh, his left hand deftly flipping the black blade into a firm grip, its tip now aimed directly at the tiger demon. A sudden, chilling surge of killing intent erupted from him. Out of tricks, are we? Now, it's my turn. The tiger demon froze for a moment, seemingly caught off guard by the seamless dexterity of Jiang Chen's left hand. Before it could react, Jiang Chen was upon it like a storm, his blade slashing through the air with blinding speed. Slash! Slash! The sword's light carved through the tiger demon, leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes across its body. The tiger demon roared in fury, attempting to counterattack, only to find its movements growing sluggish, its strength drained unknowingly over the course of the fight. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's relentless assault showed no sign of waning. His strikes were as fierce and unyielding as crashing waves, leaving the beast bewildered and terrified. A question flickered in its blood-red eyes. How could a mere human possess stamina surpassing that of a demon? 5 minutes later, Jiang Chun finally spotted an opening. With precision and decisiveness, he drove his blade into the tiger demon's eye, the black edge piercing through to the back of its skull. Blood sprayed like a geyser as the tiger demon's enormous body shuddered violently before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Its lifeless eyes remained wide open, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Huh. Jiang Qian exhaled deeply as he sheathed his sword, a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. The divine dragon martial soul truly is formidable, he muttered to himself, feeling the surging power coursing through him. A faint pride stirred in his heart. With the strength of 100 meridians and the power of 15 elephants, he could now effortlessly slay mid-tier, high-grade demonic beasts. Yet, this power came with its limitations. No matter how hard he tried, the remaining 9 meridians refused to yield, and his physical body seemed to have reached its peak, locking his cultivation in a bottleneck. It seems I'll have to rely on alchemy, Jiang Qin murmured, glancing at the tiger demon's corpse before absorbing and refining its essence. However, the breakthrough he sought continued to elude him. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes deep and contemplative. With only half a month left until the Qingyang sect's disciple recruitment, returning to refined pills might be my only option. But first, I need to take care of some inconveniences. Just then, the sound of rustling footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest, accompanied by a chilling, mocking voice. Jiang Chun, oh Jiang Chun, you've really made us work hard to find you, haven't you? Emerging from the shadows, Jiang Pongliang and his 2 brothers stepped forward, their faces twisted with malice. A week of relentless pursuit had left them seething with impatience. Now, their sole focus was to eliminate Jiang Chen once and for all and return to report their success. When Jiang Pongliang and his 2 brothers arrived, Jiang Qian stood his ground, his face devoid of any trace of panic. Instead, a faint, mocking smile played on his lips. Didn't you 3 notice what just happened here? Well, I suppose if you had, you wouldn't have dared to show yourselves, Jiang Chen sneered, his tone laced with ridicule. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Pengxiang frowned slightly, an uneasy feeling creeping into his heart. Jiang Qin's unusual calmness was unsettling. In truth, ever since recovering from their injuries, the 3 of them had been relentlessly hunting Jiang Chen. While they initially managed to track him down a few times, Jiang Chen always managed to slip away. Over time, however, he became increasingly elusive, reduced to a mere voice in the shadows. Today, they had finally cornered him. Yet the confidence they had felt was now unraveling in the face of Jiang Qin's unnerving composure. You brat, stop with the cryptic nonsense. Do you really think we don't know what you're up to? Jiang Pengguang smirked coldly, convinced he had seen through Jiang Qin's intentions. You're just trying to lure us into provoking the tiger demon again, so you can set us up, aren't you? Well, let me tell you something, your grandpa here isn't dumb enough to fall for the same trick twice. If you dare go near it, we'll happily watch you get torn to shreds by that beast. Let's see who dies faster, you or us. Jiang Pongliang, however, had no patience for such chatter. His eyes burned with killing intent as he raised his massive saber and charged forward with a vicious snarl. Enough talk. Let's finish this quickly. As he moved, Jiang Pengxiang and Jiang Pengguang flanked him on either side, forming a tight encirclement to cut off any chance of escape for Jiang Chen. Yet, even as the 3 closed in, Jiang Chen remained calm, his gaze sharp and calculating. His hand slowly tightened around the hilt of his sword, as if waiting for the perfect moment. Just as Jiang Pongliang's saber was about to strike his face, Jiang Chen struck. Blade draw slash. Swish. A flash of light streaked through the air, cold and deadly, carrying the overwhelming force of 15 elephants. The speed of the strike was unparalleled, and in an instant, Jiang Pengliang's neck was severed. Jiang Pongliang froze mid-attack, his expression locked in place. A moment later, his head flew skyward, blood spraying like a fountain as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The shocking sight left Jiang Pengxiang and Jiang Pengguang utterly stunned. The scene they had envisioned, Jiang Chun lying in a pool of his own blood, or perhaps one of them severing Jiang Chen's head, was shattered. Instead, it was their eldest brother who now lay headless on the ground. Jiang Chen's cold laugh cut through the air like a blade. Compared to that tiger demon, you 3 are much easier to kill. The words sent a chill down Jiang Pengxiang and Jiang Pengguang's spines, their faces turning deathly pale as a storm of fear churned within them. What did he mean? Could it be that Jiang Chun had already slain the tiger demon? But just a week ago, this man had been nothing more than a desperate fugitive, barely surviving their pursuit. How could he have undergone such a terrifying transformation in such a short time? Now, it's your turn. Jiang Chen's gaze locked onto Jiang Pengxiang, and with a powerful kick off the ground, he shot toward him like a phantom bird, his sword flashing through the air like a raging tempest. Jiang Pengxiang's mind was in chaos as he frantically swung his saber to defend himself. But under Jiang Qin's relentless assault, he was completely overwhelmed, his movements clumsy and desperate. Thud. Within 10 moves, Jiang Qin's sword pierced through Jiang Pengxiang's throat. Blood gushed forth as his body collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. Second brother. Jiang Pengguang roared, his voice filled with anguish and fury. He had never imagined that Jiang Chun could possess such overwhelming power, eliminating his brothers with terrifying ease. Staring at the lifeless bodies of Jiang Pengliang and Jiang Pengxiang, Jiang Pengguang felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss, despair consuming him. Ah! Jiang Su deceived me. Jiang Su deceived me. He howled toward the heavens, his voice breaking with grief and regret. But Jiang Chun showed no mercy. His figure blurred, and his sword, like the scythe of the grim reaper, sliced through the air with deadly precision. Swish! Jiang Pengguang's cries were abruptly silenced as his body crumpled to the ground, joining his brothers as a lifeless corpse. Jiang Chen calmly sheathed his sword, his face expressionless as he glanced at the 3 bodies on the ground. He then bent down, severed their heads, and carefully wrapped them before walking away without a second glance. You want to take my head back as proof? Fine. I'll be merciful and send you back first. With a cold sneer, Jiang Chen's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the 3 lifeless bodies before him. Slowly, he sheathed his long sword, turned, and walked back to the secluded cave where he had been hiding. 7 days of intense cultivation and herb gathering had made him intimately familiar with every corner of this forest. Carefully placing the spiritual herbs he'd collected into his storage pouch, he cast one last glance at his temporary refuge before striding resolutely out of the Zhonglu forest. The night was heavy and silent over the Jiang family estate. Suddenly, a foul-smelling bundle was hurled over the courtyard wall, shattering a vase in the corner with a loud crash. The noise startled a servant on night watch, who rushed over with a lantern. What he saw made his face drain of Calora blood-soaked package, its crimson contents seeping into the ground. What is this? The servant stammered as he hesitantly unwrapped it. The next moment, 3 severed heads, their lifeless eyes wide open, tumbled out. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore through the night. Murder! Someone's been killed. Help! Help! The piercing cry jolted the entire Jiang household awake. People hurried over with lanterns in hand, gathering around the grisly scene. As they recognized the faces on the heads, their expressions turned ashen. In the oppressive silence, Jiang Su and his son Jiang Ming exchanged a horrified glance, their pupils contracting in shock. Aren't these Jiang Pengliang and his brothers? A distant relative stammered, his voice trembling. How could this happen? Yes, they've been missing for days. Who would have thought this would be their fate? Another whispered in disbelief. Who would dare target members of the Jiang family? Could one of the other 4 great families be behind this? Someone speculated in a hushed voice. This isn't just revenge, this is a blatant provocation. Throwing their heads into our courtyard? The murmurs of fear and fury rippled through the crowd. Amidst the commotion, the family head, Jiang Chengji, arrived, striding swiftly into the crowd. His piercing gaze fell on the severed heads, and his expression darkened like a brewing storm. He stood silently, his presence heavy and suffocating. After a long pause, Jiang Chengji finally spoke, his voice cold and commanding. Enough. Everyone, go back. Stop lingering here. I will handle this myself. The head of the family had spoken. Though reluctant, no one dared to disobey. The crowd dispersed, leaving the courtyard eerily quiet. Only Jiang Chengji, Jiang Su, and Jiang Ming remained. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the night. Jiang Su staggered backward, clutching his rapidly swelling cheek. Father, what are you doing? Jiang Su protested, his voice filled with grievance. But as he met Jiang Chengji's icy glare, his heart sank, and his tone weakened. You dare ask me that? Jiang Chengji roared, his fury like thunder. Don't think I don't know about your idiotic schemes. Jiang Su's heart skipped a beat. He knew the truth had been uncovered. Hastily, he tried to defend himself. Father, I only did it for the sake of the family. That boy, Jiang Chun, dared to lay a hand on Ming'er even after leaving the family. I couldn't let it go, so I sent people to teach him a lesson. How could I have known it would end like this? He pulled Jiang Ming closer, attempting to shift the blame. Father, you know as well as I Dominger is the future of the Jiang family. If he fails the upcoming trials because of Jiang Chun, he'll be the one to ruin us. Jiang Ming chimed in anxiously, Grandfather, I can't focus on my cultivation at all. As long as Jiang Chun lives, he'll never find peace. Jiang Chengxi's expression softened slightly at their words, but he still let out a cold snort. You wretched fools. Jiang Zhan is your own brother. Jiang Zhu, how dare you scheme against him like this? Do you not fear the shame you bring upon the Jiang name? How could my family produce someone as heartless and despicable as you? Father, the priority now is to figure out how Jiang Pongliang and his brothers died, Jiang Su said quickly, forcing a smile and trying to change the subject. As far as I know, Jiang Zhan left with a band of talentless, powerless nobodies. Even combined, they couldn't possibly take down Jiang Pongliang and his brothers. He paused, his gaze flickering with unease. In a low voice, he speculated, could it be that Jiang Zhan has a powerful benefactor backing him? Or perhaps, the remnants of the Chang family aren't as thoroughly eradicated as we thought. Impossible. Jiang Su had barely spoken when Jiang Chengji's cold voice cut him off, laced with an unyielding firmness. The Chang family was wiped out overnight by a mysterious force. All 127 members of the household perished without exception. Only Chang Wanru, who happened to be out of the city with Jiang Zhan that day, survived. This number was verified by all 5 of our families. There's no mistake. But Jiang Su did not back down. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. But there are inconsistencies, aren't there? He stepped forward slightly, lowering his voice. When we searched the Chang residence thoroughly back then, we found nothing missing except for an empty, unfamiliar box in the study. Yet, the entire family was killed silently. Don't you think that's strange? Jiang Chengji frowned slightly, as if Jiang Su's words had stirred some unsettling memories. Sensing his father's unease, Jiang Su seized the opportunity to press further. So, is it possible that someone from the Chang family survived? Someone we failed to account for? Someone who has been secretly protecting Jiang Zhan and his family? That would explain why my assassination attempts have repeatedly failed. Jiang Chengji's expression darkened, and his gaze flickered uncertainly as he stared at Jiang Su. Noticing his father's hesitation, Jiang Su felt a surge of satisfaction, though he masked it with a look of apprehension. He spoke cautiously, his tone tinged with worry. Father, if that's the case, then we're in serious danger. After all, the Chang family's wealth was divided among our 5 families. The only thing left for Chang Wanru was a worthless bracelet. If a Chang family survivor knows the truth, they'll surely seek revenge. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chengzi's eyes before his expression steadied. He spoke in a deep, commanding voice. Enough. This matter is not to be brought up again. Jiang Su immediately fell silent, though a trace of unease lingered in his gaze. Jiang Chengji let out a disdainful snort, his tone low yet authoritative. It's not possible for it to be someone from the Chang family. If such a person existed and had the power to retaliate, they would have acted long ago. Why would they hide in the shadows until now? And protecting Jiang Zhan and his family? That would be utterly meaningless. Jiang Zhan and his kin are nothing but useless fools. Protecting them would do nothing for the Chang family. He paused, his tone turning even colder. Besides, the Chang family's real enemy is the mysterious force that annihilated them. We merely acted opportunistically doing what anyone else would have done. Even if we hadn't taken the Chang family's wealth, other families wouldn't have let it slip through their fingers. Jiang Zhan is a pathetic weakling, unworthy of inheriting anything. Do you understand? Jiang Su nodded repeatedly, as though finally convinced. Yet, a hint of doubt lingered in his eyes. He hesitated before softly asking, if it's not someone from the Chang family, then who killed Jiang Pongliang and his brothers? Jiang Chengzi's gaze turned icy, his voice cutting like a blade. Whoever it was, this matter ends here. The sect entrance examination is only half a month away. You'd better behave yourselves and focus on preparing for it. If you succeed in joining Qingyang sect, they'll fully support you. But if you fail you'll have to face the consequences. These words fell like a bucket of cold water, silencing Jiang Su and his son at once. They nodded meekly, too intimidated to argue. Jiang Chengji shot them a frosty glance before turning to leave, his hands clasped behind his back. His parting words carried an air of finality. Clean up the mess you've made. Console Jiang Pengliang's family, and don't cause me any more trouble. Jiang Su and his son exchanged a helpless, bitter look. Suppressing their disgust, they reluctantly rewrapped the 3 bloodied heads, their hands trembling ever so slightly. Jiang Chengzi's figure had long disappeared into the darkness, but his cold, commanding voice seemed to linger in the air, pressing down on them like an unbearable weight. Jiang Ming's determination. Jiang Ming's face was grim, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. He stared at his father, Jiang Su, his eyes burning with defiance. His voice was low, yet it carried a hint of anger. Father, are we really going to just let this go? Jiang Su glanced at him, his tone calm but tinged with resignation. What else can we do? Whoever was capable of taking down Jiang Pongliang and his brothers must be an exceptional fighter. Even if we find someone stronger than them, there's no guarantee of success. Besides, the only martial master in the family is your grandfather. If he doesn't act, no one else will. After a brief pause, Jiang Su fixed his steady gaze on Jiang Ming and said earnestly, so, listen to your grandfather. Let this matter rest. focus on preparing for the assessment. Once you enter Qingyang sect and gain enough strength, you'll have the freedom to do whatever you want. Jiang Ming bit his lip, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes. But eventually, he took a deep breath and nodded firmly. His voice carried newfound determination. I understand. I will succeed. Seeing this, Jiang Su's face softened with a smile of approval. He gently patted Jiang Ming on the shoulder. That's the spirit. Don't let your father and grandfather down. Jiang Ming nodded resolutely, his confidence evident. Jiang Qin's return. As Jiang Qin stepped into his home, the warm glow of the lamps bathed him in light. His parents, Jiang Zhan and his wife, quickly came to greet him, their faces full of concern. Jiang Zhan spoke first. Chun'er, is the training over this time? Jiang Chun smiled faintly and nodded. His tone was calm. Yes, I hit a bottleneck and couldn't make any progress for now, so I decided to return. What? Does that mean you've already cleared all 18 meridians? Are you on the verge of becoming a martial master? Jiang Zhan's face lit up with astonishment and joy. Jiang Chen scratched his head and replied vaguely, something like that. Jiang Zhan burst into hearty laughter, his pride evident. Haha, my son has advanced so quickly. Let's see who dares call you a waste martial soul now. Clearing all 18 meridians this fast, what kind of waste soul is that? But about the bottleneck, I've been there myself. At this stage, unless you have a breaking pill, the only option is to train relentlessly. Perseverance will eventually lead to a breakthrough, and you'll become a martial master. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze with a small smile, choosing not to explain further. His bottleneck was on an entirely different level. Within him, his meridians had already expanded to a staggering network of 100 channels, far surpassing the narrow pathways of ordinary individuals. Looking up with a smile, Jiang Chun shifted the topic. Father, let's talk about breaking through later. How's the family shop doing? At this, Jiang Zhan's smile gradually faded. He sighed and said, the situation hasn't improved much. We barely get any customers. For now, I've left the store to the few employees we have left. Most of the others have gone to find other work. If things continue like this, we won't be able to keep the shop running. We'll have to look for another way to make a living. Hearing this, Jiang Qian furrowed his brows slightly, nodding thoughtfully. After chatting with his parents for a bit longer, he noticed the late hour and stood up. Father, mother, it's getting late. I'll head back to my room now. All right, but don't stress too much about breaking through. These things happen naturally. Who knows, maybe after a good night's sleep, you'll wake up having advanced. That's how it happened for me back then. The more I worried, the harder it was to break through. Jiang Zhan chuckled heartily, his tone comforting. Jiang Qin smiled and nodded. Don't worry, father. I'm already making great progress. I'm not in a rush at all. Jiang Qin's next step. Once inside his room, Jiang Chun closed the door and pulled out an old book from his robe. It was a manual on alchemy. He opened it, his fingers lightly brushing the yellowed pages as a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Just like I said earlier, there's no need to rush the breakthrough, he murmured to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. For now, I need to focus on learning alchemy during these next 10 days. As he flipped through the first few pages, the unfamiliar content piqued his interest. Jiang Chun was well aware that alchemy required exceptional talent. Every accomplished alchemist had spent years, if not decades, perfecting their craft, often at great expense. Yet, he had only a few short days and no prior experience. It might seem impractical, but it's worth a try, he said with a faint smile. I don't expect to become a master in such a short time. For now, I'll treat this as laying the groundwork for my future as an alchemist. With that, Jiang Qian delved into the ancient text, ready to embark on this new journey. Jiang Chun maintained a calm and optimistic mindset. Although he was eager to help his family's business by learning alchemy, he was well aware that becoming a skilled alchemist in just a few days was nearly impossible. For him, it was more of a way to keep himself occupied during his cultivation bottleneck. However, the path of alchemy was not something one could casually embark on. It required an astronomical amount of resources in the beginning. According to market prices, even the most basic apprentice-grade alchemy furnace would cost at least 100 taels of silver, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Protective gear, basic flame arrays, and alchemy ingredients were all significant expenses. Altogether, these costs were far beyond what Jiang Chun could afford at the moment. While his hunting ventures had yielded decent results, and the spiritual herbs he had gathered could sell for a few hundred taels of silver, pouring all of that into foundational equipment would leave him with no funds for future cultivation. Maybe I should visit the Alchemist Guild in Xuanwu City. Jiang Qian muttered to himself, recalling the rumors he'd heard about the guild. It was said that alchemists often gathered there, and many apprentices were sent by major families to learn. Perhaps he could find a more cost-effective way to study alchemy there. With that thought in mind, he opened the book in his hand, Basic Alchemy Techniques, and skimmed through its contents, committing the key points to memory before lying down to rest. Early the next morning, after breakfast and his morning exercises, Jiang Chun changed into a plain, coarse outfit. He deliberately adjusted his hairstyle, leaving 2 strands of hair to fall over his forehead in an attempt to conceal his identity. Other families might not be an issue, but if the Jiang family discovered he was learning alchemy, he would undoubtedly face trouble. Still, Jiang Chun was well aware that his appearance posed a challenge. In this life, he had inherited the best features of his parents. Even if he dressed modestly, his refined and delicate features were hard to disguise. If he ran into someone who knew him, it would be difficult to avoid recognition. Let's just get going, Jiang Qin decided, dismissing any further hesitation. He tucked basic alchemy techniques into his chest pocket and divided the spiritual herbs into 2 bundles, carrying them on his back. One bundle consisted of low-grade herbs he had carefully selected for practicing the crafting of chi-gathering pills and meridian-clearing pills enough to sustain his training for a while. The other bundle was meant to be sold to generate funds for his continued studies. The Alchemist Guild in Xuanwu City was an official organization established by alchemists, with branches spread across the entire Zhongshuan continent. According to legend, the guild's highest authority was a grandmaster capable of refining 9th-grade pills, a rare peak-level expert on the continent. Since cultivators across the land were heavily reliant on alchemy, most alchemists registered as members of the guild, granting it immense prestige. Even in a resource-scarce place like Xuanwu City, the local branch of the Alchemist Guild was second only to the city lord's residence in prominence. It was located in the Northern District's central area, one of the most desirable locations in the entire city. And that was precisely where Jiang Chun was headed, the Xuanwu City branch of the Alchemist Guild. Looking northward, his eyes gleamed with determination. No matter what, this was a step he had to take. The guild's headquarters was built with extraordinary grandeur. The entire structure was majestic and awe-inspiring, with intricately carved patterns adorning the stone walls, some even gilded with gold, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. It was a testament to the wealth and status of the Alchemists Guild. Standing in front of the entrance, Jiang Chun couldn't help but murmur under his breath, as expected of the Alchemists Guild. This level of extravagance even puts the city lord's mansion to shame. Despite having seen countless modern skyscrapers in his previous life, he was still struck by the ancient charm and opulence of the building before him. Carrying 2 large bundles of spiritual herbs, he walked briskly toward the grand entrance. However, just as he took a step forward, a guard in a red uniform blocked his way. The guard glanced at Jiang Chen's attire, then at the worn-out bundles slung over his shoulder, his brows furrowing even deeper. "Kid, what do you think you're doing here?" he asked coldly. Jiang Chen remained calm and replied, "I'm here to learn alchemy." The guard's expression instantly turned impatient. Waving his hand dismissively, he barked, "Go, go, go. This isn't a place for someone like you." Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his tone turning a bit colder. "Why not? Is there an age restriction here? Or perhaps an identity requirement? Are people not allowed to enter?" The guard let out a derisive snort, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do you even know where you are? This is the Alchemist's Guild, not some place a nobody like you can just stroll into. I see people like you every day. Move along and stop wasting our time." Just as Jiang Chen was about to argue further, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through the air from behind him. "Hey, little beggar. Didn't you hear what the guard said? Get lost already. This isn't a place for the likes of you. If you're looking for scraps, go to the West District." Turning around, Jiang Chun saw a young girl dressed in luxurious silk descending the steps. She couldn't have been more than 13 or 14 years old, flanked by 2 elegantly dressed maidservants. Holding a handkerchief over her nose, she looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of disgust and spoke icily, "Little beggar. While I'm in a good mood, you'd better leave quickly. Don't make me lose my temper. Just seeing you is ruining my day. You're going to mess up my luck for alchemy today." Hearing her words, a flicker of anger ignited in Jiang Chen's heart. He fixed his cold gaze on the girl and said firmly, "And what makes you think I'm a beggar?" The girl sneered, her tone dripping with scorn. "Oh, did I say something wrong? Carrying around 2 shabby bundles like that early in the morning? If you're not here to beg, then what are you even doing?" With that, she took out a small pouch from her waist and tossed a few silver coins onto the ground. "Here's some money. Take it and scram already." The guard, seeing this, shook his head and sighed, speaking to Jiang Chun in a resigned tone. "Listen, kid. I'm telling you for your own good. Just leave. Our supervisor has made it clear no unauthorized individuals are allowed inside. If any of the alchemists catch sight of you, we'll be the ones in trouble." Jiang Chun let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. "Did your supervisor also tell you to judge people by their appearance?" Without waiting for a response, he kicked the silver coins on the ground, sending them clattering loudly, and then threw his bundles to the ground with a resounding thud. The loosely tied bundles opened up, revealing a mountain of spiritual herbs inside. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Both the guard and the girl stood rooted to the spot, their eyes fixed on the pile of herbs emitting a faint medicinal aroma. Among the collection, first-grade spiritual herbs made up the majority, but there were also several rare and precious second-grade herbs materials that only warriors of a certain level of strength would dare to venture out and collect. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Even passers-by stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the unexpected display. A child who looked no older than 10 had shown up at the gates of the Alchemists Guild with such a valuable collection of spiritual herbs. The sight was nothing short of unbelievable. Sweeping his gaze over the crowd, Jiang Qin's eyes lingered on the pale-faced young girl before shifting to the two guards. His voice was as cold as steel. Now, can I go in? Or do you need me to prove I'm a cultivator by fighting someone first? When Jiang Qin angrily revealed a pouch of rare spiritual herbs, it left everyone present utterly stunned. The two guards exchanged bewildered glances, a sense of unease rising in their hearts. They had assumed Jiang Qin to be nothing more than a destitute, insignificant youth, no different from the riffraff they routinely turned away. Who could have guessed that he carried such precious spiritual herbs with him? Whether he had gathered these herbs himself or had the backing of a powerful elder, it was enough to prove his extraordinary background, perhaps even a connection to a formidable martial master. Realizing this, cold sweat formed on their foreheads as they silently cursed their misjudgment, fearing they may have crossed the wrong person this time. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing, standing off to the side, was unimpressed. In fact, she looked at Jiang Qin with even more disdain. Crossing her arms, she scoffed arrogantly. It's just some spiritual herbs. What's the big deal? Our Bai family has an entire warehouse full of herbs like these. Hearing this, Jiang Qin turned his gaze sharply toward Bai Qingqing. His eyes, deep and cold like a bottomless pool, carried the chilling intent of someone who had faced countless deadly beasts. The intensity of his stare pierced straight into Bai Qingqing's heart like a blade. She felt a sudden chill, her body stiffening as she involuntarily took a small step back. Anger and humiliation welled up within her. She, the proud young lady of the Bai family, had actually flinched under the glare of a poorly dressed youth. The thought left her seething with shame, yet she dared not say another word. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in an alchemist's robe hurried over. A badge on his chest identified him as a second-grade alchemist, and his demeanor exuded authority. Casting a sweeping glance at the scene, he asked in a stern voice, "Who is causing such a commotion here?" The guards immediately stepped forward and briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing their account, the man frowned slightly, shooting the guards a dissatisfied look. He then turned to Jiang Qin and, though his tone was calm, it remained courteous. "Our alchemist guild typically accommodates disciples from prominent families or martial experts. It's rare to see someone as young as you arrive alone. The guards mistook your identity, and I will ensure they apologize for the misunderstanding. If you have matters to attend to, you may proceed to the guild hall for assistance." Without waiting for a response, the man turned and walked away, clearly uninterested in prolonging the interaction. Jiang Qin didn't mind after all. As a second-grade alchemist, the man's status was considerable, and his handling of the situation was already fairly respectful. The two guards, left with no choice, awkwardly apologized to Jiang Qin before stepping aside to let him pass. Jiang Qin gave a slight nod, shouldered the pouch of herbs once more, and strode confidently into the guild hall. Bai Qingqing watched his retreating figure, her frustration unresolved. She scoffed coldly, "Humph, acting all high and mighty. If this weren't the Alchemist Guild, I'd have already had someone teach him a lesson." Her attendant leaned in and whispered cautiously, "Miss, we should head inside as well. Or well, miss Master Liang Yun's lecture." Gritting her teeth, Bai Qingqing sneered, "Fine, let's go. I want to see how much money this little beggar has to spend on learning alchemy." With that, she lifted her chin high and stomped toward the guild entrance with exaggerated steps. Inside, Jiang Qin had already entered the spacious and well-lit guild hall. He quickly located the reception desk, where a young woman with a pleasant appearance and a professional smile was stationed. She looked to be around 20 years old, and the name tag on her chest read Yi Xiaoxiang. With a polite smile, Yi Xiaoxiang greeted him softly, "Welcome, sir. May I ask how I can assist you today?" Her gaze briefly swept over Jiang Qin, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. It was unusual to see someone so young and plainly dressed enter the Alchemist Guild on their own. Jiang Qin's expression remained calm as he replied in a steady and serious tone, "I'm here for 2 reasons. First, I wish to sell this pouch of spiritual herbs. Second, I'd like to inquire about learning alchemy. Could you provide me with some information?" Seeing Jiang Qin, who looked young yet carried himself with the demeanor of an adult while seeking her advice, Yi Xiaoxiang was quietly surprised. She patiently explained, "We purchase spiritual herbs here, but we generally only accept them in larger quantities, and preferably of the second tier or higher. Otherwise, we don't buy them. As for learning alchemy, you can choose one of our resident alchemists as your mentor. Each alchemist has a different fee structure and varying requirements for the duration of study." After speaking, she pulled a list from beneath the counter and handed it to Jiang Qin, her tone still warm and polite. This is a list of alchemists who currently have available time. You can take a look. Jiang Chen took the list, his gaze quickly scanning over it. His eyebrows slightly raised, and a hint of surprise flickered across his face. The list included over a dozen alchemists, most of whom were first-tier alchemists, 12 in total, while there were only 3 second-tier alchemists. What was even more astonishing were their teaching fees. First-tier alchemists charged an average of 20 taels of silver per hour, while second-tier alchemists demanded a staggering 100 taels per hour. Moreover, the daily teaching hours were subject to the alchemist's moods, with a maximum of only 2 hours a day. Jiang Chen's expression grew serious as he reflected silently. No wonder the major families have struggled to produce many alchemists over the years. These prices are astronomical. Not only does it require immense family wealth to sustain, but it also hinges on the apprentice's innate talent. If the talent is mediocre, pouring money into it would be like throwing it into a bottomless pit. Even if I sold all the spiritual herbs I've gathered in recent days, it would only cover a few lessons, leaving me penniless again in no time. After pondering for a moment, he looked up at Yi Xiaoxiang, his tone hesitant. Well, I do have my own alchemy methods. Is it possible to simply rent a cauldron here and practice on my own, without choosing a mentor? Yi Xiaoxiang was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. It was the first time she'd encountered such a request. Typically, only experienced freelance alchemists rented tools here. A complete novice renting equipment to practice solo was unheard of. A faint, slightly forced smile appeared on her face, but her tone remained courteous. Sir, while it is theoretically possible to rent equipment, I would strongly advise against it. Alchemy is an incredibly intricate craft, far from something one can master overnight. Even if you have your own methods, it's not something you can learn through trial and error alone. Before her words had even settled, a disdainful scoff sounded from behind. I knew it, you're just a broke nobody. Why bother learning alchemy if you can't afford it? Jiang Chen turned to see Bai Qingqing, who had earlier clashed with him at the entrance. She stood with her arms crossed, her face full of mockery. She strutted forward, raising her voice deliberately, as if to ensure everyone nearby could hear. With those pitiful herbs of yours, you might as well just exchange them for pills to cultivate. Do you even know how long I studied under Master Liang to learn alchemy? 2 whole years. Every day I studied diligently, and when I got home, I had to practice under my elder's supervision. Even so, after 2 years, I still couldn't pass the first-tier alchemist qualification exam. And who do you think you are, imagining you can master alchemy all on your own? It's laughable. As she spoke, she gave Jiang Chen a condescending once-over, her tone dripping with scorn. Don't think dressing a little cleaner can hide your poverty. Alchemy is not something someone like you can even dream of touching. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, but chose to ignore Bai Qingqing's unprovoked ridicule. Lowering his head, he pondered for a moment. Although her words were unpleasant, he had to admit there was some truth to them. As a beginner, having professional guidance could indeed make a significant difference. Looking back at Yi Xiaoxiang, his tone was calm but carried a trace of determination. In that case, is it possible to book individual lessons instead of committing to a full course? I'd like to try one session first. Yi Xiaoxiang was momentarily stunned by his request, as it was clearly beyond her expectations. Most apprentices who came here to book lessons did so on at least a quarterly basis. No one had ever proposed such a tentative approach. After a brief hesitation, she eventually nodded and replied, All right, I'll ask around and see which master might be available for a single session. However, I can't guarantee success. After agreeing to help inquire, Yi Xiaoxiang left. However, Bai Qingqing was relentless, sneering as she mocked, Little beggar. Do you think the masters here have nothing better to do? No one's going to play house with you. If you're so desperate to learn on your own, you can just buy a pill furnace and take it home. Even if it explodes and kills you, at least it won't tarnish the guild's reputation. Standing there, Jiang Chen fixed Bai Qingqing with a cold stare, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing through her. Bai Qingqing, who had been brimming with arrogance moments ago, suddenly felt a chill under his glare. She averted her eyes despite herself but refused to back down verbally, muttering under her breath, If it weren't for the guild. If it weren't for the guild, you wouldn't even have the chance to waste so many words with me. Jiang Chen interrupted, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable air of authority. Bai Qingqing was left speechless, her face flushing red with frustration. She pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Chen, her lips moving as if to retort, but no words came out. Jiang Chen, unwilling to waste more time on her, turned and followed the guidance of another receptionist to the procurement area. There, he handed over a pouch of spiritual herbs to an experienced appraiser. The elder expertly examined each herb for its grade and age. After careful calculation, the total value came to over 400 taels of silver. Most of the value lay in a few second-grade herbs, while the first-grade herbs were worth less individually, but added up due to their quantity. Jiang Chen was more than satisfied with the result. The guild's purchase prices for spiritual herbs were always higher than ordinary pharmacies, but their quality standards were also much stricter. Damaged or underaged herbs were outright rejected. Pocketing the silver, Jiang Chun began planning. This sum was more than enough to book a session with an alchemist, possibly even several days of instruction. As Jiang Chen stepped out of the procurement area, he ran into Yi Xiaoxiang, who had just returned. A faint smile graced her face, and her tone held a trace of delight. Sir, I've spoken with the masters, and Master Liang happened to have some time. He has agreed to your request. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Bai Qingqing, who had been nearby, erupted. What? Master Liang? You mean Liang Yun? Master Liang? Her expression shifted dramatically, her voice tinged with disbelief. Yes, Yi Xiaoxiang confirmed with a nod. Impossible. Why would Master Liang agree to teach this little beggar? Bai Qingqing glared at Jiang Chun, her eyes filled with jealousy and rage. Liang Yun was not just an alchemist, but also her mentor. The thought of Jiang Chun, someone she looked down on, sharing the same teacher was unbearable. Miss Bai, this guest was next in line after you. If you have any concerns, you're welcome to take them up with Master Liang directly, Yi Xiaoxiang replied with her professional smile, showing no favoritism despite Bai Qingqing's status. Bai Qingqing's face darkened further, but she couldn't possibly confront Liang Yun about this. Gritting her teeth, she shot Jiang Chun a venomous glare and spat. He'll remember this, before storming off toward the alchemy room. Miss Bai, it's almost time. Yi Xiaoxiang calmly reminded her retreating figure. After Bai Qingqing left, Yi Xiaoxiang turned back to Jiang Qin and said, Sir, to enter the alchemy room for instruction, you'll need to pay the session fee and a deposit of 100 taels. If you don't have your own herbs, you can also purchase them from us. Just call me Jiang Chun, he replied, appreciating her courteous demeanor. He handed over the silver he had just received for registration. Once the formalities were completed, Jiang Chun suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, since Master Liang is teaching, would it be possible for me to observe? Yi Xiaoxiang considered his question briefly before replying. Our teaching sessions are unknown, so outsiders aren't allowed in the room. However, if you're only observing from the glass window outside, that shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Chun nodded in understanding, thanked Yi Xiaoxiang, and, with his registration certificate in hand, headed straight to Master Liang's teaching room. Since he had no conflicting thoughts about it, and since he had the opportunity to observe, it was only natural for him to take a look in advance. This way, when it was his turn, he could handle it more easily, making the high tuition fees enough to cover an average family's expenses for months worthwhile. At this moment, Bai Qingqing was fully focused on alchemy. Sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, she raised her hands slightly, her fingers guiding streams of spiritual energy like invisible threads, manipulating the flames within the furnace. Her brows furrowed as she stared intently at the furnace's opening, as if the entire world had been shut out, leaving only the pill that was about to take form. However, just as she was fully immersed, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar face reflected on the transparent glass outside the alchemy room. It was Jiang Chun. He was standing outside, his expression serious, his gaze fixed on her every movement, as though he was engraving every detail of her alchemy process into his memory. His eyes carried no distractions, only a level of focus that was almost impossible to ignore. Yet, that very focus caused Bai Qingqing to falter. Poof, a soft sound broke the silence as Bai Qingqing's control over her spiritual energy wavered. The once steady flames suddenly surged, and the herbs in the furnace were instantly burned to a crisp, leaving behind a charred mess and a burnt smell lingering in the air. That damned little beggar! Bai Qingqing shot to her feet, glaring furiously at the door. Her fists clenched, and her eyes seemed to blaze with anger. But before she could vent her frustration, a deep, commanding voice rang out from the front. Bai Qingqing, sit down. The voice was thunderous, immediately quelling her anger. Bai Qingqing gritted her teeth, pointing accusingly at Jiang Chen outside the door, her voice trembling with indignation. Master, look at him. He's disrupting me. Liang Yun's expression remained stern as he replied in a cold tone. Bai Qingqing, have you forgotten what I taught you? A qualified alchemist must remain undistracted. No matter the disturbances from the outside world, they must not affect your state of mind. The Qingyang sect assessment is less than half a month away. During the test, there will undoubtedly be even more complex distractions. If you can't handle something as minor as this, how do you expect to succeed? Liang Yun's reprimand left Bai Qingqing speechless. She lowered her head, biting her lip, her face a mix of frustration and grievance. But deep down, she couldn't help but grumble. Sure, that's easy to say, but that little beggar outside isn't just any ordinary distraction. Every time I see his face, I can't help but feel irritated. How am I supposed to stay calm? Enough. Recite the clear mind incantation a few more times and adjust your state quickly, Liang Yun said, his tone softening slightly but still firm. Your talent is mediocre, and alchemy is your only chance. If you can't pass the Grade 1 Alchemist exam before the Qingyang sect assessment, you won't even qualify to participate. Bai Qingqing took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare before muttering a few curses under her breath. Left with no choice, she sat back down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began reciting the clear mind incantation. To avoid being distracted by that infuriating face again, she deliberately adjusted her posture, turning her gaze away from the direction of the door. Outside the alchemy room, Jiang Chun continued to watch Bai Qingqing's movements with unwavering focus. His eyes carried a hint of contemplation as he mentally compared Bai Qingqing's alchemy techniques to the theories he had memorized. It was clear that while Bai Qingqing's techniques were skilled, they differed slightly from some of the methods he was familiar with. As a novice in alchemy, he couldn't yet determine which approach was superior, leaving it to be tested through practical application. However, Jiang Chun couldn't deny that despite Bai Qingqing's sharp personality, she had indeed put in significant effort in alchemy. Her movements were smooth and precise, a result of long-term practice that couldn't have been achieved overnight. As he observed, he mimicked her complex hand movements with his own, practicing and familiarizing himself with the techniques. For him, these techniques weren't particularly challenging. After all, he had once mastered a yellow-grade martial arts manual to a basic level within a week. Watching it firsthand now only made it easier for him to grasp. 2 hours later, Bai Qingqing finally finished her alchemy session, though the results were less than satisfactory, barely reaching a passable 3 out of 10 success rate. As she stepped out of the alchemy room, she immediately stormed up to Jiang Qian, her face full of fury. "It's all your fault, you little beggar. If not for you, how could my success rate today be only 50%? Jiang Qian looked at her indignant expression with a calm demeanor, his tone steady. "I heard what Master Liang said to you. Your problem lies in your mindset. How can you blame others for that?" Bai Qingqing's face flushed red with anger. She was truly infuriated today. "Fine. Is that how you want to play it? Then I'll stand outside the door just like you did earlier. Let's see if you can resist turning around while I practice." Bai Qingqing gritted her teeth as she spoke, her chest rising and falling rapidly. It was clear her fury had reached its peak. "If that's what you want, I can certainly oblige," Jiang Chun replied with a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. His tone was calm and unruffled, carrying an air of confidence that left no room for argument. "All right, I need to go study now. Time is limited, so I won't waste it here." With that, he paid no further attention to Bai Qingqing and strode directly toward the alchemy room. This was his first attempt, and Jiang Chun had only purchased a 1-hour session. Time was precious, and he wouldn't squander it on unnecessary disputes. Upon entering the alchemy room, Jiang Chen's gaze landed on a middle-aged man wearing a first-grade alchemist's robe. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Master Liang, for agreeing to teach me. I am truly grateful." Liang Yun, Bai Qingqing's mentor, had originally planned to take a short break after her lesson but decided to accept this session upon request. Recognizing Jiang Chun as the young man who had been listening in outside earlier, a flicker of surprise crossed Liang Yun's eyes. However, he didn't probe further and casually gestured toward the cauldron Bai Qingqing had just used. "You can use that one. Start by reading the book beside it to familiarize yourself with the basics. Once you've gone through it, I'll teach you the techniques." Following the instructions, Jiang Qian approached the cauldron and picked up the book. He flipped through its pages casually and quickly realized that although the content wasn't as detailed as the ancient text he owned, the foundational teachings were quite similar. The descriptions of techniques, in particular, matched what he had observed earlier. A faint smile appeared on his face as he set the book down and turned to Liang Yun. "Master Liang, is this the technique you're referring to?" Jiang Qin asked calmly. Without waiting for a response, he raised his hands and began to perform a series of fluid movements. His actions perfectly replicated the alchemy techniques Bai Qingqing had demonstrated earlier. Though he didn't use spiritual energy, his precision and mastery of the details were nearly flawless. Liang Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, while Bai Qingqing, who was secretly peering through the doorway, covered her mouth in disbelief. "Have you studied this before?" Liang Yun couldn't help but ask, his tone laced with curiosity and a hint of suspicion. "The techniques?" Jiang Chun shook his head slightly. "No, I haven't studied them. I just observed that student practicing and tried mimicking her movements a few times. I guess I have a good memory, so once I've seen something, I can recall it clearly." His tone was matter-of-fact, as though he were describing something entirely ordinary. Yet his words struck Liang Yun and Bai Qingqing like a thunderclap. For most apprentice alchemists, mastering the techniques required extensive practice and repetition. Those with poor memory often struggled to retain what they learned, and mistakes could easily result in failed attempts or even explosions. But Jiang Qian had merely watched from afar a few times, and was able to replicate the techniques with such accuracy down to the smallest detail. Could he be a once-in-a-lifetime alchemy prodigy? Liang Yun thought to himself, deeply shaken. However, His expression grew more serious as he stood up and stared intently at Jiang Chen. His voice carried newfound gravity. No matter your background, since you've already grasped the techniques, we'll skip that step. I'll personally guide you through the process of refining a pill. With that, he strode over to Jiang Chen and pointed at the cauldron. We'll start with the simplest pill, the qi gathering pill. Follow the recipe in the book to select the necessary herbs and make the preparations for refining. I'll observe from the side and correct you if needed. Jiang Chen nodded but didn't bother consulting the book again. Instead, he relied on his memory to swiftly gather the required herbs. His seamless and efficient actions caused another flash of astonishment to flicker in Liang Yun's eyes. As he watched the young man with a composed demeanor, Liang Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions beneath his calm exterior. If this boy truly is an alchemy genius, Liang Yun thought, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and anticipation. Discovering such a talent could bring immense rewards from the guild, and it might even help him break through his current limitations and ascend to the rank of a second-grade alchemist. But before jumping to conclusions, Liang Yun knew he had to determine whether Jiang Chen's talent extended beyond mere technique replication to real alchemical aptitude. After all, in the actual process of alchemy, the challenges go far beyond just mastering techniques. The true difficulty of the operation can only be understood once you start practicing. Jiang Chen carefully retrieved the spiritual herbs one by one and placed them on the preparation table with steady and decisive movements. To ensure the herbs remained uncontaminated by impurities during the alchemy process, he first took out a specially prepared liquid to meticulously clean and soak each herb. His actions flowed seamlessly, like water running through a stream, clearly demonstrating his familiarity with the steps, particularly with the spirit gathering grass, which served as the core ingredient. A specific activation process was required after cleaning. Although this step was not overly complex, it demanded extremely precise control of spiritual energy. Any slight misstep could damage the herb's spiritual essence or even render it useless. Many beginners failed repeatedly at this stage, wasting countless spirit gathering grass in the process. Yet Jiang Chen showed no hesitation. He slowly closed his eyes, and the spiritual energy within him flowed like a gentle stream into the herb. His movements were precise and delicate. Gradually, as the energy penetrated, the spirit-gathering grass began to emit a faint glow, as if coming to life, and started to absorb spiritual energy from the surrounding environment on its own. Outside the window, Bai Qingqing was leaning against the windowsill, staring intently at the scene. When the glow appeared, her eyes widened in astonishment, and a mix of complex emotions surged within her: jealousy, frustration, and surprise all intertwined. She subconsciously clenched her fists, remembering vividly how, when she first started learning alchemy, she had ruined over a dozen spirit-gathering grass just to complete this very step. Yet now, this young man had accomplished it with such ease. Nearby, Liang Yun couldn't help but show a look of approval. He nodded slightly and remarked, "Not bad. You managed to nurture it successfully on the first try. It seems you indeed have a remarkable talent for alchemy. Perhaps you should consider purchasing more lessons and studying under me seriously. With your aptitude, becoming a first-grade alchemist in the future should be well within reach." Jiang Chen nodded humbly and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Liang. I will give it serious thought. What should I do next?" Liang Yun smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Next comes the main part of alchemy. You'll need to activate the spirit flame array with your spiritual energy and follow the procedures outlined in the manual to refine the pill. You'll observe from the side and help correct any issues with your technique, ensuring each step is executed properly." Jiang Chen nodded again, taking a deep breath. A mix of nervousness and anticipation stirred within him. He quickly adjusted his state of mind and activated the spirit flame array as described in the manual. As the spiritual energy flowed in, the flames within the furnace roared to life, and the temperature rose rapidly, filling the alchemy room with an intense heat. Once the furnace's temperature stabilized, Jiang Chen decisively placed the spirit gathering grass into the furnace. The flames immediately enveloped the herb, burning away its impurities, which rose as ashes and dissipated into the air. In just a moment, the spirit gathering grass transformed into a pure, translucent green liquid, suspended within the furnace and exuding faint waves of spiritual energy. Following this, Jiang Chen added the auxiliary herbs one by one with meticulous precision. Each time he added an ingredient, he carefully adjusted the intensity of the flames by infusing spiritual energy, ensuring the herbs were refined to perfection. The atmosphere in the alchemy room grew increasingly tense, while Liang Yun silently observed from the side, his expression gradually showing a trace of satisfaction. However, as Jiang Chen added the final herb into the furnace, an unexpected incident occurred. The flames inside the furnace suddenly surged violently, and the temperature spiked uncontrollably. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he scrambled to suppress the flames with his spiritual energy, but the herbs within had already been scorched by the extreme heat, turning into wisps of ash. Failed Jiang Chen frowned slightly, a trace of frustration flickering in his eyes. Yet he quickly lifted his head, his gaze firm and resolute. Though his first attempt at alchemy had ended in failure, he felt a newfound sense of challenge and excitement that he had never experienced before. His first attempt at refining a pill had come to an end, but it was just the beginning. Haha, I knew that kid would fail. Wasn't he so arrogant before? Bet he's dumbfounded now. Bai Qingqing, standing outside the alchemy room, burst into gleeful laughter as she watched Jiang Qin's failure. The mocking tone in her voice betrayed her satisfaction, as if the frustration she'd been harboring had finally dissipated. With her arms crossed and a smirk playing on her lips, her eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. Yet, she seemed to forget her own struggles when she first started learning alchemy. Back then, even controlling the furnace fire had resulted in at least 3 failures. It was only with the Bai family's abundant resources and her natural talent that she managed to reach her current level. For an ordinary person, such setbacks would have long crushed their spirit. Inside the room, Jiang Qian furrowed his brows, his hand still hovering over the cauldron. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Liang Yun, the instructor, showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, his sharp gaze betrayed a mixture of astonishment and intrigue, as if a storm of emotions was brewing within him. He actually succeeded in refining the spirit-gathering herb on his first try? Liang Yun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Is this really his first time attempting alchemy? From placing the ingredients to extracting the primary essence, his process was almost flawless. It wasn't until he added the supplementary ingredients that things went wrong. As an experienced alchemist, Liang Yun had mentored countless apprentices, many of whom were exceptionally gifted. But someone like Jiang Qin, achieving this level of precision on his first attempt, was unheard of. Clearing his throat to suppress his excitement, Liang Yun began to explain, "You were too hasty just now. When adding the supplementary ingredients, your control over the furnace fire was slightly off. Additionally, during the refinement, some of the spiritual herbs cannot come into contact with each other. You need to use your spiritual energy to guide and separate them. The flow of spiritual energy must also remain steady to avoid excessive fluctuations. It's normal to feel nervous during your first attempt. Try reciting a calming mantra in your mind to steady your focus." Jiang Qin's eyes lit up as he listened to Liang Yun's guidance. Reflecting on his earlier mistake, he realized he had indeed been too impatient, leading to a lapse in control. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and replied earnestly, "I understand. He'll be more careful this time." Without hesitation, Jiang Qin retrieved another set of spiritual herbs and resumed his alchemy attempt. Flames roared to life, spiritual energy surged, and he meticulously repeated each step. However, 10 minutes later, the cauldron's flames flared uncontrollably, and the attempt ended in failure once again. Ha ha ha, he failed again. Bai Qingqing doubled over with laughter outside, her eyes brimming with scorn. Liang Yun, on the other hand, remained patient and calmly pointed out the issue. When forming the pill just now, your spiritual energy was directed incorrectly. It must not be channeled from the left side, as that causes uneven heating of the liquid, leading to a loss of control. Jiang Qin nodded in acknowledgement, adjusting his mindset once more. He made several more attempts, showing gradual improvement, though he still fell short of success. Meanwhile, the allotted teaching time was running out. Alchemy is full of uncertainties. You must understand the principles behind every technique and adapt to changes as they come, Liang Yun advised, his eyes fixed on Jiang Qin's every move. Though his tone was calm, his emotions were anything but. Jiang Qin's progress had far exceeded his expectations for a beginner. By now, Jiang Qin was fully engrossed in the process. He blocked out everything around him, his focus entirely on the alchemy. Recalling every detail of his previous failures, he meticulously analyzed how to avoid repeating those mistakes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath, a determined glint in his eyes as he prepared the ingredients once more. This is my last chance, Jiang Qin thought to himself, gritting his teeth at the memory of the 20 taels of silver he had spent. He silently vowed that failure was not an option this time. With swift precision, he began nurturing the spiritual herbs, channeling all his attention to the cauldron. As the alchemical flames reignited, he entered a state of complete concentration, the world around him fading into insignificance. Only the cauldron before him remained vivid in his awareness. One by one, the spiritual herbs were added to the cauldron. Jiang Qin's hands moved gracefully in the air, his control over the spiritual energy growing increasingly refined. Each step was executed with meticulous care, leaving no room for error. Minutes later, the primary spirit-gathering herb and the supplementary ingredients had fully dissolved into a shimmering liquid, suspended at the center of the cauldron and glowing faintly. With a sudden motion, Jiang Qin's hands flipped, and his spiritual energy, like invisible threads, began to weave the different liquids together, initiating the final step, pill formation. When the medicinal liquid had fully blended and gradually solidified, Jiang Chen's expression became serious, signaling the beginning of the final step dividing the pill. He raised his hands slightly, and threads of spiritual energy flowed delicately from his fingertips, precisely infiltrating the cauldron. The thick medicinal liquid inside was split evenly into over a dozen marble-sized portions. Each trace of spiritual energy moved with an almost mystical rhythm, as though the forces of nature itself were resonating in harmony. Off to the side, Liang Yun widened his eyes and held his breath, fearing that even the faintest noise might disturb this extraordinary alchemical performance. Jiang Qin's movements were meticulous, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, yet he did not pause for even a moment. His gaze was focused and resolute, as though the world beyond the cauldron no longer existed. At last, as the final strand of spiritual energy withdrew, the pills were fully formed. He gradually reduced the flame, allowing the pills to cool, and then used his spiritual energy to carefully guide them into a jade bottle, one by one. Only after completing everything did Jiang Chun let out a small sigh of relief. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, looking slightly fatigued. Turning to Liang Yun, his voice carried a hint of inquiry. Master Liang, I've completed the final step. Would you say this batch has been successfully refined? Liang Yun's astonishment was written all over his face. He hurried forward, almost unable to contain his eagerness, and took the jade bottle from Jiang Qin's hands. Tipping it slightly, he examined one of the pills closely. The pill was no larger than a pinky fingertip, its surface smooth as a mirror. Its pitch-black hue shimmered faintly with intricate, cloud-like patterns that appeared naturally formed imbued with an indescribable beauty and mystery. What shocked Liang Yun even more was the faint, exotic fragrance emanating from the pill. The aroma was so soothing that it immediately calmed the mind and seemed to stir the spiritual energy within his body into gentle motion. Natural pill patterns and a fragrance that flows on its own, Liang Yun murmured, his hands trembling slightly as he held the pill. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief, his voice quivering with shock. This is a supreme-grade pill. Liang Yun took a deep breath, struggling to steady the storm of emotions raging within. Yet the more he examined the pill, the more astonished he became. If Jiang Chen's ability to successfully refine pills on his first attempt was already a miracle, then the quality of this pill bordered on divine intervention. To understand the magnitude of this achievement, one must know that the quality of pills ranges from inferior to supermigration, a difference as vast as earth and sky. Inferior pills are riddled with impurities and can even harm a cultivator's meridians over time, while supreme-grade pills are virtually free of flaws, with unparalleled potency. What made this even more astounding was that crafting a supreme-grade pill required not only exceptional skill but also extensive experience. Even seasoned alchemists of the highest rank struggled to achieve consistent success. Yet here stood a mere teenager, who, on his very first attempt, had produced a supreme-grade pill. It defied everything Liang Yun thought he knew. Unable to contain himself, he muttered under his breath, "Is this luck? Or talent? Just who or what is he?" Meanwhile, outside the alchemy chamber, Bai Qingqing had been watching through the crack in the door. Her legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground in shock. Her face was ghostly pale, and her eyes were filled with disbelief and bitter envy. Clenching her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, she trembled as she whispered, "Impossible, this is impossible. He's nothing but a filthy beggar. How could he achieve in an hour what I couldn't accomplish in years of effort?" Her muttered words echoed hollowly in the empty hallway, while inside the alchemy chamber, Jiang Chun simply smiled faintly. To him, it seemed as though what he had just accomplished was nothing more than an ordinary task. The most unsettling thing for people is comparison. Bai Qingqing had always looked down on Jiang Qin because, in her eyes, he was nothing more than a penniless, powerless street urchin, someone from a completely different world than her own noble status. With her chin slightly raised and a trace of disdain in her eyes, Bai Qingqing never bothered to hide her contempt for Jiang Qin. A mere beggar daring to dream of learning alchemy? How laughable! And to think he only spent 20 taels for a single lesson, believing he could learn something worthwhile. What a fool's dream. To her, this was nothing but ridiculous. Reflecting on her own 2 years of arduous effort in alchemy and then looking at Jiang Qin's inexperienced demeanor, she only felt that he was wasting everyone's time. However, when the fragrance of the finished pill began to fill the air, and Jiang Qin retrieved a flawless qi-gathering pill from the furnace, Bai Qingqing's smirk froze. Her pupils contracted slightly, her expression shifting from pride to shock, and finally to a mix of anger and humiliation. Jiang Chun had actually succeeded in refining a pillan in just 1 hour. From clumsy to skillful, his smooth techniques resembled those of a born alchemist. At that moment, she felt an invisible slap sting her face, burning with shame. Her pride began to waver, and for the first time, a terrifying thought crept into her mind. Could it be that I'm not as much of a genius as I thought? Were my 2 years of learning all in vain? Her breathing quickened, and her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms without her even noticing. Miss, are you all right? Two maids cautiously asked, their eyes full of concern. Bai Qingqing abruptly raised her head, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. Go, fetch people from the family. I want them to block that boy outside the guild. Her voice was laced with resentment and unwillingness. I must see who this boy really is. Playing the fool to trick me? I refuse to believe this is his first time refining a pill. Meanwhile, on the other side of the guild, Liang Yun carefully examined the qi-gathering pill in his hand, his expression unable to conceal his astonishment. Returning the pill to Jiang Qian, he asked with a complex look, is this really your first time refining a pill? You're not joking, are you? Liang Yun's tone was full of disbelief, almost questioning his own eyes. He could clearly see the pill's surface marking spill veins, the hallmark of a successful refinement and a testament to its quality. At this moment, the way he looked at Jiang Chun had changed. He no longer saw him as a novice but as someone with extraordinary talent, perhaps even a prodigy. Jiang Chun smiled faintly and nodded calmly. Yes, to be honest, I only recently awakened. He felt a sense of relief in his heart, and with the confirmation of his success, his confidence and composure grew. As the saying goes, mastering one discipline can lead to breakthroughs in others. Jiang Chun had always known he possessed exceptional talent in martial arts, and while alchemy was a new endeavor, he found many parallels between the two. What surprised him was achieving such results on his very first attempt. Looking down at the qi-gathering pill in his hand, he began to calculate in his mind. Mastering the creation of this basic pill could open new avenues for his family's business. The Jiang family's position as one of the 5 great families was not only due to their abundant resources, but also because they had a first-rank alchemist and a craftsman within their ranks, allowing them to produce pills for the city's cultivators. Now that he could refine pills himself, the family's monopoly might need to be re-evaluated. Liang Yun sighed and shook his head, smiling bitterly. Well, whether or not it's your first time, for someone your age to produce a pill of this quality is already proof of your remarkable talent. He paused, his expression turning serious. Your talent is extraordinary. I plan to report this to the chief steward, and it might even be escalated to the guild master. Jiang Chan frowned slightly at these words, hesitating instinctively. After all, he had just awakened and wasn't ready to attract too much attention. Noticing Jiang Qin's hesitation, Liang Yun quickly added, don't worry. The guild values talented alchemists. Besides, once you're proficient in pill refinement, you'll need to undergo a grading assessment. Reporting this early will only benefit you. Hearing this, a glimmer of interest flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes, and he asked curiously, what kind of support would I receive? Liang Yun pondered for a moment before replying slowly, with your talent, the guild would undoubtedly prioritize your development. They would grant you access to alchemy chambers and arrange for higher-ranked alchemists to personally mentor you. Additionally, if your family encounters any difficulties, the guild might extend some protection. In summary, joining the guild's training program is akin to joining a sect that would provide tremendous support on your alchemy journey. Jiang Qin's gaze grew resolute as he listened. He understood that the identity of an alchemist could not only secure more resources for himself, but also bring unforeseen benefits to his family. With such an opportunity before him, there was no reason to refuse. It seemed that alchemy wasn't as difficult as he had thought. The Alchemist Guild, as an organization independent of sects, has always been known for its neutrality and loose structure. It refrains from engaging in conflicts with other organizations and imposes minimal restrictions on its members. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chun decided that joining the guild would do him no harm and agreed. He cupped his hands slightly, adopting a humble yet cautious demeanor. I understand. Thank you, Master Liang. However, I must ask for your discretion. Please keep this matter, as well as my identity, confidential. Jiang Chun was well aware that his current situation was far from secure. The hostility from the Jiang family father and son was evident, especially from Jiang Chengji, whom he deeply despised. Before the Qingyang sect assessment, Jiang Chun wanted to avoid unnecessary complications and steer clear of another assassination attempt like the previous one. Liang Yun nodded in understanding and spoke with a solemn tone. Rest assured, I understand completely. Wait here for a moment while I report this to the chief steward. With that, he turned and hurriedly left. Moments later, Liang Yun relayed the matter to the guild steward, Cui Jingren. Zuo's previously calm and indifferent expression froze the instant he heard Liang Yun's account. What did you just say? An apprentice? Learned alchemy on his first try, and even crafted a top-grade pill with pill patterns? He stared at Liang Yun with wide eyes, his voice filled with disbelief. Are you sure you're not joking? As a second-grade alchemist, Cui Jingren had seen and heard much in his time, but he had never encountered such a prodigy. His gaze lingered on Liang Yun, full of suspicion. Liang Yun gave a wry smile and spread his hands. Chief Steward, I know it sounds unbelievable, but I saw it with my own eyes. You can come and see for yourself. Still half doubtful, Cui Jingren followed Liang Yun to the alchemy room. As they pushed the door open, the first thing Cui saw was Jiang Chun. He paused for a moment, then frowned. Isn't this the same kid who was stopped at the door just a few hours ago? Liang Yun didn't bother explaining further. Instead, he pulled out a qi-gathering pill from his robe and handed it to Cui Jingren. Chief Steward, take a look. This is the pill he crafted. Cui Jingren accepted the pill and examined it closely. The surface of the pill displayed faint, intricate patterns, a glossy sheen, and an enticing fragrance. He took a deep breath, and his expression changed instantly. The quality of this pill was so exceptional that, apart from the guild leader, almost no one in their branch could make it. And the guild leader, a third-grade alchemist, would hardly waste his time crafting such a basic pill. After confirming its authenticity, Cui Jingren looked at Jiang Chen again, his gaze completely transformed. A hint of fervor flashed in his eyes, and he spoke with barely contained excitement. Young friend, I've examined your pill, and it is indeed an extraordinary creation. However, it's natural to be a bit inexperienced with your first attempt at alchemy. Would you like to continue refining pills? If you don't mind, I could personally guide you. Don't worry, I won't charge you any tuition. Consider it an opportunity for me to observe your alchemical skills. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned, but then secretly delighted. Cui Jingren, a second-grade alchemist, charged a hefty fee of 100 taels of silver per hour for his guidance. For him to offer free instruction was an unexpected boon. Jiang Chun nodded. Thank you, Chief Steward. He'll rest for a moment and then begin. With that, Jiang Chun retrieved a qi-gathering pill he had refined earlier and swallowed it directly. The moment the pill entered his stomach, a surge of potent spiritual energy coursed through his body. The surrounding spiritual energy in the air also began converging rapidly under the influence of his divine dragon martial spirit. The speed of absorption far surpassed that of any ordinary qi-gathering pill he had used before, enhancing his overall cultivation efficiency by at least tenfold. Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel internally. If he had access to such pills earlier, his cultivation would have progressed by leaps and bounds, sparing him the risks of hunting demonic beast cores. His cultivation speed far exceeded anything he had experienced with ordinary qi-gathering pills. I do seem to have a natural talent for alchemy. Looks like the day when silver flows into my coffers isn't far off. Jiang Chun felt the enhanced absorption efficiency after consuming the qi-gathering pill, and a trace of joy was evident in his expression. The effects of such a high-quality pill were simply astonishing. If mass-produced, it would undoubtedly propel the family business to new heights, potentially dominating the alchemy market in Xuanwu City. Closing his eyes slightly, he activated his cultivation technique, fully absorbing the medicinal power. Before long, the depleted spiritual energy was completely replenished, with even a surplus of energy flowing back into his dantian, unable to break through the remaining 9 firm meridians. Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes, a radiant gleam flickering within them. Liang Yun and Cui Jingren, noticing this, quickly approached, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Chun nodded slightly to acknowledge them before diving back into the process of refining pills. However, this attempt at pill formation also ended in failure. Cui Jingren paused momentarily, then smiled and consoled him. It's all right. It's normal to be a bit rusty when you're just starting out. You can always try again. His tone was warm, yet his eyes still carried a hint of admiration. Jiang Chen's alchemy techniques were already quite advanced, with only minor errors at the final stages. With more practice, such mistakes would undoubtedly become less frequent. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he nodded in response. Adjusting his mindset, he once again focused on the art of alchemy. Time flew by as he immersed himself in concentration. Initially, Jiang Chen's success rate hovered around 50%. Each successful batch was accompanied by a failed one. However, as he refined more pills, his movements became increasingly fluid, and his success rate steadily climbed. By the 10th attempt, he had nearly achieved a flawless success rate, with hardly any mistakes. Even more astonishing was the fact that every pill Jiang Chen successfully refined bore the coveted pill patterns, marking them as extraordinary grade pills. Liang Yun and Cui Jingren exchanged glances, each seeing the deep shock and disbelief in the other's eyes. This is monstrous. Cui Jingren muttered, his gaze fixed on the qi-gathering pill in Jiang Chen's hand, faintly shimmering with pill patterns. His heart churned with turmoil. Even the president of the Alchemist Guild couldn't guarantee producing extraordinary grade pills with every batch. How on earth was this young man capable of such a feat? Recalling Jiang Chen's alchemy process, Cui Jingren noted that while his techniques were exquisite, they were not beyond the realm of reason and bore little difference from what he himself had learned. Yet the results were worlds apart. The only plausible explanation was an unparalleled natural talent. Ah, talent is something one cannot force. Cui Jingren sighed inwardly, his gaze complicated as he looked at Jiang Chen. Witnessing the rise of such a prodigy in alchemy was, perhaps, a rare privilege in itself. After completing the final batch of pills, Cui Jingren took the initiative to teach Jiang Chun some foundational knowledge about alchemy, detailing the distinctions between various pill qualities. Only then did Jiang Chen realize that every pill he had refined was of the legendary extraordinary grade. Reflecting on his own circumstances, he couldn't help but speculate perhaps this was related to the purity of his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy refined by his martial soul was pristine and flawless, which likely minimized impurities during the alchemy process. This might very well be his unique advantage. Suppressing his lingering doubts, Jiang Chen straightened his posture and solemnly cupped his hands in gratitude toward the two men. Thank you, Manager Cui and Mr. Liang, for your guidance. Jiang Chen is deeply grateful and will never forget your kindness. Hearing this, Cui Jingren waved his hand with a laugh. No need for thanks. Truth be told, we hardly helped at all today. In fact, I suspect that even without our guidance, you would have figured out the art of alchemy on your own. Liang Yun nodded with a wry smile. Indeed, your talent is beyond comprehension, defying all logic. Compared to you, we so-called veterans seem utterly mediocre. This young man cannot be judged by common standards. Compared to him, we are indeed ordinary and unworthy of being his mentors. Given your current proficiency with the qi condensing pill, passing the alchemist qualification exam shouldn't be an issue at all. With a look of admiration in his eyes, Cui Jingren said confidently, why don't I make the decision for you? You don't need to take the exam. I'll simply register your information here, report it to the president, and you'll officially become a certified grade 1 alchemist. Considering your age, having the status of an alchemist will surely be a great advantage for you in the Qingyang sect assessment happening in half a month. The alchemist qualification exam is meant to assess an individual's alchemy skills. However, Jiang Chen had already proven his abilities by personally crafting a top-grade qi condensing pill right in front of them. Thus, skipping this step was entirely reasonable and spared Jiang Chen a lot of unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and cupped his hands respectfully. Thank you, Manager Cui. I plan to continue refining pills next. May I continue to use this alchemy room? Hearing this, Cui Jingren laughed heartily and waved his hand. Of course, you can use it as much as you like, free of charge. If you find this room insufficiently private, I can arrange another alchemy room for you. As for the spiritual herbs you need, if there's anything missing, just ask the reception staff for it, and they'll put it on the tab. Such treatment was usually reserved for grade 2 alchemists in the branch association. Yet, Jiang Chun had received this privilege due to his extraordinary talent, highlighting the importance of innate ability on this continent. Afterward, Cui Jingren personally escorted Jiang Chun to a more secluded alchemy room and specifically instructed Yi Xiaoxiang, the receptionist assigned to assist Jiang Chen, to fulfill all his requests. When Yi Xiaoxiang learned that the young man she was assisting had, in just 2 hours, transformed into a highly respected alchemist, she was utterly stunned. Her gaze toward Jiang Chun now carried a mix of reverence and awe. A certified alchemist and an ordinary young man were worlds apart in status and significance. Noticing her reaction, Jiang Chun smiled gently and spoke in a warm tone. Miss Yi, please help me prepare some more spiritual herbs for refining qi condensing pills. Additionally, you'll need materials for grade 2 qi condensing pills as well. Yi Xiaoxiang snapped out of her daze and quickly nodded. Of course, right away. Please wait a moment. I'll head to the storage room now. With that, she turned and hurried off. After she left, Jiang Chun retrieved several spiritual herbs from his pouch. These were ingredients he had specifically set aside for refining grade 1 meridian unblocking pills. The meridian unblocking pill is a precious type of elixir that helps martial artists open up their meridians. Typically, consuming 2 or 3 of these pills can help those stuck at bottlenecks unlock a new meridian. Looking at the herbs in his hand, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly and muttered to himself, but my last 8 meridians are as solid as stone, especially the hidden meridian that has yet to manifest. I'm not sure if the meridian unblocking pill will work. After some contemplation, he began his attempt at refining. The meridian unblocking pill is a completely different kind of elixir compared to the qi condensing pill. Even with Jiang Chen's exceptional alchemy talent, his first attempts inevitably ended in failure. Yet, his expression remained focused and unwavering, his hands moving with practiced precision, as if failure couldn't shake his determination. During this time, Yi Xiaoxiang returned with the prepared spiritual herbs. Seeing Jiang Chen entirely absorbed in his work, she instinctively held her breath, careful not to disturb him. She quietly set the materials aside and left the room, closing the door softly behind her before standing guard outside. After several failed attempts, Jiang Chen finally succeeded. A batch of meridian unblocking pills emerged from the furnace, with over a dozen pills lying quietly inside. Each one bore intricate pill patterns and emitted a mysterious glow, their exceptional quality enough to leave anyone in awe. After confirming their quality, Jiang Chen carefully picked one up and swallowed it without hesitation. As the pill dissolved, a surge of powerful medicinal energy erupted from his dantian, like a commanding general rallying an army. The energy swept through his body, carrying the spiritual energy within his dantian and charging toward one of his unopened meridians with unstoppable momentum. Boom! The spiritual energy surged forward like an army on the march, and the previously impenetrable meridian was finally shaken. A small pathway began to form, marking the beginning of its opening. A top-grade Tongmai pill with a Dan pattern, yet it only managed to open such a small portion of the meridians. As expected, the last 9 meridians are on a completely different level compared to the first 100. Jiang Qian sat cross-legged, carefully sensing the subtle changes within his meridians. The spiritual energy from the pill coursed through his body like a gentle stream, but as it approached the last 9 meridians, it began to dissipate, as though an insurmountable barrier lay ahead. He furrowed his brows and sighed inwardly. A top-grade Tongmai pill, and it only manages to open a mere 1% of my meridians. The difficulty of these final 9 meridians is truly beyond imagination. He exhaled a deep breath of impure air, his gaze landing on the remnants of the depleted pill in his hand. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. By all rights, a top-grade Tongmai pill should allow an ordinary person to open 2 meridians directly. For me, it takes a full 100 pills to achieve complete connection. Jiang Qian shook his head, a bitter smile playing on his lips. And that's not even considering how the difficulty increases exponentially with each meridian. The sheer cost of such resources is something only hidden noble clans could possibly afford. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his thoughts, his gaze becoming resolute. Fortunately, my talent is extraordinary, allowing me to reach this point. For anyone else, even with the same cultivation technique, this would be an unattainable dream. Jiang Qian muttered under his breath, a mix of gratitude and caution in his tone. Still, the secret of my martial soul must never be revealed. If it catches the attention of those with ill intentions, the consequences would be disastrous. With this realization, Jiang Qian pushed aside distracting thoughts and focused his attention on alchemy. Lowering his head, he organized the materials beside the furnace while murmuring to himself, "The effects of the Tongmai pill have been confirmed. I need to hurry and refine more to prepare for breaking through the meridians. Additionally, I need to stock up on gathering chi pills. Once I succeed in crafting top-grade gathering chi pills, they'll undoubtedly cause a sensation." With this resolve, he quickly immersed himself in the process of refining pills. The flames in the furnace roared as Jiang Qian's practiced hands moved with precision. One batch of pills after another began to take shape under his control. Whenever his spiritual energy was depleted, he would decisively consume a gathering chi pill, recover, and continue refining. Over time, the jade bottles began to pile up beside him, and his success rate remained a perfect 100%. By the time the sun set, casting the outside world into darkness, Jiang Qian finally paused. He washed his face with some clear water and gazed at the small pile of jade bottles, pride gleaming in his eyes. A whole day's effort wasn't in vain, he murmured to himself, his gaze shifting to the remaining materials for second-grade gathering chi pills on the table. A spark of anticipation flickered in his expression. With my current alchemy skills, I might be able to attempt refining second-grade pills. If I succeed, the results will undoubtedly be extraordinary. A thought crossed Jiang Qian's mind, and he immediately began preparing. Carefully picking up the second-grade spirit-gathering herb, he nurtured it before increasing the fire's intensity and initiating the refining process. However, halfway through the process, an unexpected mishap occurred. The energy within the spirit-gathering herb suddenly spiraled out of control, causing the spiritual energy to erupt violently and clash with the furnace flames. Boom! A loud explosion shook the room as the furnace shattered, sending thick smoke billowing and filling the space with the acrid smell of burnt residue. Jiang Qian, now covered in soot, stared blankly at the fractured remains of the furnace, a wry smile crossing his lips. An explosion? Really? As he stood there lamenting, the door burst open, and Yi Xiaoxiang hurried in. What happened? Are you all right? Yi Xiaoxiang scanned the room, her gaze landing on Jiang Qian's comically disheveled appearance. She froze, wide-eyed, taking in his soot-covered face and the shattered furnace on the floor. Wait, aren't you supposed to be the alchemy genius the steward always brags about? How did you manage to blow up the furnace? Jiang Qian coughed awkwardly, dabbing his face with a damp cloth in an attempt to salvage some dignity. You've been outside the whole time? He asked, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. Of course. The steward told me to stay nearby and assist you with anything you might need. Yi Xiaoxiang raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with curiosity. But seriously, what happened here? I was attempting to refine a second-grade pill and, well, it didn't go as planned. Jiang Qian admitted bluntly. What? A second-grade pill? And you tried to refine it on your own? Yi Xiaoxiang's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her disbelief evident. Thinking of the second-grade spiritual herb Jiang Qian had requested, Yi Xiaoxiang immediately felt a wave of guilt and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I forgot to remind you. I originally thought you wanted the herb to take with you. not for alchemy. However, I must warn you martial apprentices cannot refine second-grade pills. She paused briefly, her tone becoming more earnest as she explained. The energy contained in second-grade spiritual herbs is extremely intense, and it's difficult to control without reaching the martial master level. Moreover, martial apprentices have limited spiritual energy in their bodies, making it hard to sustain the process under such high consumption. In addition, the furnace you're using is an apprentice grade one. To refine second-grade pills, it's best to use a second-grade or higher furnace. Jiang Chun was genuinely unaware of the alchemy basics Yi Xiaoxiang mentioned. On one hand, he was new to alchemy and lacked sufficient knowledge of the subject. On the other hand, his previous success in refining first-grade pills had given him an overly confident view of his abilities, leading him to believe that second-grade pills would be just as easy. However, reality hit him hard. The memory of the furnace explosion and the resulting mess was still fresh in his mind, leaving him quite embarrassed. Miss Yi, thank you for the reminder. I will compensate for the damaged furnace at its full value, Jiang Chen said with a soft sigh, a hint of self-reflection in his tone. Encountering failure early on is actually a good thing. It reminds me not to be overly confident. While it's possible to challenge higher levels in combat, alchemy doesn't work the same way. At least for now, I'm not able to refine beyond my level. It's fine. It's just an apprentice-grade furnace, nothing too valuable. I can simply record it as wear and tear. You don't need to pay for it, Yi Xiaoxiang said with a gentle wave of her hand, her smile warm and reassuring. Come back tomorrow, and I'll see if there's a high-grade furnace available. I'll arrange for you to use a professional alchemist's first-grade furnace. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of gratitude. At this moment, he truly began to appreciate the advantages of being valued by the higher-ups of the Alchemist Guild. In a situation like this, if it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly have to forfeit the 100 silvertaels deposit for the apprentice furnace. But for him, the matter was brushed off so lightly. All right then, here's your deposit back. Next time, you won't need to pay a deposit anymore. Of course, when you achieve great success, I hope you won't forget to put in a good word for me with the chief steward, Yi Xiaoxiang said, handing him the deposit with a playful wink, her elegant face showing a mischievous charm. Of course, Miss Yi. They'll always remember your help. Without your assistance, I wouldn't have even been able to step into the alchemy room, Jiang Chun replied sincerely. He then took out a bottle of qi-gathering pills from his pocket and handed it to her. As a token of my gratitude, please accept this. Yi Xiaoxiang was momentarily stunned, then quickly waved her hands. Oh no, I can't possibly accept this. I was just doing my job. This gift is far too valuable. Although she didn't know the exact worth of the qi-gathering pills, even the most basic ones would be worth 100 silvertaels per bottle, which exceeded her annual salary. As a regular receptionist at the guild, her income was modest and just enough to help support her family. Miss Yi, please accept it, Jiang Chun said firmly, his tone leaving no room for refusal. His expression was serious. This is a sincere gift of thanks. For me, these pills aren't a big deal. However, I must ask you to promise that these pills are for your personal use only. If you wish to share them with your family, you must not reveal their origin. Do you understand? Without giving her a chance to protest, he pressed the jade bottle into her hand. In that moment, his demeanor was so earnest and resolute that it carried an undeniable sense of authority. Yi Xiaoxiang stood there holding the bottle, staring at Jiang Chen's youthful yet refined face. Her heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. If this young man weren't so much younger than Hera, at least by over a decade, she might have wondered if he was trying to court her. All right, I'll accept it, Yi Xiaoxiang said softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. In the future, if you need assistance at the guild, feel free to find me. I'll always be at your service. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Jiang Chun looked as though he had just restocked supplies. Carrying a bundle of jade bottles on his back, he headed home. However, he hadn't gone far when, passing through a dim and narrow alley, his steps suddenly halted. His gaze sharpened, and he stopped in his tracks. Well, well, little beggar. You sure kept me waiting. A sharp, familiar voice broke the silence. Moments later, Bai Qingqing stepped out from the shadows with deliberate steps. Behind her were 3 family servants, each gripping a sturdy club, their faces brimming with hostility. Meanwhile, 2 more servants emerged at the alley's other end, blocking Jiang Chen's retreat. Their long clubs hung low, but a faint, oppressive aura radiated from them. Standing in the center of the alley, Jiang Chen swept his gaze over the group, his brows furrowing slightly. His tone was calm yet carried a tinge of impatience. It's you? What do you want? Bai Qingqing let out a cold snort, her eyes filled with jealousy and disdain. What do I want? Have you forgotten the grudge between us? If it weren't for you meddling in my business, how could my batch of pills have failed? Her tone was sharp and accusatory, as if Jiang Chen owed her a great debt. But the true root of her anger wasn't the failed batch of pills. It was the fact that Jiang Chen's undeniable talent in alchemy overshadowed her own. How could a lowly beggar surpass her in skill? This jealousy burned like a fire in her chest, fueling her fury. Jiang Qin's expression grew colder as he looked at her. I have no desire to quarrel with you. Step aside now, or face the consequences, he said, his voice as icy as frost. Yet, there was no trace of emotion in his tone, as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. Bai Qingqing, however, was enraged by his indifference. What angered her most was Jiang Qin's air of superiority, as though no one mattered to him. Umph. A filthy beggar like you, what gives you the right to act so arrogant? She spat through gritted teeth, her words dripping with venom. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Let's see if you still dare to look down on me. Attack. Just don't kill him. Crippling him is fine. At her command, the 5 family servants charged simultaneously. Their clubs swung through the air with a menacing whoosh, closing in on Jiang Qin with overwhelming force. Hearing her words, Jiang Qin's gaze turned icy. He tightened his grip on the bundle at his back and reached for his waist with his other hand. A gleam of cold light flashed as his black sword was unsheathed. Sword slash, he called out softly. The blade sliced through the night like a streak of lightning, swift and lethal. A series of sickening thuds followed as 3 of the servants, caught completely off guard, were struck down. Their clubs shattered along with their defenses, and blood sprayed into the air. The alley echoed with their agonized screams, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Qin didn't pause. In a fluid motion, he turned and unleashed another flash of sword light. His Tempest sword technique descended upon the remaining 2 servants like a storm. In mere moments, they too met the same fate, both losing their hands and collapsing to the ground in pain. In the span of just a few breaths, all 5 servants had been incapacitated, writhing on the ground and clutching their severed limbs. Jiang Qin, however, remained unfazed. Without so much as a flicker of emotion, he sheathed his sword and turned his icy gaze toward Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing had believed the servants she brought along would easily overpower Jiang Qin. Never had she imagined they would be defeated so effortlessly. Her face turned pale, her legs trembling as she stumbled backward. Her voice quivered with fear. You, what are you planning to do? I'm the eldest daughter of the Bai family. If you touch me, my family won't let you go. Jiang Qin let out a cold laugh, the chill in his eyes deepening. The eldest daughter of the Bai family? So what? You've provoked me time and time again, and now you ambush me with your lackeys. Do you really think you can walk away unscathed? He stepped toward her, the black sword in his hand rising slightly. Its blade still glistened with fresh blood. Fear gripped Bai Qingqing's heart as she realized she was utterly defenseless without her servants. Her once arrogant demeanor crumbled. Staring into Jiang Qin's merciless eyes, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Her voice trembled as she stammered. No, don't come any closer. I was wrong, okay? You can't hurt me. Jiang Qin's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his tone cold and unyielding. Wrong? Too bad. There's no medicine for regret in this world. He advanced step by step, his presence as menacing as death itself, leaving Bai Qingqing with nowhere to run. You, don't come any closer. Bai Qingqing's voice was a mix of fear and warning as she stepped back cautiously, clutching tightly at the corners of her robes. Her eyes were filled with panic. Relying on her status as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she tried to suppress Jiang Qin with her words. I'm the eldest daughter of the Bai family. If you dare lay a hand on me, you'll provoke the fury of my family. My father won't let you go. However, Jiang Qin's expression remained cold and indifferent. The black sword in his hand lifted slightly, the sharp gleam of its blade reflecting on Bai Qingqing's pale face. Her voice suddenly turned shrill, almost piercing as she screamed, "Stay back!" Her scream was abruptly cut off by the sound of flesh tearing and the metallic clang of blood splattering. Jiang Qin's sword severed her hands in one decisive motion. Bai Qingqing collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at her severed hands with wide, disbelieving eyes brimming with terror. My hands! My hands! She shrieked hysterically, her voice laced with agony and rage. I'm an alchemist. How dare you destroy my hands? Jiang Qin, you'll die a miserable death for this. Jiang Qin glanced at her coldly, his gaze devoid of even the slightest sympathy. His voice was calm, almost detached. Those who oppress others will eventually be oppressed. From the moment you brought people to corner me, your fate was sealed. His tone was steady, like a judge delivering a final verdict, echoing in Bai Qingqing's ears. He sheathed his black sword and turned to leave without hesitation, his steps steady and sure. Yet, inwardly, his thoughts churned. If I can't even stand up to an arrogant young lady, how will I ever take revenge against the Jiang family's 3 elders? His eyes narrowed, and a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Looks like I'll have to start wearing a mask when I go out. Returning home, Jiang Qin casually set the pills he'd purchased in a corner of the room. He then took out a bottle of Tongmai pills and sat cross-legged, preparing to channel his energy. As one Tongmai pill dissolved in his mouth, its medicinal power surged through his body, directing spiritual energy to assault the 101st meridian. The meridian resisted like a block of solid ice, its barriers proving exceptionally difficult to break. Time passed slowly. Jiang Chen remained seated, his eyes shut tight and sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, his expression stayed focused, unwavering in determination. He persisted through the night, and as dawn broke, a faint crack echoed within him had finally broken through the stubborn meridian. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, a flicker of satisfaction lighting up his gaze. Finally, he murmured. Feeling the unimpeded flow of spiritual energy through his meridians, he clenched his fists, sensing his newfound strength. The foundation is becoming steadier. Just as he was basking in the success of his breakthrough, his mother, Chang Wanru, called out from outside the room, "Chun'er, breakfast is ready." Jiang Chen rose and walked out. At the dining table, his younger sister, Xiaoxue, was slumped over, looking utterly drained. She lazily scooped at her bowl with a spoon, her movements sluggish and spiritless. Jiang Zhan, their father, frowned and tapped her head with a firm hand. "Sit up straight when you eat. Where are your manners?" Pouting, Xiaoxue reluctantly sat upright, her spoon trembling as she scooped a mouthful of rice into her mouth, chewing slowly with an aggrieved expression. Her pitiful demeanor made Jiang Chen chuckle. "What's wrong with her?" Chang Wanru covered her mouth with a soft laugh and explained. "Xiaoxue has reached the age to start training. Your father took her for morning exercises, and now she's worn out. Let her eat and rest. She'll be fine after a nap." Hearing that, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think back to his own early training days. A faint smile played on his lips. "Talent still needs to be nurtured," he remarked. His gaze shifted thoughtfully as he remembered the alchemical tome he'd brought back from the wilderness. An idea began to form. After breakfast, Jiang Chen returned to his room and retrieved the alchemical book. His eyes landed on one particular page. Peiyuan pills. These can strengthen the foundation of children who haven't awakened yet, improving their core and even enhancing the quality of their awakened martial spirits. His eyes lit up with determination. If I can refine a supreme-grade Peiyuan pill, it could replace medicinal baths and help Xiaoxue establish a solid foundation. With his mind made up, Jiang Chen wasted no time. He donned a black gold mask and cloak he'd purchased earlier, concealing his identity. Carrying the pills he'd prepared, he slipped out discreetly. He knew that his endeavors today needed to remain low-key, no one could find out. Previously, Jiang Chen had no reason to hide his identity. But for what he was about to do today, secrecy was paramount. He couldn't risk causing a stir. In the quiet, misty streets of West Market, the faint aroma of medicinal herbs lingered in the air. A mysterious figure cloaked in a black robe stepped silently into a nearly deserted apothecary. The figure's face was obscured by a black mask with intricate gold patterns, revealing only a pair of deep, ink-black eyes that exuded an unfathomable chill. Above the entrance hung a weathered sign bearing the name Huajiang Apothecary in bold, though slightly eroded, characters. Inside, rows of wooden medicine cabinets stood neatly arranged, holding both common herbs and a sparse collection of spiritual medicines, clearly untouched for quite some time. The rich scent of herbs filled the shop. Behind the counter sat Jiang Tong, the shopkeeper, his head bowed as he meticulously recorded figures in a ledger. His focused expression betrayed a trace of weariness. As a member of a declining branch of the Jiang family, Jiang Tong possessed some medical skills, but the relentless suppression by the main Jiang family had left his business struggling. Residents of the West Market, even when gravely ill, would rather go elsewhere for medicine than risk associating with the shop and inviting trouble from the Jiang family. The sound of footsteps broke the quiet. Jiang Tong looked up, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the enigmatic visitor. Someone dared to step into his shop? Quickly setting aside his ledger, he plastered on a welcoming smile and approached the customer with a respectful tone. "What can I do for you, esteemed guest? We have a full range of medicines here, including some low-tier spiritual remedies. If you need anything, just provide the prescription, and he'll prepare it for you right away." Ordinarily, as the shopkeeper, Jiang Tong wouldn't need to be so deferential to a regular customer. But with his family's fortunes in decline and the shop on the brink of collapse, he had no choice but to ingratiate himself with any patron who walked through the door. Every coin earned was a lifeline. The mysterious figure, however, shook his head. A low, measured voice emerged from behind the mask. "I'm not here to buy medicine. I'm here to sell it." Jiang Tong froze for a moment, then let out a faint sigh, disappointment flickering in his eyes. "You might not be aware of our situation," he said with a bitter smile. "For certain reasons, almost no one in the West Market comes here to buy medicine anymore. If you're looking to sell, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place." Before Jiang Tong could finish his sentence, the figure placed a small jade bottle on the counter with a quiet yet deliberate motion. "Don't be so quick to decide," the man said calmly. "Take a look at this pill. It might change your mind." Skeptical, Jiang Tong picked up the jade bottle and removed the stopper. A fragrant, refreshing scent immediately wafted out. He poured a single pill into his palm, and his eyes widened in shock. The pill's surface shimmered faintly with delicate patterned spill veins. This a chi gathering pill? Jiang Tong's voice trembled as he stared at the pill in disbelief. He turned it over in his hand, examining it closely. The more he looked, the more astonished he became, his fingers beginning to tremble slightly. And not just any chi gathering pill, it's a top-grade one with pill veins. A storm of emotions surged within Jiang Tong. Chi gathering pills were considered low-tier spiritual pills, but a top-grade version with pill veins was an incredibly rare treasure, even in the prominent southern district auction houses. To find such a pill in a remote corner like the West Market was unthinkable. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jiang Tong forced his emotions under control and turned his gaze back to the mysterious figure. His mind raced with speculation. A pill of this caliber could only come from the hands of a true master or someone with significant influence. Who was this person, and why would they choose a failing apothecary like his to sell such a treasure? Thoughts swirled in Jiang Tong's mind, each more daring than the last. If this pill were sold under the name of Huajiang Apothecary, the news would spread like wildfire. Not only could this break the stranglehold of the Jiang family, but it might also elevate the shop into one of the most sought-after establishments in Xuanwu City. Wealthy merchants and powerful figures would flock to its door, and even the Jiang family itself might have to swallow its pride and seek collaboration. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Jiang Tong bowed slightly and asked with reverence, "Honored sir, are you truly entrusting us to sell this pill?" His tone had shifted to one of deep respect, and he addressed the figure with a formal honorific. Someone capable of producing or possessing such a pill was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Little did Jiang Tong know, the man behind the mask was none other than a younger member of his own Jiang family in terms of lineage. With that one statement, the dynamic between them seemed to shift. Jiang Chun felt a bit awkward, adjusting his robe tightly before tilting slightly to the side. He nodded and said, "Due to certain unique circumstances, I don't plan to sell the pills in the Eastern District. If you're confident you can open up the market, I'd be willing to establish a long-term partnership with you." Hearing this, Jiang Tong's entire body tensed, and his eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Tentatively, he asked, "Sir, are you saying we could work together long-term? May I ask, are the pills all of the highest quality, or are there different grades available?" "Of course, only the highest quality pills," Jiang Chun replied firmly, without the slightest hesitation. This single statement was like a boulder dropping into a calm lake, sending waves surging through Jiang Tong's mind. A flicker of ecstasy flashed in his eyes, and he could barely contain his excitement. Top-tier pills, these were treasures sought after by the most powerful and influential figures in Xuanwu City. Throughout the city's history, auctions featuring premium-grade chi-gathering pills were rare, and each occasion caused a sensation, often leading to fierce competition among the major families. The auction price for a single pill was often driven past 100 taelston, times the price of an ordinary chi-gathering pill. Jiang Tong's mind raced with countless possibilities. If he could secure a long-term partnership with Jiang Chun, the profits would be staggering. Beyond that, it would strengthen his family's position, potentially allowing them to reclaim a foothold in Xuanwu City's power structure. On a deeper level, this exclusive product distribution right could serve as a powerful weapon for the new Jiang family to counter the old Jiang family. Dissidents within the family were waiting for such an opportunity to regroup, and the market for premium-grade pills was undoubtedly the perfect breakthrough. With these thoughts swirling in his head, Jiang Tong took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. In a solemn tone, he said, "Absolutely. If you trust me, sir, I can guarantee we'll open up the market and sell the pills at a worthy price. To be honest, ever since we split from the Northern District Jiang family, we may lack martial arts experts, but when it comes to business, we're second to none." As he finished, he thumped his chest with conviction, his animated expression leaving no doubt about his determination. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile beneath his mask. He reached into his robe and retrieved a jade bottle, placing it lightly on the table. "Well then, let's discuss the specifics of our cooperation." Inside the apothecary, the two delved into a detailed conversation about their collaboration. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Tong proposed a plan. "Sir, here's my idea. We could start by sending a few bottles of pills to the Qian family auction house. The major families in Xuanwu City are sure to send representatives to bid. Once the pills are successfully auctioned, we can publicly announce the collaboration between your products and Huajiang Trading House. This way, leveraging the auction house's influence, we'll quickly spread the news to our target clientele." He paused briefly before continuing, "At the same time, the high prices fetched at the auction will help us establish a reasonable market value for the pills. The traffic drawn by the auction house will naturally flow to Huajiang Trading House, paving the way for us to dominate the market." Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. Using the auction house to build a reputation is indeed a smart approach. Otherwise, with Huajiang Trading House's current standing, even if word got out about selling top-tier pills, people might not believe it. Even if we managed to prove the authenticity, ensuring fair pricing would still be a challenge. Your idea is solid. Let's proceed as you suggest. I'd like the pills to sell as soon as possible. As for the commission, let's set it at 10%. His tone left no room for negotiation, decisively finalizing the profit-sharing arrangement. Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Tong was overjoyed. He had been prepared to accept a minimum of 5%, and now the rate was doubled, an unexpected boon. He quickly stood and cupped his hands in respect. Understood. Please rest assured, sir. We'll discuss this with the family head and our other members right away. I guarantee we'll handle this flawlessly. As for the Qian family auction house, the next auction is scheduled for tomorrow morning. If you're interested, sir, you're welcome to attend. Jiang Qian nodded lightly, his gaze distant, as if contemplating something profound. After leaving Huajiang Pharmacy, Jiang Qian made his way to the Alchemist Guild. Given the incident with Bai Qingqing the previous night, Jiang Qian decided to maintain his black robe and mask disguise to avoid unnecessary trouble. His steps were steady, and he remained silent throughout the journey until he reached the guild's entrance. From a distance, he could hear the commotion ahead. Looking up, he saw a crowd gathered outside the main door, the noisy atmosphere carrying an air of tension. Hand over that little brat. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with graying temples, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury, ready to erupt at any moment. Behind him stood a pale-faced young girl, her arms wrapped in thick bandages, her gaze filled with venom. A group of household guards, armed with swords and knives, surrounded them, exuding a menacing aura as if waiting for an order to storm into the guild. Why did my daughter come home after class with her hands severed? If not for timely treatment, her hands would have been crippled. I demand an explanation. The middle-aged man roared, his voice thunderous, causing the surrounding onlookers to instinctively step back. Standing on the steps of the guild was its steward, Cui Jingren. Dressed in a gray robe, he exuded a calm and composed demeanor. Though his brows were slightly furrowed, his deep gaze remained fixed on the group before him. Despite the man's fiery outburst, Cui Jingren remained unperturbed. Master Bai, are you saying that last night, your daughter, accompanied by a group of household guards, was attacked by a young boy on a small path outside the guild, resulting in her hands being severed? And this boy is one of the students who entered the guild to learn alchemy alongside her. Cui Jingren's voice was even, yet his sharp gaze pierced through the middle-aged man like a blade. That little brat indeed. Bai Zhongyuan, the middle-aged man, snarled, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Steward Cui, hand him over immediately. Anyone who dares to harm a member of the Bai family must pay with their life. Cui Jingren's eyes narrowed slightly as he began piecing together the situation. While he hadn't kept a close eye on Jiang Qin's every move the previous day, he distinctly remembered the time Jiang Chun left the guild. Bai Qingqing, on the other hand, had finished her lessons by midday but somehow ended up on the path outside the guild at night, where she was injured by Jiang Chen. The sequence of events was becoming increasingly clear. Had it been anyone else, Cui Jingren might have refrained from intervening, as the altercation occurred outside the guild. At most, he would have hidden Jiang Chen's identity and left the Bai family to investigate on their own. But Jiang Chen was no ordinary individual. He was a prodigious alchemist under the guild's close watch. Allowing the Bai family to act recklessly was out of the question. Bai Qingqing, Cui Jingren said coldly, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Yesterday, you had a minor dispute with that boy, one that you initiated. Why, then, did you later bring people to confront him? Bai Qingqing, who had been seething with resentment, froze at the sudden question. Her face turned pale, and she stammered, struggling to find words. After a long pause, she finally managed to stutter. I. Biting her lip, she spoke with a mixture of grievance and anger. He's just a filthy beggar. Yet he dared to defy me repeatedly and even spied on me outside, causing me to ruin a batch of pills. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, but who would have thought he'd be so ruthless, severing my hands? He nearly destroyed my ability to practice alchemy. This is entirely his fault. As Bai Qingqing spoke, her voice grew more agitated, her eyes reddening as if she were the true victim. Steward Cui, why are you questioning her? Bai Zhongyuan interjected, stepping forward to support his daughter. His tone was firm, laced with indignation. Bai Qingqing is the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Who is that boy to behave so outrageously? Today, I only want to know his identity. This matter has nothing to do with the Alchemist Guild, so I ask that you give me a satisfactory answer. Standing not far away, Jiang Chen observed the scene with a calm and steady gaze beneath his black robe. His eyes shifted slightly toward Cui Jingren, curious to see how the steward would handle the situation. Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers began murmuring among themselves. That boy must be out of his mind to harm the Bai family's eldest daughter. Bai Zhongyuan is known for being fiercely protective. He's in big trouble now. Just a no-name kid daring to act so recklessly. Does he think he can cross someone like the Bai family? They're one of the 5 great families in Xuanwu City. You'll see. The Alchemist Guild will definitely reveal the boy's identity this time. No one can protect him after offending the Bai family. Inside the guild, Yi Xiaoxiang nervously clenched her sleeves, her eyes fixed on Cui Jingren. Her heart was gripped with unease. Cui Jingren stood motionless at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, his figure as steady as a mountain. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, sweeping through the area like a violent storm. His sharp eyes locked onto by Zhong Yuan, radiating coldness and authority. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, and the Bai family's attendants instinctively stepped back, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Master Bai, Cui Jingren's deep voice carried a commanding pressure that sent chills down everyone's spine. Since this entire matter stems from your daughter Bai Qingqing's misconduct, I'm curious, what kind of explanation are you expecting from our Alchemist Guild today? Bai Zongyuan's expression faltered, the smile on his lips stiffening. Before he could respond, Cui Jingren continued, his tone even sharper. That young man, like your daughter, is merely an apprentice here at the Alchemist Guild. Yet, on his way back, he was ambushed by your daughter and her people. If not for his own skills, the consequences could have been disastrous. Under such circumstances, our guild has yet to hold you accountable, and yet you dare come here seeking answers? Do you think the Alchemist Guild is so easily bullied? Cui Jingren's words, as cold and cutting as winter wind, pierced straight into Bai Zongyuan's heart. Bai Zhongyuan had assumed the boy was nothing more than a poor, insignificant orphan, someone Cui Jingren wouldn't bother defending. After all, someone who couldn't even afford tuition fees surely wouldn't warrant the guild's protection. But the current situation completely defied his expectations. The oppressive aura emanating from Cui Jingren left Bai Zhongyuan breathless, sweat beading on his forehead. Forcing a dry laugh, he tried to diffuse the tension. Manager Cui, you misunderstand me. I merely wanted that boy to apologize to my daughter. I had no intention of provoking the guild. Please, don't take it the wrong way. Cui Jingren's icy gaze bore into him, filled with disdain. His voice grew colder still. Listen carefully. The Alchemist Guild does not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. If you and your Bai family wish to purchase pills or learn alchemy from us, you must abide by our rules. Otherwise, we reserve the right to terminate all cooperation with your family. These words struck Bai Zhongyuan like a hammer, leaving him visibly shaken. His face turned pale as he hurriedly waved his hands. Please, no. Manager Cui, this was my mistake. For the sake of our long-standing cooperation, I beg your forgiveness. I assure you, we will not pursue this matter further. Internally, Bai Zhongyuan was in turmoil. He knew full well that, despite being a neutral organization, the Alchemist Guild was backed by immense power that the Bai family could never afford to antagonize. Moreover, with Bai Qingqing's alchemy assessment approaching, any conflict with the guild at this time could spell disaster. Cui Jingren's gaze remained cold as he waved dismissively. If that's the case, then leave. Do not loiter outside the guild and disrupt our order. Yes, yes, Bai Zhongyuan nodded repeatedly, quickly retreating with his entourage in tow. Onlookers who had gathered outside began dispersing as well, whispering among themselves with varied expressions. Once the crowd had thinned, Jiang Chen stepped forward from the shadows and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Manager Cui, for your assistance. Cui Jingren turned to Jiang Chen, his eyes glinting with a touch of appreciation as he noticed how Jiang Chen remained tightly wrapped up, concealing his identity. It's nothing. You're a valued talent of our Alchemist Guild, and it's only natural for me to protect you. Besides, this matter was clearly the Bai family's fault. Don't dwell on it, just focus on your alchemy practice. After a brief pause, he added, if you need any rare herbs, feel free to take them from the guild's storage. Later, you can leave a portion of the refined pills at 80 of their market value to cover the cost of the materials. Jiang Chen's heart warmed at the gesture, and he quickly bowed in thanks. He understood the weight of this protection and knew the situation would not have been resolved so smoothly without Cui Jingren's intervention. Now, he truly grasped what it felt like to have the backing of a powerful force. Without Cui Jingren stepping in, this matter would have been far more difficult to resolve. Father, are we just going to let this go? Bai Qingqing's eyes burned with hatred, her voice filled with deep resentment. The memory of Jiang Chun severing her hands made her tremble with rage. Sitting behind the desk, Bai Zhongyuan's gaze darkened. His teacup paused midair, causing ripples in the tea. He raised his eyes to look at his daughter, his tone low but commanding. Of course not. How can the daughter of Bai Zhongyuan be bullied by outsiders? That would be a slap in the face to the Bai family. Hearing her father's words, a glimmer of hope lit up Bai Qingqing's eyes. But before she could speak, Bai Zhongyuan continued, however, since Cui Jingren has stepped in, we have to hold back for now. Your alchemist examination is approaching, and it's crucial for you to pass and gain entry into the Qingyang sect. This is not something we can afford to jeopardize. Bai Qingqing's clenched fists relaxed slightly. Despite the fury boiling inside her, she understood her father's concerns. Forcing down her unwillingness, she gritted her teeth and nodded. I understand. Seeing her response, Bai Zongyuan's tone softened. He stood up, walked over to her side, and gently patted her shoulder, his gaze carrying a hint of warmth. Ching, revenge can wait. There's an auction tomorrow, and I'll see if I can find any pills to aid in your recovery. Once your injuries are healed, focus on passing the alchemist examination in one attempt. He paused, his voice suddenly firm and resolute. When you become a disciple of the Qingyang sect and an esteemed alchemist, do you think dealing with a mere beggar will still be a challenge? A flash of determination crossed by Qing's eyes as she nodded firmly, her resolve solidifying. She looked at her father, her tone carrying newfound conviction. Father, I will not let the Bai family be humiliated. Bai Zhongyuan nodded in satisfaction, confident in his daughter's future achievements. This is your first-grade alchemist certification, along with the corresponding badge and uniform. From now on, you are officially registered with our alchemist guild. Keep up the good work, and I hope you continue to excel on your path as an alchemist. Yi Xiaoxiang handed a set of clothing and a small, specially crafted booklet to Jiang Chen. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she playfully winked, her lively demeanor adding an extra touch of charm. Jiang Chen took the items and smiled faintly. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxiang. By the way, did the pills I gave you yesterday help? At his question, Yi Xiaoxiang's face lit up with excitement, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Of course. You're incredible. I, with just a first-grade martial soul, managed to open up 3 meridians overnight and reach the peak of martial disciple. Once I advance to martial master, they'll finally be able to request a salary raise from the guild. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, his tone teasing. That's good to hear. Just remember to keep it a secret. I'm not ready for my family to know about my alchemy skills yet. Yi Xiaoxiang nodded vigorously, patting her chest as she promised, of course. They'll convert all those pills into cultivation progress and make sure no one finds out. After a brief chat, Jiang Chen turned and headed into the alchemy room. The room was secluded and well-equipped, making it the perfect place for him to concentrate on refining pills. My alchemy skills are improving, and my efficiency in producing pills is getting faster, Jiang Chen mused as he glanced around the room. His gaze landed on the herbs neatly arranged on the table, and he quickly mapped out his plan for the day. Today, apart from refining meridian unblocking pills, qi gathering pills, and essence nourishing pills, I should also try my hand at some other first-grade pills. Once I've mastered all the first-grade pills, I can't prepare to break through to martial master and attempt second-grade pill refinement. He began sorting the herbs Yi Xiaoxiang had brought, carefully categorizing them before placing them into the alchemy furnace. With a flick of his hands, alchemy flames roared to life. His movements were practiced, his focus unwavering, as the ingredients inside the furnace gradually transformed into liquid, merging and solidifying into a batch of perfectly refined meridian unblocking pills. As expected, in getting more proficient, Jiang Chen murmured to himself before diving into the next batch of pills. After completing the qi gathering and essence nourishing pills, he moved on to experimenting with other recipes from the alchemy manual. Most of these were healing and restorative pills, with a few specialized ones for detoxification, fire resistance, and cold resistance. Jiang Chen meticulously refined each batch, ensuring every pill was crafted to perfection. Healing pills aside, the market value for the others is relatively low. Once I master them, there won't be much need to continue refining them, Jiang Chen calculated inwardly, ultimately deciding to focus on qi gathering pills for now. By evening, he had finished tidying up the alchemy room and left the guild, heading straight for the Hua River Apothecary. At the apothecary, Jiang Zhan, Jiang Tong, and several other Jiang family members had been waiting for him. The moment they saw Jiang Chun, they all stood up in unison, their faces beaming with joy and gratitude as they eagerly approached him. Benefactor, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for hours. Jiang Zhan strode forward, gripping Jiang Qin's hand with enthusiasm, his face full of heartfelt appreciation and admiration. Surrounded by the warm exuberance of the older Jiang family members, Jiang Chun felt momentarily at a loss. His body stiffened slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward amidst their overwhelming display of gratitude. At home, he would normally address Jiang Zhan and these elders as father or uncle, but now, these same people were calling him benefactor and sir with every other word, as if they were speaking to a venerable elder of immense stature. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd from behind his mask. A hint of amusement arose in his heart. What kind of expressions would these elders have if he revealed his identity right now? They'd probably wish they could dig a hole in the ground and disappear forever, wouldn't they? Ahem, all right everyone, quiet down. Jiang Chen cleared his throat softly, raising his chin just a little. His tone carried an undeniable authority. He forcefully pulled his hand free from Jiang Zhan's grasp. Jiang Zhan was momentarily stunned by the sound of that voice, deep and dignified, evoking the image of a seasoned elder. But why was the hand so soft and smooth? And upon closer inspection, the alchemy master seemed to be about the same height as his own son. Chainer, an absurd thought flickered in his mind, but Jiang Zhan immediately berated himself. Blasphemy! How could I possibly compare that rascal at home to a master of this caliber? The master's delicate hands must be the result of some kind of transcendent refinement. With this thought, Jiang Zhan's gaze toward Jiang Chen grew even more reverent, tinged with gratitude. This master had single-handedly brought unimaginable wealth and prosperity. Without him, the family would likely have long since fallen into ruin. How is the preparation for tomorrow's pill sales coming along? Jiang Chun asked calmly, his gaze steady. Jiang Tong quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Reporting to you, sir, everything is ready. I've already delivered all 10 bottles of qi-gathering pills to the Qian family auction house and explained that after tomorrow's auction, we'll announce a plan to sell the rest through the Huajiang shop. The Qian family has agreed to this and asked me to present you with this Supreme Membership Gold card. With this card, you'll have access to the VIP box number 1 at the auction tomorrow, as well as the privilege of bidding on credit. Jiang Tong held out a thin, golden card with both hands, his attitude extremely deferential. Jiang Chen accepted the card, glancing at it briefly but not indicating whether he planned to attend the auction. He was already calculating in his mind since arriving in this world. The Qian family auction house had been mentioned repeatedly, though he had never seen it for himself. Tomorrow would be a good opportunity. If he came across something valuable, he could bid for it and later compensate the Qian family with pills. After all, who could resist the allure of top-grade pills? These pills are ones I've refined over the past few days. Each bottle is labeled. Set the prices and sell them tomorrow, Jiang Chun said, pulling out a pouch of jade bottles from his storage bag. The pills inside were flawless, exuding a rich and alluring fragrance that quickly filled the room. Jiang Zhan and the others stared at the pouch intently, their expressions frozen in shock. Unconsciously, they swallowed hard. In their lives, they had never seen such an abundance of top-grade pills. Rest assured, sir, Jiang Zhan exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he clasped his hands in a salute. Right now, with the Qingyang sect recruiting disciples, every family is scrambling to gather resources for their children. These pills will undoubtedly spark a frenzy as soon as they hit the market. There's no chance they'll go unsold. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. The pills are in your hands now. How you handle them is your concern. Just make sure there's enough silver delivered to me in the end. I won't involve myself in anything else. His composed demeanor only heightened his mystique. Hearing this, Jiang Zhan and the others were even more moved. This master trusted them so much and granted them so much authority. They exchanged glances, their eyes shining with a mix of excitement and understanding. Especially those from the Jiang family. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to firmly put the old Jiang clan in its place? Jiang Chen observed the changes in their expressions, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The purpose of these pills was to support the family. If these people were too upright and treated the old Jiang clan equally, it would have been a headache for him instead. As expected, things were unfolding just as he had anticipated. That night, news from the Qin family swept through Xuanwu City like a gust of wind, quickly reaching every family of significant influence. Have you heard? The Qin family's auction this month is featuring a batch of top-grade qi gathering pills, 10 bottles in total. What? 10 bottles of top-grade qi gathering pills? The news spread like wildfire, and the entire city was instantly abuzz. Studies and meeting halls in every prominent family descended into chaos. What are you standing around for? Get the money ready. We must secure those pills at tomorrow's auction. A middle-aged man slammed the table and barked orders at his subordinates. Father, the auction isn't until tomorrow. Why the rush? A young man's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Rush? Of course, it's urgent. The man shot him a glare. If the other family's younger generations get their hands on them and we don't, how do you expect us to compete in the Qingyang sex assessment? You don't understand. These are top-grade qi-gathering pills. With them, Liner will have a much better chance of breaking through. Go now and secure us a spot. Similar disputes and frantic preparations were playing out simultaneously across the city. Even the weaker families, despite knowing their limited financial resources, couldn't resist the temptation of trying to claim a share. After all, for nurturing the younger generation, top-grade qi-gathering pills were a dream come true. Meanwhile, the Jiang family was also springing into action. In the family head study, Jiang Su spoke with excitement to Jiang Chengji. Father, Ming'er has been stuck at the bottleneck of breaking through to martial master for ages. I've heard these top-grade qi-gathering pills are incredibly effective, with no impurities left behind, making them safe for consecutive use in a short period. If we can secure a few bottles, Ming'er is guaranteed to pass the assessment with flying colors. Seeing his father frown in thought, Jiang Su quickly added, Father, the other families must already be making their moves. If we don't act, the pills will be snatched away, and Ming'er will fall behind. Jiang Chengji, however, remained calm and composed. He tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze deep and contemplative. I'm just wondering why would the Qin family put top-grade qi gathering pills up for auction at such a critical time instead of keeping them for their own younger generation? Jiang Su was momentarily stunned before waving his hand dismissively. Isn't it obvious? The seller must not want the Qin family to monopolize them. Exactly. Jiang Chengji's eyes gleamed sharply as his hand slammed the table. His voice was low but resolute. Sewer, simply bidding for the pills isn't enough. The real treasure isn't the pills themselves, but the alchemist behind them. If we can locate and form a connection with that master, the resources we'll gain will far exceed what 10 bottles of pills can offer. Jiang Su felt a surge of excitement, but quickly furrowed his brows. But, father, the Qian family's auction house is known for its discretion. They won't reveal the seller's identity. How can we find the master? A faint, confident smile tugged at Jiang Chengji's lips. It's not impossible. Prepare the funds now. At tomorrow's auction, pay close attention to who the Qian family interacts with the most. If this master chose this moment to sell top-grade qi gathering pills, they must be in need of money or resources. As long as we show enough sincerity, we won't fail to establish a connection. Jiang Su's eyes lit up with determination, and he nodded repeatedly. You're absolutely right, father. I'll start preparing immediately. As Jiang Chengji watched his son leave, his expression grew even more thoughtful. He understood that an alchemist capable of producing top-grade qi gathering pills would possess skills far beyond the pill's current level. Building a relationship with such a figure could provide immeasurable benefits to the family's future. At the same time, he was certain that every influential family in Xuanwu City was likely harboring the same ambition. As night fell, Xuanwu City was anything but calm. An undercurrent of tension surged through the streets as all eyes turned toward the auction set to take place the following day. If the Jiang family could establish a good relationship with an alchemy master, the benefits would be unimaginable. Standing in the center of the hall, Jiang Su clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with hope and excitement. Turning to the elders of the family, he bowed respectfully and declared with determination, "All right, I'll start preparing immediately. For the future of the Jiang family, this time, not only will we buy the pills, but we must also form ties with the alchemy master." Meanwhile, in Jiang Qin's room, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Little Schwer sat by the bedside, her bright eyes fixed on the black pill in her brother's hand, her face full of curiosity. "Brother, what is this? It smells so good," she asked. Jiang Chun raised a finger to his lips, softly shushing her. In a low voice he explained, "This is a pill I made. It can help you build a solid foundation and restore your health much better than the medicinal bath you had this afternoon." "A pill?" Little Schwer exclaimed in surprise, then quickly lowered her voice, her eyes wide with amazement. "Brother, are you an alchemist now?" Though young, she knew that being an alchemist was an incredibly prestigious profession. If her brother was truly an alchemist, wouldn't that make her the sister of one? The thought instantly filled her with pride and excitement, her little face beaming with joy. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. "Yes, I just recently learned how. But for now, we can't tell father and mother. Keep your voice down. When the time is right, we'll give them a big surprise." Little Schwer immediately nodded earnestly, raising her tiny hand as if taking an oath. "Got it, brother. I'm great at keeping secrets. Just like when father hid his stash of money 2 years ago, I never told mother about it." Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle at her serious expression. He reached out to tap her forehead lightly. "You little rascal, knowing about hidden money at the age of 5? Then, pulling her tiny hand into a pinky promise, he made her swear not to tell anyone before handing the pill to her. "Here, take it. Then close your eyes and go to sleep. I'll help you recover from today's training." Without hesitation, little Schwer opened her mouth and swallowed the black pill. She then obediently lay down, pulled up the blanket, and blinked her dark, shiny eyes at Jiang Chun. "I've taken it. Should I sleep now?" Jiang Chun nodded and spoke softly. "Yes, close your eyes and feel the flow of spiritual energy." Placing his right hand on her arm, he gently channeled his pure spiritual energy into her body, guiding it to her abdomen to help digest the pill's effects. He carefully directed the energy throughout her body, ensuring the medicinal power was absorbed evenly. Little Schwer felt as though her body was enveloped in a warm, comforting energy, like lying on a bed of soft cotton. It was so soothing that she couldn't help but close her eyes, her breathing gradually becoming steady as she drifted into sleep. Seeing this, Jiang Chun continued to guide the spiritual energy until the pill's effects were fully absorbed and had nourished her body completely. Only then did he quietly leave her room, returning to his own to consume the meridian-clearing pill he had refined earlier that day. The next morning, Jiang Zhan woke little Schwer early to guide her through her morning training. To his surprise, he noticed that she seemed full of energy, her movements agile and precise, completely unlike the exhausted state she had been in the day before. "Huh, She's recovered so quickly? Zhang Zhan raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, could it be that the medicinal ingredients I prepared yesterday were especially effective? Watching her practice her punches, he couldn't help but marvel, thinking, kids really do recover fast. I should buy more of those same ingredients today. Completely unaware of the real reason for her recovery, he carried on as usual. After little Schwer finished her morning training, they quickly ate breakfast, and Jiang Zhan left the house with Jiang Tong and the others. Jiang Chen, however, waited until little Schwer was once again exhausted from training. He helped her refine a second foundation strengthening pill before donning a cloak and mask and quietly heading to the Qian family auction house. The busiest street in the southern district was bustling with people and traffic. The Qian family auction house stood proudly in the very center of the avenue. Its grand architecture was awe-inspiring, and even the marble flooring outside the entrance was intricately engraved with exquisite patterns. Pushing open the heavy doors, a peculiar fragrance filled the air, instantly clearing the mind and subtly speeding up the flow of spiritual energy. The interior of the auction house was even more opulent. Every table, chair, and stand was crafted from premium wood, and the walls were adorned with rare and valuable calligraphy and paintings. Every detail radiated an air of refinement and luxury. By this time, the auction house was already crowded with people. These individuals were dressed in luxurious attire, their demeanor imposing clearly distinguished figures who had come in haste upon hearing about the rare qi gathering pills. Most of them had been waiting there overnight, their expressions betraying a mix of anticipation and impatience. May I see your invitation, sir? The receptionist greeted politely with a warm smile as the guest arrived at the auction house. Jiang Chen calmly retrieved a golden card from within his black robe. With a light flick of his fingers, the card shimmered faintly under the light, radiating a soft golden glow. The receptionist's pupils slightly contracted in surprise, but she quickly replaced her initial reaction with an even more respectful smile. Her tone grew noticeably warmer as she said, "Sir, you are a distinguished guest for the number 1 VIP room. Please wait here for a moment while I inform the manager. The manager will personally escort you to the VIP room shortly." Jiang Chun gave a slight nod, his eyes sweeping across the surroundings from the shadowed depths of his mask. Standing in the brightly lit hall of the auction house, his black robe concealed his figure, making him appear understated yet enigmatic. The receptionist, having received his acknowledgement, promptly turned and hurried off, her brisk steps carrying a hint of urgency. The main hall was brightly illuminated, bustling with representatives from nearly all the prominent families. Jiang Qin's gaze shifted, effortlessly capturing the expressions of everyone present. The family heads, all wearing polite smiles on the surface, gathered in small groups, either whispering in quiet conversations or exchanging pleasantries. Yet, the guardedness and subtle probing in their eyes betrayed their true intentions. "Ha ha ha, Patriarch Jiang. I didn't expect to see you here." A hearty voice, tinged with a deliberate undertone, suddenly broke the subtle tension in the hall. Bai Zhongyuan strode confidently toward Jiang Chengji, the head of the Jiang family, with a faintly mocking smile on his face. "With your son Jiang Ming's exceptional talent, do you really need to compete with us over a few pills?" Jiang Chengji maintained his gentle smile, though a fleeting glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He nodded slightly, his tone calm yet laced with modesty. "Oh, Patriarch Bai, you flatter us. While Qingyang sect disciples are certainly ranked by their abilities, my son Ming's talent, even when compared to others in the Northern Territory, might still fall short in some ways. If we could acquire these qi-gathering pills to help him advance further, there's a chance he could be directly selected as an inner disciple. That would truly be a great opportunity." Before Jiang Chengji had even finished speaking, the hint of pride in his demeanor was unmistakable, as if Jiang Ming's place as an inner disciple of Qingyang sect was already a foregone conclusion. Bai Zhongyuan silently cursed him as a sly fox, but betrayed nothing in his expression. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, well then, it all comes down to who shows the most sincerity. But let me be clear, my psychological limit won't go beyond 100 taels per pill. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Chengji raised his eyebrows slightly, his smile deepening. "Well, that's unfortunate. The Jiang family's limit is just a bit higher. It seems these pills are destined to belong to us." His tone was measured, leaving Bai Zhongyuan no room to continue probing. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hall, the other family heads were engaged in their own quiet discussions. Beneath the surface of casual chatter lay a web of veiled probing and subtle maneuvering. Each leader speculated about their rival's bottom line, while calculating whether they had brought enough funds to secure their desired items. Though a bottle of top-grade qi-gathering pills was undoubtedly valuable, it was, after all, a first-tier pill and shouldn't normally command an exorbitant price. However, with the Qingyang sect's assessment fast approaching a rare event held only once every few years, the stakes were far higher. The outcome of the assessment could determine a family's future prestige and fortune. For the chance to give their heirs an edge in the competition, these family heads were willing to pay well beyond the pill's actual value. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, with hidden rivalries simmering beneath the polite facade. In one corner, Jiang Qian stood quietly, his figure shrouded in a black robe that set him apart from the extravagantly dressed representatives. He observed everything with a calm, penetrating gaze, his expression concealed behind his mask, leaving his thoughts an enigma. At this moment, Jiang Qian's presence in his black robe seemed utterly out of place amidst the grandeur and opulence of the auction hall. At that moment, Jiang Zhan and his companions, who had just arrived at the auction house, spotted Jiang Qian. Their faces lit up with delight, and they were about to greet him when a sharp, mocking voice suddenly rang out. Well, well, isn't this my dear little brother Jiang Zhan? Why aren't you busy playing house with your new Jiang family? What brings you to the auction house? The voice was shrill and laced with heavy sarcasm. Hearing this, Jiang Zhan and his group immediately darkened their expressions and turned toward the source of the voice. Sure enough, they saw Jiang Zu's smug and arrogant face. With his arms crossed and a cold smirk tugging at his lips, he looked as though he had been waiting for this moment. His loud, taunting voice echoed through the hall, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Isn't that your family's second son? Bai Zhongyuan, standing beside Jiang Su, exclaimed in mock surprise, his tone dripping with feigned astonishment. He's attending the auction too? It seems your family's second son has been doing quite well since he left, can even afford to step into a place like this. Could it be he deliberately dragged out his words, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes? He's here to compete with us for the elixirs? Jiang Chengzi's face darkened instantly. His earlier excitement for the auction dissipated completely. He cast a cold glance at Bai Zhongyuan but remained silent, clearly unwilling to lose his composure in such a public setting. However, the murmurs from the crowd around them felt like needles pricking at him, and numerous curious gazes swept over, as if to remind him of the humiliation the Jiang family had suffered half a month ago. Noticing this, Jiang Zu's smirk widened. He took a few slow steps forward, fixing his gaze on Jiang Zhan and his group. His tone was dripping with mockery. Second brother, I've heard that the little shantytown you established in the Western District hasn't been doing well lately. So, how did you manage to afford coming here? Could it be that you've been secretly spending the Jiang family's hidden treasures, the ones I didn't manage to confiscate? With these words, Jiang Su not only pushed Jiang Zhan and his group into the spotlight of public scrutiny, but also hinted that they might be in possession of some secret assets belonging to the Jiang family. A glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes, clearly pleased with his own insinuations. Jiang Su, stop slandering us. Jiang Tong could no longer hold back. She stepped forward furiously and shouted, we don't need anything from your Jiang family. We have our own reasons for being at the auction today. Ha! Jiang Su sneered, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Tong with an expression of disdain. I'm talking to my second brother. What does this have to do with you, a mere branch family member? Oh wait, I misspoke. You're not even part of the branch family anymore. You've chosen to follow this useless Jiang Zhan and wallow in that filthy Western District, mingling with commoners. Even calling yourselves former members of the Jiang family is an insult to our name. As he said this, Jiang Su deliberately covered his nose and mouth with his hand, putting on an exaggerated look of disgust as if simply being in the same space as Jiang Zhan and his group was beneath him. Jiang Zhan and his companions trembled with anger, their fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles turned white. This kind of verbal humiliation, sharp as a blade, was even more infuriating than physical confrontation. The stares from the crowd grew increasingly peculiar, and some people began whispering to each other, their words filled with speculation and mockery. Not far away, Jiang Chun watched the scene unfold, his heart burning with rage. He was about to step in and put an end to this farce when a low, authoritative voice suddenly rang out from behind. Jiang Su, this is my Qian family's auction house. I ask that you respect the rules and refrain from insulting our guests. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave. The voice boomed like thunder, instantly silencing the murmurs in the hall. Everyone instinctively turned to see who had spoken. Jiang Qian turned as well, and when he saw the speaker, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. It was an elderly man dressed in formal attire, walking with steady steps and exuding an air of authority. His sharp, hawk-like eyes swept over Jiang Su with a hint of coldness. This man was none other than the old appraiser Jiang Chun had encountered earlier that day when redeeming his bracelet at the counter. But now, the elderly man's demeanor was far from that of an ordinary appraiser. His presence seemed to command the atmosphere of the entire auction house. Master Qian. Several young heirs from prominent families immediately lowered their heads in respect upon seeing the elderly man, clearly intimidated by his status. Jiang Zu's arrogance faltered in an instant, his face darkening. He gritted his teeth, but ultimately chose to hold his tongue. After casting a venomous glare at Jiang Zhan, he reluctantly stepped back to stand beside Jiang Chengji. Just when everyone thought the matter had been resolved, Master Qian did not stop in his tracks. Instead, his gaze moved past Jiang Zhan and his group, landing on a black-robed figure not far away. A warm smile spread across the elderly man's face as he quickly walked toward the individual. Honored guest, I am Qian Zong, the manager of this auction house. Allow me to personally escort you to the VIP room, Qian Zong said with a slight bow, extending his hand in an exceedingly respectful gesture. This scene caused a ripple of intrigue among the crowd. Their eyes gleamed with realization this black-robed figure was undoubtedly the seller of the premium qi gathering pill for today's auction. Jiang Chengji and Jiang Su exchanged a glance, their eyes blazing with fervor and greed. It was clear that they were determined to acquire this pill at any cost. Old Master Qian, an elder of the Qian family, commanded great respect within the clan. Due to his seniority and formidable strength, the younger generation from various families dared not act recklessly in his presence. The figure of Old Master Qian stood out sharply in the grand hall. His silver hair was meticulously combed, his steps steady, and his demeanor exuded a natural authority that demanded respect without the need for words. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the revered elder was now slightly bowing, speaking in a respectful and hushed tone to a mysterious figure clad in a black robe. This startling scene caused a collective intake of breath among those present. Could that black-robed individual be the seller of the supreme-grade qi gathering pill? Someone whispered, their voice tinged with excitement and their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Highly possible. Another murmured in agreement, their gaze also fixed on the enigmatic figure. The crowd was abuzz with speculation, each person harboring their thoughts. Some were calculating ways to forge a connection with this alchemy master, while others were already envisioning future collaborations. However, before anyone could act on their plans, Old Master Qian led the black-robed figure directly upstairs, clearly intending to usher him into the most prestigious VIP room. The onlookers had no choice but to suppress their excitement, temporarily shelving their schemes, and await the right moment to act. The first VIP room upstairs lived up to its name, showcasing the Qian family's wealth and status. The decor was lavish, with every corner reflecting opulence. At the center of the room stood a round table carved from exquisite rosewood, surrounded by an array of antiques and calligraphy paintings. Even the air carried a faint trace of sandalwood fragrance. The most striking feature, however, was a projection stone embedded in the wall, its crystalline surface glowing softly. Qianzong personally explained, Master, this projection stone can magnify the details of the auction items, allowing you to observe them more clearly. If you are interested in anything, simply write your bid on the card, and our auctioneer will see it immediately. Additionally, the credit limit on this gold card is essentially unlimited, so you can bid without concern. Please do not hesitate to let us know if you have any requests. Qianzong's attitude was exceedingly cordial, even bordering on reverent. A master capable of refining supreme-grade qi gathering pills was a treasure beyond monetary value. Even if today's expenses amounted to nothing, forming a connection with Jiang Chun would undoubtedly be a priceless gain for the Qian family. Jiang Chun raised his head slightly, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Understood. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will consider collaborating with your Qian family. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in Qianzong's eyes. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Master, I shall not disturb you further. Should you need anything, please feel free to instruct the attendants. As he finished speaking, two attendants entered the room. They were dressed in elegant, light silk gowns that accentuated their graceful figures, their expressions carrying a subtle charm. With practiced ease, they poured tea and attended to Jiang Qian with deliberate gentleness in their movements. Jiang Qian, however, remained indifferent, his gaze not lingering on them for even a moment. He simply said in an even tone, Stand by the side. The two attendants exchanged a quick glance, immediately understanding his demeanor. They respectfully stepped back to the sides of the room, standing quietly with downcast eyes, not daring to overstep their bounds. Leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, Jiang Qian appeared utterly composed, as if he had little interest in the auction about to commence. Yet, his thoughts had already delved deep, meticulously planning his next moves. Roughly an hour later, the auction officially began. The grand hall was brightly lit, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. A poised and graceful woman stepped onto the stage, her professional smile radiating warmth as she announced in a clear and engaging voice, Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Qian family auction house. The auction is now officially underway. The first item was a battle blade forged from celestial meteorite iron, hammered 1,000 times. As the auctioneer introduced it, the blade was carefully presented on stage by an attendant. Its heavy blade, adorned with intricate dragon patterns, gleamed coldly under the lights, and the iron rings on its back emitted a sharp glint. The entire weapon exuded an aura of lethal power. Jiang Chun merely glanced at it before looking away. Such a weapon held no appeal for him. His black sword was more than sufficient for any current combat. Furthermore, his martial skills were centered on swordsmanship, and switching to a blade would only hinder him. In contrast, representatives from the Luo family seemed particularly eager, and after several rounds of bidding, they secured the battle blade without hesitation. One item after another made its debut on the auction stage. However, perhaps due to the anticipation surrounding the supreme-grade chi-gathering pill, the guests showed little enthusiasm for the other items. In fact, 2 items were even left unsold due to a lack of bids. Jiang Chun had not placed a single bid on any item so far. However, his gaze suddenly sharpened when a palm-sized jade box was brought onto the auction stage. As the jade box was slowly opened, it revealed a rare treasuria storage ring. The ring was entirely silver-white, smooth as a mirror, with faint patterns of an array etched on its surface, emanating a soft, mystical glow. The auctioneer smiled faintly, his voice clear and resonant as he announced, "This is a storage ring with an internal space of 3 cubic meters, capable of holding weapons, pills, clothing, and other items. The starting price is 500 taels of silver, with each bid increment no less than 10 taels." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall was filled with murmurs of discussion. Storage rings crafted through the collaboration of array masters and blacksmiths were highly coveted spatial artifacts. Due to the rarity of the core material, spatial stones, and the complexity of their creation, these rings were considered priceless treasures. Within the empire, storage rings were typically exorbitantly priced, and in a remote place like Xuanwu City, such an item hadn't appeared in years. If not for the earlier appearance of those 10 bottles of supreme-grade chi-gathering pills, this storage ring would undoubtedly have been the highlight of today's auction. Amid the murmurs, a clear voice broke the brief silence. 510 taels. The voice belonged to Jiang Chengji, who was seated in another private VIP room. His expression was calm, as if he was determined to acquire the ring. Bai Zhongyuan's eyes flickered upon hearing this, and a subtle, meaningful smile emerged on his lips. "It seems the Jiang family head is quite interested in this storage ring," he remarked. Jiang Chengji responded with a composed smile, his tone unhurried. "Storage rings are rare, and naturally, the Jiang family has a need for one. Besides, Jiang Su just mentioned that Jiang Ming will need a storage ring to carry his belongings when he heads to Qingyang sect." Bai Zhongyuan let out a faint snort, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "In that case, let me join in on the fun. 520 taels." With that, the bidding war intensified, and other families quickly joined in. The price surged to 600 taels in no time. Based on previous auction trends, the final price of this storage ring was expected to reach around 1,000 taels. However, just as Jiang Chengji raised the bid to 610 taels, a steady yet authoritative voice came from VIP room number 1. 620 taels. Although the voice wasn't loud, it carried a weight that rippled through the room, silencing the murmurs instantly. Jiang Chengji's expression shifted slightly, but was quickly replaced with a smile. He called out heartily, "Ah, so the esteemed master in VIP room number 1 is also interested in this storage ring. I'll give you the honor and withdraw from the bidding." Before he even finished speaking, Bai Zhongyuan immediately followed suit, his tone ingratiating. "The master's skills are unparalleled, and his wealth is unmatched. How could we possibly compete? I too will step aside." The others in the room couldn't help but curse inwardly at Jiang Chengji and Bai Zhongyuan's slyness, using this opportunity to curry favor with the mysterious alchemy master. Within half a minute, no one else dared to bid. The auctioneer, maintaining a professional smile, was already well aware of the situation. Qianzong had instructed beforehand that if the guest in VIP room number 1 expressed interest in any item, every effort should be made to finalize the sale. Although the storage ring didn't reach its highest potential price, it was more than sufficient as a gesture of goodwill toward the master. 620 taels, going once. 620 taels, going twice. 620 taels, sold. "Congratulations to the guest in VIP room number 1. The auctioneer announced with a beaming smile. 3 minutes later, Jiang Chun had the storage ring in his possession. He lowered his gaze, examining the ring, a faintly mocking smile curling his lips. A fabricated identity, yet it makes them clamor to ingratiate themselves. Jiang Chengji and Bai Zhongyuan, despite our past grievances now, have no choice but to curry favor with me. I wonder how they'll react when the truth comes to light." He chuckled softly and scrutinized the ring more closely. Although its space was only 3 cubic meters, it was more than sufficient for his current needs. Refined pills, weapons, clothing, and even monster cores obtained from hunts could now be securely stored, eliminating the inconvenience of carrying them around. With that thought, Jiang Chen took out a small dagger, pricked his fingertip, and performed the blood recognition ritual to claim ownership of the ring. As a drop of blood was absorbed into the ring, it trembled slightly, emitting a faint glow. Satisfied, he threaded the ring onto a cord and hung it around his neck. "This is the convenience that comes with status," Jiang Chen murmured with a smirk, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. As time passed, the auction was gradually drawing to a close. When the second-to-last item was brought out, it once again piqued Jiang Qin's interest. The maid on stage unveiled the red cloth, revealing an ancient-looking martial arts manual, exuding a sense of timelessness. The auctioneer raised his voice and introduced, "The next item is a mid-tier yellow rank movement technique called Extreme Shadow Step. When performed, it allows for an explosive burst of speed in a short time, as swift as a fleeting shadow or a bolt of lightning, making it nearly impossible to track. The starting bid is 700 taels, with each increment no less than 10 taels." As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, murmurs filled the room. While mid-tier yellow rank martial arts techniques weren't particularly rare, movement techniques of this kind were especially valuable, particularly those designed for short bursts of speed. Several family heads exchanged glances, a flicker of interest flashing in their eyes. To them, such a technique could serve as a trump card for their younger generation, potentially turning the tide in critical moments or even securing top results in examinations. "My Bai family will bid 710 taels." Bai Zhongyuan raised his paddle, his tone casual, clearly making a tentative move. "Master Bai, this time I can't let you have it so easily. My family's Minger could use this extreme shadow step as well." Jiang Chengji chuckled coldly and immediately raised the bid to 760 taels, his tone carrying an air of determination. His move clearly ignited the competitive spirit of the other families. The price climbed steadily, quickly surpassing 900 taels. Seeing this, Jiang Chengji narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his paddle again, adding another 50 taels. His voice firm, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am determined to obtain this extreme shadow step. If anyone is interested, feel free to challenge me further." The room fell silent for a moment following his statement. The other family heads began weighing their options, realizing that if they pushed too hard, they might end up depleting their resources without securing the item. Bai Zhongyuan snorted, setting his paddle down, clearly unwilling to continue the bidding. Seeing this, a confident smile appeared on Jiang Chengzi's face. He thought to himself that acquiring this technique would be a win-win situation. It would either benefit Jiang Ming directly or bolster the overall strength of his clan. However, just then, a calm voice emerged from the first VIP room. 910 taels. The voice was not loud, but it struck Jiang Chengji like a hammer. His confident smile froze, and a trace of displeasure flickered in his eyes. Throughout the auction, this mysterious master in the first VIP room had only bid twice, but each time, they had undercut Jiang Chengzi's efforts. This left him feeling quietly irked. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chengji took a deep breath and, with a slightly somber expression, said, "Fine. Since the master is interested, I'll yield this martial technique to them." With that, he slowly sat down, his gaze tinged with a mix of helplessness and caution. "Father, why does this master always bid right after us? Could they have some grudge against us?" Jiang Su whispered, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Jiang Chengji shook his head and replied in a low voice, "It's probably just a coincidence. Let's hope that by yielding twice, we've earned some goodwill from this master. Besides, neither the storage ring nor this martial technique is essential. It's better to save our resources for the final item, the chi gathering pills. This time, we must secure as many as possible." Hearing his father's reasoning, Jiang Su finally felt a bit more at ease. Meanwhile, in the auction hall, Jiang Chengzi's withdrawal dampened the interest of the other families. Ultimately, the extreme shadow step was sold for 910 taels to the first VIP room, Jiang Chen's room. Jiang Chun received the manual and casually flipped through it. His eyes scanned the contents swiftly, confirming that it was indeed as described a movement technique designed for explosive bursts of speed. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, "This will perfectly complement my 1,000 illusion feather technique, allowing me to achieve both versatility and balance between bursts of speed and endurance. If mastered, it will make me an unpredictable and formidable opponent." At that moment, as the auction for the extreme shadow step concluded, the maid on stage stepped forward once more to present the final item. Instantly, the previously subdued atmosphere of the auction hall reignited with excitement, and all eyes turned toward the stage. The maid lifted the red cloth covering the tray, revealing 10 exquisitely carved wooden boxes made from premium materials. Inside each box lay a crystal-clear jade bottle, glimmering faintly under the light, radiating an air of refinement. Now, we present our grand finale. A total of 10 jade bottles, each containing 10 supreme-grade chi condensation pills. I believe there's no need for me to elaborate on their effects. You all must be well aware. The starting bid for each bottle is 500 taels, with a minimum increment of 10 taels for each subsequent bid. The auctioneer's voice suddenly rose with fervor, carrying an irresistible allure. Under the glow of the lights, her strikingly beautiful face appeared even more radiant, as if her voice alone could heat the very air. Her persuasive words spurred the crowd into action, As the heads of the prominent families straightened in their seats, their eyes fixed intently on the jade bottles on stage. The atmosphere instantly became electric. 510 taels. A middle-aged man in the crowd was the first to call out, his tone tinged with urgency. 600 taels. Another voice followed immediately, without hesitation. 650 taels. Yet another bidder joined in, his voice firm and resolute. Don't even think about outbidding may offer 800 taels. This time, the bidder's tone carried a hint of anger, his words sharp and commanding. With each successive bid, the price of the first bottle of supreme-grade chi condensation pills skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 1,000 taels. Yet, this was far from the end. The bidding frenzy only seemed to intensify, as voices overlapped in a relentless competition, none willing to concede so easily. Watching the scene unfold, Jiang Zhan and his companions stood among the crowd, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Jiang Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his lips curling into a smile as he murmured, selling one bottle for over 1,000 taelston bottles will bring in 10,000. With a 10% commission, even after deducting the auction house's share, we'll still walk away with a fortune. And he paused, his gaze growing deeper. The biggest benefit is yet to come. Just then, a powerful voice rang out. Enough. There's no need for any of you to fight over it. The first bottle belongs to the Jiang family. Jiang Chengji rose from his seat, his eyes locked onto the jade bottle on stage. His voice was brimming with authority as he declared, I bid 1,800 taels. His words sent ripples of shock through the crowd. Jiang Chengji's boldness left many stunned, but the momentary silence was soon broken by a cold chuckle. Patriarch Jiang, it's not up to you to decide. The Bai family doesn't shy away from competition. I bid 1,900 taels. Bai Zhongyuan stood up leisurely, a faint, meaningful smile on his lips. Yet, his eyes were filled with provocation. Jiang Chengji snorted coldly, his gaze sharpening as he retorted, Are you sure you want to go up against me? This is only the first bottle. 1,910 taels. Bai Zhongyuan remained unyielding, his tone laced with mockery. 2,000 taels. Patriarch Jiang, feel free to bid higher. The two men locked horns, their rivalry intensifying with each bid. The tension between them grew palpable, prompting the other family heads to step back from the fray. After all, directly clashing with these two powerhouses would only reduce them to mere bystanders. When Jiang Chengji raised the bid to 2,300 taels, Bai Zhongyuan finally threw up his hands, feigning helplessness with a wry smile. Patriarch Jiang, there's no need for our families to clash over this. Since you insist, I'll let you have it. With that, he refrained from further bidding. The auctioneer seized the opportunity, swiftly finalizing the sale. 2,300 taels, going once. 2,300 taels, going twice. 2,300 taels sold. As the gavel struck, the first bottle of supreme-grade chi condensation pills was sold to Jiang Chengji for an astronomical price of 2,300 taels. This outcome left Jiang Zhan and his group stunned. One of the clan members couldn't help but exclaim in a hushed voice, 2,300 taels? Have these people lost their minds? Jiang Tong sneered, her eyes glinting with disdain. Mad? Not quite. To curry favor with the Qingyang sect, they'd go to even greater lengths. But they have no idea this auction is just the beginning. We'll be selling even more in the future. Her words elicited knowing smirks from the others. Yet, Jiang Tong's gaze lingered on Jiang Chengji, her tone tinged with schadenfreude. Especially Jiang Chengji. That old miser has always been so harsh on his own clan. Bleeding him dry for one bottle of pills? Consider it payback. Jiang Zhan sighed, his expression complicated. It's sad, really. For a father and son, Jiang Chengji's favoritism is truly disheartening. The auction for the supreme-grade chi condensation pills continued with fervor. As the bids climbed higher and higher, the enthusiasm among the major families only grew. However, the Jiang family stood out as the most relentless. By the time the seventh bottle was up for bidding, Jiang Chengji had already claimed 3 bottles, each for no less than 2,000 taels. Such aggressive bidding began to stir resentment among the other families. That old dog has lost his mind. Just to secure Jiang Ming's place as an inner disciple of the Qingyang sect, he's sparing no expense, one minor family head muttered under his breath. Amid the chaos of the bidding war, the Qian family, another of the 5 great families, remained notably composed. From start to finish, they refrained from purchasing a single bottle. Their occasional bids seemed more like a formality, strategically leaving the intense competition to the others. These fools. They're going crazy over just a few bottles of elixirs, raising the price like mad. Qian Zhen, the head of the Qian family, swept a cold gaze over the auction hall, his eyes filled with disdain. Watching the other family heads bid like ravenous wolves, a mocking smile played on his lips. Idiots. Losing their composure over a few mere bottles of elixirs, he muttered under his breath. his tone dripping with contempt. They probably have no idea that the Jiangzhan faction has far more high-grade elixirs than just this batch. Our Qin family is already prepared. When the next batch floods the market, we can focus our resources on acquiring them. That would be far more cost-effective. Beside him, Qian Zong nodded slightly in agreement. Master Qian, your strategy is brilliant. But, he hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his expression. Why would that alchemy master choose the Jiangzhan faction as their agent? If it were our Qian family with your skills, we'd easily sell those elixirs for an even higher price. Qian Zhan frowned slightly at the remark, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he let out a cold snort. Perhaps that master has his own reasons. Jiang Zhan was once a prodigy in Xuanwu City. It's possible the two share some history. He paused, his gaze shifting to the private box where Jiang Chengji was seated. His tone turned colder. Regardless, with the support of this alchemy master, the Jiang Zhan faction has become a force to reckon with. From now on, we must form an alliance with them. We cannot afford to make the same foolish mistakes as those short-sighted individuals who forced them out of the family. Qianzong nodded repeatedly, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Jiang Chengji's direction. With a sigh, he muttered under his breath, that old man sure has luck on his side. By this time, the auction was nearing its conclusion. Starting with the 7th bottle of elixir, the various factions realized the limited quantity and began bidding even more fiercely. By the time the final bottle was up for sale, the bidding had soared from an initial price of 2,000 taels to an astonishing 3,100 taels. And the final buyer of this last bottle was none other than Jiang Chengji. 3,100 taels. Third and final call. Congratulations to Master Jiang for securing the last bottle of premium qi gathering elixir. This concludes our auction. Thank you all for participating. The auctioneer's voice rang out, and the hall immediately erupted into a commotion. That old man has lost his mind. One family head exclaimed, slamming the table in frustration. Out of 10 bottles, he took 4 for himself. He's hoarding them all. Just buying these 4 bottles cost him over 10,000 taels. Another gritted his teeth, jealousy evident in his tone. That kind of money could have been used to cultivate an entire martial master. Let's see if his son, Jiang Ming, can even make it into the Qingyang sect's inner circle with those elixirs. Others joined in the chatter, their voices filled with anger, mockery, and, most of all, envy. Amid the sea of complaints, Jiang Chengji appeared to be in high spirits. Standing in his private box, he cupped his hands toward the crowd with a wide smile. His tone was brimming with satisfaction. Thank you, esteemed family heads, for your generosity today. When my Minger becomes an inner disciple of the Qingyang sect, we will surely remember your kindness. His words instantly shifted the atmosphere in the auction hall. Many family heads turned livid, their fists clenching tightly, yet they could do nothing about it. Jiang Chengji was elated. Glancing down at the bill in his hand, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. With these 4 bottles of qi gathering elixir, even if the other families managed to acquire some as well, none of their juniors will surpass Jiang Ming. A confident smile spread across his face. The inner disciple assessment of the Qingyang sect Jiang Ming will not fail. At his side, Jiang Su, his son, rose excitedly. Bowing deeply to Jiang Chengji, his voice was filled with gratitude. Thank you, father, for your unwavering support. Once we return, I'll make sure that boy trains twice as hard and pushes himself to break through to martial artist level as soon as possible. Jiang Chengji responded with a hearty laugh, giving his son's shoulder a firm pat, his eyes brimming with pride. He cast a triumphant glance toward the other family heads, whose faces were dark with frustration, and his sense of accomplishment grew even stronger. Jiang Chengji simply smiled and nodded. He then turned to the VIP room number 1, gently stroking his beard with confidence and said, I've supported this master so generously. Surely, this master won't forget the Jiang family. Later, come with me to speak with the master. Who knows? We might secure some cooperation opportunities. Yes, father. They'll make sure to flatter the master properly. I won't let you down. Jiang Su replied excitedly, his face glowing with enthusiasm as if he could already foresee the Jiang family's glorious future. Inside the auction hall, the crowd began preparing to leave as the auctioneer on the stage started tidying up the table, signaling the end of the event. Just then, someone suddenly stepped onto the stage. The man walked with composure, his gaze cold yet commanding an undeniable presence. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, and the next moment, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. It was Jiang Zhan. I am the supplier of the premium qi gathering pills for this auction. I kindly ask everyone to stay a moment longer, as I have an announcement to make, Jiang Zhan said with a slight smile, clasping his hands together in a polite gesture. His voice was clear and powerful, cutting through the murmurs in the hall. His words plunged the entire auction hall into a stunned silence. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks, as if doubting their own hearing. What? The supplier of the premium qi gathering pills is Jiang Zhan, someone muttered in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Jiang Zhan is just a useless outcast expelled from the Jiang family. How could he possibly have such resources? As murmurs of doubt spread through the crowd, the initially jubilant Jiang Chengji and his son Jiang Su froze, their smiles stiffening. Jiang Su's face twisted with rage as he pointed at Jiang Zhan and shouted, Jiang Zhan, stop pretending. How could someone like you, a worthless nobody, possess such resources? His outburst was echoed by others in the crowd. After all, if Jiang Zhan truly had such capabilities, why would he still be living in the impoverished Western District? With just a few premium pills, he could easily become a sought-after ally for any prominent family. The Jiang family would never have discarded him. However, just as the crowd's skepticism reached its peak, Qianzhen slowly stood up. A faint, disdainful smile played on his lips as he spoke in a calm yet resolute tone. Jiang Su, this is the Qian family's territory, and Jiang Zhan is our honored guest. Your insolence and disruption of our rules will not be tolerated. If you dare to speak out of turn again, you will never set foot in the Qian family auction house from this day forward. Qian Zhan's stern reprimand was like a thunderclap, silencing the hall once more. The crowd, initially filled with doubt, now had no choice but to accept the truth. Jiang Zhan was indeed the supplier of the premium qi gathering pills. Jiang Su stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his lips trembling but unable to utter a single word. Jiang Chengzi's face turned ashen as his gaze fixated on the 4 bottles of pills on the table. His chest felt heavy, each breath labored. He suddenly realized that if these pills truly came from Jiang Zhan, then the tens of thousands of silver he had just spent were essentially a slap in his own face. Moreover, if Jiang Zhan had never been cast out of the Jiang family, these pills would have been their asset, and today's auction wouldn't have even occurred. Jiang Zhan's smile widened slightly as his gaze swept over Jiang Chengji and Jiang Su. His voice carried a hint of coldness as he said, Oh, Jiang Su, I must thank you and your esteemed father for your generous contribution today. It's been a fantastic start to my business. Jiang Chengzi's expression darkened further, his fists clenching tightly as his knuckles cracked. Yet he had no retort. Jiang Zu's eyes turned bloodshot, his anger burning like fire, but under Qian Zhan's icy stare, he dared not utter another word. Jiang Zhan then turned to the representatives of the other factions in the hall, clasping his hands respectfully. Thanks to the support of a certain alchemy master, the Jiang family of the Western District has had the honor of becoming the master's representative. The 10 premium qi gathering pills auctioned today were merely our first step. I would also like to take this opportunity to announce that starting today, our Huajiang apothecary will officially offer a variety of premium pills for sale, including qi gathering pills, meridian opening pills, vitality pills, detoxification pills, healing pills, and more than 10 other types of elixir sol of premium quality. Boom! Jiang Zhan's words were like a thunderclap in a clear sky, instantly igniting the crowd. The hall erupted in shock and disbelief. The Jiang family in the Western District? Premium pills? How is this even possible? But Qian Zhan's earlier statement already confirmed it. While the crowd was still reeling, the head of the Luo family could no longer contain himself. He stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on Jiang Zhan as he eagerly asked, Jiang Zhan, is what you just said true? Are all these pills truly premium quality? Jiang Zhan's expression remained calm, his voice unwavering. Of course, I, Jiang Zhan, would never joke about such matters. However, these pills are in limited supply and may not meet everyone's needs in the short term. If you wish to purchase them, I advise you to act quickly. First come, first served. The moment these words left his mouth, the hall descended into chaos. Heads of various prominent families immediately dispatched their subordinates to rush to Huajiang apothecary, fearing they might miss out on this incredible opportunity. Leaders of smaller families scrambled to leave the auction house with their entourages, desperate to secure their share of the fortune. In just moments, the once bustling auction hall was nearly empty. In the second-floor VIP room, Jiang Chengzi's gaze remained locked on Jiang Zhan, his mind replaying his earlier actions and the staggering amount of silver he had just spent. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His chest heaved violently until he could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ugh! Father! Jiang Su cried out in panic, his voice filled with despair. Father, are you all right? Jiang Su rushed forward in concern as he saw Jiang Chengji coughing up blood, carefully supporting him with both hands. His face was filled with worry, his grip firm on Jiang Chengji's arm. Jiang Chengji waved his hand weakly, signaling that he could still manage. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he suppressed the tumultuous energy churning within his chest. His expression was dark and unreadable, a mixture of anger and unwillingness. I'm fine, he said in a hoarse voice, tinged with exhaustion but laced with suppressed fury. To think that I, the head of the Jiang family, would be toyed with by that wet-behind Thier's brat Jiang Zhan. his fists clenched tightly, the faint cracking of his knuckles breaking the tense silence. His entire demeanor grew even more ominous. "Father, should we still head to the Western District?" Jiang Su asked cautiously, his voice carrying a trace of hesitation. He was clearly aware of his father's simmering anger, but felt compelled to raise the question. "Go? For what?" Jiang Chengji snapped, whipping around to glare at Jiang Su with eyes as sharp as blades. The intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down Jiang Su's spine. "Haven't we lost enough face already? We're going back." Jiang Chengji growled through gritted teeth before turning on his heel, his robes billowing as he stormed off in anger. Meanwhile, outside the Huajiang apothecary, the streets were bustling with noise and activity. The crowd was packed shoulder to shoulder, the commotion so loud it seemed to shake the rooftops. "Where's Jiang Zhan? Didn't they say they'd be selling top-grade pills? Why hasn't it started yet? There's only a young man inside the shop. Where's the family head? Where are the pills?" Representatives from various prominent families and smaller factions gathered anxiously at the entrance, their eyes fixed on the apothecary's interior. Yet apart from a lone young assistant, the so-called legendary pills were nowhere to be seen. "Everyone, please remain calm." The young assistant stood at the door, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. His tone was polite but slightly ingratiating. "Our family head will be here shortly. In the meantime, I kindly ask everyone to line up in order of arrival. Once the family head returns, the sale will begin immediately." After a brief pause, he added, "However, since the number of top-grade pills is limited, each person will only be allowed to purchase one bottle per type. Sales will resume tomorrow, so I urge everyone to queue properly to avoid missing your chance." His announcement caused an uproar among the crowd. "Line up? Who remembers the order of arrival?" Everyone rushed here from the auction house at the same time. How is anyone supposed to know who came first? The previously somewhat orderly crowd quickly descended into chaos. People began jostling for position, and some of the smaller faction leaders were even pushed out of the crowd entirely. Amid the scuffle, the representatives of the four major families, leveraging their numbers, swiftly secured the first 10 spots. The rest had no choice but to fight for positions further back. Before long, Jiang Zhan and his entourage finally arrived. Their presence immediately quieted the chaotic scene, though the tension in the air remained palpable. Representatives from several families hurried forward with obsequious smiles. "Master Jiang, you're finally here. We've been waiting for quite some time. When will the sale of these top-grade pills begin? We're eager to make our purchases and report back to our family heads." Jiang Zhan cast a glance over the crowd, a faint, enigmatic smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "No need to rush, everyone. Before we begin, let me make something clear." He stepped to the apothecary's entrance and pulled out a freshly written notice, which he prominently displayed for all to see. "The pills being sold today are crafted by a renowned alchemy master, so naturally, they won't come cheap. All types and their respective prices are listed here. Please take a look and ensure you're prepared before making a purchase. Won't want anyone to miss out due to insufficient funds." The crowd surged forward to examine the notice. It listed over a dozen types of pills, each with exorbitant prices. The most expensive chi-gathering pills, meridian opening pills, and vitality boosting pills each cost over 1,000 taels per bottle. The rest, while slightly more affordable, were still several times pricier than ordinary pills. However, compared to the sky-high prices seen at auctions, these were considered reasonable. Some even felt a sense of relief, recalling the unfortunate soul who had spent 3,100 taels on a single bottle at auction. The representatives of the four major families glanced at the prices and maintained their confident smiles. "Master Jiang, there's no need for further discussion. Since we're here, money is not an issue. Just hand over the pills already. We're waiting to buy them and take them back for our juniors to use in their cultivation." As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Zhan remained calm, giving a slight nod and gesturing for his clan members to act. They promptly carried out specially crafted wooden boxes from the medicine shop. Each box was engraved with the Jiang family crest, exuding an air of antiquity and dignity. The boxes were neatly arranged on a long table at the shop's entrance, categorized by pill types. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Standing firmly by the table, Jiang Zhan picked up one of the boxes, opened it, and took out a bottle of pills. He uncorked the bottle and poured out one pill. The pill was lustrous, with intricate patterns faintly swirling on its surface. Under the sunlight, it emitted a gentle glow. Lifting the pill high, Jiang Zhan surveyed the crowd and spoke in a steady, clear voice. "Everyone, take a good look. These pills are the very ones crafted by the master alchemist, entrusted to our Jiang family for sale. With distinct pill patterns and superior quality, they are genuine and trustworthy." He paused for a moment, his gaze shifting meaningfully as he added, "I'm stating this up front to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from swapping the pills with counterfeits and causing trouble later." While our Jiang family doesn't seek conflict, we are certainly not afraid of it. The crowd fell silent, exchanging glances in uncertainty. After a moment, hearty laughter broke the tension. Bai Zhongwen cupped his fists and said loudly, Jiang family head, you're overthinking it. None of us here would stoop to such dishonesty. Besides, who would dare offend the master alchemist behind these pills? Jiang Zhan gave a slight nod, his expression unchanged, as he carefully placed the pill back into its box. Then, he announced, the sale of pills officially begins today. No sooner had he spoken than the first buyer eagerly stepped forward. He was a representative from the Luo family, sent by their clan head with clear instructions. He selected one set each of the three most crucial types of pills, along with several auxiliary ones. Jiang Tong from the Jiang family guided him to a side area to complete the payment, ensuring the entire process was orderly. Soon, representatives from other families surged forward to make their purchases. Quiet murmurs spread through the crowd as some lamented the steep prices of these exceptional pills. But knowing their unparalleled effectiveness, they gritted their teeth and made their purchases. In no time, the first 10 buyers had swept through most of the pills on the long table, leaving only a few less popular varieties untouched. The leaders of smaller factions, seeing the frenzy, resigned themselves to choosing from the remaining pills. Despite the limited selection, they were determined not to miss this rare opportunity. Before long, even the less sought-after pills found their way into the hands of buyers who needed them. At the Jiang family's payment counter nearby, stacks of silver notes and coins piled high into several overflowing baskets, enough to leave onlookers in awe. Seeing this, Jiang Zhan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He declared loudly, that concludes today's pill sales. We will resume at the same time tomorrow, so be sure to arrive early to secure your place in line. For now, we bid you farewell. With that, he led his clan members in packing up the empty boxes and carrying the baskets of silver back into the shop. The crowd of onlookers began to disperse, though many in the Western District lingered, engaging in lively discussions. That was quite a sight today. After being suppressed by the Jiang family for so long, the Huajiang shop suddenly reopened? You're out of the loop. I overheard that the pills Jiang Zhan brought out are top-tier ones with pill patterns. They're incredibly valuable. Well, they're certainly not something ordinary folks like us can afford. But why would he sell them here in the Western District? Isn't it obvious? The Jiang family was suppressing them before. But now, it seems the Jiang family won't dare make another move. And what does that tell you? It means Jiang Zhan has aligned himself with the master alchemist. Even the Jiang family wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke such a figure. Hey, this works out well for us. I was planning to buy some medicinal ingredients, and now I won't have to travel far. Let's go check it out together. Who knows? We might find something worthwhile. As the chatter grew, the long-suppressed shops in the Western District began to welcome a stream of long-missing customers. Meanwhile, news of the Jiang family's sudden rise to prominence, backed by the master alchemist, spread like wildfire across the Western District and beyond. The Jiang family's meteoric rise and their connection with the master alchemist have swept through the city like a gust of wind. The Luo family. After the head of the Luo family returned with the elixirs, he handed over several bottles beneficial for cultivation to his grandson, Luo Xiao, and recounted the events of the day to him as a story. The family head sat down slowly, his gaze deep as he stared at the teacup in his hand. He spoke softly, Shower, that Jiang Zhan sure got lucky, managing to gain the favor of an alchemy master. After today, the Jiang family in the Western District has undoubtedly secured their footing. Perhaps when you take the Qingyang sect entrance exam, you might encounter Jiang Zhan's son. Hearing this, Luo Xiao spun the spear in his hand, his body trembling slightly as a sharp gust of wind stirred his robes. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. Jiang Chen? I hear he's nothing more than a waste with a useless martial spirit. What's there to worry about? In the entire Jiang family, the only one worthy of my attention is Jiang Ming. The Luo family head's eyes narrowed, his tone calm but firm. Do not underestimate him. Though Jiang Chen is labeled as a waste, he has defeated Jiang Ming twice within the Jiang family. His strength should not be overlooked. Shower, remember this. Arrogance leads to defeat. If you don't temper your pride, you'll eventually stumble in the most unexpected ways. Luo Xiao frowned slightly at his grandfather's words. Though he didn't fully agree in his heart, he still nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, grandfather. The Bai family. As soon as Bai Zhongyuan returned, he hurried to Bai Qingqing's room. Pushing the door open, he entered with a hint of excitement on his face. Qinger, I've brought back the healing elixir. This is a top-grade pill that will help you recover quickly. I've also got a few bottles of supreme-grade Kigathering pills to help you catch up with your peers in cultivation. As he spoke, he carefully placed the bottles of elixirs on the table one by one. The crystal-clear bottles emitted a faint, spiritual glow. Bai Qingqing's eyes lit up at the sight, and she quickly instructed a servant to pour out one of the pills. Holding the elixir in her hand, She could smell its rich medicinal fragrance, and the surface of the pill revealed intricate patterns. Looking at the pill in her hand, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful. I wonder which master crafted such an exceptional elixir. If only I could possess such alchemy skills one day." Bai Zhongyuan laughed heartily at her words. "Don't worry, Qing'er. With your father here, whatever you need, we'll make sure you have it." Bai Qingqing nodded, but then seemed to recall something. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and asked, "Father, have you found that little beggar yet?" Bai Zhongyuan's expression darkened, his voice filled with anger. "Not yet, but I've already sent people to search the entire city. I've also stationed guards at the Alchemist Guild's entrance. The moment that little beggar shows up, he'll be caught." Hearing this, a chilling gleam appeared in Bai Qingqing's eyes. She spoke coldly. "Good. How dare he harm my hand? When we catch him, I'll make sure he wishes he were dead." She clenched her fist tightly, the pain in her injured hand fueling her growing hatred. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family, the aftermath of the auction house incident had cast a heavy gloom over the household. Jiang Chengji and his son returned home with dark expressions, while murmurs of discontent rippled through the clan like waves. "I heard Jiang Zhan gained the favor of an alchemy master and even sold top-grade pills publicly today." "That's right. I also heard the family head and Jiang Su were utterly humiliated at the auction." TSK. Jiang Zhan's branch of the family is finally getting their moment. Knowing Jiang Zhan, do you think he'll share any pills with the rest of the family? Probably not. Back when Jiang Zhan wasn't exiled, he was one of the kindest among the direct lineage. Sigh, if only he hadn't been cast out, we might have been able to benefit from his success today. Amidst the hushed conversations, dissatisfaction with Jiang Chengji and his son grew, while Jiang Zhan's branch of the family seemed to be rising in prominence. At the center of this turmoil, Jiang Chun had already left the auction house and quietly returned to the Alchemist Guild. He knew that the most pressing task at hand was to refine elixirs and break through to the martial master realm as soon as possible. Time passed, and Jiang Qin's figure remained hidden within the depths of the Alchemist Guild's secluded alchemy chamber. As evening fell, Jiang Qin arrived at Huajiang Pharmacy with the pills he had refined throughout the day. Jiang Zhan and the others had already been waiting for quite some time. "Master, you're finally here." Jiang Zhan greeted him with a respectful bow, his tone filled with reverence. Jiang Chun let out a light cough, waving his hand dismissively with a calm demeanor. "There's no need for such formalities in the future," he said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an air of authority. "How was business today?" he asked, his tone composed yet commanding. Upon hearing this, a flash of excitement crossed Jiang Zhan's eyes. Stepping forward eagerly, he raised his voice slightly, "Master, today's auction and subsequent sales brought in a total of 100,000 taels. After deducting a tenth the sandtail commission, we netted 90,000 taels in silver notes. They're all here." As he spoke, he respectfully handed over a stack of silver notes with both hands. 100,000 taels. Jiang Qin's hand paused slightly at the mention of the figure. Despite his steady temperament, he couldn't help but feel a ripple of astonishment. 100,000 taels in a single day was no small sum. It was no wonder alchemists were notoriously wealthy. Mastery of pill refining with minimal failure made earning fortunes almost effortless. Suppressing the waves of emotion in his heart, Jiang Qian nodded calmly and stored the 90,000 taels in his spatial ring. He then retrieved a new batch of freshly refined pills from the ring and handed them to Jiang Zhan. "Continue as planned. I will deliver pills on time, every day, until the Qingyang sect assessment. There will be no interruptions." "Understood." Jiang Zhan responded enthusiastically, his eyes brimming with gratitude and elation. He knew that the daily commission of 10,000 taels was more than enough to elevate his family to prominence. While they might not yet join the ranks of the 5 great families, it would undoubtedly secure their status and shield them from future oppression. After a brief exchange with Jiang Zhan and the others, the sky grew darker, and Jiang Chun turned to leave. However, he had barely walked a short distance from Huajiang Pharmacy when a voice called out from behind him. "Master!" Jiang Chen halted in his tracks, his eyes narrowing slightly as he turned to look. Emerging from a nearby tea house were Jiang Chengji and Jiang Su, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles. It was clear they had been waiting for some time. "It's them?" Jiang Chen's heart sank, and his gaze turned cold in an instant. These two had once made life unbearable for him and his father within the Jiang family, showing no mercy. Yet now, they had come to seek him out, their attitudes obviously harboring ulterior motives. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered over the two men as he quickly assessed the situation. Jiang Su, a mid-level martial master, posed little threat. Jiang Chengji, however, was a bona fide martial lord. If he were to make a move, Jiang Chun might find himself severely injured in mere moments. With this in mind, a trace of vigilance crept into Jiang Chen's heart. "What do you want?" Jiang Chun asked coldly, his tone laced with an unmistakable chill. Jiang Chengji strode forward, his smile growing even wider, almost obsequious. He bowed slightly and spoke in a warm, overly familiar tone. Master, what a coincidence to run into you here. Perhaps you don't remember Mei Am Jiang Changji, the head of the Jiang family in the northern district. This morning at the auction, we even bid on a few items together. Of course, out of respect for you, I willingly stepped aside and let you have them. As he spoke, a hint of pride crept into Jiang Chengji's voice, as if expecting praise for his supposed magnanimity. Meanwhile, Jiang Su stood silently by his side, maintaining a fawning smile, his head nearly nodding to the ground in a display of servility. Watching their ingratiating behavior, Jiang Chun felt a surge of disdain. His expression remained impassive, though his heart mocked them coldly. These two, who had once been so arrogant and overbearing within the Jiang family, showing no regard for him or his father, were now groveling simply because his status had changed. Little did they know, the master they were now trying so hard to curry favor with was the very same relative they had dismissed as worthless only half a month ago. Fixing Jiang Chengji with a frosty gaze, Jiang Qin's tone carried a trace of mockery. So, what you're trying to tell me is that you gave up 2 worthless trinkets at the auction and now expect me to owe you a favor? Jiang Qian spoke coldly, his tone filled with discontent. Jiang Chengji's expression froze for a moment before he forced a stiff smile and quickly said, Master, please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. We simply wish to befriend you. No need. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now, Jiang Qian replied indifferently, his tone still distant. He took a step forward, clearly unwilling to linger any longer. Master. Jiang Chengji quickly followed, frowning anxiously but maintaining a forced smile. Master, what's so good about the Jiang family in the West District? Do you know that it was established by Jiang Zhan after he betrayed our Jiang family? If he could betray us, who's to say he won't betray you in the future? He paused for a moment, his gaze firm and persuasive. In comparison, if you choose to cooperate with us, not only will you not have to worry about betrayal, but our Jiang family's resources and connections far surpass his. As for the pills you sold yesterday, I am confident I can fetch you a much higher price. Jiang Chengji's intentions were as clear as day. Not only did he want to poach Jiang Zhan's ally, but he also aimed to use this alchemist to generate huge profits for the Jiang family. More importantly, he sought to cultivate stronger fighters for the family, solidifying their influence and power. However, upon hearing these words, Jiang Qin's eyes grew even colder. He cast a frosty glance at Jiang Chengji, his tone laced with disdain. I've said everything I need to say. Stop pestering me, and don't block my way like this again. Otherwise, don't blame me for working with the Alchemist Guild to blacklist the Jiang family. The moment these words were spoken, Jiang Chengji's face turned pale, his steps freezing in place. He was well aware of the Alchemist Guild's formidable reputation. If they were truly blacklisted, the Jiang family's legacy of hundreds of years could crumble overnight. As Jiang Qin's figure disappeared into the distance, Jiang Chengji's expression turned dark, his anger almost palpable. In frustration, he kicked over a nearby street stall, cursing, "Damn it! Absolutely ungrateful." The poor vendor, caught up in the chaos, trembled as he scrambled to gather his scattered goods, terrified of inviting further trouble. Father, what should we do? Should we take action against Jiang Zhan to stop him from succeeding? Jiang Su asked cautiously, observing his father's grim expression. Take action? Do you think our Jiang family can stand against the Alchemist Guild? Jiang Chengji shot Jiang Su a sharp glare, his voice cold. Come with me. Tomorrow, send someone unfamiliar to Hua Jiang Apothecary to buy pills. Father, why are we still buying pills after all this? Isn't that just helping our enemy? Jiang Su's face twisted in confusion and frustration. We've already been humiliated enough. If word gets out, won't we become a laughing stock? Forget about helping the enemy. Tomorrow's assessment is the priority. Everything else can wait. Jiang Chengji gritted his teeth, his tone a mix of reluctance and determination. I refuse to believe that Alchemist will protect Jiang Zhan forever. Once he loses that support, we'll have plenty of time to settle today's humiliation. You're right. I'll prepare the money when we return and try to buy as many pills as possible tomorrow, Jiang Su muttered, suppressing his dissatisfaction as he resigned himself to his father's orders. That evening, Jiang Zhan returned home, his hearty laughter echoing from the entrance. Ha ha, Chun'er, come out and see what I've brought for you. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Chun and his family stepped out of the house. Jiang Zhan stood at the door, holding a wooden box, his face beaming with joy. As soon as he saw Jiang Qian, he eagerly handed the box to him, his eyes filled with affection and pride. Father, what's this? Jiang Qian asked, taking the box and looking at Jiang Zhan in confusion. You mentioned hitting a bottleneck, didn't you? Inside are a top-grade meridian opening pill and a chi gathering pill. Use them to train well and break through the bottleneck to become a martial artist. Jiang Zhan said with a hearty laugh, his tone brimming with pride and care. At this moment, Jiang Zhan's expression was filled with ease, The frustration of recent days completely lifted. He seemed to have regained the confident air of his prime. Father, these pills must have cost a fortune. Why give them to me? Jiang Chen exclaimed, his face showing surprise, though inwardly he couldn't help but find the situation ironic. He never expected that the pills he had personally refined would end up back in his hands through Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan gently ruffled Jiang Chen's hair, his voice tinged with guilt. In the past, I failed you. I couldn't provide you with the resources you needed to train. But now, I can finally do something for you. Looking into his father's eyes, filled with both regret and hope, Jiang Chun felt a warmth in his heart. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he softly said, "Thank you, father. Things will be different from now on. I have the ability to make money, so naturally, I won't let you fall behind others. The business has just started, but take these 2 pills for now. I'll bring more back for you tomorrow," Jiang Zhan said firmly, pressing the 2 pills into Jiang Chen's hand. His rough palm still carried a faint medicinal scent, evidently from personally selecting the pills. Jiang Chen looked into his father's eyes, filled with confidence and expectation, feeling a warmth rise in his heart, though tinged with helplessness. "Father, I don't really need the pills," Jiang Chen said softly, his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. "My progress is a matter of steady effort. I might even break through in a few days." Hearing this, Jiang Zhan's face hardened, and he replied with no room for negotiation. "You're a cultivator, how could you not need them? That's settled. Focus on your cultivation. I'll handle everything at home. Besides, I need to save some of the foundation pills for Schwer too." With that, he scooped up little Schwer in his arms, his face full of affection as he planted a kiss on her rosy cheeks. But the little girl, bothered by his stubbly chin, grimaced and pushed his face away with a pout, showing a mix of annoyance and mischief as she sneaked another glance at her father. "Foundation pills?" Schwer tilted her head slightly, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. "Are they the same pills brother has been giving me these past days?" She glanced again at her father's smiling face, her little mind churning as if piecing something together. A sly glint appeared in her eyes. That evening, as Jiang Chun was nourishing Schwer's body, the little girl suddenly put on a serious expression, raising a finger to her lips. "Brother, don't worry. I promise to keep our little secret. Father won't find out." Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pinch her chubby cheeks. "What a clever little one. Now go to sleep." Late at night, with the world silent, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in solitude, placing a meridian-opening pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, sending a warm flow through his meridians. He activated his cultivation technique, guiding the medicinal energy to break through the barriers in his meridians. As time passed, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes remained sharp and focused, showing no signs of weariness. "At my current pace, I can open 1 meridian per day. However, the number of pills required for each meridian is increasing rapidly," Jiang Chan calculated silently. "So far, breaking through the 3rd meridian has already consumed 200 pills. Thankfully, I've learned alchemy. Otherwise, the cost of these pills alone would have left me penniless." He glanced at the batch of meridian-opening pills he'd refined earlier that day, took a deep breath, and resumed his cultivation. By the 3rd watch of the night, the 3rd meridian was finally fully opened. After a brief adjustment, Jiang Chan wasted no time heading to the Alchemist Guild. Greeting Yi Xiaoxiang with a nod, he began a new round of pill refinement. A few days later, news of the premium pills sold by the Huajiang apothecary spread like wildfire through Xuanwu City. Families from all over scrambled to purchase them, and even the usually aloof city lord's mansion sent representatives. The Jiang family seized the opportunity, earning a substantial profit. Their business flourished, opening several new branches within days. Small merchants who had once been on good terms with Jiang Zhan resumed their supplies now that the Jiang family had stopped suppressing them. The western district of the Jiang family bustled with prosperity, the air itself seeming to hum with vitality. However, this prosperity stood in stark contrast to the oppressive gloom hanging over the northern district of the Jiang family. Jiang Chengji, in his efforts to ensure Jiang Ming's success in the Qingyang sect's examination, had funneled 90 of the family's resources toward him. This sparked widespread discontent, leaving many clan members simmering with anger. "Father, this can't go on any longer." Jiang Wang burst into the room, slamming the door open as he confronted Jiang Feng with a furious tone. "I've been stuck at 14 meridians for days now. If this continues, I'll never stand a chance in the Qingyang sect's examination." Jiang Feng's brows furrowed deeply, his face a mixture of helplessness and anger. The 2nd branch of the family was already struggling under the family's suppression, and the 4th branch was faring no better. Seeing the desperation on Jiang Wang's face, Jiang Feng felt a sharp pang in his heart. When Jiang Wang awakened his 3rd-grade fierce-winged tiger martial spirit, Jiang Feng had been filled with hope, believing his son would receive more resources from the family. Yet, aside from the basic allocations, the family provided nothing extra. Recently, Jiang Chengji had diverted nearly all resources to Jiang Ming, leaving even the supply of pills prioritized for him. Under such circumstances, Jiang Wang and other less gifted clan members had effectively become the family's abandoned ones. Father, did you know? I heard that over in the Western District, even Jiang Hu, a branch family member, has been given top-grade pills. His cultivation has already reached the level of a martial master. But why is it that we, as direct descendants of the Jiang family, don't get any resources at all? Jiang Wang slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes burning with barely contained fury. His voice was hoarse, low, and filled with resentment and rage. It was bad enough when Jiang Chun refused to allocate resources before, but now, even I am treated the same way. Grandfather is being far too biased. His fingers trembled slightly as they scraped across the surface of the table, leaving deep marks behind. Sitting nearby, Jiang Feng furrowed his brows tightly. He remained silent, but his gaze betrayed a mix of emotions. Jiang Hu, a mere branch family member, had received premium pills and made rapid progress in cultivation. Meanwhile, their branch of the direct bloodline struggled to even obtain a single ordinary pill. The stark contrast was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. Jiang Wang gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "If you ask me, if this entire family exists just to serve the main branch, then what's the point of staying? Whether we go seek refuge with second uncle or strike out on our own, it wouldn't make much difference." His words were sharp and resolute, cutting into Jiang Feng's heart like a blade. "Watch your tongue." Jiang Feng suddenly slapped the table, chastising him. However, his voice lacked conviction. Deep down, he knew Jiang Wang's words weren't entirely without merit. Jiang Chengxi's blatant favoritism in resource distribution was undeniable, as he funneled everything to support Jiang Ming, leaving both branch families and other direct descendants as mere bystanders. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Feng softened his tone. "Your grandfather only wants what's best for the family. But if what you say is true, if all the resources go to one person, leaving everyone else as nothing more than accessories, then can we truly still call ourselves a family?" His eyes dimmed with sadness, his heart torn by the dilemma. "Harry's what we'll do. They'll reach out to a few others and see if we can talk to your grandfather together," Jiang Feng said as he stood up, his tone growing more resolute. "The Jiang family cannot rely on Jiang Ming alone. He'll come to understand that." With that, he turned and left the house, stepping out to gather other family members who shared their grievances. Before long, Jiang Feng had assembled a group of over a dozen people, all of whom harbored similar discontent. They whispered among themselves, quietly planning their approach, and eventually decided to confront the family head directly in his study. Outside the study, a crowd had gathered. The sight of so many people caused Jiang Chengji to look up, his brows furrowing deeply. His voice was low and commanding, carrying an undeniable authority. "What is the meaning of this?" Jiang Feng stepped forward, taking a deep breath to steady himself before speaking boldly. "Father, we would like to discuss the allocation of resources for the younger generation. I heard that you recently purchased a large batch of pills from Huajiang Pharmacy. Could some of these pills be distributed among the younger members of the family? Many of them are talented, and if they can break through to martial master, they may have a chance to join the Qingyang sect and bring glory to our Jiang family." Jiang Chengxi's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. His sharp gaze swept over the group like a blade, and his voice carried a subtle but palpable anger. "Is this what all of you think?" A wave of oppressive pressure descended upon them, causing the crowd to falter and step back in fear, their faces pale. Yet Jiang Feng stood his ground, clenching his jaw and forcing himself to speak. "Yes, father, that is exactly what we think. We are all part of the Jiang family. Why should some children receive resources while others are treated as expendable?" His eyes were unwavering, his stance firm. Encouraged by his bravery, the others began to voice their agreement, their words shaky but resolute. Jiang Chengji let out a cold snort, his voice laced with disappointment. "You've truly let me down. Do you have any idea how much the family stands to gain if Jiang Ming is accepted into the Qingyang sect's inner circle? Do you think this is for my benefit? It's for all of you." His tone carried a mix of anger and frustration, as though he couldn't comprehend their lack of understanding. But Jiang Feng was unmoved. Instead, he responded with a cold chuckle. "And what happens when the Qingyang sect doesn't hold its recruitment for several years? By then, Jiang Wang will have aged out of eligibility and will end up like me, stuck in this small place forever. Father, second brother has already left the family. Do you really want to drive the rest of us away as well?" His words were like thunder, striking at the very core of the issue. Jiang Chengxi's face grew even darker. He knew Jiang Feng's words were not without truth. In his efforts to focus resources on Jiang Ming for the greater good of the family, he had indeed withheld far more than was fair. But he had already committed so much to this path, turning back now felt impossible. But all of this was for the Jiang family. Yet it unexpectedly provoked dissatisfaction from Jiang Feng and the others. Jiang Chengji furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd in the hall, though his heart was filled with frustration. He had believed that the grand plan he had laid out for the future of the Jiang family would undoubtedly earn everyone's support. Yet now, Jiang Feng and his group were using Jiang Zhan's intention to withdraw as leverage against him. Jiang Zhan's departure was of little consequence, but if Jiang Feng's branch of the family also chose to leave, the repercussions would be far beyond what he could bear. Until Jiang Ming successfully entered the Qingyang sect, this delicate balance could not be disrupted. All right then, Jiang Qingji said, taking a deep breath to suppress his irritation before speaking slowly. Top-grade pills are expensive, costing over 1,000 taels of silver per bottle. Although the Jiang family is one of the 5 great families, our resources are still limited and cannot accommodate everyone equally. To ensure fairness, I've decided to allocate 20 qi gathering pills to each junior before the Qingyang sect's assessment to aid in their cultivation. If they truly have talent, these pills will be enough for them to achieve a breakthrough. As his words fell, the hall descended into an eerie silence. After a moment, someone mumbled under their breath, 20 pills? That's barely a fraction of what Jiang Ming gets on a regular basis. Jiang Feng let out a cold laugh, stepping forward and cupping his hands respectfully. Father, you've never hesitated to spend extravagantly on top-grade pills for Jiang Ming. These qi-gathering pills are nothing but ordinary items and can't compare to the top-grade ones. Moreover, Jiang Ming's cultivation has already surpassed the Qingyang sect's entry requirements, so additional resources for him are merely icing on the cake. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang and the others are still at the level of martial apprentices. Even sparing a little more for them could give them a fighting chance. Jiang Qingzi's expression darkened instantly as his sharp gaze swept over Jiang Feng like a blade. He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, outrageous! I've already made concessions, yet you dare to push your luck. What is this? Do you intend to rebel? The crowd in the hall froze in fear, falling silent as if they were treading on thin ice. Even Jiang Feng took half a step back, though he gritted his teeth and persisted, Father, we're not rebelling. We just want a fair share of the resources. Enough. Jiang Chengji cut him off, his fury reaching its peak. If you're dissatisfied, go ahead and join Jiang Zhan. I'd like to see what you useless lot can accomplish. Once Jiang Ming enters the Qingyang sect's inner circle, the Jiang family will become the #1 family in Xuanwu City. If you can't even grasp this simple truth, you're nothing but hopeless fools. With that, he waved his sleeve and stormed out, ordering Jiang Feng and the others to be thrown out of the house. Standing outside the tightly shut main gate, Jiang Feng was surrounded by a group of disgruntled branch family members, while a few servants watched the scene from afar. He looked up at the closed door, his heart a mix of emotions. In that moment, he began to understand why Jiang Zhan had chosen to leave. The situation now mirrored the one back then, too, had reached the same crossroads. Jiang Feng, what do we do next? One of the clan members asked in a low voice. 20 qi gathering pills won't be enough. Jiang Feng remained silent for a moment, a trace of weariness flashing in his eyes. He let out a sigh and shook his head. What else can we do? Let's go home. With no other choice, the group followed Jiang Feng as they left. Back at their residence, Jiang Wang learned of his father's failed negotiation and slumped into a chair, looking utterly defeated. Despair filled his eyes as he murmured, Father, does this mean we really have no hope left? Seeing his son in such a state, Jiang Feng felt a pang of bitterness in his heart but was powerless to change their circumstances. He was no match for Jiang Chengji, nor could he alter the reality of the Jiang family's favoritism. That afternoon, Jiang Feng found himself at a tavern in the northern district, drinking alone with a jug of strong liquor. Burdened with thoughts, he stared blankly at his cup, muttering to himself, the Jiang family the main branch if they're already so biased now. What will happen when Jiang Ming enters the Qingyang sect? It'll only mean more oppression for us. As he drowned in his frustration and helplessness, a clear voice suddenly rang out beside him. Fourth uncle, I heard you brought a group of branch family members to ask Grandpa for resources today. How did it go? Feeling disappointed? Jiang Feng looked up sharply, only to see a young man with a delicate face standing at his table, a playful smirk dancing in his eyes. For a moment, Jiang Feng froze, and the haze of drunkenness lifted almost entirely. Jiang Chen? What are you doing here? Jiang Feng couldn't help but recognize Jiang Chen. The sight of that familiar smiling face left him momentarily stunned. Jiang Chen? Jiang Feng abruptly stood up, an expression of surprise and complexity flashing in his eyes. He stared at his nephew as though trying to rediscover the boy etched in his memory. Yet, the Jiang Chen before him was nothing like the shy, tender child he once remembered. Fourth uncle, though we've distanced ourselves from the Jiang family, blood ties cannot be severed. At our core, we are still family, Jiang Chen said calmly, picking up the freshly served tea from the waiter and taking a light sip. His unhurried demeanor made it seem as if he were lounging in his own courtyard, rather than sitting in a bustling tavern. Jiang Feng stared blankly at Jiang Chen, unable to speak for a long moment. The young man before him had grown taller, his once soft features now chiseled and defined. His eyes, sharp and piercing, carried an intensity that made it hard to meet his gaze. This was no longer the child who needed the protection of his elders. In just half a month, Jiang Qin's aura had transformed so dramatically, as if he'd matured into a seasoned adult overnight. Jiang Feng's emotions were mixed as he forced a bitter smile. What brings you here? Are you here to mock me? To ridicule me for not helping your father back then? Fourth uncle, we share the same surname, and blood ties run deep. Even Jiang Wang and I got along decently in the past. Why would I mock you? Jiang Qian shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. I've come today to unite you and the other uncles. Unite us? Jiang Feng's brows furrowed, his expression turning slightly colder. Jiang Qian set down the teacup and said indifferently, Jiang Chengji and his grandson are selfish to the core. They've sacrificed the entire family's interests just to groom Jiang Ming. Such behavior is rare, even in other families. The Jiang family is no longer a place for anyone outside the main branch. Fourth uncle, can you honestly believe that once Jiang Ming joins Qingyang sect, he'll come back to support your branch of the family? Jiang Feng's expression shifted slightly, and the alcohol-induced warmth in his chest quickly dissipated. He stared at Jiang Chun, his gaze growing sharper. Jiang Chun, these aren't words a child like you would come up with. Did your father put you up to this? If he has something to say, he should come himself. Sending you, a child, to talk about such matters, what is that supposed to mean? Despite his words, a trace of hesitation crept into Jiang Feng's tone. He couldn't deny that he was tempted. Jiang Zhan's branch now had the backing of an alchemy master, and their potential was no less promising than the main branch of the Jiang family. However, the thought of Jiang Ming soon entering Qingyang sect made Jiang Feng waver once more. Fourth uncle, you misunderstand. Jiang Qian shook his head, a cold smile appearing on his face. Coming to you today was my decision, and it has nothing to do with my father. As for so-called family ties, in my heart, Jiang Qingji and Jiang Su are already mortal enemies. Jiang Feng's heart jolted, his brows furrowing deeply. Jiang Chun, what do you mean by that? Jiang Qin's gaze turned icy, his voice lowering. Perhaps fourth uncle isn't aware, but half a month ago, while training in the Tsanglu forest, I was ambushed by assassins. After narrowly defeating the first wave, a second group arrived shortly after. And those assassins? They were sent by Jiang Su and his son. As he spoke, Jiang Qin's fists clenched slightly, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he recalled the peril of that day. Jiang Feng's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He shot to his feet, staring at Jiang Qin with a mix of shock and disbelief. Are you certain? Jiang Qin, you can't make such accusations lightly. Jiang Su is your elder, why would he send people to kill you? Jiang Darong, Jiang Pengliang, Jiang Pengguang, Jiang Pengxiang. Jiang Qian enunciated each name with precision, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on Jiang Feng. Those were the men who came after me. If you don't believe me, you can investigate yourself. The truth will come to light soon enough. Hearing these names, Jiang Feng's face grew ashen. He knew exactly who they were, deadly warriors loyal to the Jiang family's main branch. And indeed, those very men had died under mysterious circumstances half a month ago. At the time, the explanation provided by the main branch had seemed plausible, but doubt had lingered in Jiang Feng's mind. Now, Jiang Qin's words connected all the loose threads. Jiang Feng swallowed hard, waves of turmoil crashing in his heart. Jiang Qin's revelations had completely upended his understanding of the situation. You claim you fought them off, but those were martial masters, how could you have possibly done it? Jiang Feng questioned with a frown. Why not? Fourth uncle, I've told you before, I'm not a useless martial soul. Nobody believed me, though. Jiang Qin's expression remained calm, but his tone carried an unmistakable hint of dominance. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly reached out, his fingers clamping down on Jiang Feng's arm like an iron vice. Caught off guard, Jiang Feng instinctively mustered all his strength to break free. Yet, his arm felt as if it were locked in steel shackles, completely immovable despite his efforts. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply, and his face displayed utter shock. This is impossible. Jiang Feng's mind was in turmoil. He was a mid-level martial master, on the verge of breaking through to the high level. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, was merely a boy who had just awakened his martial soul. How could he possess such terrifying strength? Fourth uncle, do you believe me now? Jiang Chun smiled faintly as he released his grip, as though the astonishing power he had just displayed was nothing more than a casual gesture. His smile exuded confidence, tinged with a playful edge. However, I hope you can keep this a secret for now. Please don't reveal my true strength to anyone. Jiang Feng massaged his arm, which still tingled from the encounter, and looked at Jiang Qin with a complex expression. At that moment, he had no choice but to believe Jiang Qin's words. Reflecting on how Jiang Su and his brother had sent martial master-level assassins after a 10-year-old child, A surge of anger welled up within him. To treat one's own nephew with such cruelty was truly despicable. Has the Jiang family really fallen to such a state? Jiang Feng sighed deeply, his gaze filled with helplessness. A once glorious family, now fractured by internal strife, plagued by suspicion and resentment among its members. Fourth uncle, I've already explained the assassination attempt. You can investigate it however you like when you return, Jiang Chen said firmly, his eyes sharp. Now, isn't it time you gave serious thought to my proposal? Whether it's Jiang Wang or other promising branch family members, they all need resources to advance their training. And I can provide those resources. You mean to say, if my fourth branch aligns with you, we'll gain access to cultivation resources? Jiang Feng asked, his brows furrowed with doubt. But your second brother only recently started his business. Where would you get so much money? My father doesn't, but I do, Jiang Chun replied with a calm smile. With a wave of his hand, a pile of jade bottles appeared on the table. The bottles radiated a faint glow and emitted a rich medicinal aroma, causing Jiang Feng's pupils to contract instantly. A storage ring? Jade bottles? This are you. Jiang Feng's expression changed drastically, a storm of disbelief raging in his heart. At that moment, he finally understood why the Jiang family in the Western District had suddenly gained the protection of an alchemy master. The alchemy master was none other than his young nephew before him. A 10-year-old alchemy master? It was beyond anything he could have imagined. Fourth uncle, this is still a secret within the family, Jiang Qian said in an even tone, though his words carried an undeniable weight. But I believe these pills are enough to show my sincerity. As long as you agree to rally the branch families to join us in the Western District, both Jiang Wang and the others will have an unlimited supply of pills before the Qingyang sect's assessment begins. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen. This boy, with strength rivaling a high-level martial master and the skills of an alchemy master at just 10 years old, possessed talent and potential that were nothing short of extraordinary. To ignore this would be sheer folly. I agree. Jiang Feng stood abruptly, his voice tinged with excitement. When I return, I'll contact the branch families. From this day forward, my fourth branch will align with the Western Jiang family. We'll sever all ties with the Northern Jiang family. Determination burned brighter in Jiang Feng's eyes. He realized that with a genius like Jiang Chun in their ranks, the Jiang family's future glory was inevitable. The Northern Jiang family? Martial sect? What did they even matter? Perhaps one day, the Jiang family would rise to prominence throughout the northern territories, becoming a name revered by all. With a master alchemist like him, what is a martial sect compared to that? One day, the Jiang family might truly become a name that commands awe across the northern frontier. On the same day after Jiang Chen and Jiang Feng had their long conversation, another major event shook the Jiang family. Jiang Feng, along with more than 20 members of the Jiang family, resolutely announced their departure from the Jiang family in the northern district and pledged allegiance to the Jiang family in the western district. Among this group were 3 high-level martial masters, 5 mid-level martial masters, and 9 low-level martial masters, each accompanied by their families. Altogether, a group of over 70 people set off in an imposing procession toward the Jiang family in the western district. This sudden turn of events was like a massive stone dropped into a calm lake, sending shockwaves throughout Xuanwu City. As news spread, the entire city was abuzz with speculation, and all eyes turned to the 2 Jiang families in the northwest. The departure of these skilled individuals dealt a significant blow to the strength of the Northern District Jiang family, while the Western District Jiang family saw a dramatic boost in power, giving them the potential to rival their northern counterparts. People were left puzzled why had Jiang Feng and his group made such an abrupt decision. Some speculated whether the mysterious alchemy master was somehow involved in this dramatic shift. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chengji has truly embarrassed himself this time. One family patriarch laughed heartily in the council hall. I heard he was unwilling to allocate cultivation resources, forcing Jiang Feng and the others to seek another path. All for the sake of Jiang Ming. With his mere 5th grade aptitude, what a short-sighted and costly mistake. Another person nodded in agreement. When it's meant to be, it will be. When it's not, don't force it. Now that the Northern Jiang family has been severely weakened, who still considers them one of the 5 great families? Jiang Qingji might as well step down. From now on, Xuanwu City will have only 4 great families: Qian, Luo, Wu, and Bai. Hearing of this incident, the other prominent families in Xuanwu City secretly breathed a sigh of relief at Jiang Chengzi's blunder while also taking it as a cautionary tale. They immediately summoned the younger generation of their families, offering them warmth and care, and even generously distributed cultivation resources to prevent internal dissent. As a result, the atmosphere among the noble families of Xuanwu City subtly shifted due to the Northern Jiang family's decline. Meanwhile, Jiang Chengzi's predicament became a popular topic of gossip and ridicule. Soon after, another piece of news broke. Upon learning of Jiang Feng and his group's departure, Jiang Chengji was so enraged that he clutched his chest and vomited blood on the spot. The image of this once powerful martial sect master in such a sorry state brought great amusement to the spectators. On the other hand, the Western District Jiang family was in high spirits. That very night, Jiang Zhan hosted a grand welcome banquet, lining the entire street with tables and filling the area with bright lights. He even sent invitations to the other four great families of Xuanwu City, sharing the joy of the Western Jiang family's newfound strength. While the four families refrained from fully committing, they still sent representatives to congratulate the Western Jiang family, as maintaining their relationship with Huajiang Pharmacy for alchemy supplies was in their best interest. The banquet lasted late into the night, with laughter and revelry echoing outside the Jiang family's residence. After the banquet, Jiang Zhan and Jiang Feng sat together in the main hall, raising their cups to reminisce about old times. Jiang Zhan lifted his cup, his face brimming with joy. Fourth brother, I never expected you'd come to join me. But I must admit, our conditions here are humble for now. This small residence might not be the most comfortable for you and your group. Jiang Feng set down his cup, his expression calm and assured. Second brother, there's no need to worry. Tonight, we'll settle at an inn. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin purchasing the surrounding properties and connecting them into one. Soon enough, we brothers will be living together again. The two brothers exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with confidence and mutual understanding about the future. Though Jiang Feng hailed from the northern Jiang family, he had accumulated considerable resources over the years and possessed significant strength. His move to the Western District was clearly a calculated step toward a new beginning. With his natural talent and the resources he had built up over the years, he was already a force to be reckoned with. After Jiang Feng took over, things were far better than when Jiang Zhan was in charge. Not only did he have enough money to buy a residence, but he also managed a number of shops under his name. Together with the properties controlled by other family branches, he successfully transformed Huajiang shops into Huajiang Chamber of Commerce. The business expanded across 4 regions, elevating the family into a powerful force. Raising his wine cup high, Jiang Zhan declared boldly, "Good. I am honored by your trust in me, Jiang Zhan. From this day forward, we are family." "Yes, master." Everyone responded in unison, raising their glasses and drinking together. The atmosphere grew lively as the wine flowed freely. After several rounds, Jiang Zhan's gaze sharpened. He set his cup down and, with a probing tone, asked, "Fourth brother, while my business has taken off, it's still a fledgling operation, barely comparable to a small family. You and the other branches are much stronger. Why would you choose to join me?" His eyes swept over the nearly 20 martial artists in the hall, among whom were even high-level warriors. It was puzzling that such strong individuals would willingly follow someone who was once considered a failure. Jiang Feng set down his wine cup and replied calmly, "Second brother, joining you wasn't my initial intention, but earlier today, Chun'er came to me and persuaded me. After careful consideration, I decided to agree to his proposal." "Chun'er?" Jiang Zhan froze for a moment, then looked utterly surprised. What could he possibly say to convince you? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes filled with admiration and a hint of envy. "Oh, you might not know yet. Chun'er is none other than the alchemy master. All the pills you've been selling recently were made by him." "What?" Jiang Zhan nearly jumped out of his chair, his face full of disbelief. "The alchemy master is Jiang Qin? You must be joking." "That master is supposed to be a reclusive elder with flawless skin and a certain stature." He trailed off, suddenly realizing the truth. His face darkened as he stood abruptly. "That brat. Even his father isn't spared from his tricks, huh?" Snatching his belt, Jiang Zhan stormed toward the corner where Jiang Qian was chatting and laughing with a group of juniors. "Chun'er, you're in trouble now. Your dad found out." Jiang Wang teased gleefully in a low voice. Jiang Hua, who had exited with the 4th branch earlier, covered his eyes as though he couldn't bear to witness the impending disaster. However, when Jiang Zhan reached Jiang Chun, his angry expression suddenly melted into a broad smile. He put away his belt, patted Jiang Qian on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. "If I had known my son had such talent, I would have stood my ground more when I left the family back then. That old man would have learned the true meaning of what goes around, comes around." Turning to address everyone in the hall, Jiang Zhan's voice rang with pride. "You've all seen it, me son, at such a young age, is already an alchemy master. He's far superior to Jiang Ming. With all of you working together, how could the Jiang family not rise to greatness?" "Absolutely. The master is mighty." The hall erupted in cheers as everyone echoed their agreement. It was clear they already held Jiang Qin's pills in high regard. Jiang Zhan, in high spirits, pointed toward the door and continued, "I heard that old man was so angry he spat blood today. Don't let news of my son's alchemy skills spread just yet. When the Qingyang sect arrives, we'll use this to give him a real shock." His laughter was full of satisfaction, and it wasn't long before he downed a few more cups in his good mood. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian turned his attention to the dozen or so juniors who had accompanied the fourth branch. Rising to his feet, he spoke with a serious tone. When you return tonight, focus on your cultivation. My promise still stands before the Qingyang sect arrives. You must improve your skills as much as possible. If we can all join the Qingyang sect, it will benefit the family greatly. The juniors, energized by his words, nodded fervently. Yes, Choner, we won't let you down. You're so generous, completely unlike that old man. Since he favors Jiang Ming, we'll make sure to ruin his plans and give him reason to spit even more blood. Years of unfair treatment from Jiang Chengji had left these juniors simmering with resentment. Now, that frustration had transformed into motivation. They were determined to make a name for themselves during the Qingyang sect's assessment. Seeing their fighting spirit, Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction and returned to his room. From his pocket, he retrieved a bottle of meridian clearing pills. Staring at the bottle in his hand, a spark of excitement lit up his eyes. After all this effort, today is finally the day I break through to become a martial artist, he murmured, his gaze filled with anticipation. The Divine Dragon Martial Soul's complementary technique. The Divine Dragon devours the heavens art, allows practitioners to open an astonishing 109 meridians within their body, laying an unprecedentedly solid foundation for cultivation. The power of the Divine Dragon Martial Soul had already manifested itself fully within Jiang Chen's body, but this technique, perfectly aligned with it, pushed its potential to extraordinary heights. According to the technique's records, the first 108 meridians are conventional and visible to the naked eye, though difficult to fully open. However, they at least provide a clear path to follow. The final hidden meridian, on the other hand, is as elusive as a serpent concealed in the abyss. It remains undetectable until all 108 meridians are cleared, revealing its true form, the Dragon Transformation Meridian. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the cultivation chamber, his gaze sharp and focused. A meridian pill in his hand emitted a faint, luminous glow. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. As spiritual energy surged within him, the medicinal power rapidly spread throughout his body. Closing his eyes, he guided the energy according to the principles of the Divine Dragon devours the heavens art, concentrating it into a sharp torrent aimed at breaking through the final barrier. Time passed slowly, and the number of meridian pills dwindled steadily, yet Jiang Chen's efforts remained unwavering. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, but his face showed no sign of exhaustion, only steadfast determination. Over 500 meridian pills were piled up nearby. If an outsider were to witness this, they would be utterly stunned. Such consumption was nothing short of staggering. For an ordinary cultivator, even a single premium-grade pill would be a priceless treasure. Yet Jiang Chen used them as if they were as common as water, relentlessly driving his energy to break through the meridians. Even so, the resistance of the hidden meridian was like an impenetrable wall of steel. No matter how potent the medicinal power or how fierce the spiritual energy, it could only be chipped away bit by bit, akin to carving through a mountain with the tip of a needle. Yet Jiang Chen was undeterred. He understood the nature of the Dragon Transformation Meridian. The harder the breakthrough, the greater the rewards awaiting on the other side. From night to dawn, and from dawn to midday, Jiang Chen's spiritual energy circulated without pause. The entire chamber was filled with waves of spiritual energy, and faint echoes of dragon roars could be heard reverberating in the air. Finally, after continuous assaults, the hidden meridian was reduced to a final, gossamer-thin barrier. One last push to break through. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, his eyes flashing with a fierce determination. He gathered all the spiritual energy within his body, merging it into a torrent as mighty as converging rivers, and directed it in a final, explosive charge against the barrier. Boom! As the final barrier shattered, Jiang Chen's body trembled violently. All 109 meridians were now connected, forming a complete and seamless circulation loop. Spiritual energy surged like a roaring flood, coursing through every meridian and resonating with a deep hum. Simultaneously, a faint golden glow surfaced along his meridians, as though they were newly forged treasures radiating an unparalleled sacred aura. Jiang Chen's power increased at an astonishing rate, leaping from the strength of 17 elephants to 20 in an instant. His physical body also underwent a transformation, as if every muscle had been reforged, brimming with explosive strength. But what left him even more astonished was the silent emergence of a small pool of spiritual energy within his Dantiana nascent Qi-Si, the ultimate aspiration of any cultivator. The appearance of the Qi-Si marked Jiang Chen's official breakthrough into the martial master realm. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of fullness and power. A martial master, with a lifespan of 2 centuries and an internal Qi-Si, was the starting point of transcendence. Moreover, the foundation laid by the 109 meridians, unlocked through the Divine Dragon devours the heavens art, elevated his potential to unparalleled heights. The Qi-Si, bolstered by the meridians, expanded rapidly, enabling him to store spiritual energy far beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators. Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and filled with unshakable confidence. Clenching his fist lightly, he felt the surging power within him and allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. The foundation of these 109 meridians, this is where my true journey begins. With the assistance of the divine dragon martial soul, the upper limit of my chi si can reach an expanse as vast and boundless as the endless ocean. While it may sound exaggerated, it is undoubtedly beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists. Jiang Chun closed the book in his hands. Divine Dragon Devours the Heavens technique, his gaze deepening as a surge of determination rose within him. The unparalleled foundation he possessed had already revealed its advantages during the martial disciple stage, and in the martial artist stage, it would undoubtedly propel him even further. Though opening the Chi Si was as challenging as climbing to the heavens, his heart brimmed with anticipation. The greater the challenge, the more it would prove his potential and perseverance. Moreover, the vastness and depth of the Chi Si were directly linked to future achievements, so he would not allow himself any slack. All right, I've been training long enough. It's time for a break. Jiang Qian stood up, stretched his muscles, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The time has come to prepare for the Qingyang Sex Assessment. Shadow Step and Tier 2 pills are my current priorities. Shadow Step was a high-level movement technique he had acquired at an auction. If he could master it, both his speed and agility would improve dramatically. As for Tier 2 pills, especially the Chi Si pill, they were critical aids for opening the Chi Si during the martial artist stage. Jiang Chun was well aware that the number of Chi Si pills required at this stage was almost insatiable. Successfully refining them would greatly benefit both his own cultivation and his family's progress. Clicking his tongue lightly, he pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. The morning sunlight bathed the ground, casting a golden glow over Jiang Chen's figure. Drawing his black sword, he began circulating his chi according to the principles of Shadow Step. His footwork shifted like an elusive phantom. After an hour, he had grasped the essence of Shadow Step. Though far from mastery, it was enough to be useful in combat. He then took a brief walk around the area and noticed Jiang Hu and the others immersed in their training. A slight nod of approval crossed his mind. Though Jiang Hu and the others lacked his talent, their diligence set them apart. Combined with the Tier 1 pills he provided, their progress had already surpassed their peers. However, to truly stand out in the Qingyang Sex Assessment, the support of Tier 2 pills would be essential. Time is of the essence. I need to get moving, Jiang Qian muttered to himself before turning toward the Alchemist Guild. As he walked through the bustling streets, his steps were steady, his expression composed. The grand doors of the Alchemist Guild gleamed under the morning sun as he entered with practiced familiarity. At the reception desk, Cui Jingren was engrossed in reviewing the registry. Hearing footsteps, Cui Jingren looked up, his eyes lighting up immediately. Jiang Chun, you're finally here. Come over. Cui Jingren called out warmly, his face breaking into a broad smile. Manager Cui, is something the matter? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone calm. Ah, today is a great day. The guild master has just returned and expressed a keen interest in meeting you. Usually, you either show up early or appear out of nowhere in the middle of the night. But today you're running late. Did something happen? Cui Jingren asked, studying him curiously. Nothing much, just took some time to break through to the martial artist stage. Jiang Chun replied with a faint smile, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. You broke through to the martial artist stage? Cui Jingren froze for a moment, then his face lit up with surprise and excitement. That means you can start attempting Tier 2 pill refinement now? That's exactly why I'm here. Jiang Chen nodded, his expression composed. Wonderful. Come on, let's go see the guild master. Overjoyed, Cui Jingren quickly set aside the registry and led Jiang Chen upstairs. Jiang Chen's gaze remained steady, but a faint sharpness flickered in his eyes. He knew that every step he took from this point onward would pave the way for a stronger and more solid future. The president of the Alchemist Guild in Xuanwu City, Lu Hanhai, was an elder over 100 years old. He wore a long alchemist robe with golden patterns on a red background, paired with black leather boots made from Xuanhua ox hide. His thick beard quivered slightly as he smiled, and his clear, bright eyes radiated an aura of calm wisdom. When Jiang Chun followed Cui Jingren up to the second floor and entered the president's office, Lu Hanhai was seated behind a large mahogany desk, holding a scroll of documents with a focused expression. President, Jiang Chun, the one I mentioned to you, has arrived. Cui Jingren knocked on the door before pushing it open and leading Jiang Chun inside. Hearing this, Lu Hanhai raised his head, his gaze landing on Jiang Chun. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes as he carefully observed the young man before him. Jiang Chen's aura was steady, his steps confident, and spiritual energy naturally flowed through him, faintly indicating that he was on the verge of breaking through to the martial master realm. Could it be you've already advanced to martial master? Lu Hanhai asked, his tone tinged with admiration. Indeed. I am Jiang Chun. Greetings, President Liu. Jiang Chun gave a slight bow, clasping his hands in a respectful yet composed manner. Standing to the side, Cui Jingren added with a smile, President, Jiang Chun was already mastering first-grade pills back when he was in the martial disciple stage. Now that he has reached martial master, he plans to attempt second-grade pill refinement. I thought if you had the time, you might guide him and perhaps assess his talent. Hearing this, Lu Hanhai let out a hearty laugh, his eyes showing a hint of approval. Wonderful. A young alchemist with such talent in Xuanwu City is truly rare. In that case, I'll personally evaluate your skills. He stood up and gestured toward a pill furnace in the corner of the room. Use that furnace to refine a batch of first-grade pills for me. The herb cabinet here is fully stocked with materials. Choose freely. Jiang Qin's gaze followed Lu Hanhai's gesture to the furnace. It was a third-grade pill furnace, its design ancient and sturdy, with intricate carvings far superior to the first-grade furnace he typically used. After a brief assessment in his mind, Jiang Chun walked directly to the herb cabinet, selecting the necessary ingredients in less than a minute. His every movement was efficient and precise. Approaching the furnace, he skillfully ignited it and adjusted the temperature. Flames quickly danced within the furnace as he focused intently, adding the herbs one by one. His spiritual energy wrapped around each ingredient with precision, smoothly refining them as if crafting a masterpiece. The entire process was seamless, with the flickering firelight casting a mysterious glow across his face. Watching this, Cui Jingren couldn't help but murmur in amazement, President, wasn't I right? This kid's talent is truly unprecedented. I remember when I was his age, I was just getting familiar with the pill furnace and being praised for having potential. But him? Well, give it half a year, and he might already be capable of handling that matter. Lu Hanhai nodded slightly, his gaze never leaving Jiang Qin's movements. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Impressive. His foundational skills are exceptionally solid. Such technique I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I'd never believe it came from a 10-year-old. Xiao Cui, this time you've done an excellent job. Ah, the credit goes to Liang Yun. I only learned about Jiang Qin's talent later on, Cui Jingren replied modestly, though his tone still carried a hint of pride. In just over 10 minutes, the pill furnace emitted a rich, fragrant aroma. Jiang Chun retrieved the pills and neatly placed them on a tray. When Lu Hanhai approached for a closer look, he was astonished to find every single pill was of the highest quality, with clear patterns and a luminous sheen. Staring at the tray of pills, Lu Hanhai's eyes revealed a mix of awe and admiration. He couldn't help but softly exclaim, a 100 success rate with top-grade pills. Such talent is unheard of. Even I couldn't achieve this level of perfection when I first refined first-grade pills. He gave Jiang Qin a long, thoughtful look, his eyes filled with appreciation and anticipation. With this kind of aptitude, your future potential is limitless. Jiang Qin offered a modest smile and clasped his hands. President Liu, may I proceed to attempt refining second-grade pills? Lu Hanhai stroked his beard, his expression a blend of approval and encouragement. Of course. However, have you studied the techniques and principles for second-grade pill refinement? I've seen it and memorized every step, though I haven't actually tried it yet, Jiang Qin said. Technically, I did try once before, he added with a calm expression, though there was a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. But back then, my cultivation was weak, the cauldron wasn't of good quality, and it exploded shortly after I started. Lu Hanhai stroked his beard and chuckled. No matter, we'll start from scratch. I'll refine a batch first. Pay close attention to every step, and when I'm done, you can try. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. With that, he stepped toward the alchemy cauldron, skillfully removed the lid, and retrieved the spiritual herbs required for crafting second-tier qi-gathering pills from a cabinet. Jiang Chun watched intently, holding his breath and focusing on every move. As Lu Hanhai ignited the flames, the temperature around the cauldron rose sharply. A deep blue flame surged up at the base of the cauldron, enveloping it completely. Raising his hands slightly, Lu Hanhai infused the flames with gentle spiritual energy. The fire's color shifted from blue to purple before stabilizing in a rich, golden-purple hue. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Such precise control over spiritual energy truly showcased the mastery of a seasoned third-tier alchemist. Every move Lu Hanhai made was precise, as if ingrained in his very being. There was no wasted motion, and even the flickering of the flames was perfectly regulated. One by one, the spiritual herbs were added to the cauldron. Lu Hanhai's expression grew more focused, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his hands remained steady as a rock. Each herb was swiftly refined into pure medicinal liquid under the embrace of the flames, and with a deft touch of spiritual energy, he seamlessly merged the liquids together. The entire process was smooth and fluid, like a flowing river, without the slightest hesitation. Time passed slowly, and the spiritual energy within the cauldron grew denser, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. Finally, Lu Hanhai gently pushed the lid aside, and 14 crystalline qi-gathering pills rolled out. Among them, 3 emitted a faint mist-like glow, marking them as exceptional grade pills. Not bad, the yield was decent this time. Lu Hanhai said with a satisfied nod, stroking his beard. 3 exceptional grade pills, and the rest are all high quality. Crafting second-tier pills is far more intricate than first-tier ones, especially when it comes to maintaining stability while channeling spiritual energy. Even the slightest mistake can ruin the entire batch. I gave it my all to achieve this result. He turned to Jiang Chun with a smile. Now it's your turn. Did you catch all the steps? Mostly, Jiang Chun replied without hesitation. But I might be a bit fuzzy on some of the finer details. Lu Hanhai waved it off with a laugh. That's fine. Alchemy is a skill you learn through trial and error. If you've got the gist of it, just give it a shot. I'll be here to guide you if needed. Nodding firmly, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and stepped up to the cauldron. Closing his eyes for a moment, he replayed the entire process in his mind. When he opened them again, there was a newfound determination in his gaze. He retrieved a set of second-tier spiritual herbs from the cabinet and began his attempt. Lighting the fire, controlling the heat, adding the herbs, each step mirrored Lu Hanhai's earlier demonstration, down to the smallest hand movement and rhythm. As the first stalk of spirit-gathering grass transformed into medicinal liquid, Jiang Chun's movements grew even more confident. He proceeded to add the supplementary herbs, timing and sequencing each one with remarkable precision, as though he had practiced this countless times before. Lu Hanhai and Cui Jingren, who had joined to observe, watched Jiang Chun's every move with unblinking attention. They had anticipated him making mistakes at some point, but to their astonishment, he executed each step flawlessly, even nailing the subtle nuances of Lu Hanhai's technique. This kid, did he really just mostly remember? Lu Hanhai muttered under his breath, his lips twitching in disbelief. He had assumed Jiang Chun's first attempt at crafting a second-tier pill would end in failure, yet here he was, not only succeeding but perfectly replicating his own methods. Cui Jingren, on the other hand, could only stare in awe, murmuring, a prodigy, an absolute prodigy. If I had even a fraction of his talent, I'd have become an alchemy master long ago. As the two men marveled, the cauldron emitted an even richer fragrance, signaling the process was nearing completion. Jiang Chun took a steadying breath and carefully opened the lid. A few perfectly rounded pills rolled out, each one gleaming with a faint, ethereal glow. This kid, he's a downright genius. In the president's chamber, Jiang Chun's hands moved with dazzling precision, executing intricate alchemy techniques as he flawlessly controlled the furnace flame. He skillfully purified the impurities from the spiritual herbs within the cauldron. Under his command, the flames alternated between blazing like the sun and gentle like flowing water, as if attuned to the rhythm of his breathing. The herbs inside gradually transformed into a pure medicinal liquid, emitting a faint glow akin to a crystal-clear spiritual spring. As the last trace of impurity was removed, Jiang Chun's gaze sharpened slightly. His hand movements transitioned seamlessly, like flowing water, into the final step, forming the pill. Nearby, Lu Hanhai and Cui Jingren held their breath, their eyes filled with both anticipation and disbelief. They had witnessed countless alchemists falter at this critical step, especially those attempting to craft a second-grade pill for the first time. However, Jiang Chun's actions showed no hesitation, as if this complex alchemy process was second nature to him. Lu Hanhai couldn't help but marvel internally. If this young man succeeded on his first attempt at crafting a second-grade pill, it would be a blow to the pride of countless alchemists. After all, the path of alchemy was notoriously arduous. Nearly every alchemist endured the pain of repeated failures, expending vast resources to hone their skills. Lu Hanhai himself had squandered countless precious spiritual herbs in his younger years, even resorting to crafting lower-grade pills to replenish his resources after repeated setbacks. The frustration and bitterness of such experiences were something only alchemists could truly understand. As the two were lost in their thoughts, the flames in the furnace gradually subsided, and Jiang Chun landed steadily on the ground. He glanced at the pills in the cauldron, a trace of delight spreading across his face. He had expected crafting a second-grade pill to be exceptionally challenging, especially after a previous mishap had caused an explosion. Yet, to his surprise, this attempt had gone remarkably smoothly. He carefully extracted the pills and arranged them neatly on a tray. Lu Hanhai and Cui Jingren hurriedly stepped forward to inspect them. On the tray lay over a dozen second-grade qi-gathering pills, each one displaying faint, naturally formed pill patterns on its surface. The two men widened their eyes in shock, scarcely able to believe what they were seeing. Pill patterns? How is that possible? Cui Jingren's voice was filled with astonishment. Lu Hanhai was equally dumbfounded, his heart pounding as if struck by a heavy blow. He had personally demonstrated the process moments ago, using techniques almost identical to Jiang Chun's, yet the results were worlds apart. Not only had Jiang Chen successfully formed the pills, but each one was of the highest quality of feat that defied belief. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Chen shrugged with a smile. President Liu, looks like I got lucky and managed to learn how to craft second-grade pills. Yes, lucky indeed. Liu Hanhai let out an awkward chuckle, though his face flushed with embarrassment. As the president of the guild, with over a century of experience, being so effortlessly outclassed by a young man was a bitter pill to swallow. What Liu Hanhai didn't know was that Jiang Chen's success wasn't purely due to luck. The exceptional quality of the pills stemmed from the refined spiritual energy within Jiang Chen's body, enhanced by his martial soul. For ordinary alchemists, no matter how skilled their techniques, achieving such a high success rate and quality was nearly impossible. President, there's no need to hesitate anymore. Cui Jingren's eyes sparkled with excitement. For the alchemist competition at the Daiqi Dynasty headquarters 6 months from now, we should send Jiang Chen. There's no one more qualified than him. Alchemist competition? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Cui Jingren quickly explained, it's a nationwide competition organized by the Alchemist Guild of the Daiqi Dynasty every 5 years. During the event, each regional branch sends their most talented alchemists under the age of 100 to compete at the imperial headquarters. The competition is not only intense but also offers incredibly generous rewards. The top-ranked alchemist may even obtain a coveted heavenly flame. At this point, his tone grew more solemn. More importantly, the competition results determine the allocation of resources from the headquarters to the branches for the next 5 years. Our Xuanwu City branch, being in a remote and resource-poor area, has never produced an outstanding alchemist. Our performance in the competition has always been dismal. Cui Jingren sighed deeply, his face a mix of helplessness and regret. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. He looked at Liu Hanhai with a hint of mockery in his tone. 100 years old and still considered a promising young talent? That's quite an interesting standard. Hearing this, Liu Hanhai's face immediately turned red with anger, his wrinkles bunching up as he huffed and glared. Do you think everyone is as monstrous as you? He stomped his foot, his tone laced with a mix of irritation and frustration. The minimum requirement to participate in the alchemist competition is being a Tier 3 alchemist. Reaching that level means one is typically already at the Grandmaster realm, with a lifespan easily exceeding 300 years. Compared to such a long life, being 100 years old still counts as young talent. What else would you call them, old fossils? Jiang Chun suddenly understood, nodding with a more serious expression. I see now. I overlooked the extended lifespans of cultivators. He paused, his gaze flickering slightly as if a thought had crossed his mind. Then he asked, so, are you suggesting that I participate in this competition in 6 months? Liu Hanhai, seeing that Jiang Chun was finally addressing the main topic, adopted a more solemn tone. Exactly. Our Xuanwu City division hasn't seen a true genius alchemist in many years. The last time we achieved a decent ranking was when I personally participated, but even then, my results were mediocre. I couldn't even break into the top 10. Across the nation, talents abound, and with my aptitude, am at best ordinary. He paused briefly, then fixed Jiang Chen with a burning gaze, his voice brimming with hope. But your arrival has given me a glimmer of hope. If you can break through to the martial lord realm and become a Tier 3 alchemist within 6 months, our division might have a shot at claiming the top spot. Noticing Jiang Chen's unchanged expression, Liu Hanhai suddenly shifted his tone, adding a hint of temptation. More importantly, the alchemist who ranks first will have the chance to receive a reward, an exotic flame. Surely that must pique your interest? An exotic flame? A glint of interest flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and a ripple of excitement stirred within him. Exotic flames were incredibly rare natural phenomena, possessing not only intense heat but also unique, special effects. Whether for forging, alchemy, or combat, an exotic flame could unleash extraordinary power. If paired with fire-based martial techniques, its destructive potential would be nothing short of terrifying. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. But the Daqi dynasty's headquarters isn't particularly prominent on the entire Zhongshuan continent. Why would they offer an exotic flame as a reward? Liu Hanhai chuckled knowingly and explained, exotic flames are indeed scarce resources across the entire Zhongshuan continent. For the Daqi dynasty headquarters to offer one as a reward is already quite astonishing. But rest assured, they wouldn't dare to offer a top-tier exotic flame. Those are far too precious, even for them. However, a third-tier exotic flame is well within their means. At this point, Liu Hanhai's gaze grew intense as he stared at Jiang Chun with anticipation. So, have you made up your mind? Will you participate in the competition 6 months from now? A confident smile slowly spread across Jiang Chen's lips. Of course, he'll participate. Passing up the chance to win an exotic flame would be the real foolishness. Seeing Jiang Chen agree, Liu Hanhai's face lit up with satisfaction. Great. They'll register you right away. Over the next 6 months, you must focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the martial lord realm as soon as possible. Make sure you meet the competition requirements. I understand, Jiang Qin nodded, his tone carrying a newfound seriousness. Once I join the Qingyang sect, I'll go into seclusion and dedicate myself to cultivation. Lu Hanhai nodded approvingly, clearly reassured. He harbored little doubt about Jiang Qin's potential. This young man had awakened his abilities only a month ago and had already reached the martial master level. It was clear he was a prodigy in cultivation. Coupled with his astonishing talent in alchemy, if Jiang Qin couldn't break through to the martial lord level within half a year, it would be an affront to the very profession of alchemy. With the matter settled, both Lu Hanhai and Cui Jingrun visibly relaxed. They felt incredibly fortunate that someone as gifted as Jiang Qin had appeared in their Xuanwu City division. In the days that followed, Lu Hanhai personally guided Jiang Qin in refining other Tier 2 pills. Whenever Jiang Qin encountered an issue, Lu Hanhai would immediately step in to correct it. However, as Jiang Qin repeatedly succeeded in producing perfect-grade pills, Lu Hanhai's initial excitement gradually gave way to numbness. After all, watching a boy barely in his teens achieve a 100 success rate in refining perfect-grade pills, time after time, was nothing short of cruel for a seasoned alchemist who had endured countless failures in his lifetime. By the time Jiang Qin left the Alchemist Guild, night had already fallen. Strolling leisurely along the dimly lit streets, the night sky was as dark as ink, and the streetlights cast a faint yellow glow. In his hand, he tightly held the second-grade pills he had refined earlier that day, his mind already formulating a clear plan. Upon returning to the Jiang family estate, he immediately summoned Jiang Hu and a few others to a spacious training ground. The night breeze brushed gently against them as they stood in a row, their expressions varying, some filled with anticipation, others with a hint of unease. Jiang Qin retrieved several bottles of pills from his robe and placed them in front of the group. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. These are second-grade qi gathering pills and qi expansion pills. Take them and use them for cultivation. Strengthen yourselves as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Jiang Hu and the others instinctively nodded at first but soon looked up, their gazes filled with astonishment as they stared at Jiang Qin. Jiang Hu was the first to speak, his tone laced with disbelief. Brother Qin, what did you say? Second-grade pills? Where did you get these? Did you refine them yourself or buy them from somewhere? Jiang Qin let out a soft chuckle, a trace of pride evident in his voice. Of course, I refined them myself, and these are top-quality pills. If you were to buy them, they'd cost a fortune. The moment these words left his lips, the group was thrown into an uproar. They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with shock and excitement. The way they looked at Jiang Qin shifted, as though they were gazing at a deity. Second-grade pills, and top-quality ones at that. Such treasures were beyond their wildest dreams. Even the heirs of the city lord might not have access to such items. They could hardly believe their ears. Jiang Hu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Brother Qin, these pills are too valuable. You need them more than we do. With our mediocre talent, using them might be a waste. You should keep them for yourself. Jiang Qin's expression darkened slightly as he replied in a firmer tone. Enough. I'm an alchemisto. You think I'll ever run out of pills? If you can't improve your strength quickly, how will you suppress Jiangming? Take these pills and use them. With effort, entering Qingyang sect is not out of reach. His words were resolute and commanding, striking a chord in everyone's hearts. They felt an invisible pressure accompanied by a wave of expectation. Exchanging glances, Jiang Hu and the others finally stopped protesting and accepted the pills with complex emotions. Their gazes toward Jiang Qin were now filled with fervor, and they silently rejoiced in their decision from the previous day. Don't worry, Brother Qin. With these pills, if we still can't improve our strength, we might as well find a wall to bang our heads against. Jiang Wang spoke first, his tone a mix of determination and self-mockery. His words brought laughter from the others, breaking the tension in the air. Soon after, they each left with their pills to focus on cultivation, leaving the training ground quiet once more. Jiang Qin returned to his room, took out a qi gathering pill and a qi expansion pill, and sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. As the pills dissolved, their medicinal power surged through him, causing his qi to expand rapidly. What was once a shallow pool gradually transformed into a vast, boundless ocean. In the following days, Jiang Qin maintained a disciplined routine, alternating between refining pills and cultivating. Not only was he focused on enhancing his own strength, but he also dedicated time to practicing the shadow step technique and nurturing Xiaoshue's fragile body. Though his days were tranquil, he knew this was merely the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, the major families in the city were secretly mobilizing, each preparing for the significant events on the horizon. The Huajiang apothecary remained bustling as ever, but due to Jiang Qin's shift toward refining second-grade pills, the supply of first-grade pills had sharply decreased. This caused dissatisfaction among the heads of several influential families, though they could do little about it. To secure the pills, they even resorted to sending people to queue overnight, with occasional disputes breaking out over the order. Jiang Chun was well aware of all this, but paid it no mind. He understood that his stage was only just beginning. This situation had propelled the Jiang family of the Western District and the Huajiang Merchant Guild to fame throughout Xuanwu City. Every day, an endless stream of customers flocked to the guild shops, eager to purchase their goods. Through the rise of the Huajiang Merchant Guild, the Jiang family swiftly turned their once precarious situation around. Not only did they amass great wealth, but they also subtly began to encroach on the market shares of several prominent families. However, beneath this prosperity lurked undercurrents of tension. The major families of Xuanwu City all understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. If no one from the Jiang family succeeded in joining the Qingyang sect after the upcoming examination, not even the protection of a master alchemist would shield them from the combined suppression of the other families. At that point, the Jiang family might fade as quickly as a comet, shining brightly for a moment before vanishing into obscurity. Year 160 of the Hongjing calendar, March 20th. A group riding mid-tier silver-scaled horned horses entered Xuanwu City, under the enthusiastic reception of various local factions. These individuals were clad in light green robes, with belts of green embroidered with golden patterns around their waists. They wore jade crowns on their heads, their expressions calm yet tinged with disdain. Each carried a sword at their waist, the scabbards engraved with the unique markings of the Qingyang sect. The restrained sharpness of their demeanor was enough to make others avert their gaze. The Qingyang sect, one of the 7 great sects of the northern region, was based in Choui Mountain and was renowned far and wide. Its disciples and elders were known for their exceptional strength, often standing above the common masses. If not for the sect's need to recruit talented disciples, these individuals would never have set foot in a small city like Xuanwu. The group proceeded toward the city center, where the city lord, Qi Yang, had long been waiting with his entourage. Beside him stood the heads of several prominent families, each wearing a respectful smile, though their eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity and calculation. Ha ha ha. Esteemed elders of the Qingyang sect, your presence here is a great honor. Qi Yang greeted them with hearty laughter, bowing with a demeanor that was humble yet befitting his position as the city lord. Leading the Qingyang sect delegation was Elder Zhao Tianqing, dressed in a deep green robe with far more intricate golden embroidery than the others, a clear indication of his high status. He returned a slight bow and responded calmly, "City lord, you are too kind. We are merely following orders to recruit disciples. There is no need for such fanfare." Qi Yang maintained his warm smile. "Guests from afar deserve the best hospitality. May I ask what form this year's examination will take?" At this, the heads of the families behind him perked up, their faces filled with anticipation. However, as the chief examiner for this recruitment, Zhao Tianqing would not reveal any secrets so easily. He merely offered a faint smile and remained silent. Seeing this, Qi Yang refrained from pressing further. "In that case, please feel free to choose a venue. If there's anything you need, just let me know, and I will ensure full cooperation." Zhao Tianqing nodded slightly before replying, "The venue will be Xuanwu Plaza. In 2 hours, gather the younger generation from each family, as well as any independent cultivators who meet the criteria, at the plaza. The examination will then begin." Qi Yang quickly agreed, while the family heads, each harboring their own thoughts, took their leave to make final preparations for their candidates. As the city lord's orders spread, Xuanwu City burst into activity. The families scrambled to assemble their younger members, while independent cultivators hurried toward the plaza, hoping for a chance to change their fate. The Jiang family of the Western District was no exception. At that moment, Jiang Chun had just finished practicing the extreme shadow step. Holding a black sword, sweat beaded on his forehead as he prepared to conclude his training. Suddenly, Jiang Hu and Jiang Wang arrived in a rush. "Brother Chun, the Qingyang sect examiners are already in the city, and you're still training?" Jiang Hu exclaimed, his tone a mix of urgency and confusion. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, wiping the sweat from his brow before sheathing his sword. "Sharpening the blade doesn't delay the chopping of firewood. Staying in peak condition is the best way to face the unknown. What about you? Are you all ready?" Hearing this, Jiang Hu grinned confidently. "Of course. We've been waiting for this." In just a few short days, the younger generation of the Jiang family had undergone a remarkable transformation. They now carried themselves with greater composure, their gazes firm and resolute, and their strength had visibly improved. Jiang Hu's cultivation had reached the peak of the martial master level, making him a standout among his peers. Although Jiang Wang was the least advanced among them, he had still broken through to the mid-level martial master stage, placing him on par with the prodigies nurtured by other prominent families. As for Jiang Chun, his cultivation remained at the early martial master stage, but the changes within his dantian were nothing short of extraordinary. What was once a small qi reservoir had now expanded into a lake-like sea of energy, brimming with spiritual power far beyond that of others at the same level. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over his companions, a faint smile curling at his lips. Good. Since we're ready, let's show the Qingyang sect elders just how strong the Jiang family truly is. 2 hours later, Xuanwu Plaza was teeming with people, the air buzzing with excitement as the examination was about to commence. The Jiang family stood tall, ready to step onto the battlefield that would determine their future. Jiang Hu and a few others entered the main hall, where Jiang Zhan had already been waiting with the other clan members for quite some time. Standing at the center of the hall, Jiang Zhan swept his gaze across the crowd with a relaxed smile on his face. He turned to Jiang Chun, his tone warm yet tinged with anticipation. Chun'er, are you all set? Ever since Jiang Qin's identity as an alchemist was revealed, Jiang Zhan had felt completely at ease. Although the Qingyang sect held a lofty status in the northern region, they would never turn away an alchemist capable of crafting top-grade pills. After all, such talent would be an invaluable asset to the sect. However, Jiang Chun had no intention of joining the sect as an alchemist. He was well aware that doing so would bind him to a life of endless pill-making for the sect, leaving him little freedom. Instead, joining as a combat disciple would allow him greater autonomy, with alchemy serving only as a supplementary skill. I'm ready, Jiang Chun replied, his gaze steady and resolute. A faint, cold smile played on his lips. When the assessment begins, we'll be sure to leave some people utterly stunned. Seeing his determination, Jiang Zhan nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then let's head out. The assessment starts in 2 hours, and we need to register at Xuanwu Square beforehand. With Jiang Zhan's command, the Jiang clan quickly organized themselves and set off in an impressive procession toward Xuanwu Square. By the time they arrived, Xuanwu Square was already teeming with people. Various forces from Xuanwu City had brought their eligible descendants to participate in the assessment. Clan elders, guards, and curious onlookers crowded the outskirts of the square, making it nearly impossible to move. The city lord's mansion had dispatched a large contingent of guards to maintain order and prevent chaos. Even so, the square buzzed with noise, and the air was thick with a mix of tension and excitement. At the center of the square, the Qingyang sect's assessment elders sat on several chairs. Their expressions varied. In front of them, a few disciples were busy registering participants. One elder casually scanned the crowd, a faintly amused smile on his lips. I wonder how much talent we'll uncover in Xuanwu City this year? Another elder shook his head with a light sigh. Probably not many. 5 years ago, there were plenty of applicants, but only a handful passed. Of those, a few were alchemists. This city is so remote and resource-poor. It's hard to imagine it producing any real talents. The others nodded in agreement, clearly not expecting much from the assessment. At that moment, however, Zhao Tianqing broke the silence with a slight smile, his tone carrying a hint of intrigue. On the way here, I heard some interesting news from a steward at the city lord's mansion. Oh. The other elders turned their attention to Zhao Tianqing, curiosity piqued. What did you hear, Elder Zhao? Taking his time, Zhao Tianqing replied, apparently, things have been a bit different in Xuanwu City over the past few years. Each year, a few promising individuals have awakened their talents. This year, in particular, the Jiang clan is said to have produced a genius with a 5th-grade martial soul. A 5th-grade martial soul? The elders exchanged glances, a hint of approval flashing in their eyes. One elder nodded and said, while not top-tier, a 5th-grade martial soul is still quite impressive. If they perform well, they could be admitted directly into the inner sect. Encouraged by their reactions, Zhao Tianqing continued, that's not all. I've also heard rumors of a mysterious alchemist appearing in Xuanwu City this year. This individual has been selling large quantities of top-grade first-tier pills, significantly boosting the overall strength of the city's younger generation. This revelation, however, caused the elders to frown slightly. One elder sneered, that's a troublesome development. Relying on pills for short-term strength gains doesn't change martial soul talent. Such individuals, even if they pass the assessment and join Qingyang sect, would be a burden. Years of cultivation would yield little progress. Despite the skepticism, Zhao Tianqing's smile remained unwavering. His gaze deepened as he looked toward the crowd. Whether they're a burden or not depends on their performance. The noise at Xuanwu Square grew louder, and the atmosphere around the assessment reached its peak. Who exactly is this alchemist? With such skills, instead of focusing on crafting pills that match their level, they deliberately use a first-grade pill to disrupt our assessment. One of the elders expressed his dissatisfaction. Zhao Tianqing took a sip of tea, his gaze sweeping over the other elders with a calm yet profound demeanor. His tone was steady and measured. The individual's true strength remains unknown for now. However, this incident does warrant a re-evaluation of our assessment criteria. The urgent question is, how can we design the assessment to minimize external interference as much as possible? Another elder frowned in thought before letting out a cold snort. The rules for accepting disciples are set by us. We can't just turn people away because of lower natural talent, can we? But if some family is willing to spend a fortune on nurturing a less talented descendant, Wouldn't that mean even those with first or second grade martial souls could potentially break through to martial master? Are we supposed to accept all of them? Qingyang sect isn't a dumping ground. We can't just let anyone in. In my opinion, the elder continued, his tone sharpening, we should draw the line clearly. Anyone with a martial soul below third grade should be eliminated outright. Absolutely not. Another elder immediately objected, his gaze sharp. Our sect has accepted disciples with second grade martial souls before. How could we abandon precedent so easily? Such a blanket rule would damage the sect's reputation and might even give other sects an opening to exploit. The losses would go far beyond a few disciples. The elders exchanged looks, falling into deep thought. Zhao Tianqing set down his teacup, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. After a brief silence, he spoke. How about this? Let's modify this year's assessment method. Instead of the usual ranking through arena matches, we combine talent evaluation with practical combat in a point-based system. This way, even those with slightly lower talent but strong perseverance can pass the assessment. Meanwhile, those with poor character or who try to take shortcuts will naturally be eliminated. This approach balances talent and strength while minimizing external influence. The other elders' eyes lit up at his suggestion, and they nodded in agreement. As expected of Elder Jiao, this is a brilliant solution. It ensures we admit the capable while rejecting the unworthy, maintaining fairness without compromising our principles. Then let's proceed with Elder Jiao's plan, one elder decisively concluded. We'll make arrangements and coordinate with the city lord's mansion. With the matter settled, the elders departed one after another. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and the younger generation of the Jiang family had already arrived at the assessment registration area and were waiting in line. When it was Jiang Hu's turn, a disciple dressed in a light green robe looked up and asked in a neutral tone, name, age, cultivation level, and martial soul grade. Jiang Hu, 13 years old, peak martial master, martial soul, third grade battle mountain tiger. Jiang Hu summoned his martial soul, his voice loud and filled with pride. The disciple paused for a moment, glancing up at Jiang Hu with a hint of surprise in his tone. 13 years old? Peak martial master? Third grade martial soul? He couldn't help but think to himself, this level of cultivation at his age is remarkable. He must be a direct descendant of a prominent family. He quickly recorded Jiang Hu's information and handed him a bronze number plate. Keep this plate safe. You'll need it to log your scores later. Losing it will cause trouble. Jiang Hu nodded earnestly, carefully tucking the plate into his pocket as if it were a treasure. Next in line was Jiang Wang. He stepped forward and spoke with calm confidence. Jiang Wang, 10 years old, mid-stage martial master, martial soul, third grade flame wing tiger. 10 years old? Mid-stage martial master? The disciple's eyes widened, staring in disbelief for several seconds before regaining his composure. 10 years old? That's barely after awakening a martial soul. How is this possible? He couldn't help but take another look at Jiang Wang, wondering, could it be that Jiang Hu isn't the main heir? Is this one the true prodigy, perhaps even the Jiang family head's grandson? Without daring to probe further, he quickly completed the registration and handed Jiang Wang his number plate, his tone slightly stiff. Next. As more members of the Jiang family stepped forward, although their talents were not as extraordinary as Jiang Hu and Jiang Wang, all of them had cultivation levels no lower than mid-stage martial master. The disciple was utterly stunned. What kind of family is this Jiang family? Even with second-grade martial souls, their disciples are this powerful? They must have unimaginable resources. By the time the last Jiang family member approached, the disciple had grown numb. He looked up at the youthful, delicate face and asked flatly, name, age, cultivation level, and martial soul grade? Jiang Chun, 10 years old, early-stage martial master. As for my martial soul, Jiang Chun's tone was calm as he casually summoned a radiant golden dragon. It was originally deemed a useless martial soul, a mud lizard. The disciple felt a moment of relief when he heard early-stage martial master, finally encountering someone who seemed more average. However, as soon as he looked up and saw the awe-inspiring golden dragon exuding a powerful aura, he froze in place. The pen in his hand slipped to the ground. Why you? What did you say your martial soul is? The disciple let out an exclamation, instantly drawing a wave of attention and attracting the gazes of other disciples and elders. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding disciples and elders turned their heads, their eyes inevitably landing on Jiang Chun. Clad in a simple green robe, his expression remained calm, but the martial spirit floating beside him caused a few to stifle laughter. Quiet murmurs quickly spread like ripples, their tones carrying hints of mockery. Isn't that Jiang Chun from the Jiang family? Why is he here? Someone muttered with a sneer, their gaze filled with ridicule. He's the eldest son of the Jiang family in the Western District, sure, but bringing a useless martial spirit to participate in the Qingyang sect's assessment? Isn't that just a waste of time? Shoo, keep it down. The Jiang family in the Western District isn't to be underestimated these days. They've got an alchemy master in their ranks. Aren't you afraid of offending them? Another person whispered in caution, though their voice lacked genuine respect. Afraid? Once we join the Qingyang sect, we'll rise above as dragons among men. The Jiang family won't be worth mentioning, someone else scoffed, their tone brimming with arrogance. Exactly. But he's probably just here to make up the numbers. There's no way the esteemed Qingyang sect would accept someone with a useless martial spirit. Another voice chimed in coldly, dripping with derision. The whispers about Jiang Chun quickly spread like wildfire, even catching the attention of the elders. One of them frowned and approached, his tone stern as he asked, "What's going on here?" The disciple hurriedly stepped forward and reported Jiang Chen's situation in detail. Upon hearing that Jiang Chun not only possessed a useless martial spirit, but had somehow broken through to the martial master level, the elders exchanged looks of surprise, their expressions a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Elder Jiao Tianqing scrutinized Jiang Chun intently, his sharp eyes narrowing. His aura is steady, with an inner flow of spiritual energy. There's no doubt he's at the martial master level, and his foundation is solid. How could this be a useless martial spirit? His gaze shifted to the martial spirit floating beside Jiang Chen, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his eyes. This is a dirt lizard? The other elders, hearing this, also directed their attention to the martial spirit. Its appearance was unimpressive, its aura faint. By all accounts, it seemed to align perfectly with the characteristics of a useless martial spirit. Yet the reality before them challenged their understanding. A useless martial spirit breaking through to the martial master level? And with such a solid foundation, one elder murmured to himself, his eyes filled with doubt. The disciple who had been reporting earlier gave a wry smile and added, "Esteemed elders, I honestly don't know whether to record his information or not. After all, the Qingyang sect has never accepted someone with a useless martial spirit. If word gets out, we'll be the laughing stock." The elders' expressions grew even more serious. As one of the 7 great sects in the northern region, the Qingyang sect's reputation was not to be tarnished. Accepting a disciple with a useless martial spirit would indeed spark immense controversy. Yet Jiang Chen's case was undeniably unusual. It was common knowledge that the limit for a useless martial spirit was the peak of the martial disciple level. Countless people had tried various methods, rare treasures, secret techniques, but none had ever broken this barrier. A useless martial spirit was deemed such precisely because it was incapable of advancing to the martial master level. And yet, Jiang Chen's existence shattered this belief. A martial master with a useless martial spirit, one elder muttered, his voice tinged with awe. I wouldn't dare say it's entirely unprecedented, but it's certainly unheard of. Amid the increasingly intense stares and the relentless murmurs of ridicule around him, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, though his brows furrowed slightly. He stepped forward, cupped his hands respectfully toward the elders, and spoke in a steady voice, "Esteemed elders, I understand that my martial spirit bears a resemblance to a dirt lizard, but I do not believe it to be a useless martial spirit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the martial master level." His gaze was calm, but his words carried weight. Moreover, while the Qingyang sect may never have accepted a disciple with a useless martial spirit, there has never been a rule explicitly barring them from participating in the assessment. Since my cultivation meets the requirements, why should I not be allowed to give it a try? His words caused the elders to hesitate, their expressions conflicted. They could not deny that Jiang Chun had a valid point. However, could a martial spirit considered useless truly surpass higher grade ones? And even if he were permitted to participate, what could he possibly achieve? As the silence stretched on, Jiao Tianqing finally spoke, breaking the stalemate. You're absolutely right. We don't have such a rule, and you deserve to be treated equally. Jiao Tianxing's tone was calm, but there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. However, I must make it clear to you in advance this assessment is extremely dangerous. If you encounter a perilous situation during the process, we may not be able to save you in time. Additionally, according to the assessment rules, participants of different soul grades receive bonus points. Starting from grade 2, the bonus is as follows. Grade 2 gets no additional points, grade 3 earns 100 points, grade 4 earns 300 points, and grade 5 earns 1000 points. As for you, because you possess a waste soul, your starting score is minus 300 points. He paused, his gaze firmly fixed on Jiang Chun. Even so, are you still determined to participate? As soon as these words fell, the crowd around them was stunned. Jiang Hu and the others, in particular, had their expressions changed dramatically. They couldn't help but exclaim, minus 300 points? That's too unfair. How many points can you even earn in the entire assessment? Hearing this, Jiao Tianxing's brows furrowed slightly. His gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke with calm authority, though his tone carried an undeniable sharpness. This world is inherently unfair. Just as you possess graded martial souls while most ordinary people have waste souls, Should we then place low-grade and high-grade martial souls on the same starting line in the assessment? That would be the true definition of unfairness. The group was rendered speechless by his words, exchanging uneasy glances. Zhao Taixing's eyes returned to Jiang Chen. His expression was solemn as he asked again, I've explained the rules to you. We do not prohibit low-grade martial souls from participating. But are you sure you're ready for this? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze firm with determination. Of course. Minus 300 points means nothing to me. If the rules are fair, I'm confident I can rank among the top. Hearing this, Zhao Tianqing was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. I have no idea where your confidence comes from, but I admire your spirit. Very well, you may participate as usual. If you truly manage to rank among the top, then why shouldn't we accept you into the sect? Not only that, but it'll also ensure you receive the rewards for top-ranking newcomers. His statement left the other elders visibly shocked. Some seemed ready to object, but Zhao Tianqing waved a dismissive hand and spoke with conviction, enough. As the ones who set the rules, it is our duty to abide by them. This young man, despite having the weakest martial soul, has already broken through to the martial master level. That alone proves his exceptional character. Let us judge fairly and see what he's capable of. Elder Jiao is right. The other elders exchanged glances before nodding in agreement, refraining from further protest. Watching Zhao Taixing's retreating figure, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for the elder. For someone to stand firm and allow a waste soul holder like him to participate in the assessment was undoubtedly a display of integrity. All right, erase your number plate. Keep it safe. The disciple in charge of registration handed Jiang Chen a plate engraved with the number 3069 after recording his information. The surrounding participants watched the scene unfold with mixed expressions, whispering among themselves. Lucky guy. I thought they'd kick him out for sure. Being allowed to participate might not be a blessing. With a waste soul, his combat power can't be that high. He'll probably get eliminated in no time. Bet his dad spent a fortune on top-tier elixirs just to push him to this level. If he dies during the assessment, that'd be hilarious. Let's wait and see. He's definitely going to be the first one out. The murmurs, laced with varying degrees of disdain and mockery, didn't escape Jiang Chen's notice. Yet, his expression remained calm, unbothered by the negativity surrounding him. Once the assessment began, he knew the truth would reveal itself. Afterward, Jiang Chen regrouped with Jiang Hu and the others, preparing to leave. But just then, a familiar figure appeared, Jiang Ming, accompanied by a few lackeys. Jiang Ming immediately spotted Jiang Chen. Remembering the humiliation he suffered at Jiang Chen's hands previously, his face darkened, and a sneer curled his lips. Well, Jiang Chen, you really had the nerve to show up for the assessment? A waste soul like you, instead of staying home where you belong, came all the way here just to embarrass yourself. How come they didn't kick you out during registration? Jiang Ming arrived relatively late and missed the commotion that had just taken place. As he stepped onto the scene, his gaze swept across the area and landed on Jiang Chen. A trace of disdain flickered in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Well, you're here early. Aren't you afraid of wasting your time for nothing? Hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. His eyes, sharp as blades, pierced straight through Jiang Ming. Of course I came. I always follow through on my words. But you? After consuming all those resources from Jiang Chengji, you're still only a mid-level martial master? Are you really a 5th-grade martial soul? Or is your martial soul just an empty shell? As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the surrounding area fell into a tense silence. Though Jiang Chen was only an early-stage martial master, the spiritual energy within him was as vast as a small lake, far surpassing others of the same rank. His ability to discern Jiang Ming's cultivation level was effortless. And now, his sharp words felt like a dagger aimed directly at Jiang Ming's pride. Standing nearby, Jiang Wang, who had been listening with growing confusion, suddenly turned to Jiang Ming in surprise. What? You're only a mid-level martial master? I thought with all the resources you've consumed, you'd at least be at an advanced level. But this is it? Do you know that I, someone with a 3rd-grade martial soul, am also a mid-level martial master, just like you? These words were like pouring oil on a fire. Jiang Ming's face turned ashen, his complexion even tinged with green. He glared daggers at Jiang Wang, his mind a storm of disbelief. This useless fool, how could he have progressed so quickly? Even with the top-grade pills from the Jiang family in the Western District, it shouldn't be possible for him to catch up to me in such a short time. What Jiang Ming didn't know was that from the moment Jiang Wang and Jiang Chen joined the Jiang family, they had been granted unlimited access to pills. On top of that, after breaking through to the martial master stage, they had used rare and valuable pills like the 2nd-grade Qi gathering pill and the Sea-breaking pill. By comparison, no matter how biased Jiang Qingji was in favor of Jiang Ming, his resources couldn't compete with those overseen by Jiang Chen, a skilled alchemist. Over time, the gap between them naturally widened. Noticing Jiang Ming's darkened expression, Jiang Chen sneered and waved dismissively. All right, enough talking. I'd hate for you to embarrass yourself even further. With that, Jiang Chen turned and walked away, leading Jiang Hu and the others with him. Jiang Ming stood frozen in place, his eyes dark and menacing. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Jiang Chen, he growled through gritted teeth, his voice low yet brimming with malice. Don't get too cocky. So what if you're only an early-stage martial master? During the assessment, if I run into you, we'll settle both our old and new scores. Jiang Chen paused mid-step, glancing back with a cold, mocking smile. Oh, I'd like nothing more. I was worried you'd back out. With that, he turned back and left without another word. Jiang Ming watched their figures fade into the distance, his chest tightening with frustration, nearly suffocating him. He muttered a few curses under his breath before storming off toward the registration desk. The disciple in charge of registration noticed Jiang Ming's cultivation level a mere mid-level martial master, and a fleeting look of pity crossed his face. He couldn't help but think, a 5th-grade martial soul, yet only at this level? Compared to those other Jiang family members earlier, he's not even in the same league. His family must be struggling financially. Jiang Ming felt uneasy under the disciple's gaze, his irritation mounting. He hurriedly completed his registration and returned to the Jiang family lineup. At the front stood Jiang Chengji, who looked at him with satisfaction in his eyes. Around them, members of the Jiang family showered him with compliments. Patriarch, after today, Jiang Ming will officially become an inner disciple of Qingyang sect. Let us congratulate you in advance. Jiang Chengji burst into hearty laughter, his face glowing with pride. Indeed, once Jiang Ming joins Qingyang sect, our Jiang family will receive greater support. Becoming the top family will soon be within our grasp. Patriarch is absolutely right. Jiang Ping, a member of a branch family, chimed in eagerly. Those fools who couldn't see the bigger picture and left midway are bound to regret it sooner or later. The moment these words left his mouth, Jiang Chengji's smile faltered slightly, his expression turning sour. Jiang Su, standing nearby, frowned and scolded coldly. Jiang Ping, why bring up those traitors at a time like this? Do we need to waste even a thought on such people? Caught off guard by the reprimand, Jiang Ping quickly patted his own mouth. You're absolutely right, young master. My mistake. Jiang Chengji let out a discontented huff before shifting his gaze back to Jiang Ming, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Chengji's expression finally softened. He turned to Jiang Ming with a smile and said, Minger, are you confident about today's assessment? Jiang Ming straightened his back, his eyes brimming with confidence, and replied with a grin, Of course. I've already prepared myself mentally. No matter what Qingyang sect tests us on, I can pass with ease. Jiang Chengji nodded with satisfaction, a hint of expectation in his tone. That's good. Your grandfather has endured the criticism of our clan to nurture you all these years. You must achieve excellent results and uphold the reputation of the Jiang family. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone knows the power of my 5th-grade martial soul. Jiang Ming declared firmly, a faint smile playing on his lips as though he could already envision his triumph at the assessment site. Meanwhile, not far away, Jiang Zhan was giving Jiang Chen repeated instructions. During the assessment, prioritize your safety. Your cultivation isn't as advanced as those children who've been training for years. Try to avoid confrontations with them. If you feel you can't manage, just step back. Becoming an alchemist is also a good path. Jiang Zhan's tone was filled with concern. He only knew Jiang Chen as a beginner martial master, unaware that Jiang Chen's true strength far surpassed what appeared on the surface. Jiang Chen responded with a faint smile, offering no explanation, and thought to himself, once the assessment begins, everything will naturally become clear. Big brother, you have to do your best. Little Shuer clutched Jiang Chen's hand, her small fists clenched, and her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she cheered him on. Of course, I'll definitely take first place. Jiang Chen said lightly, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Wow, that means you can totally humiliate that smug Jiang Ming. Little Shuer exclaimed excitedly, showing no doubt in her brother's words. She already seemed to be imagining the scene of Jiang Ming's embarrassment. Yes, I'll humiliate him thoroughly. If he dares to face me, I'll make sure his face is completely swollen. Jiang Chen replied with a sly smile and a glint of coldness in his eyes, though his tone remained casual. Hearing this, Jiang Zhan and the others chuckled but didn't take it seriously. In their eyes, while Jiang Chen had exceptional talent in alchemy and had reached the rank of martial master, Jiang Ming had already reached the intermediate martial master rank under Jiang Chengji's dedicated guidance. The gap in strength between the two was evident. If Jiang Chen were to reveal his identity as an alchemist and demonstrate his skill in crafting superior grade pills, he might attract more attention from Qingyang sect's elders. However, that path was far removed from the arduous journey of martial cultivation. As the sky gradually brightened, about an hour later, Qingyang sect's disciples finally completed the registration process. All the youths participating in the assessment were gathered in the central square, lined up in order, and waited quietly for instructions from the elders. Before long, Zhao Tianqing appeared with 6 other elders, walking slowly to the front. His gaze swept over the thousands of youths below the platform, and his voice rang out powerfully. Today marks the day our Qingyang sect comes here to recruit disciples. I am pleased to see so many of you enthusiastically signing up. To ensure we select the most suitable talents for our sect, the rules for this year's assessment will be stricter than ever. As he spoke, he gestured behind him. Immediately, the city lord's guards and several Qingyang sect disciples led dozens of beasts onto the stage. These beasts, arranged according to their respective martial ranks, glared fiercely at the surrounding humans, growling lowly. Their cold, menacing aura instantly filled the square, creating a suffocating tension. This sight caused many youths who had never experienced such trials to turn pale. Some even trembled slightly. Zhao Tianqing continued, the assessment will consist of 2 stages. In the first stage, you will be matched against a beast of your corresponding rank. You are not required to win. You simply need to survive for 5 minutes against the beast to pass. Your score will then be calculated based on your age, talent, level, and the time you lasted. Those who pass the first stage will qualify for the second stage. As his words fell, the square fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the low growls of the beasts, which seemed to issue a silent challenge to everyone present. We will lead you into the Zhonglu forest, where you will hunt demonic beasts. Your final scores will be calculated based on the number of beasts you hunt and your cultivation level. This is also a chance for those with lower talent levels to surpass others, announced Zhao Tianqing as he stood on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the contestants below. His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The rules of the assessment are as stated. This opportunity is reserved for those with courage and strength. As soon as his words fell, the crowd erupted into chaos. What? Hunting demonic beasts? That's way too dangerous, a thin, young boy exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. Didn't the assessments used to be held within the city? Why is it so harsh this year? Another person muttered with a frown, his tone filled with discontent. The beasts in Zhonglu forest aren't to be trifled with. A single mistake could cost your life. Someone else added grimly, causing the expressions of many to darken further. The murmurs and complaints grew louder and more chaotic. Jiang Ming stood amidst the crowd, his eyes involuntarily drifting to the wall where illustrations of demonic beasts were displayed. The ferocious and menacing appearances of the creatures sent a chill down his spine, and he felt sweat dampening his palms. He had never faced a demonic beast before, let alone hunted one. The fear in his heart began to spread uncontrollably. Zhao Tianqing observed the commotion below with a cold gaze, the faint trace of a sneer tugging at his lips. He raised his hand, motioning for silence, and the noise gradually subsided. Clearing his throat, he spoke again, his tone still calm but laced with an unyielding ruthlessness. I understand that some of you are dissatisfied with the rules or even afraid. But let me remind you, cultivation is no safe haven. This is a world of harsh realities, not mercy. Here, it's either grow stronger or perish. He paused, his sharp eyes sweeping across the crowd, his voice growing even colder. To protect your home, or to compete for resources, the outcome often boils down to one thing: either you live, or they die. Today's assessment may seem harsh, but it is, in fact, a rare opportunity for you. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. Hearing his words, some lowered their heads, their faces filled with inner conflict. Others clenched their fists, determination flaring in their eyes, despite the fear lingering within. Seeing this, Zhao Tianqing continued, allow me to add one more detail. The top 10 scorers in this assessment will be directly promoted to inner disciples of Qingyang sect. The rewards are substantial cultivation techniques, martial skills, elixirs, spiritual herbs, weapons. All of these are resources you could only dream of. Even those who rank within the top 100 will receive significant cultivation resources. This is the most important opportunity you will have before officially joining the sect. Miss it, and you won't find such generous rewards again. His tone suddenly sharpened as his gaze turned icy, landing on those who appeared hesitant and fearful. As for those who are so frightened by the rules that they wish to quit, you may leave now. Qingyang sect has no need for cowards. The moment his words ended, the crowd fell into a brief silence. Then, a few individuals quietly turned and left, their faces pale with fear. However, the majority remained where they stood, their gazes resolute. Though fear lingered in their hearts, they refused to back down. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the unease within. He clenched his fists tightly, determination hardening his resolve. He knew this might be his only chance to change his destiny. Zhao Tianqing's voice resonated across the square, each word as clear and resonant as a tolling bell, striking deeply in the hearts of the crowd. He succinctly laid out the rules of the assessment and the alluring rewards for top rankings. Yet, his words weighed heavily, like an oppressive burden pressing down on some of the participants. Slowly, murmurs of hesitation spread through the crowd, and several individuals began to step out of the line, their decisions made. Among those who chose to leave, some had wavering eyes, clearly aware of their lack of talent or cultivation and unwilling to risk their lives. Others bore expressions of fear, their gazes unfocused as dread of confronting the ferocious beasts consumed them. Whatever their reasons, these individuals were not the kind of strong-willed cultivators Qingyang's sect sought. Their departure, in fact, saved the sect potential trouble in the future. As the number of retreating figures grew, the once crowded square opened up significantly. Over 1,000 participants had withdrawn, leaving behind a quieter and more resolute group. Zhao Tianqing swept his gaze over the remaining candidates, his tone firm and commanding as he addressed them. Since you've chosen to stay, I expect you to give it your all. Do not let today's perseverance become meaningless. He paused, his eyes sharp and penetrating. Before continuing, assessment scores will be determined by a comprehensive evaluation of age, talent, cultivation, and performance. For those of you with exceptional talent but lower cultivation, don't lose heart. As long as you put forth your best effort, your final results will not disappoint you. As his words concluded, the atmosphere grew tense, an almost palpable pressure settling over the square. The assessment was officially underway. Qingyang's sect disciples began organizing the participants, guiding them to the waiting area at the edge of the square. Meanwhile, in the center of the square, dozens of ferocious beasts were brought in by the sect's guards and disciples. Each beast was bound tightly with iron chains, their fierce eyes glinting dangerously as they growled and struggled. The sheer hostility emanating from them was enough to send shivers down one's spine. On the elevated platform overlooking the square, the sect's elders took their seats, observing the proceedings with an air of authority. These 7 martial experts, with their sharp, hawk-like gazes and heightened senses, were more than capable of handling the assessment, even with the large number of participants. Once all preparations were complete, the assessment officially began. Names were called one by one, and participants entered the arena to face beasts of similar levels. However, for most of these candidates, the so-called battle was nothing short of a nightmare. Unlike someone like Jiang Chun, who had honed his martial skills to mastery, few had reached such heights. Many performed poorly, their struggles painful to watch. The very first participant couldn't even withstand 3 moves before being chased around the arena in a pitiful display. Others fared no better, with some being reduced to tears or panic, unable to last even 5 minutes before being eliminated. On the platform, the elders remained impassive, their faces stoic as they silently recorded the names of those who failed. Their pens moved decisively, crossing out names on the elimination list without hesitation. Meanwhile, the edges of the square were crowded with onlookers. Friends and family of the participants, as well as curious passers-by, had gathered to witness the spectacle. Seeing the candidates' humiliating performances, many in the crowd erupted into laughter, while others began placing bets on who might achieve the best results. Naturally, the young elites from prominent families in Xuanwu City garnered the most attention, especially the highly talented Jiang Ming, whose name was on everyone's lips. In contrast, Jiang Chun was largely dismissed, considered nothing more than a filler participant with no real chance of success. But the chatter of the crowd did little to affect the participants waiting their turn. As they watched their peers struggle against the beasts, the tension among them grew heavier. Even Jiang Hu and his companions, usually confident, now looked pale, their unease evident. Yet, amidst this sea of nervous faces, one figure stood out: Jiang Chun. Calm and composed, Jiang Chun remained quietly in place. His eyes were serene, devoid of fear or anxiety, as if the chaos unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. If anyone were to be called the calmest among them, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Chen. With the beasts in the arena, let alone mid or lower grade ones, even mid or peak level beasts were no match for Jiang Chen. The pelt of a mid-tier, peak tiger demon he had slain still lay by his bedside, serving as a foot mat. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over the beasts on the stage before him. His expression was as calm as still water. He had long assessed the strength of these creatures and was confident that, if not for the restrictions of the rules, he could easily challenge beyond his level and take down even a mid-tier peak beast with his spear. Unfortunately, the rules were unyielding, leaving him to wait patiently for his turn. Next up, Luo Xiao. The voice of the referee broke through the brief silence in the arena. Hearing the name, Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened as he turned toward the crowd. From among them emerged a young man with sharp brows and bright eyes, his demeanor steadfast and resolute. In his hand gleamed a spear, cold and imposing. His steps were steady, his gaze unwavering, and his entire presence exuded an unstoppable aura. Luo Xiao. Jiang Chen murmured the name to himself, memories surfacing in his mind. 2 years ago, this young master of the Luo family had awakened a 4th-grade martial soul, establishing himself as a leader among his generation. With 2 years of cultivation and the Luo family's generous supply of precious elixirs, his strength had surged, now reaching the peak of the martial master realm. Now this is a true dark horse, Jiang Chen remarked with a faint smile, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. Compared to him, someone like Jiang Ming is hardly worth mentioning. On the stage, Luo Xiao was already locked in combat with the mid-ear peak beast. His spear moved like a dancing dragon, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. Each strike was precise and fierce. Despite the beast's ferocious attacks, Luo Xiao countered flawlessly, even managing to force the creature into retreat at critical moments. The battle was intense and exhilarating, a stark contrast to the earlier contestants who had been utterly outmatched by the beasts. This young man is impressive. A sect elder stroked his beard, his eyes filled with approval. He has the makings of a top disciple. The other elders nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by Luo Xiao's performance. 5 minutes later, Luo Xiao, panting heavily, concluded the battle and stepped off the stage to thunderous applause from the crowd. The assessment continued, with Jiang Chen observing the participants from other families as they took their turns. He noted that aside from the Luo family, several other clans also had talented young members. Although their martial souls were generally inferior to Jiang Ming's 5th-grade soul, their earlier awakenings and greater combat experience allowed them to perform commendably on the stage. However, none could match Luo Xiao in either technique or adaptability. As time passed, the half-hour assessment for low-level martial masters finally came to an end. Then, the disciple in charge of recordings called out loudly, "Next up, contestant 3069, Jiang Chen." The moment the name was announced, all eyes in and around the arena turned toward Jiang Chen. His name was infamous in Xuanwu City, once hailed as the most promising among the Jiang family's younger generation. He had become the subject of ridicule after awakening a so-called useless martial soul. To this day, his story remained a popular topic of gossip. And now, this so-called failure dared to participate in the assessment in front of such a crowd, making him the target of widespread mockery. Place your bets. Place your bets. How long will Jiang Chen last in the first round? Odds are up to 20 to 1. The gambling operators on the sidelines immediately seized the opportunity, shouting excitedly, "Haha, with that useless martial soul, he's just walking up there to feed the beasts. How long could he possibly last? Even at 20 to 1 odds, who would bet on him winning?" Mocking laughter and jeers filled the air, the entire arena brimming with disdain for Jiang Chen. But just then, a crisp voice rang out from the crowd, "Boss, they'll bet that my brother will win." The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, only to see a little girl, no older than 7 or 8, stomping up to the betting table with a defiant expression. She slapped a small pouch onto the counter, her eyes brimming with determination. The gambling operator froze for a moment before chuckling. "Well, if it isn't Jiang Chen's little sister. How much do you want to bet, little one?" Without hesitation, the girl opened her pouch and began counting out silver notes. These notes were the earnings Jiang Chen had returned to her as thanks for lending him money to buy elixirs. Now, she was using them to stand by her brother. When the total was tallied, the gambling operator's smile stiffened. 1,000 taels. The little girl slammed the silver notes onto the table, her gaze firm and her voice resolute. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and even the gambling operator was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the girl, then at the Jiang family members in the West Wing, and couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. "Giving so much money to a little girl, your Jiang family sure knows how to flaunt its wealth." The boss's gaze swept across the gambling table, finally settling on Jiang Zhan. His tone carried a hint of hesitation and probing as he squinted slightly, seemingly trying to decipher something from Jiang Zhan's expression. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be from the Qin family, right?" Jiang Zhan's lips curled into a faint smile, his voice calm but tinged with a trace of mockery. The boss was momentarily stunned by the remark but quickly nodded, candidly admitting, "Yes, I am from the Qin family's gambling house. I came here today to oversee the bets." Hearing this, Jiang Zhan's smile deepened, and a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. "In that case, feel free to take the bet. I trust the Qin family's reputation." Besides, he paused, glancing at Xiao Shuer with a relaxed tone. "This money is all my daughter's pocket money. However she wants to spend it, her father won't stop her." The boss was momentarily taken aback before the corners of his mouth twitched. Internally, he couldn't help but think. As expected of the Jiang family from the Western District, their wealth is truly overwhelming, practically radiating the aura of a nouveau riche. Shaking his head with a sigh, the boss chuckled and said, "All right then, I'll take the bet. But, little girl, if you lose, no crying, okay?" Xiao Shuer raised her small chin defiantly and let out a soft huff, her childlike fierceness on full display. "Impossible. There's no way I'll lose. My brother is the best." With that, she turned and ran back to her mother's side, clutching the hem of her dress nervously while keeping her eyes glued to Jiang Chen in the arena. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood before a mid-tier, low-grade demonic beast. It was a wolf demon, its gray fur bristling like steel needles. Its bloodthirsty, piercing eyes glinted menacingly, and its sharp fangs gleamed coldly, exuding a faint stench of blood. The beast crouched low, emitting a guttural growl, ready to strike at any moment. This wolf demon, having endured countless battles, was thoroughly enraged, its ferocity on full display. The previous contestants had underestimated its speed and ferocity, resulting in their swift defeat without even the chance to retaliate. On the high platform, Zhao Tianqing and the others watched Jiang Chun in the arena with interest. What do you think? Will this kid pass the test? Zhao Tianqing asked casually, his gaze flickering slightly. Of course not. A trash martial spirit is still trash. There's no way a nobody becomes a somebody, one elder sneered, his disdain evident. While the other elders refrained from being so blunt, their expressions made it clear they held little hope for Jiang Chen. Does Elder Jiao think this boy might succeed? Another elder inquired, turning to him. Zhao Tianqing smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with a trace of mystery. I'm not sure, but I believe that anyone who can break through to martial master with a so-called trash martial spirit must possess qualities beyond the reach of ordinary people. Since Elder Jiao holds him in such high regard, let's wait and see whose judgment is sharper. Another elder replied with an amused smile. In the arena, the disciple overseeing the test confirmed Jiang Chen's badge number before asking, Jiang Chen, are you ready? Ready, Jiang Chen replied, his voice calm and resolute. All right then, they'll release the beast now, be careful. If you're outmatched, surrender early to avoid injury, the disciple cautioned. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and the test officially began. With a deep growl, the disciple unlocked the cage. The wolf demon shot out like an arrow, its gaping maw aimed directly at Jiang Chen's throat with astonishing speed. Seeing this, Xiao Shuera let out a startled cry, covering her eyes with her hands, her face pale. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators shook their heads and sighed, as if already envisioning Jiang Chen's tragic defeat. But in the next instant, the situation took a dramatic turn. Faced with the wolf demon's lethal charge, Jiang Chen shifted slightly, his figure suddenly blurring as he executed the shadow step technique to perfection. The beast's claws narrowly missed his clothes, swiping through empty air. A flicker of confusion crossed the wolf demon's eyes as its bloodthirsty gaze darted around in search of its target. Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air. The wolf demon whipped its head around, only to find Jiang Chen had somehow appeared to its left. Jiang Chen moved with precision and decisiveness, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at the wolf demon's waist. The beast instinctively tried to dodge, but Jiang Chen's speed was astonishing. The kick, carrying fierce momentum, landed squarely on its side before it could react. A war. The wolf demon let out a miserable howl as its body was sent flying uncontrollably before crashing heavily to the ground. It lay there motionless, unable to get up for a long time. In that moment, an eerie silence swept across the entire arena, inside and out. It wasn't about losing instantly or fleeing in disgrace. While peers of the same age struggled to buy time, this boy labeled as possessing a useless martial soul had managed to annihilate a wolf demon of the same level in an instant with a thunderous strike. On the stage, Jiang Chun slowly withdrew his fist, his gaze calm and serene, as if the blow just now was nothing remarkable. Yet, the spectators below were in an uproar. Whether it was the clansmen who had held prejudices against Jiang Chun, or the few who had placed their bets on him at the start, all of them stared at the stage in disbelief, as though trying to confirm if what they had witnessed was real. In the elders' seats on the stage, the atmosphere was solemn. Several elders stood up almost simultaneously, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chun, their faces etched with shock and confusion. What martial technique was that just now? One elder asked in a low voice, his tone betraying his astonishment. It seemed like a high-speed explosive technique of the yellow rank, another elder muttered, frowning in thought. And his footwork was precise, his movements flawless. It's clear he's mastered the technique to perfection, but how old is he? And isn't he supposed to have a useless martial soul? The elders exchanged glances, their hearts filled with indescribable emotions. For a cultivator to defeat a beast of the same rank was not extraordinary, but for someone with a useless martial soul to achieve this was remarkable. What was even more shocking was the instant kill. After a long pause, the elder who had earlier mocked Jiang Chun finally let out a helpless chuckle and clasped his fists. Elder Jiao, it seems your judgment was spot on. I must admit, I misjudged him. Zhao Tianqing smiled faintly, his eyes now carrying a hint of admiration. To be honest, I didn't expect this outcome either. I thought at best, this boy might scrape through the test by stalling for time. Who would have thought he had such a hidden card up his sleeve? It seems his potential is even greater than I anticipated. He paused, his gaze narrowing slightly as if speaking to himself. However, this is just the first test. I'm more curious to see how he fares in real combat against true beasts in the next stage. Though Jiao Tianqing's tone was calm, there was an unmistakable trace of expectation in his words. Judging solely by his martial soul talent, Jiang Chun was far from impressive, perhaps even mediocre. Yet, the strength and composure he displayed earlier were enough to make any elder take notice. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Xiao Shuer strutted confidently over to the bookmaker, her tiny face beaming with pride. Without hesitation, she extended her hand. I won. Pay up. The bookmaker's expression froze, his gaze flickering toward the stage, his heart filled with regret. Who could have predicted that this boy, dismissed as having a useless martial soul, would display such power? If he had known Jiang Qian was this strong, he wouldn't have opened the betting pool at all. Hurry up and pay, Xiao Shuer demanded, her babyish voice turning stern as she puffed up her cheeks. You're not thinking of going back on your word, are you? The bookmaker quickly waved his hands, forcing a smile. Of course not. The Qian family runs an honest business. We honor our bets and never default. But I just opened the pool and already lost 20,000 taels. I don't have that much silver on hand right now. Could you give me half an hour? I'll send someone to fetch it immediately. Hearing this, Xiao Shuer turned to Jiang Zhan, seeking his opinion. Jiang Zhan chuckled lightly and reassured her. Don't worry, Shuer. The Qian family's reputation is reliable. Take back your principal first, and he'll make sure the rest is collected. With her father's assurance, Xiao Shuer's face lit up with a bright smile. She nodded enthusiastically. When brother finds out I made 20,000 taels, he's definitely going to praise me. She carefully counted out the 1,000 tael principal, tucking it into her purse like a precious treasure before slipping it securely into her pocket. By this time, Jiang Chun had already stepped off the stage. As he left, the atmosphere in the arena gradually returned to normal. Soon, it was Jiang Hu and the others' turn to take the stage. Compared to Jiang Qin's overwhelming performance, their attempts appeared far more clumsy. Faced with ferocious beasts, Jiang Hu and his group could only barely hold their ground. Like most other participants, they resorted to stalling tactics, fighting, and retreating to buy time. Only after the 5-minute mark did they manage to pass the test by the skin of their teeth. A little while later, it was Jiang Ming's turn. His expression was cold and determined, his gaze brimming with unshakable confidence. It was clear he intended to deliver a spectacular performance to prove he was superior to Jiang Qian. However, things didn't go as he had hoped. Despite being a 5-grade martial soul, Jiang Ming's mastery of martial techniques fell short compared to Jiang Qin's. To date, he had barely brought 2 techniques to proficiency. Coupled with his relatively weaker physical strength, he struggled to contend with the beast. Though he gritted his teeth and fought fiercely, every clash left him visibly strained. Before long, the beast landed a blow, leaving Jiang Ming wounded, his body marked with cuts and bruises. Blood seeped through his clothes, staining them red. When the 5-minute timer ended, Jiang Ming had passed the test, but his body was covered in injuries. The audience in the arena began murmuring among themselves. Isn't Jiang Ming supposed to be the 5-grade martial soul genius? How could he struggle against a single beast? You don't get it. Beasts of the same rank are usually stronger than cultivators. It's normal to have a hard time. But didn't Jiang Chen defeat one? And he did it instantly. A 5-grade martial soul can't even compare to a so-called useless martial soul? How embarrassing. These remarks reached Jiang Ming's ears clearly, causing his face to flush red with anger and humiliation. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Those damn peasants. How dare they speak to me like that? Jiang Ming snarled as he stormed off the stage, slamming his fist into the ground. The dull thud echoed in the air, as if trying to release the fury burning in his chest. His 2 lackeys, alarmed by his outburst, quickly stepped forward to console him. Brother Ming, they're just jealous of you. You're a 5th-grade martial soul. Even if your performance was a bit underwhelming, it's only because you've just awakened and haven't had the time to refine your martial skills. Give it a little more time, and you'll crush them all. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, their words offering a shred of comfort. Yet the ridicule from the spectators and the praise showered on Jiang Chun still stung like salt in a wound. The image of Jiang Qin's smug smile surfaced in his mind, and his gaze turned ice-cold. In a low, menacing voice, he asked, the 2nd round is about hunting demonic beasts, right? The lackeys froze for a moment before one of them nodded hesitantly. Yes, Brother Ming, are you suggesting? He trailed off, his tone tentative, as though he had guessed Jiang Ming's intentions. A sinister smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Ming's lips. His voice dropped lower, carrying a chilling edge. Heh, I've said it before, Jiang Chun will pay. Today presents the perfect opportunity, and I won't let it slip by. That Jiang Chun is nothing but a beginner martial master. The gap between us will only grow wider. If I happen to run into him out there, you 2 will help me finish him off. Hearing this, the 2 lackeys exchanged uneasy glances. The Qingyang sect's entrance exam was a critical event. Was it really worth risking everything to settle a petty grudge? One of them hesitated before speaking cautiously. Brother Ming, are you sure about this? This is during the assessment, after all. Once we're admitted into the Qingyang sect, there will be plenty of chances to deal with him. Why rush it now? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed dangerously, his tone sharp as a blade. What? Are you questioning my orders? The lackey shuddered, waving his hands frantically. No, no. We wouldn't dare. Whatever you say, Brother Ming. Well, follow your lead. Satisfied, Jiang Ming nodded approvingly. Good. Later, go buy some beastler powder. Once the assessment begins, you know what to do. The two lackeys shared another uneasy glance. Though they were reluctant, the oppressive aura surrounding Jiang Ming left them with no choice but to nod in compliance. Understood, Brother Ming. Well, take care of it. As they looked at Jiang Ming's cold, calculating expression, a sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. The risks of striking during the assessment were immense. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be dire. Silently, they prayed that they wouldn't cross paths with Jiang Chun during the trial. Otherwise, the situation could spiral out of control. Time flew by, and soon the first round of the assessment came to an end. More than half of the participants were eliminated due to poor performance, leaving only about 1,000 candidates who barely passed. However, even among those who remained, most had unimpressive scores. The sole exception was Jiang Chun, whose feat of defeating a demonic beast of the same level in a single move stunned the audience. His performance earned him a full 300 points, pulling his previously negative score back to 0. Despite this, his total score still ranked at the bottom, making him appear insignificant compared to the top contenders. As the disqualified candidates departed, Xiao Tianqing rose from the high platform. His sharp gaze swept over the remaining participants as he addressed them in a booming voice. Congratulations on making it through the first round of the assessment. This means you've earned the right to participate in the second round. However, let me remind you, this is only the beginning. The second round will be far more dangerous than the first. Once you enter the Zhonglu forest, even with experts accompanying you, timely rescue cannot always be guaranteed. If you miss the critical moment, you might very well become a demonic beast's next meal. He paused for a moment, his tone growing even graver. So, I urge you all to assess your own strength carefully. If you feel you're not up to the challenge, now is your last chance to withdraw. Xiao Tianxing's words carried a clear message. He was giving them one final opportunity to back out. Xiao Tianxing's gaze slowly swept across the crowd. His voice was cold yet commanding, carrying an undeniable authority. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and dangers. I have already informed you of all the rules and risks. If you choose to continue, prepare yourselves mentally. As his words fell, silence enveloped the crowd. No one moved, and no one backed down. Everyone understood how arduous it had been to reach this point, and no one was willing to give up so easily. After all, opportunities like this were fleeting. How could they resign themselves to failure? After a minute, Zhao Tianqing nodded slightly and continued. Since you've made your decision, I will now explain the rules of the assessment in detail. First, points will be calculated based on the rank of the beasts you defeat. Low-rank beasts earn no points, while mid-rank beasts are categorized into 4 levels: low, mid, high, and peak, worth 10, 30, 70, and 100 points respectively. As for the required points to pass, low-tier martial artists need 300 points, mid-tier martial artists 700 points, high-tier martial artists 1,100 points, and peak-tier martial artists 1,500 points. He paused, his sharp gaze like a blade slicing through the crowd. His tone grew even more severe. Remember, there are 4 ironclad rules during the assessment. No fighting among participants, no assisting others in combat, no malicious interference with others' assessments, and no stealing beast cores from others. Violating any of these rules will result in immediate disqualification. No exceptions. The crowd listened intently, hanging on to every word. The rules seemed fair on the surface, but they were laden with hidden challenges. While those with higher cultivation levels had higher point requirements, they also had more options. If they couldn't handle high-rank beasts, they could still accumulate points by defeating lower-rank ones. However, for those with lower cultivation, failing to defeat beasts of their own rank would mean inevitable elimination. This realization caused unease among many of the weaker participants, especially the low-tier martial artists, whose faces were already etched with despair. 700 points just to join the outer sect? Where am I supposed to get that many? Jiang Wang muttered under his breath, unable to suppress his frustration. His talent was mediocre, and his martial skills were lacking. He had barely scraped through the first round by relying on evasive maneuvers. Now, 700 points seemed like an impossible dream. It's not entirely hopeless, Jiang Hu said in a steady voice, his eyes reflecting a determined light. You're a mid-tier martial artist. As long as you hunt enough low-rank beasts, it's not impossible to gather the points. Besides, while the rules forbid helping in combat, they don't say we can't work together. If we form a team, we can at least reduce the risks of unexpected dangers. Jiang Hu's suggestion made several people's eyes light up, and they nodded in agreement. After all, While defeating beasts of the same rank was challenging, it wasn't entirely out of reach. As members of the Jiang family, they had been trained in martial arts since childhood and had a solid foundation. If they could overcome their fear of the beasts and choose their targets wisely, they might just stand a chance. Chunga, will you join us? Jiang Wang turned to Jiang Chun with a look of hopeful anticipation. Jiang Qian smiled faintly, his eyes calm yet brimming with confidence. It'll pass. I work more efficiently on my own. A larger group would only slow me down. His tone was steady, yet it carried an unmistakable air of self-assurance. His goal wasn't merely to pass the assessment, it was to claim the top spot. Teaming up would only hinder him, and with the rules prohibiting assistance, there was no point in joining. Jiang Wang's face briefly showed disappointment, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Clenching his fists, he said firmly, "Don't worry, Chunga. We will give it our all, and won't let down the effort you've put into refining pills to train us." Jiang Qian nodded slightly, watching them leave before turning his gaze to the vast forest in the distance. His goal was far beyond merely passing the assessment. With absolute strength, he aimed to stand at the pinnacle and secure first place. After explaining the rules, Zhao Tianqing instructed the candidates who hadn't prepared their weapons to step aside and get ready. Once everything was in order, he led a grand procession of disciples and over 1,000 candidates out of the city, heading directly to the examination site. To ensure transparency, the elders, in collaboration with the city lord's office, arranged for a batch of projection stones. These were distributed among the disciples, who would use them to randomly display real-time footage of the candidates, allowing the entire city to monitor the process. This not only guaranteed fairness, but also motivated the candidates to perform their best. When the candidates arrived at the edge of the Tsanglu forest, Jiang Qian stood quietly, his gaze sharpening as he looked at the familiar landscape. Taking a deep breath, he flexed his wrists, and the faint but chilling aura of bloodlust, cultivated from hunting countless beasts, unconsciously seeped from his body. This forest was his hunting ground. He knew the terrain, the distribution of beasts, and even the hidden paths as intimately as the lines on his palm. With a single command from Zhao Tianqing, the examination officially began. Nearly 1,000 candidates surged forward like wild horses, rushing into the depths of the forest. Jiang Chun, however, remained calm. His eyes swept over the surroundings before he began to walk steadily into the deeper parts of the forest. He knew there was no point in competing with these newly advanced martial apprentices over low-level beasts. His target was the mid-tier peak beasts in the deepest parts of the forest. Not only would they help him quickly accumulate points and widen the gap between him and the others, but they would also yield high-grade beast cores, laying a solid foundation for his future cultivation. That said, the restrictions of this examination left Jiang Chun feeling slightly regretful. With disciples monitoring the entire process, he couldn't use his usual method of devouring beast corpses to refine their blood essence. Such a heaven-defying ability, if exposed, would bring unimaginable consequences. He would have to be extremely cautious, ensuring no one uncovered his secret. Although the monitoring wasn't entirely live, every action had to be carried out with precision and care. Meanwhile, the disciple assigned to observe Jiang Chen followed him from a distance, his brows furrowed in puzzlement. With a skeptical tone, he muttered, "Isn't this the guy with the crippled martial spirit? How dare he venture into the deeper parts of the forest?" He glanced around, already sensing the aura of mid-tier beasts. For a low-level martial apprentice, this area was already fraught with danger. Any further, and he would encounter even stronger beasts. A low-level martial apprentice coming here is practically seeking death, he murmured. Well, let's see what he's up to. Shaking his head, though filled with doubt, he continued to fulfill his duty, keeping a close watch on Jiang Chen. Outside the Tsanglu forest, the heads of several prominent families had gathered, their eyes fixed on the projection stones that continuously displayed footage of the candidates. My family's head chuckled as he cupped his hands toward Jiang Chengji and said, "Congratulations, Jiang family head. Your Jiang Ming is truly impressive this time. A fifth-tier talent such a rarity. Starting with an advantage of several hundred points, it seems the top spot is already his." The other family heads exchanged meaningful smiles, offering polite congratulations while harboring their own thoughts. Among their younger generation were several martial apprentices at the peak of their tier, brimming with talent. In contrast, the Jiang family had seen a decline in promising individuals in recent years, with Jiang Ming being their sole standout. But even a mid-tier martial apprentice with outstanding talent couldn't easily compete with peak-tier martial apprentices. Though none voiced these thoughts aloud, a shared sense of disdain lingered in their hearts. Jiang Chengji responded with a calm smile, his gaze fixed on the projection stone. Though his expression remained composed, there was a hint of profound meaning in his eyes. He knew better than anyone that while Jiang Ming's talent was exceptional, it would be far from easy for him to outshine the prodigies of other families. The examination had only just begun, and the outcome was still uncertain. However, he did not get angry. Stroking his beard, he chuckled and said, "You flatter me. With the younger generation from your families participating, it will indeed be challenging for Ming to claim the top spot tomorrow. But aiming for the top 10 is still within reach. That way, he can directly become an inner disciple of Qingyang's sect, apprenticed to an elder. One day, he might become a peerless powerhouse." As Jiang Chengji finished speaking, his gaze swept across the other family heads, his calm smile unwavering, as if completely unbothered by the subtle jabs in their words. Yet, the slight tightening of his grip on the teacup, his knuckles turning faintly white, betrayed the ripples in his heart. "Haha, family head Jiang certainly has a good mindset," Bai Zhongwen remarked, taking a small sip of tea. His eyes carried a sharp glint, and his tone hinted at a trace of mockery. "But I wonder how the final assessment will turn out. After all, among the 1,000 or so candidates, there are quite a few at the high ranks of martial mastery. If Jiang Ming's points are too low, he might end up overtaken by others." His words were a direct jab at the Jiang family's foundation and a veiled insult to Jiang Ming's abilities. The smile on Jiang Chengji's face faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its usual calmness. Placing his teacup down gently, he replied in a measured tone, "Winning or losing in the assessment ultimately depends on talent and effort. Family head Bai needn't worry. Ming has his own plans." Speaking of which, Luo family head interjected with a faint smile, turning to Bai Zhong, "Family head Bai, how is Bai Qingqing's alchemy progressing? I've heard that young lady intends to enter the sect through alchemy. If her skills aren't up to par, it might not be so easy to pass." Hearing this, Bai Zhongyuan's face lit up with a smug smile, his eyes brimming with pride. To be honest, Qingqing passed the first-grade alchemist assessment just a few days ago. Her entry into Qingyang sect is already a certainty. The only question now is whether she can achieve a good ranking in the sect's alchemist assessment. At these words, the other family heads couldn't help but show a hint of envy in their eyes. A 13-year-old first-grade alchemist had limitless potential, far more valuable than an ordinary cultivation prodigy. Although Jiang Chengji maintained a composed exterior, a ripple of unease stirred in his heart. He couldn't help but think, if only the Jiang family had an alchemy master, they wouldn't have suffered such humiliation at the hands of that black-robed alchemist last time. Recalling the disgrace of that night, his expression turned icy, and his fingers tapped lightly on the table, as if restraining the anger within. "So," Luo family head suddenly shifted the conversation, his eyes carrying a probing look, "does this mean Bai Qingqing's hands have fully recovered? And has the culprit been found?" At this, Bai Zhongyuan's face darkened slightly, his tone laced with menace. "Yes, her hands have healed. If not for the timely purchase of a top-grade healing pill crafted by a certain alchemy master, the recovery wouldn't have been so swift. As for the culprit, if I ever find him, I will make sure he pays dearly." As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. To catch the vagabond who dared harm Bai Qingqing, he had stationed people outside the Alchemist Guild daily and distributed sketches of the suspect throughout Xuanwu City based on Bai Qingqing's description. Yet, to this day, there had been no progress. The only clue was that the sketch bore a slight resemblance to Jiang Chun of the Jiang family. But he quickly shook his head with a self-deprecating smirk. Jiang Chun? That waste with a crippled martial soul? How could he possibly be an alchemy prodigy? If it truly turned out to be him, Bai Zhongyuan thought, he would swallow Bai Qingqing's alchemy furnace on the spot. As the family heads continued their idle chatter, a sudden cry of alarm came from not far away. "Look, Jiang Qin is heading deeper into the forest, and he's going further in." The exclamation immediately drew the attention of the crowd. The deeper regions of the Tsanglu forest were teeming with ferocious beasts, with mid to high-level ones roaming freely. One misstep could cost a person their life. Jiang Qin's actions were tantamount to courting death. The family heads turned their gaze toward the projection screen, their expressions shifting to ones of intrigue. Even the elders were drawn in, their brows furrowing in unison. Everyone turned their attention to the projection stone, and sure enough, they saw Jiang Chun walking steadily deeper into the area. Along the way, traces of fierce battles left by various beasts were still visible. As Jiang Chun lost his mind, one of the elders exclaimed in surprise. Lowering his voice, he added, "How dare this boy venture so far in? Does he intend to challenge higher-level beasts directly?" His tone was a mix of confusion and faint disdain. A mere low-tier martial master, thinking a little bit of skill is enough to leap ranks and take on stronger opponents? Utter foolishness, another elder said, frowning deeply. His voice grew colder, making it clear he was extremely displeased with Jiang Qin's reckless behavior. Even Zhao Tianqing, standing nearby, shook his head in disapproval, feeling Jiang Qin was being utterly reckless. At this moment, several family heads nearby were also drawn over by the commotion. Upon hearing the situation, they exchanged peculiar looks. One of them smirked faintly and said to Jiang Chengji, "Master Jiang, your grandson certainly has remarkable courage, but I wonder, is it actual strength? Or does he simply not understand the gap in power between beasts? Jiang Chengji's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. I have no such grandson. Don't mention that useless fool to me. His tone carried both anger and embarrassment, clearly showing his disapproval of Jiang Qin's actions. Just as the conversation continued, the head of the Luo family suddenly pointed at the projection stone, his voice rising slightly. Look, he's encountered a beast. Hearing this, the crowd quickly turned their gaze back to the projection stone. On the screen, Jiang Chun was indeed face-to-face with a beast. It was a massive bear demon, its body stretching over 5 meters long. Its muscles bulged like steel cables, its fur stood sharp like needles, and its bloodthirsty eyes glowed ominously. With a casual swing of its enormous paw, the ground beneath it cracked, sending debris flying everywhere. It was a terrifying sight. This isn't an ordinary beast, one elder gasped, his voice trembling. This is at least a mid-tier high-grade beast, possibly even at the peak of the mid-tier. The onlookers erupted into a flurry of whispers, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. Is this kid insane? Facing such a beast is nothing short of suicide. Digging his own grave. Looks like the first casualty of this trial has appeared. What was he thinking, coming to a place like this? Is he really here just to throw his life away? As the crowd speculated, in the projection, Jiang Chun was already standing off against the bear demon. Meanwhile, a disciple who had been trailing him from a distance finally couldn't hold back and shouted, Jiang Chun, that's a peak mid-tier beast. Run now. What are you even doing here? This disciple, though a martial lord, didn't dare to face such a beast heathen. For Jiang Chun, a mere low-tier martial master, to even consider it was utterly incomprehensible to him. However, Jiang Chun didn't respond. Nor did he hesitate. Slowly, he raised his hand and gripped the hilt of his black sword. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he charged straight toward the bear demon. He's lost his mind. Completely insane. The disciple shouted in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The spectators watching through the projection stone also gasped in horror, with some even covering their eyes, unable to watch what they believed would be a gruesome scene. The bear demon, seeing Jiang Qin's charge, let out a thunderous roar, its massive jaws opening wide in rage. The sound waves rippled outward, causing nearby trees to sway violently. It swung its enormous paw with a deafening whoosh, aiming to crush Jiang Qin with overwhelming force. Yet Jiang Qin remained calm, his expression unwavering. Just as the bear's paw was about to strike, he lightly pushed off with his toes, moving like a phantom to evade the attack effortlessly, using the 1,000 phantom feather technique. In the next second, his figure blurred as he closed the distance with his extreme shadow step. The black sword in his hand flashed as it was drawn from its sheath. Draw sword slash. He muttered under his breath, the sword light slicing through the air like lightning. With his mastery of the 1,000 phantom feather and draw sword slash, Jiang Qin unleashed a power far beyond the limits of a low-tier martial technique. In an instant, the bear demon's chest was torn open by a massive gash, blood gushing out like a fountain. The strike was as swift as lightning and as fierce as thunder. The disciple, who had been preparing to rush in and intervene, froze in place, his steps halting abruptly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, This can't be." The spectators watching through the projection stone fell into stunned silence. Every face was filled with shock and incredulity. A low-tier martial master breaking through the defenses of a peak mid-tier beast? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even the elders' expressions turned complex. They exchanged glances, unable to find an explanation for how Jiang Qin had achieved such a feat. The mastery of martial techniques alone shouldn't have been enough to accomplish this. Yet in the projection, Jiang Qin didn't relax for a moment. With his black sword in hand and a cold, focused gaze, he stared at the still struggling bear demon. His next move made it clear wasn't done yet. One strike wasn't enough to secure victory. After all, this was a peak mid-tier beast. Zhao Tianxing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke, his tone carrying a hint of exhilaration. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The bear demon's chest wound, though seemingly gruesome, was merely a superficial injury. It let out a deafening roar, its muscles swelling like solid rock, and charged forward with a burst of ferocious wind. Each strike carried immense force, and the ground cracked with fine fissures under the pressure of its blows. Although Jiang Qin possessed the strength of over 20 elephants, he dared not take the attacks heeded. His movements were as fluid as a dragon's, his nimble footwork precise and calculated as he evaded each strike. The black sword in his hand danced like a willow leaf in the wind as he executed the perfected Tungfing sword technique. The sword light flashed like lightning, each strike swift and accurate, leaving one bloody gash after another on the bear demon's body. In just moments, the creature was covered in sword marks, its fur matted with blood. The spectators outside the arena held their breath, their focus unwavering. Among them, the disciple responsible for overseeing the trial was particularly stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. After all, the bear demon was a mid-tier peak-level beast. By all logic, Jiang Chun should have been at a disadvantage. Yet the reality before them defied expectations. Despite his lower cultivation level, Jiang Chun had gained the upper hand with his extraordinary agility and swordsmanship. How is this even possible? Such strength, the disciple muttered to himself, his voice tinged with confusion. The bear demon's condition worsened, its heavy breathing sounding like a broken bellows. Suddenly, it stomped the ground with tremendous force, letting out an ear-splitting roar. In the next instant, crimson flames erupted around its body, and an overwhelming, frenzied aura surged into the sky. Its strength and speed increased exponentially. This was the beast's berserk ability. The disciple's expression changed drastically as he cried out in alarm, "Berserk mode! This bear demon actually knows such a rare skill." The so-called berserk ability was a desperate technique that allowed a beast to burn its essence blood for a temporary but extreme boost in power and speed. However, the cost was immense. Once its essence blood was depleted, the beast would ultimately perish. Few creatures could master such a skill, making it an exceptionally dangerous phenomenon. "Jiang Chun, do you need assistance?" the disciple asked urgently. "This is an extremely rare situation, and considering your lower cultivation level, I could request special permission from the elders to let you continue the trial later." Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he locked eyes with the bear demon. His voice was calm but firm. "No need. I can handle this." As soon as the words left his mouth, he tightened his grip on the black sword. His figure blurred as he dodged the bear demon's berserk strike, then unleashed the tongue-fing sword technique once more. His sword light rained down like a storm, clashing heat-in with the frenzied bear demon, yet he showed no signs of faltering. The spectators were utterly silent, many questioning their own eyes. Could this bear demon still be considered a mere beast? How could even its berserk mode fail to overpower a human with a lower cultivation level? Time ticked by, and the bear demon's aura gradually waned. The crimson flames around it dimmed, its essence blood nearly exhausted. Its massive body swayed unsteadily, while its bloodshot eyes glowed with unyielding madness. In a final act of desperation, it channeled all its remaining strength into one last attack, a ferocious blow aimed directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and with a swift step, he vanished from sight. His extreme shadow step technique reached its peak as he evaded the bear demon's claws. In the blink of an eye, he appeared atop the creature's shoulder. "It's over," Jiang Chen said coldly. Clamping his legs tightly around the bear demon's neck, he raised the black sword high. The blade glinted as it plunged downward, piercing straight through the bear demon's skull. A sickening squelch echoed as fresh blood sprayed into the air, staining Jiang Chen's armor. The bear demon's massive body convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Jiang Chen had successfully slain a mid-tier peak-level beast. The audience was struck dumb, the silence palpable as everyone stared at the scene in shock. Zhao Tianqing's eyes sparkled with admiration before he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! Excellent! To think such a genius has emerged from Xuanwu City." The city lord furrowed his brows, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Elder Jiao, isn't Jiang Chen's martial soul supposed to be a waste, just a mere earth lizard? I confirmed it myself on the day of his awakening. How could he display such prowess?" Zhao Tianqing's gaze deepened, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "If you ask me, his martial soul is no ordinary earth lizard. I suspect it's some kind of rare, mutated martial soul. Mutated martial spirit?" Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. The heads of several families exchanged peculiar glances, their eyes taking on a strange look as they focused on Jiang Chengji. A mutated martial spirit refers to a rare occurrence during the awakening of a martial spirit, where due to innate talent or external factors, the spirit undergoes an unpredictable transformation. The quality of such mutated martial spirits is notoriously difficult to determine. It could degrade from a high-grade martial spirit into a useless one, or it could ascend from a low-grade martial spirit to rival the best. Because of its rarity, a mutated martial spirit is often considered a thing of legend, and few would even think to associate someone with it. But now, with Zhao Tianqing's remark, it was as if a key had been turned, unlocking the mystery in everyone's mind. Exactly. If that weren't the case, how else could one explain Jiang Chen, with his so-called useless martial spirit, breaking through to the martial master stage? And how could he, as a low-tier martial master, have the capability to slay a peak mid-tier demonic beast? One family head murmured in disbelief, his tone filled with astonishment. "So, does this mean Jiang Chen isn't a useless martial spirit holder at all, but rather an exceptionally gifted prodigy?" Another elder's eyes gleamed with excitement, his voice trembling with emotion. "Not just that." Zhao Tianqing stroked his long beard, his tone growing more certain. I even suspect that after its mutation, his martial spirit's quality might rival that of a high-grade martial spirit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat an opponent far above his level at the martial master stage. Furthermore, his talent in martial techniques is likely closely tied to this mutated martial spirit. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with awe and a hint of greed. Zhao Tianqing's analysis had undoubtedly deepened their understanding of Jiang Qin's immense potential. Regardless, with Jiang Qin's current performance, once he joins the Qingyang sect, he will undoubtedly grow rapidly and become a cornerstone of the sect. Zhao Tianqing's eyes sparkled with determination, his tone brimming with confidence. This time, our Qingyang sect has truly struck gold in this small city. The other elders smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. A low-tier martial master slaying a peak mid-tier demonic beast, such strength spoke volumes. Even if their initial assumptions had been wrong, it didn't matter. As long as Jiang Chun joined their sect, they would gain immeasurable value. Zhao Tianqing, despite his earlier misjudgment, had stumbled upon an explanation for Jiang Qin's strength that everyone could accept. Meanwhile, Jiang Chengji's face darkened, his emotions a chaotic mix of regret, anger, and shame. He could feel the complex and cutting gazes from the other family heads around him, their stares like daggers piercing his pride. If Jiang Chun isn't a useless martial spirit holder, then what on earth have I been doing all these years? Jiang Chengji's heart tightened, his thoughts swirling uncontrollably. He had personally driven Jiang Zhan away, causing a rift in his family, and all of it was based on his misjudgment of Jiang Chen. No, I can't let these thoughts distract me. Jiang Chengji took a deep breath, forcing down his turbulent emotions and consoling himself inwardly. Even without Jiang Zhan's branch of the family, I still have Jiang Ming. That boy possesses a 5th-grade martial spirit, and I've been dedicating all my resources to nurturing him. As long as he can gain entry into the Qingyang sect's inner circle, the Jiang family will rise again. But his self-reassurance was futile. When Jiang Chengji glanced at the projection stone and saw Jiang Ming struggling against a mid-tier demonic beast, his faint hope was immediately crushed. Jiang Ming's pitiful performance stood in stark contrast to Jiang Qin's remarkable display. Meanwhile, on Jiang Qin's side, the battle had long since ended. He extracted the beast core from the bear demon's corpse and casually wiped the blood off his black sword. As his gaze swept over the massive body, he frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. Such a large creature, and these bear paws are so tender and juicy. It would be such a waste to leave it all behind, he muttered to himself. After a moment's thought, a faint smile curved Jiang Qin's lips. With a swift motion, he wielded his black sword and neatly severed the bear demon's 4 paws, storing them in his spatial ring. After the assessment is over, they'll bring these back and make a stew for my family. It'll be good nourishment for them, he murmured, his voice calm but tinged with a hint of warmth. With everything taken care of, Jiang Chun wasted no time. Gripping his black sword tightly, he vanished in a flash, heading off in search of his next target. After achieving his first victory in battle, the disciple who had been following Jiang Chun no longer worried about his safety. When Jiang Chun slew another mid-tier peak demonic beast, the disciple stopped following him and instead went to observe the other candidates in the area. Once Jiang Chun confirmed no one was tailing him, a cold smirk appeared on his lips. His figure flickered and disappeared into the dense forest. He quietly returned to the site where he had killed the beasts earlier. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, he swiftly devoured the 2 demonic beasts' corpses. The surge of vital blood coursing through his body made him feel invigorated. After a brief adjustment, he entered a high-efficiency hunting mode. In this forest, any beast below the height tier level became a casualty under Jiang Chen's sword. His blade was sharp and precise, with every strike hitting its mark. He collected the beast's cores and stored them in his spatial ring to avoid losing them during battles. As time passed, Jiang Chen's movements became more fluid, and his hunting efficiency steadily improved. It wasn't until nightfall that he finally stopped, finding a secluded spot to hide. Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Chun focused on the vital blood he had accumulated throughout the day, hundreds of drops in total. As he refined the essence, he could clearly feel his physical body nearing its limit, as if he was brushing against an unseen barrier. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "So this is the peak of the body refinement stage. Unfortunately, my understanding of this path is limited, and there are no related teachings in Xuanwu City. However, Qingyang sect, as one of the 7 great sects of the northern region, should have the techniques I need. Once I join, I must investigate this thoroughly." With that thought in mind, his eyes sharpened, and a surge of fighting spirit welled up within him. During the remaining days of this assessment, I'll hunt as many beasts as possible and strive to break through this bottleneck. If my physical body advances further, my strength will undoubtedly reach a new level. Jiang Chen calculated his next steps, his eyes gleaming with determination. In truth, with his current physical strength, He could likely take down that bear demon in a hand-to-hand fight without sustaining significant injuries. However, he understood that such a display would draw unwanted attention. A young man from a poor, remote town, still at the initial stage of martial mastery, yet capable of defeating mid-tier peak demonic beasts with a powerful physique, such a feat would only invite suspicion about his true capabilities. Better to stay low-key, Jiang Chen murmured with a faint smile, closing his eyes to meditate and recover through the night. At dawn the next day, Jiang Chen ventured into the forest once more, beginning a new round of hunting. Throughout the day, he moved like a ghost through the dense woods of the Zhonglu forest, leaving a trail of demonic beast corpses in his wake. After devouring the beasts, his vital blood surged to over 1,000 drops, and the beast cores piled up in his spatial ring. Each battle honed his skills further, making his strength increasingly unfathomable. Meanwhile, the original pool of over 1,000 candidates had dwindled significantly, with only about 300 remaining. Those who persisted had some degree of strength, capable of defeating beasts of similar rank or accumulating enough points by hunting lower-tier creatures. Jiang Hu and his group, working together, had surprisingly managed to last this long and even collected a fair number of beast cores. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, had barely gathered enough points for entry after several grueling battles. Though dissatisfied, he continued to push himself, striving to climb the rankings. However, with much of the assessment period already elapsed, he still hadn't encountered Jiang Chen. This filled him with smoldering rage, his expression growing darker by the moment. Where do you think Jiang Chen could be hiding? Jiang Ming's eyes were cold, and his tone carried suppressed anger. We've covered so much ground, and this area with mid and low-tier beasts isn't that large. How could he possibly evade us? The two followers beside him exchanged glances, both inwardly sighing. Not finding Jiang Chen was arguably a blessing for them. With their points secured and their passage through the assessment guaranteed, why risk unnecessary trouble? But Jiang Ming let out a cold snort, his gaze flashing with chilling intent. Do you think that brat might have left this area entirely and ventured deeper into the Zhonglu forest? Upon hearing this, the two lackeys immediately shook their heads and said, Impossible. The beasts in the depths of Zhonglu forest are beyond anything we can handle, let alone Jiang Chen. Minga, I think we should just drop it for now. Once we've entered the sect, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. No way. I can't wait that long. Jiang Ming's face darkened, as if a storm cloud had settled over it. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, barely containing the fury burning within him. Jiang Chen and his useless father have been basking in the limelight lately. The reputation of the Jiang family in the Western District is almost overshadowing our main Jiang family. Every day, I hear news about them, and it's driving me crazy. On top of that, Jiang Chen, that piece of trash, has injured me severely multiple times. I can't swallow this humiliation any longer. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a cold, resolute tone. Now that such a perfect opportunity has presented itself, that piece of trash must die. Tomorrow, during the hunt, we'll venture deeper into the forest. I want to see if things will unfold as I suspect. The two lackeys exchanged uneasy glances. Seeing Jiang Ming's almost deranged expression, they dared not argue further and reluctantly nodded in agreement. The next day, the hunting expedition began as scheduled. Jiang Ming pretended to search for prey, while carefully observing the disciples trailing behind. The moment one of them wandered out of sight, he signaled to his two lackeys, and the three of them stealthily made their way deeper into the forest. Luck seemed to be on their side. It wasn't long before they spotted Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen was locked in fierce combat with a mid-tier high-grade beast. The clash of weapons and the beast's roars reverberated through the forest, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Well, just as I thought, this guy really is hunting deep in the forest. Jiang Ming crouched in the shadows, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen. The more he stared, the more his hatred festered. Minga, something's not right. One of the lackeys whispered urgently, his face pale as he observed the beast. That creature doesn't look like a mid to low-grade beast, it's more like a high-grade one. And Jiang Chen's strength, it's definitely not that of a low-level martial artist. The other lackey also looked alarmed and muttered under his breath, Minga, could it be that Jiang Chen has been hiding his true strength all along? Who cares about his strength? Jiang Ming snorted coldly, his eyes filled with malice. Clearly, he had no patience for further discussion. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, Where's the beast lure powder? Hand it over. One of the lackeys quickly passed him a small pouch. Jiang Ming tore it open and scattered the dark powder beneath a tree. Then, he pulled out a bottle of foul-smelling liquid and poured it onto the powder without hesitation. As the liquid seeped in, a nauseating stench filled the air, like the amplified odor of rotting flesh. The smell spread rapidly in all directions. A sinister smile curled Jiang Ming's lips as he muttered, This beast lure powder is the best stimulant for drawing in beasts. Once the scent spreads, it will attract hordes of them in no time. No matter how much Jiang Chen struggles, he won't escape alive surrounded by so many beasts. Let's go. We can't let anyone see us. Jiang Ming turned to leave, his lackeys scrambling to follow. However, just as they took a few steps, a chilling voice rang out from behind them. Where do you think you're going? The voice was as cold as a winter wind, freezing them in their tracks. In the next instant, a figure appeared before them like a ghost. It was Jiang Chen, fresh from slaying the beast. Jiang Chen stood there, gripping a blood-stained blade, his gaze icy and fixed on the trio. A palpable aura of menace radiated from him. He had noticed their presence long before, but he had been occupied with the beast and couldn't act immediately. Once the beast was slain, he had followed the trail of the foul stench to find them. Although Jiang Chen didn't recognize the so-called beast lure powder, he knew Jiang Ming well enough to guess that he was up to no good. Now, Jiang Chen's cold stare bore into them, his killing intent undisguised. Jiang Ming's face turned deathly pale, while the two lackeys were so frightened their legs nearly gave out beneath them. Meanwhile, the nauseating stench had already spread, and faint growls and snarls could be heard from the forest depths. It was clear that beasts had begun to converge on the area. Jiang Ming felt a chill crawl down his spine as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He knew that if they were delayed any longer, none of them would escape unscathed once the beasts arrived. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming forced himself to appear calm and sneered at Jiang Chen. We're just passing by. Why are you stopping me? Are you trying to pick a fight during the assessment? Jiang Chen didn't respond. Instead, his gaze shifted to a spot emitting a foul stench. Though the source was merely a small, unidentifiable object, its stench spread rapidly, filling the air with a pungent odor that made people instinctively wrinkle their noses. A sense of unease crept over Jiang Chen, as his intuition told him this was no ordinary thing. You, a mid-tier martial master, wandering into the depths of the Tsanglu forest, and you are telling me you were just passing by? Jiang Chen's tone was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you take me for a fool? What is that thing over there? Jiang Ming's expression flickered briefly before he masked it with a cold laugh. How should I know? It's not like I put it there. Now move aside and let me pass, or I'll report you for attacking a fellow candidate during the assessment. With that, he turned to leave, motioning his two lackeys to follow. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of letting him go. In a flash, he moved like lightning, delivering a swift kick to Jiang Ming's lower back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Jiang Ming fell in a heap, both humiliated and furious, but when he tried to fight back, he found himself utterly outmatched, unable even to stand up. If you don't know what it is, then stay here and find out with me, Jiang Chen said, a cold smirk tugging at his lips, his eyes glinting with danger. You dared to act during the assessment. This thing's effects must not take long, right? As he spoke, Jiang Chen tore off a piece of cloth and tied it over his nose and mouth with practiced ease. Jiang Ming's face stiffened, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Struggling to his feet, he shouted angrily, Are you kidding me? This is the depths of the Tsanglu forest. I don't have time to waste with you here. But before he could finish speaking, a series of blood-curdling beastly roars echoed from the distance. The sound was deafening, shaking the very forest. Moments later, the ground began to tremble with the thunderous approach of heavy footsteps, growing louder and closer with each passing second. Jiang Ming and his lackeys turned pale, frantically scanning their surroundings. Within moments, nearly 10 demonic beasts emerged from all directions, each one at least a high-tier mid-level beast. Their eyes burned with ferocity, their muscular frames radiating a suffocating aura of power. Seeing this, despair instantly consumed Jiang Ming and his companions. We're done for. I knew we shouldn't have messed around during the assessment. Now we're finished, one of the lackeys exclaimed, collapsing to the ground, his voice trembling with terror and regret. In stark contrast, Jiang Chen remained unervingly calm. He cast a glance at the beasts and let out a cold chuckle. Ah, so it's beast lure powder. Quite the despicable trick. Well then, they'll give you a chance if you want to run. Go ahead and try. Jiang Ming's face darkened with rage as he gritted his teeth. Jiang Chen, don't get cocky. With this many beasts, if I die, you won't make it out alive either. At this, Jiang Chen's smirk deepened. Without hesitation, he grabbed Jiang Ming by the collar and flung him toward the approaching beasts as though discarding trash. Before Jiang Ming could process what had happened, Jiang Chen grabbed one of the lackeys and tossed him in the same direction. You want out? Jiang Chen's piercing gaze fell on the last lackey, his voice low and chilling, carrying an unmistakable threat. No, no, please, spare me. I'm just a nobody. They forced me to help. I had no part in this, the lackey cried, dropping to his knees and trembling uncontrollably as he kowtowed repeatedly. Good. Jiang Chen looked down at him, his voice as cold as ice. Then remember this. Know what to say and what not to say later, Understood, understood. The lackey nodded frantically. It was Jiang Ming's idea. We were just following orders. We didn't know the beast lure powder would cause this. Smart choice, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile, waving him off to hide somewhere nearby. By now, the 10 demonic beasts had gathered together, their eyes filled with hostility toward one another. It's said that 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, let alone 10 beasts of equal strength. Moments later, a deafening roar signaled the start of a chaotic battle. Caught in the crossfire, Jiang Ming and the lackey who had been thrown toward the beasts were the first to fall victim. The beasts vented their fury on them without restraint, tearing, stomping, and ripping them apart until they were nothing more than mangled remains. Jiang Ming's supposedly formidable fifth-tier martial soul proved utterly useless in the face of such overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun moved with ghost-like agility, skillfully evading the beast's attacks. His movements were precise and fluid, always staying just outside their line of sight. This entire scene was captured by several disciples who had just arrived, using projection stones to record everything in vivid detail. Back to the beginning of the chaos. When the 10 demonic beasts caught the scent of the beast lure powder and charged madly toward its source, the nearby disciples immediately sensed the disturbance. The air grew tense, and the faint rustling of the grass and trees seemed to foretell the arrival of danger. There's movement. One disciple furrowed his brows, exchanging a wary glance with a companion not far away. Could it be a beast tide? The other whispered, his voice tinged with unease. Let's check it out. The first disciple made a swift decision and dashed toward the source of the sound without hesitation. His companion didn't dare delay and quickly followed. The 2 moved swiftly through the forest, their steps urgent yet cautious, careful not to alert any lurking threats. In this region teeming with demonic beasts, the appearance of a beast tide was exceedingly rare. Beasts typically claimed their own territories and rarely crossed boundaries, let alone acted collectively. Yet this bizarre commotion during the assessment period was enough to arouse suspicion. Something unusual is definitely going on, both thought simultaneously, quickening their pace. When they arrived at the scene, the sight before them made them draw a sharp breath. Jiang Ming was screaming in agony as a demonic beast tore him in half, his blood splattering and staining the ground. His lackeys fared no better. One was crushed by another beast's claw. The scene was gruesome and stomach-turning. Not far away, Jiang Chun moved like a phantom, narrowly evading the frenzied attacks of the demonic beasts with his exquisite footwork. The tension was palpable, as if he were dancing on the edge of a blade. All of this was clearly captured by the projection stone. Outside the arena, the audience stared intently at the scene, until someone suddenly exclaimed, "Was that Jiang Ming just now?" "It's Jiang Ming," a member of the Jiang clan stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. The next moment, Jiang Zu's enraged roar shook the crowd. "Minger! Minger!" His voice thundered like a storm, his eyes bloodshot with anguish and fury. It felt as if a hammer had struck him on the head, leaving him dizzy and his blood boiling, teetering on the brink of losing control. "Quick, go check it out." Jiang Chengzi's expression darkened as he barked the order, his voice laced with alarm and anger. The other clan heads exchanged complex looks. Though equally shocked, they refrained from speaking and hurriedly prepared to accompany the Jiang family to the scene. However, just as the group was about to move, Jiang Su seemed to lose all reason. He suddenly charged toward the Jiang family's western faction, his eyes blazing red. Drawing his blade, he pointed it directly at Jiang Zhan and roared, "It's you. It must be your wretched son who did this. I'll kill you first to avenge my son." Jiang Zu's fury was terrifying, and he was convinced that his son Jiang Ming's death was inextricably linked to Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had appeared in the projection, Jiang Su was certain he was the culprit. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, he unleashed his wrath upon Jiang Zhan. Seeing this, Jiang Zhan's face turned pale as he retreated repeatedly, cold sweat pouring down his face. Yet Jiang Zu's blade was swift and relentless, closing in with deadly intent. At that critical moment, a silver flash streaked across the air like a meteor. Xiao Tianqing stepped in with his sword, blocking the attack between the 2 men. His voice was cold as he reprimanded, "Attacking someone during the assessment, do you take us for fools?" Jiang Zu's blade was stopped, but his fury remained unabated. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Xiao Tianqing and bellowed, "My lord, my son and that Jiang Chun have long been at odds. Now my son has died such a horrific death, it must have been that little bastard's doing. Are you trying to stop me from avenging my child?" His voice dripped with venom, but he failed to notice Jiang Chengzi's subtle reaction. While no one else was paying attention, Jiang Chengzi quietly took a step back, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Xiao Tianxing's gaze turned icy, his tone brooking no argument. "You've let hatred cloud your judgment. The truth has yet to come to light. How can you so quickly accuse Jiang Chun of being the culprit?" Jiang Zu's fury only grew at these words. He opened his mouth to argue, but was momentarily silenced by the oppressive aura emanating from Zhao Tianqing. Zhao Tianqing interrupted sharply. If there was a grudge, then why was Jiang Ming the one to venture into the forest while Jiang Chen stayed on the outskirts? Those 10 demonic beasts are all of mid-tier and high-grade strength. Don't tell me Jiang Ming had the ability to challenge them. Zhao Tianxing's gaze was piercing, his tone carrying a sharp edge of accusation. Jiang Su faltered under the questioning, his lips moved as if to respond, but no suitable rebuttal came to mind. His eyes flickered with uncertainty before he finally resorted to glaring at Zhao Tianqing with unwilling defiance, clearly still unconvinced. Regardless, we need to uncover the truth before making any judgments. If it truly turns out to be Jiang Qin's fault, I will not show favoritism. His qualification for the trial will be revoked immediately. Zhao Tianqing declared coldly, his words firm and resolute. He then motioned to summon 2 elders, signaling for them to accompany him to the scene. The other family heads exchanged hesitant glances, but ultimately chose to follow. The group quickly made their way to the depths of the forest. By the time they arrived, the chaos had already subsided. The corpses of the 10 demonic beasts lay scattered across the ground, their blood soaking the soil and releasing a pungent stench into the air. 2 disciples were sheathing their swords, their faces still carrying the grim determination of battle. Not far away, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, calmly applying medicinal powder to a wound on his arm, a gash left by a beast's claw. His expression was serene, as if the fight had been nothing more than a routine task. In stark contrast, the atmosphere on the other side was suffocatingly heavy. Jiang Ming and another disciple lay dead, their bodies mangled beyond recognition, covered in savage bite marks from the beasts. Jiang Bin stood trembling next to their corpses, drenched in cold sweat. His eyes darted nervously, as though he was struggling to suppress the terror within. Elder Jiao. The 2 disciples immediately stepped forward to greet Zhao Tianqing and the others, their voices tinged with unease. What happened here? Zhao Tianxing's gaze swept across the scene as he demanded in a deep voice. Reporting to the elder, we haven't conducted a detailed inquiry yet. However, based on initial observations, the demonic beasts were drawn here because someone scattered beast-luring powder in the area. One of the disciples pointed to a patch of soil ahead, which was faintly darkened. The air there carried a sharp, acrid odor, though much of it had already dissipated. Zhao Tianqing followed the disciple's indication, his brows furrowing slightly. He already had some suspicions, but refrained from making any conclusions. Turning his gaze, he fixed his sharp eyes on Jiang Bin, who was trembling uncontrollably. What is your name? Zhao Tianxing's voice was devoid of emotion, cold and commanding. Jiang Bin, struck by the intensity of Zhao Tianxing's stare, collapsed to his knees, his voice trembling as he replied, Elder, my name is Jiang Bin. You were accompanying Jiang Ming. Do you know what happened here? Be warned, not lie. If you break the rules, I have the authority to execute violators on the spot. Zhao Tianxing's tone was icy, carrying an undeniable authority. Jiang Bin kept his head low, his shoulders shaking as he avoided Jiang Zu's murderous glare. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to steel himself before speaking in a trembling voice. It was Jiang Ming. Before the trial began, he made us purchase beast-luring powder. He instructed us to scatter it near Jiang Chen if we encountered him, so the beast would attack and kill him. But the powder dispersed faster than expected. As soon as we scattered it, the beasts surrounded us, leaving no time to escape. You despicable traitor! What did Jiang Chen offer you to make you spout such lies? He'll kill you. Jiang Su, furious beyond reason, unsheathed his sword and charged at Jiang Bin, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Stand down! Zhao Tianqing snapped, his voice like a thunderclap. His sword flashed, releasing a sharp burst of sword energy that shattered Jiang Zu's blade in an instant. The force sent Jiang Su stumbling backward, his face pale with fear, and he dared not make another move. Returning his sword to its sheath, Zhao Tianqing cast a cold look at Jiang Bin. How can you prove what you're saying is true? Jiang Bin hurriedly kowtowed, his tone frantic. The beast-luring powder was purchased from a Jiang family pharmacy in the northern market. There should be records there. Elder Jiao, I only did this because Jiang Ming forced me. He wields great power within the Jiang family, and my father is under Jiang Zu's command. If I disobeyed, my father would have been stripped of his position, or even sent to the mines as punishment. I beg you, Elder Jiao, please show mercy for my confession and grant me a chance. If I fail to enter Qingyang sect, both my father and I will face the Jiang family's wrath. Jiang Bin's forehead hit the ground repeatedly, each impact producing a dull thud. Blood soon seeped from the wounds on his forehead, and his voice, tinged with sobs, was filled with desperation. Zhao Tianqing frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before nodding slowly. Considering that you were merely an accomplice, I am not an unreasonable man. This time, you will be marked with a demerit. But hear me clearly, if you ever engage in wrongdoing again, There will be no leniency. As one of Jiang Ming's lackeys, Jiang Bin was no weakling himself. But now, entangled in Jiang Ming's scheme and suffering the consequences, his heart was filled with regret. At the same time, he could only feel a faint sense of relief at being granted one last chance to redeem himself. Hearing Elder Zhao's words, Jiang Bin, who had narrowly escaped death, felt his fear instantly transform into overwhelming gratitude. Dropping to his knees, he bowed his head to the ground with a heavy thud, his trembling voice filled with emotion. "Thank you, Elder. Thank you for giving me this chance. I will never forget it." The sound of his forehead striking the ground was clear, as though he was pouring all his remorse and gratitude into that single act. The onlookers from Xuanwu City couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions at the scene. Some sighed quietly. Elder Jiao truly has a compassionate heart to even give someone like him another chance. Others frowned and muttered under their breath, "If it were up to us, we wouldn't have let him off so easily." He and Jiang Ming should both have been punished severely. Elder Jiao, however, remained calm and composed, his expression unchanging. He gave a slight nod before turning to Jiang Su. His tone was steady yet carried an undeniable authority. "The matter has been investigated. The records from the apothecary will confirm the truth. While the actions of Jiang Ming and his family should face thorough scrutiny and punishment, Jiang Ming is already dead, and Jiang Chun has not suffered substantial harm. This matter ends here. No further disputes will be tolerated." Though Elder Jiao's words were not loud, they carried the weight of an iron decree, leaving no room for argument. Jiang Zu's face turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Jiang Qin, as though he wanted to tear him apart. Yet, with Elder Jiao present, Jiang Su could do nothing but suppress his anger, swallowing his resentment. He knew well that provoking Elder Jiao further would be unwise. Neither he nor the Jiang family could afford to challenge the authority of the Qingyang sect. Seeing that no one else spoke, Elder Jiao turned with a wave of his sleeve and left with his disciples, his tall and steady figure exuding an unshakable presence. His departure brought an immediate and solemn silence to the crowd. Jiang Bin lifted his head, his expression complicated. He cupped his hands toward Jiang Chun and said softly, "Thank you, young Master Jiang." Without waiting for a response, he turned and left. His steps were unsteady, yet his movements carried a sense of relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted. He knew all that remained was to find a safe place to wait out the rest of the assessment and secure his spot as an outer disciple of the Qingyang sect. Jiang Chun watched Jiang Bin depart, his face impassive. Tightening his grip on the sword in his hand, his gaze turned cold as he resumed his journey deeper into the forest. "I can't stop now, not until I claim first place," he murmured to himself, his steps resolute. Time passed quietly until the sound of a whistle marked the end of the assessment. Disciples overseeing the event blew their whistles, summoning all participants to gather outside the forest. After a thorough head count, the results were tallied. Only a little over 80 candidates had passed the rigorous test. Those who failed had either perished during the trial or failed to accumulate enough points. The successful candidates were a mix of elation and relief, their faces alight with joy that they could barely contain. Nearby, several elders of the Qingyang sect observed the group. One elder smiled and remarked, "The pass rate from Xuanwu City has indeed improved significantly this year. Last time, fewer than 20 passed the assessment, but this time, we have over 80. "Indeed," another elder nodded in agreement. "For a test held only once every 5 years, this result is remarkable, especially considering one of the candidates possesses a mutated martial soul. Its potential remains uncertain, but it's certainly something to look forward to." As one of the 7 great sects of the northern region, the Qingyang sect typically admitted only around 1,000 disciples each recruitment cycle. For a small city like Xuanwu, it was rare for more than 50 candidates to pass. This year's numbers were an extraordinary achievement. Though the elders knew this outcome was partly due to the involvement of a certain alchemy master, the results were already set and could only be accepted. "Now, we'll see who claims the top 10 spots," one elder said with a smile, his eyes glinting with anticipation. "Tomorrow we still have the alchemy assessment. Hopefully, we can recruit some outstanding alchemists this year. If so, this year's mission will be considered a success," the elder in charge of the alchemy disciples said with a smile, stroking his beard. His tone carried a hint of anticipation. Another elder, hearing this, smiled faintly and agreed, "Indeed, the future of the sect depends on these fresh talents. All right then, let's wait for the disciples to tally their points and see who takes the top spot." Zhao Tianqing glanced around the hall, his gaze finally landing on Jiang Chun. This young man appeared ordinary on the surface, yet his eyes revealed a sense of steadiness and sharpness. Zhao Tianqing had previously predicted that Jiang Chen possessed a mutated martial soul, and the more he observed, the more certain he became that his intuition was correct. This boy might bring forth unexpected surprises. Time slipped by quietly. As the scores of the 80-plus disciples were tallied one by one, the final rankings were gradually revealed under the eager gazes of the crowd. The top 100 would all receive rewards, and since only a little over 80 disciples participated in the assessment, it meant that everyone would be rewarded. For a moment, joy lit up the faces of the disciples, especially those who initially thought they had no chance of making the top 100. They were so thrilled that some nearly jumped with excitement. With rewards in hand, their path to establishing themselves within the sect would undoubtedly become smoother. However, the real focus was on the announcement of the top 10. The steward responsible for announcing the rankings cleared his throat and solemnly declared, the 10th place in this assessment Jiang Hu, with a score of 1,900 points. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in an uproar. All eyes turned toward Jiang Zhan and Jiang Chengji. Jiang Chengji, in particular, turned pale with anger. None of them had expected that Jiang Hu, who had left the Jiang family of the Northern District to join the Jiang family of the Western District, would manage to break into the top 10. Jiang Zhan, on the other hand, burst into hearty laughter, his face full of pride, as if savoring a long-awaited triumph. In stark contrast, Jiang Chengji's expression was as bitter as if he'd swallowed a mouthful of bile. He had funneled the family's resources into Jiang Ming, hoping he would become an inner sect disciple. Yet Jiang Ming had fallen, while Jiang Hu, whom he had always underestimated, had risen to prominence. What made it even harder for him to accept was the likelihood that Jiang Qin might also make it into the top 10. Such an outcome was tantamount to a resounding slap in Jiang Chengji's face. Jiang Hu himself was stunned, his face full of disbelief. He had thought that 1,900 points were his absolute limit, especially since he had spent much of his remaining time assisting his brothers in hunting. He hadn't even dared to hope for the top 10, yet here he was, standing out with this score. Instinctively, he turned to look at Jiang Qin, his heart filled with gratitude. Without Jiang Qin's guidance and support, he would never have come this far. As the rankings continued to be announced, most of the top 10 came from the 4 great families, prompting the family heads to exchange congratulations and compliments. Their words carried subtle flattery toward Jiang Zhan, as if they had already acknowledged his elevated status. Jiang Zhan's smile grew even brighter, while Jiang Chengji's face darkened like a storm cloud. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he glared at Jiang Qin, as though wishing he could devour him alive. Second place, Luo Xiao, with a score of 2,300 points. When the second place name was announced, Luo Xiao, holding a long spear, wore a complex expression. Instead of showing joy, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Qin, as if he had an inkling of what was to come. The next moment, the steward's voice rang out again, this time with a hint of excitement and disbelief. First place, Jiang Qun, with a score of 5,800 points. The announcement plunged the hall into dead silence, as though time had momentarily frozen. Then, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. Even the elders couldn't hide their shock. 5,800 points? That was more than double the second-place score. According to the scoring rules, a mid-tier high-grade beast was worth 70 points, and a mid-tier peak-grade beast was worth 100 points. To achieve this score, at least 50 peak-grade beasts would need to be slain. A young boy, previously dismissed as possessing a waste martial soul, now exhibiting such terrifying strength? Could it be, as Zhao Tianqing had suggested, that Jiang Qin's martial soul had mutated, granting him extraordinary talent? Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. Zhao Tianqing burst into hearty laughter, unable to contain his excitement. Today, our Qingyang sect has gained a true genius. This is truly a blessing. This year's recruitment can be considered a complete success. His gaze burned as he looked at Jiang Qun, already envisioning him as a pillar of the sect's future. Such an achievement was rare even across all assessments, and Jiang Qun had accomplished it as a newly awakened disciple this year. It was nothing short of extraordinary. The assessment concluded, and Zhao Tianqing, clad in a white robe, stood atop the high platform. His gaze swept across the more than 80 individuals below as his voice rang out like a resonating bell. From this day forward, you are disciples of the Qingyang sect. After the alchemy assessment concludes tomorrow, I will personally lead you back to the sect. His tone was firm and powerful, carrying an air of authority with a touch of encouragement. Outer sect disciples will train in designated areas, while inner sect disciples will be assigned mentors upon returning to the sect. Today, we will distribute some initial resources for newcomers. Make good use of them, train diligently, and prepare your belongings for when we summon you. As his words fell, everyone responded in unison, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Zhao Tianqing gave a slight nod of approval and instructed the disciples beside him to begin distributing the rewards. Jiang Chun also received his share of the resources. What was handed to him was a heavy chest. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of 100 palm-sized, pristine white spirit jades, each emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. It was as though a refreshing current flowed into Jiang Chen's senses. As he gently touched them, he realized that the energy within the jades was not only directly absorbable, but also incredibly pure, far surpassing the spiritual energy drawn from the natural world. Are these spirit stones? Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. In the cultivation world, spirit stones were a universal currency, both a crucial resource for cultivation and a primary medium for transactions. Yet, in a small place like Xuanwu City, spirit stones were exceedingly rare, often monopolized by powerful families and rarely seen in the market. Today was Jiang Chen's first time witnessing spirit stones with his own eyes. In addition to the spirit jades, the chest also held several neatly arranged jade bottles on top. Inside were second-grade qi gathering pills, second-grade sea clearing pills, and a bottle of second-grade breakthrough pills. However, to Jiang Chen, these pills were rather ordinary. As an alchemist himself, his standards far exceeded those of the average person. After a cursory glance, he set them aside, already planning to distribute them to others in the future. At that moment, one of the Qingyang sect disciples responsible for handing out rewards approached Jiang Chen and presented him with a wooden token engraved with the characters Qingyang. The disciple spoke solemnly, "Junior brother Jiang, this is only part of your reward. You are entitled to 500 lower-grade spirit stones, of which 100 are being issued now. The remaining 400 will be provided after you join the sect. Additionally, 5 bottles of pills are yet to be distributed. Beyond that, you may visit the sect's martial arts pavilion to select 3 advanced yellow-tier martial techniques and 1 cultivation technique suited to you. This token serves as proof for claiming your resources and techniques, so please keep it safe." Jiang Chen nodded, storing the token and spirit stones in his storage ring before turning to rejoin his family's group. At that moment, Jiang Hu, Jiang Wang, and the others were excitedly chatting with their relatives. Seeing Jiang Chen return, they quickly came to greet him. "Brother Chen, we all passed," Jiang Wang exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement and his voice unable to conceal his joy. "Good, well done," Jiang Chen responded with a slight nod, a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. It seems all the hard work over the past days has paid off. He glanced around at the family members gathered nearby, a sense of pride welling up in his heart. In Xuanwu City, there was likely no other family that could rival the Jiang family. This time, 7 members of the Jiang family had passed the assessment, with 2 even qualifying directly for the inner sect. Such an achievement would undoubtedly force the city's powerhouses to re-evaluate the Jiang family. From now on, no one would dare to provoke them lightly, knowing the wrath of 7 Qingyang sect disciples could not be taken lightly. And this was precisely why Jiang Chen had selflessly helped his family members. He understood that only a strong family could provide a solid foundation for his future rise. "Brother Chen." Suddenly, Jiang Hu stepped forward, his expression serious but tinged with excitement. "We've discussed it and decided that the sect rewards we received should go to you." With that, he held out his reward chest and wooden token with both hands, offering them to Jiang Chen. The others followed suit, taking out their resources and earnestly expressing their willingness to entrust them to Jiang Chen for distribution. Among these, the spirit stones awarded to Jiang Hu, combined with the ones yet to be distributed, totaled 300. The others received less than 100 each. However, even when added together, the total still exceeded the reward Jiang Chen received. Jiang Hu held the 300 spirit stones in both hands, his expression complex, and solemnly presented them to Jiang Chen. The others also gathered their spirit stones and wooden tokens, their gazes carrying a hint of determination, as if participating in a sacred ritual. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, waving his hand dismissively. "What are you all doing? I don't lack cultivation resources. These spirit stones are for you to keep and use. Take them back." Jiang Hu, however, showed no sign of backing down. He shook his head firmly, his tone resolute and sincere. "Brother Chen, we all know in our hearts. The pills you've provided us over these days are worth far more than these spirit stones. Without you, we wouldn't even have set foot in Qingyang sect. Even giving you all these spirit stones couldn't repay your kindness, but we are willing to follow you to the ends of the earth, even at the cost of our lives." Jiang Hu's voice wasn't loud, but every word was powerful and heartfelt. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with gratitude and determination. Their parents stood nearby, smiling with relief at these words. One elder spoke softly, "Chun'er, this is their way of showing their gratitude. You should accept it. In the future, if you need anything, feel free to ask them. Besides, we believe that following you will give them a brighter future than going it alone." Jiang Chen was about to refuse again when Jiang Zhan interrupted with a hearty laugh. "Come on now, you're all acting like strangers, being so polite. If someone who didn't know better saw this, they'd think you're from 2 different families." Everyone quickly waved their hands, explaining in unison, "No, no, that's not it." Seeing this, Jiang Chen paused for a moment before nodding. "All right, since you're so insistent, I'll accept them. But take back these ordinary pills, I don't need them. Also, divide my share of pills among yourselves. Just remember, don't rely on them too often. The impurities might hinder your cultivation." With that, He took the spirit stones and wooden tokens from Jiang Hu and the others, then handed over his share of pills. Upon seeing this, they beamed with joy and gratefully accepted the pills. They knew full well that the spirit stones and sect allocations were secondary. No matter how powerful Qingyang sect was, it wouldn't provide top-grade pills to disciples with average talent. Following Jiang Qin, on the other hand, was the real opportunity. Jiang Qin's actions were a clear acknowledgement of them. After the distribution was settled, Jiang Zhan clapped his hands and laughed. All right, now that the loot's been divided, let's head back. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a small figure darted out from the crowd. It was Xiao Shuer, who spread her arms wide and called out, "Big brother, hug me." Jiang Qian bent down, scooping her up into his arms, gently swaying her as a doting smile appeared on his face. "Shuer, why do you suddenly want a hug?" Xiao Shuer pouted, looking slightly upset. "Because Big Brother is leaving in a few days. Mother said we don't know how long it'll be until you come back again. Of course, I want to spend more time with you." Jiang Qin ruffled her hair, smiling as he comforted her. "Don't worry, Qingyang sect isn't far. I'll come back often." Though he said this, Jiang Qian was well aware that often was relative. The journey from Qingyang sect to Xuanwu City would take 3 days at full speed, even on a mid-grade silver-scaled horned horse. To make the trip faster, he'd need either a higher cultivation level or a more powerful mount. In theory, if he could break through to the martial lord realm, this distance would be trivial. Xiao Shuer, however, seemed oblivious to the deeper meaning of his words. She pulled out a bulging pouch from her pocket, her face lighting up with pride. "Big brother, when you were taking the assessment, I placed a bet on you to win." Jiang Qian was momentarily stunned before chuckling. "Oh, and how much did you win?" 20,000 taels. Xiao Shuer proudly held up 2 fingers, her little face brimming with satisfaction. "Those bad guys all bet against you, but I believe my big brother would definitely win." Jiang Qian laughed, pinching her cheek gently. "That's impressive. Keep the money safe and use it to buy something you want later." Xiao Shuer nodded seriously, her little mind already planning ahead. "Of course. I'm going to use it to buy pills when I awaken at 10 years old. Then I'll join Qingyang sect too and see how well you're doing there." Her tone carried a touch of youthful ambition, as if she could already envision herself as a cultivator. Jiang Chun couldn't help but smile warmly at her words, holding her a bit tighter. In his heart, he silently vowed that no matter what the future held, he would always protect his family. The conclusion of the Qingyang sect's disciple assessment was like a massive stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of shock throughout Xuanwu City. The results of the assessment spread at lightning speed to every corner of the city, and each name on the list became the hottest topic of conversation. Among all the buzz, the West District Jiang family undoubtedly garnered the most attention. Once seen as a marginalized and almost traitorous family, they had now risen with thunderous momentum, becoming the focus of everyone's gaze. The emergence of 2 inner disciples not only brought honor to the family, but also elevated their status significantly. While they had yet to truly challenge the dominance of the 5 great families, public opinion had begun to place the West District Jiang family on an equal footing with them. In stark contrast was the decline of the North District Jiang family. Once held in high esteem, they had now become the laughingstock of Xuanwu City. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Chengji really outsmarted himself." A middle-aged cultivator laughed loudly, slapping the table in a tavern and drawing the attention of those around him. Lowering his voice, he continued, "I heard he used to suppress Jiang Qin's family in every way possible, driving the real genius away while pouring all the family's resources into that good-for-nothing, Jiang Ming. And what happened? Jiang Ming not only failed the assessment but died so miserably that there wasn't even a trace left of him. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin is now an inner disciple of the Qingyang sect, with a rare mutated martial soul. His talent surpasses Jiang Ming's by countless leagues. Fate works in mysterious ways," another person sighed, shaking his head. If Jiang Ming hadn't provoked Jiang Qian during the assessment, things might have turned out very differently. But it's too late for regrets now. The West District Jiang family has completely turned the tables this time. In a few years, when Jiang Qian and the others return after their training in the Qingyang sect, the family's strength might even rival the 5 great families. Rival? They might even surpass them. Someone eagerly chimed in. "I heard Jiang Qian has already caught the attention of a Qingyang sect elder. That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think we should start building ties with the West District Jiang family. Who knows, we might get to ride their coattails and benefit from their rise. Don't forget about the North District Jiang family," a voice murmured cautiously, tinged with concern. "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Jiang Qingji is still a martial master, and their family has many skilled fighters. What if they decide to take their anger out on us?" "Huh, what's there to fear?" the middle-aged cultivator sneered. "No matter how strong they are, a family without a future is doomed to decline. Jiang Chengji himself is barely holding on. He doesn't have the energy to trouble us." Rumors and speculation swirled throughout Xuanwu City as the positions of the West and North District Jiang families began to subtly shift. The once dominant North District Jiang family was now seen as a dying beast, while the West District Jiang family, newly rising, was hailed as the next big power. This assessment had not only reshaped the fates of these two families, but also subtly altered the power dynamics of Xuanwu City. Within the North District Jiang family, tensions simmered beneath the surface. Many clan members began to question their earlier choices, wondering if they too could have shared in the glory had they, like Jiang Tong's family, decisively severed ties. Yet with the situation still unsettled, and the ripples of the assessment still spreading, unease pervaded the Jiang family. In the study of the family head, the atmosphere was stifling. Jiang Chengji sat rigidly in his chair, his expression dark and his gaze coldly fixed on Jiang Su, who stood before him. The room was deathly silent, as though a storm was about to erupt at any moment. Father, Minger's death is highly suspicious. Jiang Su suddenly broke the silence, his voice trembling with suppressed anger and frustration. He was a smart child. Even if he really did target that little brat, how could he possibly allow himself to end up in a dangerous situation? Jiang Su stood in the center of the study, his face ashen, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His voice was low, but it carried an uncontrollable fury. That little brat must have noticed something unusual and took advantage of the situation to push Minger into harm's way. Now that your grandson has been devoured by beasts, we can't just let this go. I must make that brat's entire family pay with their lives for my son's death. His eyes burned with anger and resentment, but beneath it all was a deep sense of loss. After years of effort, he had groomed such a bright and promising son, even envisioning Jiang Ming rising to prominence and becoming the next head of the Jiang family. Yet now, all of it had crumbled to dust. Jiang Ming had died in such a senseless and unjust way, shattering all his hopes and dreams. How could he possibly accept this? However, seated calmly behind the desk was Jiang Chengji, who remained composed throughout. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. No. Jiang Zhan's family, after all, they are still part of the Jiang family. Jiang Ming acted on his own and brought this upon himself. What right do we have to lay blame on Jiang Zhan's family? As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Su felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He jerked his head up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Jiang Chengji. Father, what do you mean by this? What do you mean there's no reason to blame Jiang Zhan's family? My son was killed because of them. Isn't revenge the most natural course of action? Jiang Chengji shook his head, his gaze turning deep and cold. He slowly stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Suer, you are the eldest son of the Jiang family. You must think of the bigger picture for the sake of the family. Last time, it was my misjudgment and poor decision-making that forced your brother to leave the family. Now, with so many talents from our Jiang family entering the Qingyang sect, we should be celebrating, not tearing ourselves apart over trivial matters. At that moment, Jiang Qingji seemed to grow taller, his presence more imposing. His gaze swept over Jiang Su, calm yet tinged with complexity. At his core, he was still the patriarch who prioritized the prosperity of the Jiang family above all else. While Jiang Ming's death pained him, it also opened his eyes to one undeniable truth: Jiang Qin's potential. To him, the answer to who held the Jiang family's future was now crystal clear. Jiang Su's face alternated between shades of green and white. He couldn't accept Jiang Qingji's sudden change in stance, nor could he reconcile with the fact that Jiang Ming's death had led to this outcome. He shouted angrily, Father, how can you be so fickle? Jiang Zhan's family has already left the Jiang clan. They're no longer one of us. By rights, we should cleanse the family and eliminate these traitors as a warning to others. But from what you're saying, it seems like you intend to bring them back instead. Jiang Chengji let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp. Of course, I intend to bring them back. No matter what, they are still my blood. How could I ever truly cast them out? The future of this family, its inheritance, and all it stands for must be entrusted to a worthy successor. Your son is dead. Or do you want to see the Jiang family collapse because of your grudges? Before Jiang Qingji's words had fully landed, his overwhelming aura as a martial master descended like a mountain, causing Jiang Su's face to pale and his stance to falter. He opened his mouth to argue, but the immense pressure churned his blood, forcing a mouthful of blood to spew forth as he staggered and collapsed onto the ground. In that moment, the tables had turned. The anger and despair that Jiang Zhan and Jiang Feng had once felt in this very study now came crashing down on Jiang Su, but this time, it was even more intense and devastating. Jiang Chengji looked down at Jiang Su coldly, his tone devoid of emotion. I know you want to avenge your foolish son, but I've made my decision. You will not interfere in this matter. Your grudge against Jiang Zhan's branch has gone on long enough. From today onward, keep your distance. Do not return, and do not provoke them further, lest you deepen the rift. If you defy me, I won't show any mercy. Jiang Chengji's words struck Jiang Su like a hammer to the chest. Clutching at his heart, Jiang Su's eyes bulged as if they would pop out of their sockets. His lips quivered, but he couldn't utter a single word. Finally, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the floor in a dead faint. Jiang Chengji frowned slightly and called out coldly, "Someone, take Jiang Su away." Jiang Zhan wasted no time after the family returned from the wilderness. He immediately began preparations for a grand banquet to celebrate Jiang Qin's success in passing the Qingyang sect's examination. Jiang Zhan's actions were swift and efficient, leaving no room for delay. To mark the occasion, he extravagantly booked several of the most renowned restaurants in Xuanwu City, lining banquet tables from one end of the street to the other. The event was nothing short of opulent. As word spread, influential figures from both inside and outside Xuanwu City scrambled to send representatives bearing lavish gifts to congratulate the Jiang family. The turnout far exceeded that of the previous occasion when the Jiang family sold medicinal pills. Moreover, the caliber of the attendees was significantly higher, signaling the Jiang family's growing prominence in Xuanwu City. True to his character, Jiang Zhan greeted every guest warmly, showing equal respect regardless of their status. As the crowd continued to gather, the festive atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The climax of the event came when the heads of the city's four great families made their appearances in person, instantly elevating the banquet to its peak. The streets were filled with laughter and cheers. "Ha ha ha, Master Jiang." Bai Zhongyuan, one of the family heads, raised his glass with a hearty laugh. "Today, some of our children have also been admitted to the inner sect. It seems we'll have to support each other and face the future together." Jiang Zhan quickly raised his glass in response, his smile broadening. "Master Bai, you're absolutely right. Our Jiang family is just starting out and wouldn't dare compare itself to you distinguished families. I hope our younger generation can learn from each other and grow together in the sect." The family heads exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Bai Zhongyuan chuckled and added, "Well said. As fellow residents of Xuanwu City, we should naturally foster closer ties. And as for the Jiang family, though you're new to the scene, with our alliance, how could we ever leave you out of any good opportunities?" These words filled Jiang Zhan with delight. An alliance with these prominent families would not only solidify the Jiang family's foothold in Xuanwu City, but also pave the way for expansion into external markets. The future of the Jiang family seemed brighter than ever. As the group continued to drink and converse, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. After some time, the family heads, citing their own banquets to host, excused themselves one by one. Jiang Zhan personally escorted them to the street's entrance. Upon his return, he noticed that representatives from the city lord's mansion had arrived. Straightening his clothes, Jiang Zhan stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Jiang Zhan humbly welcomes the esteemed representatives. The leader of the delegation offered a polite smile and gestured for Jiang Zhan to rise. "Master Jiang, there's no need for such formality. We're here on behalf of the city lord to extend our congratulations and present a gift." With that, one of the attendants stepped forward and respectfully handed over the gift. Jiang Zhan expressed his gratitude repeatedly, but the delegation leader suddenly turned to Jiang Qin, his tone taking on a more serious note. "Young Master Jiang Qin, the city lord asked me to convey his apologies. During your awakening ceremony, he misjudged the situation, which led to the treatment you received. He deeply regrets this oversight and has asked me to personally deliver his apologies." The crowd fell silent at these words. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Zhan's face, though he quickly lowered his head to conceal his emotions. The city lord of Qiyang, a noble of unparalleled status in Xuanwu City and a descendant of the great Qi royal bloodline, had chosen to apologize to a young member of the Jiang family. Even if the apology was delivered through a subordinate, it was an astonishing gesture. Jiang Qin, however, remained composed. He nodded slightly and replied calmly, "Please thank the city lord for his kindness. If given the opportunity, I will personally visit to express my gratitude." The representative seemed pleased with Jiang Qin's response and nodded before departing with his entourage. Watching them leave, Jiang Zhan collected himself and turned to Jiang Qin with a serious expression. "Chainer, while you've passed the Qingyang sect's examination, you must stay humble and focused. Diligent cultivation is the only path forward. Your talent far surpasses mine, don't let it go to waste." Jiang Qin met his father's gaze, his eyes steady and his tone resolute. "Father, you know my character. Becoming a martial artist is merely the first step on the path of cultivation. I have a long journey ahead and will not allow myself to falter." Hearing this, Jiang Zhan nodded in satisfaction, his face glowing with pride. At that moment, Jiang Tong suddenly walked in from outside, wearing a peculiar expression as he said to Jiang Zhan, "Master, Jiang Chengji, the head of the Jiang family in the northern district, has come to congratulate you." "What?" Jiang Zhan was momentarily stunned, his brows furrowing deeply. As soon as these words were spoken, not only he and Jiang Chun, but also the surrounding guests and other family members showed expressions of shock. "Jiang Chengji? The mere mention of this name stirred waves in everyone's hearts. By all logic, someone like him should not only avoid attending such an occasion but should have no contact whatsoever. Yet now, not only had he come, but judging from Jiang Tong's tone, he had come to offer congratulations? This left everyone utterly baffled. It was Jiang Chengji who had forced Jiang Zhan's branch of the family into such a corner that they had no choice but to split off and establish themselves independently. Now, for him to suddenly show up with congratulations, his intentions seemed far too suspicious. "Well, go take a look." Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had an inkling of what was going on, and prepared to step forward. However, Jiang Zhan placed a firm hand on his shoulder and said in a low voice, "No need, let me handle this. Let's see what tricks this old man is up to today." Though Jiang Zhan's expression remained calm, the faint tremble in his fingers betrayed the turmoil in his heart. Years of entanglements and grievances had long since eroded any remaining familial affection he might have felt for Jiang Chengji. At this point, he didn't even bother to call him father. With that, Jiang Zhan strode out, and Jiang Chun followed silently behind him. Meanwhile, the surrounding guests, upon hearing the news, stirred with curiosity and excitement, eagerly following along to see the drama unfold. When the group arrived outside the residence, they saw Jiang Chengji standing at the gate, surrounded by an impressive array of gifts. He wore a broad smile, directing his steward, Wang Siping, to report the gift list to the record keeper. Pills, silver, rare herbs, properties, techniques. Every item was of extraordinary value, enough to make any family green with envy. Seeing this, Jiang Zhan's face darkened instantly. In a cold tone, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Hearing his voice, Jiang Chengji turned around, his smile growing even wider as if he hadn't noticed the chill in Jiang Zhan's tone. He stepped forward and said in a relaxed manner, "Oh, my boy, your father comes all this way, and you don't even greet me properly? And now you question me in this tone? What's this? After leaving the Jiang family, you think you've grown wings and no longer want to acknowledge me as your father?" These words caused an uproar among the onlookers, their eyes filled with astonishment and disdain. What exactly was this old man up to? It was he who had originally driven Jiang Zhan and his family to the brink, yet here he was acting as though he were a caring father. The sheer absurdity of it all was laughable. Jiang Qingji seemed to realize that he might have gone a bit too far, so he adjusted his tone and continued, "Zhanair, don't worry. Your father isn't here to cause trouble. Even though you've left the Jiang family, blood is thicker than water. In my heart, you will always be my best son." These words sent chills down the spines of those present, deepening the confusion in their hearts. What was the meaning of this sudden display of affection? Was it because Jiang Qian was starting to show promise, and he wanted to curry favor? But if that were the case, wouldn't it be more appropriate to do so privately? Why humiliate himself in front of such a crowd? Could he really have no shame? Hearing this, Jiang Zhan's expression faltered for a moment, but quickly resumed its steely demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he replied in a firm tone, "Father, since we've already split from the family, we are no longer part of the same household. If you're here to congratulate Chainer on passing his assessment, I appreciate the sentiment. But as for these gifts, you should take them back. There are still many descendants in the family awaiting their awakening. They need these resources far more than we do." Jiang Chengji, however, merely chuckled and shook his head, speaking in a measured tone, "Zhanair, there's no need to be so harsh. I admit I've made mistakes in the past, but those decisions were all for the sake of the family's growth. One day, this family will be handed over to your generation. I only hope that when my time comes, I can leave knowing the family is thriving." He paused, his gaze burning as he looked at Jiang Zhan, and continued, "I've already made up my mind. The two branches of the Jiang family in the northwest will merge once again, and I will appoint you as the acting head of the family. When my time comes, you will naturally take over as the head. Our personal differences shouldn't affect the well-being of the entire family, right?" Jiang Chengzi's words were firm and resolute, as though everything was already settled. However, those present were left utterly stunned, their minds reeling. What on earth was this old fox scheming? As Jiang Chengzi's words fell, the room was immediately filled with the murmurs of the guests. Was Jiang Chengji really capable of making such a decision? If memory served, Jiang Chengji was only just over 100 years old, and a Wuzong practitioner typically had a lifespan of at least 300 years. Was he truly willing to relinquish his power? But what choice did he have? Jiang Chen's performance in the assessment was nothing short of extraordinary. On top of that, the Jiang family of the Western District had the support of a master alchemist, making them far more promising than the declining Jiang family of the Northern District. Jiang Chengji had only himself to blame. If he had provided Jiang Chun with even a fraction of cultivation resources earlier, none of this would have happened. And now he was trying to salvage the situation. Exactly. Even if he wanted to bet everything on Jiang Ming, he shouldn't have alienated the rest of the clan, someone murmured. The surrounding whispers grew louder. Jiang Chengzi's face twitched slightly, but he ignored the comments and turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhan. His expression was complex, though he tried to maintain a calm demeanor. Zhanair, have you thought it through? This is the biggest concession I can offer. Jiang Chengji looked deeply at Jiang Zhan, his tone carrying a mix of weariness and earnestness. From this day forward, your elder brother will no longer appear before you. As long as you bring the clan members back home, you will be the acting head of the Jiang family. Additionally, I will ensure that your branch receives adequate resources and the previous neglect will not happen again. Though his voice was not loud, it carried a heavy weight, as if he was putting forth his final, heartfelt plea. However, Jiang Zhan's gaze remained as cold as frost, unmoved by the sincerity in his father's words. Father, there's no need to say more. After all these years, I've come to understand you well enough. Jiang Zhan stood tall, his eyes meeting Jiang Chengzi's directly. His voice was sharp and unyielding, like the edge of a blade. An acting head? That means nothing. I've already established myself and the clan members in the Western District. Unless you're willing to hand over the position of clan head to me, I won't be returning. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in shock. Guests exchanged astonished glances, some even gasping audibly. Jiang Zhan dared to be so blunt, openly revealing his ambition without any pretense. Jiang Chengzi's face darkened instantly, his expression twisting with anger. He had thought that offering the role of acting head was already a significant compromise, but to his dismay, Jiang Zhan's appetite was far greater, wanted to take over completely. You want to be the clan head? I'm not dead yet. Jiang Chengzi's eyes widened in fury, his voice trembling with restrained rage. And besides, do you think that with just a few disciples from Qingyang sect, you're qualified to inherit such a vast legacy? Don't forget Thief only just passed the entrance assessment. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Father, please leave. Jiang Zhan's tone remained indifferent, as if Jiang Chengzi's anger couldn't shake his resolve in the slightest. He turned to Jiang Tong beside him and instructed calmly, Jiang Tong, see the guest out. With that, Jiang Zhan turned and walked back into the residence without looking back, leaving Jiang Chengji standing there, his face ashen with fury. Seeing this, Jiang Chengji realized that his offer wasn't enough to sway Jiang Zhan. For now, he had no better options and could only leave temporarily. Upon returning to the northern district, the steward, Wang Siping, approached with a worried expression, eyeing the untouched gifts that had yet to be delivered. Master, it seems the second young master is determined to sever ties with us. Should I try to persuade him privately? Wang Siping suggested cautiously. Jiang Chengzi's face remained grim as he pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No need. Zhanair has only just broken away from the family, and his resentment toward me hasn't subsided yet. Let's wait for now. His tone was low, but there was a hint of calculated shrewdness in it. Our Jiang family may not have anyone entering Qingyang sect this time, but we still have our foundation. We won't face any immediate crises. Meanwhile, the Western District is just starting out. He'll encounter plenty of challenges in the future. All we need to do is apply subtle pressure, and he'll come around eventually. As Jiang Chengji spoke, a confident smile crept onto his face. His eyes narrowed slightly, as though he was already formulating his next plan. As for Jiang Chun, he had only just passed the entrance assessment. What awaited him in Qingyang sect remained uncertain. For now, Jiang Chengji decided to observe further. After all, he had lived for over a century. There was no need to rush. Although his own cultivation level wasn't particularly remarkable within the Great Qi dynasty, he had accumulated considerable experience over the years. He understood deeply that in this world, no matter how gifted a genius might be, they could easily perish in the early stages of their cultivation journey. Jiang Zhan sat in the flickering lamplight of the hall, his gaze steady as a mountain. He knew well that although Jiang Chun had shown great promise and successfully entered the inner sect of the Qingyang sect, expecting him to relinquish the family head position he had held for decades was nothing short of wishful thinking. After all, the complex situation in the northern district of the Jiang family was far beyond what a cripple could easily manage. Jiang Chun, however, appeared unconcerned. He raised his head, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and worry. Father, if that old man truly hands the family head position back to you, would you really return? Jiang Zhan let out a faint, cold laugh at these words, a trace of disdain in his tone. No. When I took you all and left the Jiang family back then, it was because I didn't want to endure their attitudes any longer. That old man has clung to the family head position for years, and his influence within the clan runs unimaginably deep. If I were to return as family head, I'd be nothing more than a puppet. Besides, with my cultivation now gone, who would respect me? As he finished speaking, he slowly lifted a teacup, taking a small sip as if using the calm gesture to mask the helplessness in his heart. Jiang Chun frowned slightly after hearing this, pondering briefly before speaking again. Father, I've heard that among the pills crafted by third-grade alchemists, there's one capable of repairing severed meridians. Once I reach the rank of a third-grade alchemist, perhaps I can heal your injuries. Hearing this, a complex emotion flickered in Jiang Zhan's eyes before he burst into hearty laughter. Good. Then I'll wait and see how my talented son helps me recover. Though his laughter was hearty, Jiang Zhan was silently sighing within. After being crippled for so many years, how could he not understand the extent of his injuries? While third-grade healing pills could indeed repair partially damaged meridians, for someone like him with completely severed meridians, only a legendary fourth-grade alchemist could offer any hope. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible. Concealing the worry in his heart, he changed the subject. By the way, tomorrow is the Qingyang sect's alchemy assessment. Are you planning to participate? I heard there are generous rewards for newly qualified alchemists who pass the test. It might be helpful for your cultivation. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up at this. Am still allowed to participate? For someone in his current situation, every step of cultivation required a substantial amount of resources. If this assessment could provide additional spirit stones or other resources, it would undoubtedly be an excellent opportunity. Jiang Zhan nodded, his tone filled with encouragement. I believe you should try. My son is so outstanding, how could the elders possibly reject you? All right, I'll register tomorrow, Jiang Qian said firmly, a confident glint in his eyes. The next morning, Jiang Qian arrived early at Xuanwu Square. The square was even livelier than the day before, bustling with crowds and a vibrant atmosphere. After all, the profession of alchemy was incredibly rare and esteemed, far surpassing martial cultivators of the same level and status. If any family could produce an alchemist recognized by the Qingyang sect, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous honor. The registration area, however, was noticeably quieter. The path to becoming an alchemist was exceedingly difficult, so only a handful of people had signed up. By now, there were barely 50 participants in total, and those who had passed the first-grade alchemist qualification test while meeting the age requirement were even fewer. As Jiang Chen prepared to head toward the registration desk, a sharp, piercing gaze locked onto him from within the crowd. He turned his head slightly, his eyes landing on the Bai family's group not far away. There, Bai Qingqing was glaring at him with burning fury. She grabbed the sleeve of Bai Zhongyuan beside her, gritting her teeth as she hissed, "Father, I've finally found that little beggar who broke my hand." Hearing this, Bai Zhongyuan, who was initially delighted at the thought of his daughter preparing for her assessment, suddenly furrowed his brows. A surge of killing intent flashed through his heart. Where is he? They'll send someone to capture that boy right away. His voice was low, carrying a chilling undertone. Over there. Bai Qingqing raised her hand and pointed firmly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Qian amidst the crowd. Her eyes brimmed with hatred and obsession. It's him. That face, I could never mistake it. Following her finger, Bai Zhongyuan looked over, but the moment he saw the target, he froze. The murderous intent that had been building up within him stagnated out of sheer surprise. He frowned instinctively, his tone now tinged with hesitation. You're saying that's the boy who hurt you? Are you certain you're not mistaken? I'd never forget him. It's that guy. Bai Qingqing gritted her teeth, her expression twisted with fury. Ever since Jiang Qian had gravely injured her, his figure had haunted her like a nightmare, replaying in her mind every time she awoke in the dead of night, consumed by resentment. But Bai Zhongyuan didn't respond immediately. He fell silent for a moment before letting out a bitter chuckle and shaking his head. Qingqing, that boy isn't just some random beggar. He's Jiang Qian from the Jiang family in the Western District. He was the top scorer in yesterday's assessment. What? Bai Qingqing's face turned deathly pale, and her body staggered slightly, overwhelmed by the shocking revelation. Father, are you saying there's nothing we can do about him now? But what about the grudge of him hurting me? At least here in Xuanwu City, there's nothing we can do. Bai Zhongyuan sighed deeply, his tone complex. He's now an inner disciple of the Qingyang sect. Even the city lord wouldn't dare act against him lightly. Qingqing, I understand how you feel, but you need to realize that this whole incident started because of you. Even if it were brought to the elders of the Qingyang sect, you wouldn't have the upper hand. But Bai Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Are we just supposed to let it go? Father, haven't you always cared for me the most? Looking into his daughter's eyes, which were brimming with resentment, Bai Zhongyuan felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the guilt welling up inside him, and spoke earnestly, Qingqing, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the current situation doesn't allow us to act recklessly. However, if you manage to join the Qingyang sect yourself and rise in status, perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. Father. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, as if the man before her was a stranger. Is this still the father who always protected me? Bai Zhongyuan avoided meeting her gaze, instead shifting the subject forcefully. His eyes returned to Jiang Qian in the distance, his brows furrowing with doubt. That said, it's curious. This boy just passed the martial cultivation assessment. By all accounts, he should be at home preparing his things. What's he doing here? Qingqing, didn't you mention before that he also had some talent in alchemy? Could it be? His voice trailed off as he stared intently at Jiang Chen's figure. The young man was walking confidently toward the registration area, his demeanor calm and composed, showing no signs of fear. Bai Zongyuan's mouth gradually fell open as an unbelievable thought took shape in his mind. If what he suspected was true, then the Jiang family of the Western District might truly be on the rise. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already reached the registration area. The disciple responsible for recording names was one of those who had assisted the elders during the recruitment the day before. When he looked up and saw Jiang Chun, he froze for a moment before a puzzled expression spread across his face. Jiang Chun? What are you doing here? Is there some kind of issue? The disciple asked tentatively. If you have any questions about the sect's rules, you can always consult other disciples or elders. They'll assist you. Senior brother, Jiang Chun said with a slight smile. His tone was calm yet brimming with confidence. Today is the alchemist assessment, isn't it? I'm here to register. I'd like to know if someone like me, who has already participated in the martial cultivation assessment, is still eligible to join the alchemist assessment? Alchemist assessment, the disciple muttered the words under his breath, lowering his head as if to record Jiang Chen's information. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, his face full of disbelief. What did you just say? To be honest, senior brother, Jiang Chen replied, his expression serene but his voice resolute. I am also an alchemist. I've come today to register for the assessment. The disciple was utterly stunned, nearly dropping the brush in his hand. He stared at Jiang Chen, as if trying to process the meaning behind his words. The genius who topped the martial cultivation assessment yesterday was now here to participate in the alchemist assessment? This situation was simply beyond comprehension. This has never happened before. And if I remember correctly, that boy is only 10 years old, right? A martial artist and an alchemist at the same time. How did he manage to achieve this in just under 2 months after awakening? The registration disciple froze for a moment, his gaze complicated as he scrutinized Jiang Chen, seemingly trying to determine if the boy before him truly possessed the abilities he claimed. After a brief pause, he suppressed his surprise and spoke cautiously, I'm not sure about this. They'll need to report it to the elders. Wait here for now. With that, he turned and left in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Qingyang sect, 7 elders had already noticed Jiang Chen's presence. However, uncertain of his purpose, they refrained from taking any action. It wasn't until the disciple truthfully reported the situation that the elders' expressions turned complex. They exchanged glances, and an unspoken sense of doubt seemed to hang in the air. Elder Yi, what do you think? Xiao Tianqing frowned, his gaze landing on an elderly man with white hair and a scholarly demeanor. This man, Yi Yanzi, was a senior elder of the Qingyang sect's alchemy division and the chief examiner for the upcoming alchemy assessment. Yi Yanzi narrowed his eyes slightly, fingers stroking his long beard as he spoke with a hint of skepticism. In all the assessments we've conducted, there has never been an individual who could excel in both fields simultaneously, let alone someone who has only awakened for less than 2 months and still manages to dabble in alchemy. If you ask me, this Jiang Chun probably knows a little here and there and is just trying to earn some extra rewards. As his words fell, the other elders nodded in agreement. Elder Yi has a point, one elder said gravely. The path of alchemy is incredibly arduous. Elder Yi, with his exceptional talent, has spent decades refining his craft and is only a 3rd-grade alchemist, stuck at the bottleneck of reaching the 4th grade for years. How could a mere boy who just awakened possibly grasp the art of alchemy? Xiao Tianqing nodded slightly, the initial spark of hope he had for Jiang Chen's talent dimming under the weight of reality. He turned back to Yi Yanzi, probing, then, Elder Yi, do you think we should allow him to participate in the assessment? Yi Yanzi's lips curled into a faint, amused smile as he replied casually, since we're selecting talented disciples, we might as well be a little lenient. Besides, for someone his age to even attempt refining pills is already impressive. Let him participate. What harm could it do if he earns a minor reward? It's not like he could possibly take the 1st-place prize of a 2nd-grade alchemy furnace, could he? At this, the elders in the hall couldn't help but laugh, their chuckles filling the room. Impossible. Such a prodigy has never existed in the history of Qingyang sect, one elder remarked, shaking his head. Not just in our sect, there's no record of such a thing happening anywhere in the northern region. For Jiang Chun to claim 1st place as a martial artist already implies he's dedicated almost all his time to cultivation. How could he possibly have time for alchemy? In this relaxed atmosphere, the elders unanimously agreed to let Jiang Chen participate in the alchemy assessment. After all, in their eyes, this was merely a minor and predictable event with no real surprises. Soon, the disciple returned with the decision. His expression was peculiar as he recorded Jiang Chen's information and handed him a bronze token engraved with a serial number. All right, erase your number. The assessment will begin shortly, so don't wander off. Jiang Chun accepted the token with a faint smile and turned to leave. As he walked away, however, the news of his participation spread like wildfire across the square. You've got to be kidding me. He already passed the 1st assessment, And now he's entering the alchemy assessment too? Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd, and nearly everyone who heard the news wore expressions of utter shock. No way. Absolutely no way. It's only been 2 months. How could he possibly become an alchemist? He's probably just trying his luck to score some rewards. As for placing well? Dream on. The crowd buzzed with speculation, especially among those familiar with the difficulty of alchemy. Their skepticism was palpable. The age requirement for alchemist assessments was set a full 10 years higher than that for martial artists, a testament to the high barrier of entry. For someone like Jiang Chun, a newly awakened youth, to show up for the alchemy assessment was simply beyond comprehension. At the same time, the news became a windfall for the gambling houses. They quickly set up numerous betting pools outside the square, all centered around Jiang Chun, drawing a massive crowd eager to place their bets. The scene was electric. In the Jiang family section in the western area, Xiao Shuai listened to the chatter around her, her gaze falling on the betting odds displayed on the boards. Seeing the astonishingly high odds against Jiang Chun, she blinked thoughtfully before quietly reaching for her purse. Time passed, and as the registration for the alchemist examination came to a close, the number of participants barely reached 120. Among them, most were first-grade or uncertified alchemists, with very few second-grade alchemists, only a handful. These few were almost all close to the age of 30 and were considered the favorites to win the competition. Inside the examination venue, the atmosphere gradually grew tense. This was a stage for showcasing individual skills, especially for those second-grade alchemists, who exuded confidence and an unmistakable determination to win. In stark contrast, Jiang Chen, a mere 10-year-old boy, seemed like an out-of-place intruder. While his presence garnered some attention, it was mostly met with skepticism and disdain. After all, the world of alchemy had always been a contest of experience and talent, and Jiang Chen's age was simply too conspicuous. Yet, it was precisely this uniqueness that made him the center of attention, even surpassing the second-grade alchemists. Many in the crowd whispered among themselves, their gazes frequently drifting toward Jiang Chun, curious to see if this boy could pass the examination or perhaps even create a miracle. The time had come, registration was closed, and the alchemist examination officially began. Yi Yanzi stepped forward from the elders' seats, his presence commanding and composed. Dressed in a flowing blue robe, he stroked his beard with a serene smile, his sharp gaze sweeping over the candidates as if he could see through their very souls. His voice was steady and authoritative, carrying a weight that silenced the crowd. The alchemist examination will consist of 2 parts. The venue fell silent, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. The first part is a theoretical test. I will display several spiritual herbs at the front. You are required to observe and, based on your experience, write down their age and quality, as well as list no fewer than 2 alchemy methods that use them. Yi Yanzi paused, his eyes scanning the crowd before continuing. The second part is practical. You will choose a cauldron that suits you, collect the required spiritual herbs from the front, and refine 3 batches of any type of pill. Your scores will be evaluated based on your refining time, technique, proficiency, and the quality of the pills. He paused for a moment, his tone growing heavier. The higher your score, the higher your rank. The top 10 candidates will receive rewards from the sect, including alchemy cauldrons, free quotas of spiritual herbs, rare alchemy techniques, and spirit stones. These rewards will give you a solid footing within the sect, relieving you of resource concerns for a while. However, what you earn will depend entirely on your abilities. As his words echoed through the hall, a buzz of excitement rippled through the crowd. Those with confidence in their skills had a fiery determination in their eyes. Such rewards, even for those from influential families, were not easily obtained. The sect's generosity underscored the significance of this examination. Among the crowd, Bai Qingqing's gaze was fixed on Jiang Chun, filled with venomous hatred. She had been assigned to a seat next to him, and the mere proximity made her seethe with anger. Lowering her voice, she hissed through gritted teeth, "Jiang Chen, you took my hands. This isn't over." Although Bai Zhongyuan had advised her to let go of her hatred, the resentment in her heart refused to dissipate. If not for her lack of strength and the inappropriate occasion, she would have already sought revenge. Jiang Chen, however, was utterly unfazed by her hostile glare. Without even lifting his head, he replied indifferently, "Noted. But next time, be more careful when you act. If I catch you again, it won't just be your hands." His tone was light, almost casual, but it carried a chilling edge. Jiang Chen's strength had grown far beyond what it was before. He could now easily defeat even a peak martial artist. A mere martial apprentice like Bai Qingqing was no threat to him. If not for the timing, he would have already ended her permanently during their last encounter. Bai Qingqing trembled with rage, her eyes bloodshot and her chest heaving with fury. Yet, she clenched her teeth and forced herself to suppress her anger. With the examination about to begin, she could only recite calming mantras in her mind to regain her composure. Meanwhile, Yi Yanzi's instructions had concluded, and disciples began distributing the test papers to each candidate's desk in an orderly manner. The candidates picked up their pins, filling in their names and serial numbers as the tense atmosphere thickened. All 120 pairs of eyes turned toward the front in unison. Yi Yinjia casually picked up a stalk of spiritual herb from a pile and said, "Identify the age and quality of this herb." As the herb entered Jiang Chen's line of sight, his pupils contracted slightly, and detailed information instantly surfaced in his mind fusion spirit flower, a neutral spiritual herb with light red petals, slender stems, and pale coloration. Its age, approximately 1 year. Grade 1. Quality, low. It can be used to refine Grade 1 Qi gathering pills, Grade 1 meridian opening pills, and Grade 1 healing pills. This information flowed through his mind like a gentle stream. Jiang Chun was well aware that the age and quality of spiritual herbs greatly influenced the potency of the resulting pills. The lower the quality, the weaker the medicinal effects of the pills. For instance, Lu Hanhai's previous attempt at refining Grade 2 Qi gathering pills resulted in only 3 top-grade pills with pill clouds. One of the main reasons was the insufficient quality of the herbs. If Jiang Chun hadn't used his own supreme spiritual energy to forcibly enhance the herb quality, it would have been impossible to achieve such results. This technique was likely unparalleled throughout the entire Qi dynasty. Jiang Chun quickly and accurately wrote down the information for the first herb, while Yi Yinjia immediately picked up the second one. During the early stages of the assessment, Yi Yinjia's questions were relatively straightforward, and the herbs were mostly Grade 1. Most examinees answered with ease. However, as the assessment progressed into the mid-stage, and he began presenting Grade 2 herbs, the expressions of the candidates started to change. Many of them had not even passed the Grade 1 alchemist assessment, let alone had experience with Grade 2 herbs. Their lack of theoretical knowledge left them struggling. In contrast, Bai Qingqing and a few candidates from prominent families appeared much more composed. Thanks to their family resources, they had regular access to herbs of varying quality and were able to answer these questions effortlessly. However, their advantage came to an abrupt halt when the final 3 questions were revealed. Grade 3 silverleaf grass, Grade 3 green serpent flower, Grade 3 lewin feather flower. The announcement of these herbs caused an uproar among the crowd. While most had heard of these spiritual herbs, few knew their exact age and quality. The appearance of Grade 3 herbs was strikingly similar to Grade 2 herbs, with only subtle differences. Ordinary candidates were completely incapable of distinguishing them. Even the well-resourced family candidates had no choice but to give up or guess randomly. Amid the murmurs of frustration, Jiang Chun remained calm. With steady hands, he began writing down his answers, his movements as fluid as flowing water. Just Grade 3 herbs, he thought to himself with a faint smile. Having memorized the spiritual herb compendium thoroughly, he could easily discern the differences in age and quality with careful observation. Grade 4 herbs might pose some challenge, but Grade 3 herbs were merely child's play for him. This confident display caught Bai Qingqing's attention, prompting her to scoff coldly. What a show-off! Even if you have some talent, you've only awakened it for a little over a month. These questions are obviously beyond the syllabus. There's no way you could answer them. Jiang Qian heard her remark and responded with a slight smirk, a trace of disdain flickering across his face. That subtle smile only fueled Bai Qingqing's irritation, though she had no outlet for her anger. Soon, the time for answering questions came to an end. All examinees submitted their papers, and Yi Yinjia personally announced the correct answers as disciples tallied the scores. Within just over 10 minutes, the results were finalized. The names of all candidates were displayed on a massive announcement board, each accompanied by their respective scores. The crowd surged forward to take a look, and when they saw the name at the top of the rankings, an uproar broke out. Jiang Chun, full score 100 points. The highest score among the other candidates was only 70 points, and the last 3 Grade 3 herb questions alone were worth 30 points on the entire test. The crowd erupted into chatter, filled with amazement and admiration. The elders exchanged glances, their faces betraying their astonishment. Jiang Chen, this boy, his theoretical knowledge is this solid? Even a few Grade 2 alchemists couldn't match him in theory. This is quite something. In the first round of the competition, Jiang Chen unsurprisingly achieved the highest score of all. However, this did not garner much attention from the second-grade alchemists. For alchemists, theoretical knowledge of spiritual herbs is secondary. In the end, what truly matters is their ability to refine pills. In this regard, they were supremely confident. So what if Jiang Chen won the first round? Could a mere 10-year-old boy possibly surpass several nearly 30-year-old second-grade alchemists? Absolutely impossible. Not long after, Yi Yinzi instructed his disciples to set up rows of alchemy furnaces and announced to the contestants, "Next, according to your respective alchemist levels, select a furnace suitable for you, and freely choose spiritual herbs to begin the assessment. Once you've refined 3 furnaces of pills, I will collect and grade them based on their quality. For first-grade pills, each furnace has a maximum score of 100 points, while for second-grade pills, the maximum score is 200 points per furnace. The final ranking will be determined by the total score across both rounds. I hope you all give it your best and make the most of this opportunity. Now begin. As soon as Yi Yinzi gave the signal, the contestants surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the area where the spiritual herbs were placed. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with everyone scrambling to get ahead, fearing they might fall behind. After all, the quality of the spiritual herbs directly impacted the outcome of their pills. Those who were too slow would be left with only the low-quality herbs discarded by others. This rule undoubtedly added an element of unpredictability to the competition and tested the alchemist's sharp eyes and judgment. Amid the frenzied crowd, Jiang Chun stood out for his calm demeanor. He walked toward the spiritual herb area at an unhurried pace, his expression serene, seemingly indifferent to the competition around him. By the time he reached the herbs, the other contestants had already made their selections. What remained were only a few low-quality herbs, some with visible blemishes and cracks, appearing almost worthless. Seeing this, the spectators shook their heads, some murmuring softly. This kid is clearly just here for the participation rewards. He's so slow even during such a crucial phase like choosing herbs. Obviously, he doesn't have much hope. The betting house owners, on the other hand, smiled knowingly. They had already noticed the unusually high wagers placed on this competition, particularly by a young girl from the Jiang family in the Western District, who had bet a substantial amount of silver on Jiang Chun taking first place. Watching Jiang Chin's apparent lack of urgency now, they felt a surge of satisfaction, as if the silver was already securely in their pockets. However, just as everyone assumed Jiang Chun would casually grab a few herbs and go through the motions, his actions took everyone by surprise. Walked straight toward the second-grade herb section. This bold move immediately drew the attention of many. Is he out of his mind? One spectator exclaimed. Second-grade herbs aren't meant for refining first-grade pills. Forcing them together will only cause conflicts between the herbs, which could lead to an explosion or even damage the furnace. Does he think that higher quality herbs will make first-grade pills better? That's such a rookie mistake. Another scoffed, shaking his head. But soon, someone countered. Wait a minute. Jiang Chen scored full marks in the theoretical round. How could he make such a basic error? Could it be he's actually planning to refine second-grade pills? This bold speculation left everyone stunned. A 10-year-old refining second-grade pills? It sounded utterly ridiculous. Yet, seeing Jiang Chen's calm and composed demeanor, no one could be entirely sure anymore. Even the second-grade alchemists seated among the elders noticed this development. They exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with doubt. Could a 10-year-old truly have the skill to refine second-grade pills? It seemed impossible. And yet, Jiang Chen's confident attitude stirred an inexplicable unease in their hearts. Before long, Jiang Chun had made his selections. His movements were decisive and efficient, as if he already knew exactly what he needed. Then, he walked over to a nearby second-grade furnace, sat cross-legged in front of it, and raised his hands slightly, activating the furnace's spiritual fire array. As the spiritual fire array ignited, a soft glow enveloped the furnace, and the temperature inside began to rise rapidly. Jiang Chun closed his eyes slightly, his expression focused, as if the chaos around him no longer existed. The murmurs among the crowd gradually subsided, and all eyes turned to the seemingly unassuming boy. For a moment, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of the spiritual fire within the furnace. The competition had just begun, yet Jiang Chen's actions had already planted a seed of doubt in everyone's minds. Could he really pull this off? As the temperature rose to the desired level, Jiang Chen began carefully adding spiritual herbs into the cauldron. With practiced precision, he skillfully controlled the flames, refining the medicinal liquid within. The fire danced, smoke curled upward, and Jiang Chen's movements were as fluid as flowing water, precise and seamless. Every action, from the timing of adding herbs to the control of the flame, exuded a level of mastery that left onlookers in awe. With a subtle twist of his wrist, the flames seemed to respond as if they were his obedient dancers, entirely under his control. That Jiang Chen, he seems pretty skilled, Zhao Tianqing muttered with a slight frown, his gaze piercing through the smoke to observe Jiang Chen by the alchemy furnace. Elder Yi, could this kid really be a second-grade alchemist? Yi Yinzi did not answer immediately. His eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Chun, his expression a complex mix of emotions. The hand that had been stroking his beard moments ago now tugged at it unconsciously, pulling out a tuft without even noticing. His faint smile disappeared as he murmured under his breath, "It seems we may have underestimated him this time." Elder Yi? Zhao Tianqing looked at him in surprise. Yi Yinzi took a deep breath before speaking slowly. The boy's technique isn't just skilled, it's extraordinary. Even if I were to step in myself, I might not do much better. Unfortunately, he was a step late in selecting the spiritual herbs, so the quality of these pills will inevitably fall short. Still, he shook his head, though his tone carried undeniable admiration. I must admit, his alchemy skills warrant a whole new level of respect. Time passed steadily, and the fires in the examination hall gradually dimmed. About an hour later, the candidates began finishing their pill refining. The air was thick with the mingling scents of medicinal pills and the bitter tang of failed attempts. The candidates' expressions varied. Some were filled with anticipation, while others looked defeated. Most had trays in front of them, holding 1 to 3 jade bottles containing their finished pills. Those who had failed in all 3 attempts had already left the hall in dejection. Unsurprisingly, all eyes in the room were drawn to Jiang Chen. Even the heads of the Jiang, Luo, Bai, Qian, and Wu families were no exception. Their gazes carried a mixture of curiosity and shock. As they recalled the recent events in Xuanwu City, a chilling and ominous suspicion began to form in their minds. The examination is over. We will now assess the quality of the pills, Yi Yinzi announced in a deep voice, instructing the disciples to collect the pills from each candidate. He then personally examined the pills and announced the results publicly. Zhang Cheng, 3 furnaces completed, 2 with low-grade pills and 1 with mid-grade pills. Total score, 170. Eligible to join the sect. Luo Jing, 2 furnaces completed, both with low-grade pills. Total score, 100. Not eligible to join the sect. One by one, names were called, and the candidates either left with joy or disappointment. The atmosphere in the hall was tense as everyone awaited their fate. By Qingqing, 3 furnaces completed, all with low-grade pills. Total score, 150. Eligible to join the sect, Yi Yinzi announced. Cheers erupted from the Bai family contingent, but Bai Qingqing's expression was far from pleased. She clenched her fists tightly, her gaze filled with venom as she stared at Jiang Chen. If it weren't for him disrupting her focus, she wouldn't have performed so poorly. She had nearly failed to qualify for the sect. Jiang Chen, just you wait. Bai Qingqing swore silently. Once we're in the sect, they'll make you pay for this. Soon, the scores of the second-grade alchemists were announced. As expected, they ranked among the highest in the hall. However, Yi Yinzi deliberately saved Jiang Chen's results for last, heightening the anticipation. All eyes turned to Yi Yinzi, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Jiang Chen, 3 furnaces completed, all 3? Yi Yinzi paused abruptly. His gaze fell on the pills being poured out, and his pupils contracted sharply. His hands trembled slightly as he stared in disbelief. This is impossible, he exclaimed, taking a step back, his voice filled with shock. All 3 furnaces produced supreme-grade pills. The announcement was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone in the room. The hall erupted into a cacophony of astonished murmurs, as faces filled with disbelief turned toward Jiang Chen. Several elders stood abruptly, appearing beside Yi Yinzi in an instant, their eyes fixed on the pills. The audience outside the hall was in an uproar. The heads of the 5 great families wore expressions of shock, envy, and unwillingness. Jiang Chengzi's face turned ashen, his breath catching for a moment. He stared at the tray of pills, his voice low and heavy. Supreme-grade pills? All 3 furnaces? Is Elder Yi sure this isn't some kind of joke? But the reactions of the elders left no doubt. Yi Yinzi carefully picked up one of the pills, examining it closely. His eyes shone with awe. Perfectly formed, with clear pill patterns. This is the pinnacle of alchemical craftsmanship. Zhao Taixing's gaze was similarly locked onto the pills. After a moment, he snapped out of his daze and exclaimed urgently, "Quick! Report this to the sect master immediately. We've struck gold this Timino. We've found a once-in-a-lifetime treasure." Against all odds, Jiang Chen once again proved his worth with undeniable skill. Yet, the outcome this time far exceeded everyone's expectations. A 10-year-old martial artist, capable of defeating high-tier mid-level beasts across realms, a second-rank alchemist with a 100 success rate in producing top-grade pills. Any one of these accomplishments would be enough to label a child a genius. But when all these attributes converge in a single person, they don't just define genius, they define a prodigy. In the barren and sparsely populated lands of the northern region, such a prodigy emerging was almost unthinkable. The elders were left in utter shock, some even trembling with excitement. Zhao Tianxing wasted no time in reporting this news to the sect master of Qingyang sect through a transmission talisman. The reply came swiftly, concise yet weighty. Ensure his safety at all costs. If what you say is true, this boy may well become the Qingyang sect's holy son. As Zhao Tianxing read the message, a storm of emotions surged within him. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement, though his hands still trembled slightly. Holy Son. Since the founding of Qingyang sect, no one had ever been officially conferred the title of Holy Son. Time and again, promising candidates had been suppressed by rival sects before they could rise to prominence, fading into obscurity. And now, the sect master's message spoke of the possibility of a Holy Son. Those very words. He couldn't help but lower his head in deep thought. Could Jiang Chen truly become Qingyang sect's first ever Holy Son? While Jiang Qin's current achievements were undoubtedly dazzling, being a holy son required more than just exceptional talent. It demanded unparalleled strength, an unshakable will, and the charisma to command respect both within and beyond the sect. At this moment, Jiang Qin's power was far from sufficient to reach such heights. Yet Zhao Tianqing understood that the sect master's statement had already paved the most crucial path for Jiang Qin earning the sect master's recognition. As long as Jiang Qin continued to cultivate diligently and conquered the younger generation within the sect with his strength, the prospect of him becoming the holy son was not out of reach. Well, Elder Jiao, what did the sect master say? Several elders couldn't help but ask, noticing the complex expression on Zhao Tianqing's face. Zhao Tianqing snapped out of his thoughts and concealed his inner turmoil with a faint smile. The sect master is very pleased with our results. Tomorrow, we shall escort the newly recruited disciples back to the sect. He cast a cautious glance around the bustling square. The presence of so many onlookers made him wary. He had no intention of revealing the sect master's mention of the Holy Sun just yet. For now, this secret was best kept to himself. Very well, let's proceed with compiling the results. Yi Yinzi nodded, carefully placing the pills Jiang Qin had refined back into their jade bottles. He then gathered the students responsible for recording the scores and began tallying the results to display on the announcement board. As expected, Jiang Qin topped the rankings with perfect scores in both rounds, leaving no room for doubt. The moment the rankings were published, the square fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt into a cacophony moments later. How is this possible? He's only 10 years old. Perfect scores? In both rounds? Is he even human? I always thought my alchemy talent was decent, but now I feel like a complete joke. The examinees stared at the names on the announcement board, their emotions a tangled mess. Those who had once prided themselves on their talent now found their confidence shattered. In the face of Jiang Qin's brilliance, their pride was ruthlessly crushed, replaced by deep self-doubt and confusion. This concludes the assessment. Jiang Qin ranks first. The rankings for other candidates can be found on the announcement board. Rewards corresponding to the rankings will be distributed after entering the sect. Those who have passed the assessment may return home to settle any matters and gather at Xuanwu Square by noon tomorrow, Zhao Tianqing announced calmly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before he departed with the other elders. The square remained crowded as spectators lingered, their eyes fixed on the 10-year-old boy at the center of it all. Their expressions were complicated, and some couldn't help but whisper among themselves, does this mean the Jiang family in the Western District never had an alchemy master at all? Was it Jiang Qin all along, pretending to be one? Realization dawned on some, and their faces lit with shock. How can this be considered pretending? Does being young disqualify someone from being a master? If he can refine top-grade elixirs, even in the imperial capital, he would be a highly sought-after guest among the most influential figures. A middle-aged man dressed in an ornate robe stroked his beard, his eyes a mix of envy and complexity. Muttering under his breath, he said, Jiang Zhan really hit the jackpot, having such an outstanding son. And then there's my useless brat, who spends all day playing around without a shred of responsibility. His tone hardened as his expression darkened. He slammed his palm heavily on the table and declared, looks like it's time to bring out the wolf hide belt. A good son is raised under discipline. I can't let him continue like this. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the other family heads in the hall, his tone tinged with contemplation. Perhaps the Zhang family in the Western District really does have a chance to become the #1 family in Xuanwu City in the future. The atmosphere in the hall shifted subtly at these words. Everyone harbored their own thoughts, and their eyes involuntarily turned toward Jiang Chengji, whose expression flickered between light and dark. The Jiang family patriarch remained silent, his hands trembling slightly as he held his teacup, clearly struggling to suppress the emotions surging within him. It was Luo family's patriarch who broke the silence first, his voice tinged with a mischievous smile. Patriarch Jiang, I've heard rumors that you're considering reuniting with the Western Jiang family? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you wouldn't want to let it slip away, would you? The moment he spoke, the expressions of the other family heads turned peculiar. They had all heard of Jiang Qingzi's unpleasant fallout with Jiang Zhan the previous day. Luo's remark was clearly intended to stir the pot and poke at Jiang Qingzi's sore spot. Patriarch Luo has a point. It's true that it's inappropriate for two branches of the Jiang family to be at odds like this. Another family head chimed in, though his tone carried a trace of mockery. Jiang Qingzi's face darkened as his gaze swept over the other patriarchs. Finally, he nodded and forced a strained smile. But before he could respond further, Luo's patriarch pressed on with an even sharper question. Oh, so, Patriarch Jiang, have you already decided to pass the family headship to Jiang Zhan? The room fell into stunned silence. The other family heads exchanged glances, their expressions skeptical. Jiang Chengji was notoriously narrow-minded. How could he possibly relinquish power so easily? Besides, he was still in his prime as a martial elder, just over 100 years old. Why would he willingly step aside? Haha, Jiang Chengzi's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Everything I do is for the long-term prosperity of the family. That was true in the past, and it remains so now. If passing the family headship to jeune heir will benefit the family, why not? After all, keeping it within the family is far better than letting it fall into the hands of outsiders. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Previously, I thought the timing wasn't right and only planned to let jeune heir act as interim head. But now, it seems that directly passing down the position might not be such a bad idea after all. The family heads exchanged uneasy looks, their eyes filled with doubt. They didn't believe a word of Jiang Chengzi's statement. This old fox surely had ulterior motives. It wasn't in his nature to relinquish power so easily. Well then, Luo's patriarch rose to his feet, his smile carrying a hint of mockery as he cupped his hands in farewell. Since Patriarch Jiang has made up his mind, he'll wish you the best of luck. Farewell. The other family heads quickly followed suit, taking their leave one by one. Soon, the hall was empty save for Jiang Chengzi and his trusted subordinate, Wang Siping. Wang Siping cautiously approached, his voice tentative as he asked, Patriarch, were you serious about what you just said? Jiang Chengzi's eyes darkened, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Of course I was. Go make the preparations. This time, we'll need to show some sincerity. With that, his gaze grew distant, as if lost in some far-off memory. By the afternoon, the Western Jiang family's residence was bustling with visitors. Representatives from various factions across Xuanwu City flocked to pay their respects, hoping to establish ties with Jiang Zhan. Draped in a long robe and wearing a calm smile, Jiang Zhan greeted each guest alongside Jiang Tong and others, handling the endless social interactions with poise. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, after completing the assessment, headed straight to the Alchemist Guild. In the guild hall, Lu Hanhai had already heard the news of Jiang Chen's first-place achievement. Upon seeing him, Lu's face lit up with an uncontainable smile. I knew it. With your abilities, securing first place was a given. Jiang Chun responded with a modest smile. You flatter me, President Lu. I only participated for the rewards. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered wasting my time. Ha ha ha. Lu Hanhai laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration. If you need any resources, feel free to request them from the guild. As long as it's within our means, I'll approve it for you. Jiang Chun shook his head, his demeanor calm. President Lu, the guild has already helped me a great deal. I don't want to owe too many favors. Lu Hanhai nodded in understanding, then shifted the conversation with a more serious tone. So, your next step is to head to Qingyang sect, correct? Have you decided whether to participate in the Alchemist Guild headquarters assessment in the capital 6 months from now? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, his voice firm. Of course. For the sake of the heavenly flame, I must give it my all. President Lu, has the date been confirmed? I'll need to plan my return accordingly. Lu Hanhai, seeing Jiang Chun confirm once again, finally felt at ease. They agreed on the departure time before parting ways. With a serious expression, Lu Hanhai spoke slowly. In the next 6 months, you must focus on improving your cultivation and strive to become a third-grade alchemist. Only then will you have a chance to earn a ranking among the talented alchemists in the 5 regions of the empire. Although Qingyang sect is merely a sect of the northern region and holds little significance in the grand scheme of the empire, it houses many rare and valuable secret techniques. Use this time wisely to learn more advanced alchemy methods within Qingyang sect. This will not only enhance your alchemy skills, but also lay a solid foundation for you to quickly advance to a third-grade alchemist after entering Wu sect. Jiang Chun listened calmly, then cupped his hands in gratitude. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, President Lu. By the way, after I leave, I hope you can help look after my family when you have the chance. I would be deeply grateful. Lu Hanhai, hearing this, showed a trace of admiration in his eyes and laughed heartily. Don't worry about that. You are a remarkable talent of our Alchemist Guild. As long as I, Lu Hanhai, remain in my position in Xuanwu City, I will do everything in my power to protect your family. Jiang Chun nodded in thanks, and then chatted with Lu Hanhai about the specifics of the alchemy competition. Once everything was arranged, he took his leave and returned to his family estate. Upon his return, Jiang Chun saw Jiang Zhan happily chatting with a few guests. Not wanting to interrupt, he headed straight to the backyard. There, he found Xiaoxue sitting at a small table, intently counting a thick stack of silver notes. Her young face brimmed with unconcealed pride. A quick glance revealed that the total value of the notes was close to 100,000. The moment Jiang Qian stepped into the yard, Xiaoxue's sharp eyes spotted him. She cheerfully ran over and exclaimed in her sweet, childish voice, "Brother, look, I won so much money again." Jiang Qian picked her up, gently pinched her soft, rosy cheeks, and smiled. Impressive. But you shouldn't place bets so casually in the future. Not everyone is as strong as your brother. Xiaoxue pouted in defiance. Of course not. I'm not foolish. I only bet because I knew you would definitely win. Besides, if those bad guys hadn't underestimated you, I wouldn't have bothered with them. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Xue looking up at him, her once proud expression now tinged with reluctance. Her eyes glistened as she asked softly, brother, after you leave the family, when will you come back? Jiang Chun froze for a moment, then gently ruffled her hair and replied with a light-hearted smile, why? I haven't even left yet, and you're already missing me? Not at all. Xiao Xue huffed, rubbing her little eyes with her hands. Her tone, however, couldn't hide her stubborn affection. I'm just asking, that's all. Jiang Chun sighed softly and reassured her, don't worry. I'll come back as soon as I can. Really? You promise you're not lying? Xiao Xue immediately extended her pinky, her face full of seriousness. Jiang Chen hooked his pinky with hers, sealing the promise with a smile. Noticing the somber mood, he quickly changed the subject. Come on, before I leave, let me guide you through your martial techniques again. As my sister, you can't fall behind others. Xiaoxu's eyes lit up at his words. She cheered and ran off to fetch her weapon. Jiang Chun shook his head with a smile and began training her in basic martial techniques. They practiced for a full hour, and despite having taken several vitality pills, Xiao Xue was left panting and collapsed in a chair by the end. Seeing her exhaustion, Jiang Chun handed her another vitality pill and said with a smile, not bad. You've made great progress. It seems you share the same talent for martial arts as me, but after I leave, you mustn't slack off. Make sure to take the vitality pills I've left for you daily. ITLL helped lay a solid foundation for your future awakening. Xiao Xue swallowed the pill, her young face filled with determination. Of course. I've already decided I'm going to surpass you and achieve even greater things. They'll make sure everyone knows that I'm the most talented member of our family. Hearing her bold declaration, Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh. Yet, deep down, he knew that the path ahead for Xiao Xue would not be an easy one. With a divine-level martial soul, what level of martial soul would others need to awaken to surpass him? Still, he chose not to dampen the little girl's confidence. Instead, he encouraged her with a smile. All right, I'll be waiting to see that. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a gentle smile as he ruffled his sister's hair, his eyes filled with affection. Xiao Xue's gaze brimmed with determination as she clenched her tiny fists, as if declaring her resolve to her brother. Seeing her like this, Jiang Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if the sadness of their impending separation had been dispelled by her warmth. Time quietly slipped away, and as evening fell, the siblings chatted leisurely in the courtyard. Only when the aroma of food wafted through the air did they realize it was dinner time. They exchanged smiles and walked together toward the front yard. By then, Chang Wanru had already laid the dishes on the table and was wiping her hands, ready to call them over. Seeing the renewed vitality on Xiao Xue's face, Chang Wanru felt a deep sense of comfort. A soft smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Come eat, Chuner. Go call your father, she said gently. Jiang Chen responded and quickly went off. Not long after, Jiang Zhan emerged from the back courtyard, his face still carrying a trace of sternness that hadn't completely faded. However, upon seeing the steaming dishes and the family gathered around the table, his expression softened slightly. The family sat together at the table, the atmosphere warm and serene. During the meal, Jiang Zhan and Chang Wanru, like any ordinary parents, began to shower Jiang Chen with advice about his future, especially regarding his upcoming entry into Qingyang sect. They meticulously reminded him of countless things to keep in mind. At first, Jiang Chen nodded patiently, but eventually, he couldn't hold back and said with a wry smile, Father, Mother, I'm already grown up. Do you really need to worry about these small matters? I understand them all. Hearing this, Chang Wanru frowned slightly, and a rare sternness appeared on her gentle face. Grown up? It's only been 10 years since you were born, and you call yourself an adult? What we're telling you is all valuable experience about dealing with people. You better listen carefully. Jiang Zhan nodded in agreement, chiming in alongside her. Faced with his parents' tag team lecture, Jiang Chen could only resign himself, sitting obediently and listening to avoid becoming the special focus of attention. Just as the family was enjoying their harmonious moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Jiang Tong hurried in, looking somewhat helpless. Patriarch, Jiang Chengji is here again. This single sentence was like a heavy stone dropped into a calm pond, instantly shattering the relaxed atmosphere at the dinner table. Jiang Zhan's brows furrowed, and a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. Before he could say anything, Jiang Chengji had already stepped in through the doorway. A signature smile hung on Jiang Chengji's face as his gaze swept across the table, seemingly indifferent to the family's warm scene. Looks like I arrived just in time, he said with a grin, seating himself at the table as naturally as if he were part of the family. Jiang Zhan stared at him coldly, his voice carrying a hint of frost. What do you want this time? Jiang Chengji, unfazed, assumed a paternal demeanor and lightly tapped the table. Let's not talk about other matters for now. Your father personally came here, and you don't think to offer some hospitality? Jiang Zhan's expression remained icy, showing no intention of compromise. Their gazes clashed midair, and the atmosphere grew tense. After a brief stalemate, Jiang Qingji suddenly softened his expression into a warm smile. Zhaner, why such hostility toward me? This time, your father comes with sincerity. Jiang Zhan stayed silent, knowing that continuing to resist would ultimately lead nowhere. No matter what Jiang Qingji had done, he was still his father, a bond of blood that couldn't be severed. To openly slight him would only invite gossip. Wanru, fetch another set of dishes, Jiang Zhan finally said, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Chang Wanru, her expression cold, stood up and went to the kitchen. She returned with a set of dishes, serving a bowl of rice and placing it before Jiang Qingji. Jiang Qingji took up the chopsticks, tasted a few bites, and remarked, Wanru's cooking is far better than those cooks in the Jiang household. I never realized it before. What a shame to have missed out on such a treat. Turning his gaze to Jiang Zhan, Jiang Qingji donned a fatherly smile. Zhaner, after I went back yesterday, I thought deeply about our situation. This ongoing standoff between our families isn't good for anyone. Originally, I intended for you to act as the acting family head, gradually taking over. But now, it seems there's no harm in letting you inherit the position earlier. His tone was calm and conciliatory, as if smoothing over the cracks between them. So, I hope you'll consider this carefully. Bring our people back. From now on, I won't interfere with any of your decisions. I'll simply focus on cultivation as an elder and watch you lead the family to greater prosperity. I'm sure the clan members are also eagerly hoping for your return. Jiang Qian observed quietly from the side, secretly speculating on the true motives behind Jiang Qingji's seemingly earnest words. Jiang Qingji's words sent a jolt through Jiang Zhan's heart. He knew his father's personality better than anyone. Autocratic, short-sighted, and yet obsessively fixated on power. Even his own son had never been truly entrusted with any authority. Back then, Jiang Zhan, with his innate talent as a fourth-rank martial soul, led his peers in the family to secure countless resources and prestige. By all accounts, such achievements should have earned him a prominent position within the family, perhaps even a share in decision-making. Yet, not only did Jiang Qingji deny him any real power, but he also took the opportunity to exploit him. Every time Jiang Zhan brought back resources, his reward amounted to nothing more than a symbolic fraction, while the rest remained tightly controlled by Jiang Qingji. This state of affairs left Jiang Zhan disheartened, and the rift between father and son deepened over time. Then came the turning point. Jiang Zhan was crippled, his martial soul destroyed, and all his past glory shattered overnight. His standing within the family plummeted, and he became the subject of ridicule. Jiang Qingji, showing no mercy, severed their father-son relationship entirely, casting him aside without hesitation. And now, this very man was suggesting he relinquish power? Jiang Zhan inwardly sneered, but kept his expression unreadable. After a brief pause, Jiang Zhan shook his head and replied calmly, Father, there's no need to bring this up again. Since the family has already split, we are now two separate households. Why cling to unnecessary entanglements? While things may seem to be going well on my side, the gap between us and the northern district remains significant. With your resources, you can still sustain the family well enough. In a few years, when the younger generation awakens their potential, you'll surely nurture some promising talents. Though his words seemed conciliatory, Jiang Zhan knew all too well that, given Jiang Qingji's nature, even if a few prodigies like Jiang Ming emerged, it would hardly reverse the decline of the northern Jiang family. Jiang Qingji was the brain of the family, and with a flawed brain, no amount of favorable conditions could unlock the family's true potential. Jiang Zhan's attitude was resolute, his tone polite yet distant. Jiang Qingji's smile froze momentarily at his response, but he quickly masked his emotions, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Pressing his lips together, he sighed deeply and put on a different demeanor. Zhaner, I understand you hold grievances against me for these past years, but you know as well as I do a single stroke cannot write two different Jiang characters. We are family, after all. For the sake of restoring our family's unity, I've already shown my sincerity. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. Jiang Qingji paused, his gaze shifting slightly as his tone suddenly grew heavier. Besides, I didn't come empty-handed this time. I've brought a portion of the inheritance left behind by the Chang family, as well as some information about the events surrounding their massacre. I suggest you give it some serious thought. Crack. No sooner had Jiang Qingji finished speaking than a crisp, shattering sound rang out. Everyone turned toward the source, only to see Chang Wanru standing pale-faced, her body trembling uncontrollably. The bowl she had been holding lay shattered into pieces on the ground. Father, what did you just say? You know the truth behind my family's deaths? Chang Wanru's voice quivered, her eyes filled with disbelief and a surge of emotion. Jiang Zhan and Jiang Qin's expressions instantly grew grave. In Xuanwu City, besides the current 5 major families, there had once been another, the Chang family. As the most prominent of the 6 great families, the Chang family had held an unrivaled position in Xuanwu City. If not for Jiang Zhan's extraordinary talent and his deep connection with Chang Wanru, marrying the eldest daughter of the Chang family would have been an impossible feat. However, several years ago, this once thriving family was annihilated overnight by mysterious forces, leaving no trace. By the time people discovered what had happened, the Chang estate was a scene of utter carnage, bodies strewn everywhere, rivers of blood flowing, and the family's wealth completely plundered. The sole remnant of their legacy was an unassuming jade bracelet. Jiang Qingzi's revelation was like a boulder crashing into the still surface of a lake, stirring up a storm of waves. The tragedy of the Chang family struck Xuanwu City like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in shock. That night, blood flowed like rivers as the once prestigious Chang family was wiped out in a single night, without even a trace of resistance. The incident caused an uproar at the time, and the members of the five great families lived in constant fear, worried that they might be the next target. Now, years have passed, yet the truth remains shrouded in mystery. However, for Chang Wanru, the sole survivor of the Chang family, her obsession with uncovering the truth has never waned. She had made countless efforts to trace any leads, but all her attempts had been in vain. But now, a single sentence from Jiang Qingji was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the darkness in her heart. He claimed to know the truth behind the Chang family's massacre. "Father, if you truly know the truth, please tell us," Jiang Zhan demanded, his voice tense with restrained anticipation. Jiang Qingji looked at the family of four before him, his expression complicated. He let out a slow sigh, taking in the aroma of his tea as if gathering his thoughts on how to begin. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Before I reveal what happened back then, I must first apologize to Wanru." Chang Wanru's heart skipped a beat at his words. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Qingji, her fingers unconsciously gripping the fabric of her clothing. Jiang Qingji sighed again and continued. "After the Chang family was annihilated, the heads of the five great families were the first to discover the scene. At first, we all believed the culprit's motive was to seize the Chang family's wealth. However, when we entered the premises, we found that none of the family's assets had been touched, not a single valuable item was missing." His gaze grew distant, as if recalling that harrowing scene. "Faced with such vast, unguarded wealth, greed took hold of us. The heads of the five families secretly conspired to divide the Chang family's assets into 5 equal shares, completely destroying what remained of the family to make it look like a robbery gone wrong." So Chang Wanru's voice trembled as fury ignited in her eyes. "You 5 families took advantage of the situation to plunder what was left." Jiang Qingji did not shy away from her anger. He replied solemnly, "Yes, but that's only part of it. At the time, we were also very aware that the primary source of hatred for the Chang family's massacre did not lie with us, but with the true culprit. Even if we hadn't divided the assets, someone else would have eventually taken them. With your family's situation at the time, you wouldn't have been able to protect such a vast fortune." Jiang Zhan's face was as dark as storm clouds, while Chang Wanru clenched her teeth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She hated the 5 families, but she hated the true culprit even more. "Father, since you personally visited the scene, do you have any idea who the real murderer is?" Chang Wanru finally asked, her voice trembling with a mix of pain and despair. Jiang Qingji shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Alas, as you know, the 5 great families of Xuanwu City are but minor clans with limited knowledge and modest cultivation levels. By the time we discovered the tragedy, several days had already passed, and the culprit had long vanished without a trace. We had no way of identifying them." Chang Wanru's heart sank to the depths, as if she had been thrust back into an endless abyss. But then, Jiang Qingzi's tone shifted. "However, during the process of dividing the Chang family's assets, I came across something unusual in their library. This is something even the other 4 family heads were unaware of." His words were like a lifeline, instantly drawing the undivided attention of Jiang Zhan and his family. "What was unusual?" Jiang Zhan asked, his voice steady but intense. Jiang Qingji spoke slowly. "Typically, a family's library is a highly secured place, housing precious books, techniques, and martial arts manuals, strictly guarded and accessible only to family members. However, when I entered the Chang family's library, I noticed the lock had been broken, and the interior was in complete disarray, as if someone had ransacked it." He paused, his gaze heavy with a mixture of emotions. "More importantly, in the depths of the library, I found a secret chamber. The door to the chamber had also been forced open, and inside, it was completely empty save for a tampered wooden box. This type of box is crafted from special materials designed to preserve rare herbs for centuries and protect valuable martial arts manuals from damage. Yet, the box was empty. What does that mean?" Jiang Zhan's eyes narrowed, sensing there was more to the story. "Considering the fact that none of the Chang family's other assets were stolen," Jiang Qingji said in a grave tone, "I reached a conclusion. The Chang family was likely destroyed because of an extraordinarily rare herb or an invaluable martial arts manual. Ever since the massacre of the Chang family, Jiang Chengji often found himself haunted by the secret he uncovered back then. The horrific scene of the Chang family's annihilation was seared into Jiang Chengji's mind like a branding iron. At the heart of the mystery was that meticulously guarded box. Jiang Chengji could never forget the terrifying power of those enigmatic figures, whose strength far surpassed that of the Chang family, yet they obliterated the entire clan for the sake of that object. What treasure lay hidden within the box, so valuable that it was worth any cost? He had speculated countless times, only to quickly suppress such thoughts. The idea of treasuring a jade and inviting disaster was something even the Chang family couldn't withstand. How could he, Jiang Chengji, dare to covet it? If not for today's matter of the family merger, he might have kept this secret buried forever. However, when he finally revealed the truth, Chang Wanru seemed struck by lightning. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, falling endlessly as she wept in anguish. Mother! Jiang Chun quickly knelt beside her, supporting her and gently wiping her tears with his sleeve. Yet no matter how he tried to comfort her, the tears only flowed more freely, like a flood breaking through a dam. Mother, don't worry. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination, his tone resolute. No matter who the culprit is, I will find them and avenge grandfather and the Chang family. No, you mustn't. Chang Wanru shook her head, her tear-filled eyes brimming with pain. Hiding such a treasure and being targeted, that was your grandfather's fate. This matter is far too dangerous. You mustn't investigate it, nor dwell on it. Her voice trembled, her gaze filled with both hatred for the culprits and deep concern for her son. The enemies of the Chang family were unfathomably powerful, and she could not bear the thought of her son following in her father's tragic footsteps. Beside them, Jiang Zhan remained silent, his expression somber. He shook his head lightly, his eyes reflecting helplessness. In this world, killings and plundering for treasures were all too common. Weakness was a crime. Though anger burned within him, he was keenly aware of his own inability to challenge those mysterious forces. Seeing this, Jiang Qingji seized the moment, his tone shifting as he addressed Jiang Zhan earnestly. That's exactly why I've always worried such a tragedy might one day befall our Jiang family. In this world, weakness is the original sin. To strengthen our family, I am willing to go to any lengths. His gaze was intense, his voice filled with conviction. When I say I want to pass the position of family head to you and reunite the family, I mean it. If you agree, I will announce it to all the family members tomorrow, formally step down, and no longer interfere in family affairs. Jiang Chengji paused briefly before continuing. Think about it carefully. Although your business in the Western District has had a promising start, its foundation is still too weak, and your people are too few. Sooner or later, you'll have to rely on outsiders. And can outsiders ever be as dependable as your own family? Once you become the head of the Jiang family, the entire family will be yours. You can pursue your ambitions however you see fit, and I won't interfere. The entire Jiang family will have only your voice. Jiang Zhan remained silent, his head lowered in thought. His fingers unconsciously clenched, and a flicker of complexity crossed his eyes. Nearby, Jiang Chun softly comforted his mother, while little Shuer timidly clung to her other arm, unsettled by the heavy atmosphere. After a long while, Jiang Zhan finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Father, you should go back for now. I'll think about what you've said. Once Chun'er and the others leave tomorrow, I'll give you my answer. Hearing this, Jiang Chengji felt a weight lift from his heart, though his expression remained calm. He nodded slightly. Very well. Rest for now. Tomorrow, I will personally lead the family members to send off the young talents of our Jiang family. By the time Jiang Chengji left the Jiang residence, night had fallen. Outside, Wang Siping had been waiting for quite some time. When he saw Jiang Chengji emerge, he quickly approached, lowering his voice to ask, Master, has Jiang Zhan agreed to your proposal? The corners of Jiang Chengji's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. Not yet, but it's as good as done. A confident smile appeared on Jiang Chengji's face. Then let me congratulate you in advance, Patriarch, on successfully bringing the Jiang family back to its former glory. Wang Siping immediately cupped his hands in salute, though his brows furrowed slightly with a hint of doubt. In a low voice he asked, But Patriarch, I don't quite understand. Why would you agree to let Jiang Zhan take over? If you step down as the head of the family, won't the clansmen stop following your orders? Wouldn't it also make it harder to mobilize family resources? Hearing this, Jiang Chengji's smile deepened, as if he had already anticipated such a question. He let out a light chuckle, his tone laced with disdain. What's there to worry about? Jiang Zhan may have a capable son, but he himself is nothing more than a cripple. Whether he can live to 100 is still uncertain. As for me, I still have at least 200 years ahead of me. He paused, his gaze shifting toward the window as if calculating something. This time is perfect for me to focus on cultivation. With the family's strength growing under Jiang Chen's assistance, There may be a chance to unlock the divine gate and break through the martial spirit realm in the future. His voice lowered slightly, and his expression turned cold. I've never intended to relinquish power. This current compromise is nothing more than a temporary strategy. As long as I maneuver things from the shadows, it's only a matter of time before I regain control. Wang Siping frowned slightly upon hearing this, as if he wanted to say something, but Jiang Chengji raised a hand to stop him. Jiang Chengji sneered and continued, "Besides, do you really think those clansmen would willingly follow the orders of a cripple? As long as Jiang Chun doesn't personally take over the family's affairs, and with the loyal supporters I have by my side, my position will remain unshaken." Wang Siping thought for a moment before voicing his lingering concern. But what if, when Jiang Zhan's time is up, he passes the position of patriarch to Jiang Chun or his grandson? Jiang Chengji's smile remained, growing even more mocking. If Jiang Chun lives that long and genuinely wants to take charge of the family, then I could finally rest easy. Remember this, Wang Siping. Everything I do is ultimately for the family. If the Jiang family can rise to dominate the northern region, or even reach a higher stage, I wouldn't regret dying at Jiang Zhan's hands today. He paused, his gaze turning icy. Unfortunately, how could a mere Jiang Zhan and Jiang Chun possibly achieve that? So even if the position must be passed on, I will ensure I have contingencies in place. Jiang Chengji's trust had always been reserved for himself alone. Everyone else, even his own sons, were merely tools to achieve his ambitions. For power, he was willing to abandon all scruples, even family bonds. The prospect of alienating himself from his loved ones did not bother him in the slightest. After Jiang Chengji left, it took a long time and repeated comfort from Jiang Qian and Xiaoxue for Chang Wanru to regain some composure. She took out a jade bracelet and stared at it in the candlelight, her fingers gently tracing its intricate patterns, as if she could see her family from the Chang clan through it. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun discussed the matter of Jiang Chengji's succession with Jiang Zhan. "Father, you mentioned earlier that you were considering it. Are you really planning to accept the position?" Jiang Qin's tone carried a trace of doubt as he looked directly at Jiang Zhan, his eyes faintly tinged with coldness. He hadn't forgotten the oppression and schemes Jiang Chengji had inflicted on their family. If they simply accepted the position without addressing the past grievances, wouldn't their departure from the family back then have been in vain? Jiang Zhan's expression remained calm as he slowly shook his head. "I've thought it through. That old man is just exploiting the fact that my body is broken. Even if I take the position, he believes he can manipulate me at will. So, accepting the position isn't out of the question, but it must come with conditions." He paused, his gaze growing deeper. "First, the Western District cannot be merged into the Northern District. Instead, the Northern District must merge into ours. The family's core power must remain in the Western District, and this division must be clearly established. That way, I can safely utilize the manpower from the Northern District and take control of the family's resources without being overly entangled with that old man." Jiang Chun nodded slightly, clearly approving of his father's analysis. Jiang Zhan continued, "Furthermore, those from the first branch, including his loyalists, must no longer hold significant positions. Even if they are to be used, their strength must be divided. Unfortunately, I am ultimately a cripple. Even if all these conditions are met, once my time is up, the family will inevitably fall into the hands of one of the other branches. Unless—" He trailed off, his gaze turning complex as he looked at Jiang Qian, seemingly hesitant to continue. "Unless I'm willing to take over, is that it?" Jiang Chun finished the thought, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. He understood his father's concerns, but his own resolve was unwavering. "Father, you can rest assured on this matter. Have you forgotten? I've already told you before that he'll heal your injuries. Not only that, but he'll also use the pills I refined to gradually enhance Mother's cultivation." A confident smile spread across Jiang Qin's face, his voice low yet brimming with determination. "If that old man wants to compete with you on longevity, he's clearly delusional." Jiang Zhan didn't hold much hope that Jiang Chun could cure him, but he appreciated his son's gesture nonetheless. After all, Jiang Chun was exceptionally talented, and there was always a chance for him to achieve great things in the future. Jiang Zhan nodded with a smile, a hint of relief in his tone. "All right, once you leave, he'll agree to that old man's proposal and take charge of the Jiang family in the Northern District. After you join Qingyang sect, make sure to train hard and build a name for yourself out there." His eyes gleamed with expectation, clearly still holding high hopes for Jiang Chen. After finishing their discussion, Jiang Chun took some time to comfort Chang Wanru. Seeing that his mother had calmed down a little, he spoke gently. "Mother, let me put the bracelet away for you. You can take it out whenever you miss grandfather and the others." His tone was soft and cautious, as if afraid of reopening old wounds. Chang Wanru was momentarily stunned but then nodded and handed the bracelet to Jiang Chen. Her gaze carried a mix of emotions, reluctance, intertwined with a trace of acceptance. Jiang Chen took the bracelet and was about to place it in a box when he suddenly let out a soft hum. His brow furrowed as he held the bracelet up to the light for a closer look. What's wrong, Chainer? Chang Wanru asked curiously, noticing his reaction. It's nothing. I just wanted to take a better look at the bracelet's color, Jiang Qian replied calmly, his expression unchanged as he placed the bracelet into the box. However, deep down, his mind was already racing. In the brief moment he touched the bracelet, he had distinctly felt a faint trace of spiritual energy. Though extremely subtle, his keen senses wouldn't have mistaken it. Keeping his thoughts hidden, Jiang Qian quietly placed the box into a cabinet, but not before discreetly transferring the bracelet into his spatial ring when no one was looking. After the family retired to their respective rooms, Jiang Qian sat alone in his quarters. He retrieved the bracelet and examined it once more. Under the light, it appeared ordinary, radiating a gentle, lustrous glow. Yet, Jiang Qin's frown deepened. Strange. When I redeemed this bracelet from the pawn shop, I thoroughly inspected it. There were no signs of damage or anything unusual. Why is there suddenly a spiritual energy fluctuation now? Moreover, neither the appraiser at the shop nor mother, who wore it for so many years, noticed anything out of the ordinary. This bracelet, it's definitely not as simple as it seems. Jiang Qin's gaze grew contemplative as memories of the Chang family's tragic downfall surfaced in his mind. The devastation left in the wake of the 5 families' plundering had been absolute. And yet, the only thing left behind in the ruins was this bracelet. The coincidence was too glaring to ignore. If I can uncover the secrets of this bracelet, I might be able to find the true culprits behind the massacre of the Chang family, Jiang Qin thought, his heart filled with urgency. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy into the bracelet, but it elicited no reaction, as if the earlier fluctuation had been a figment of his imagination. Even summoning his martial spirit to probe the bracelet yielded no results. Could it have just been a random occurrence? Jiang Qian pondered with a furrowed brow, though his instincts told him otherwise. His gaze fell on his spatial ring, and an idea suddenly struck him. What if this bracelet, like the spatial ring, requires blood to establish ownership? On the Zhongshuan continent, many spiritual artifacts and weapons needed to be bound by blood to activate their powers. Without hesitation, Jiang Qian pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the bracelet. In an instant, the bracelet emitted a faint, radiant glow, exuding a mysterious and gentle energy. At the same time, Jiang Qian clearly felt a connection forming between himself and the bracelet, much like the bond he shared with his spatial ring. As I thought, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Qian's eyes. The successful experiment confirmed that this bracelet was no ordinary trinket. Its existence undoubtedly concealed an important secret. Closing his eyes, Jiang Qian allowed his consciousness to delve into the bracelet. Soon, he discovered its internal structure, a spatial dimension roughly 5 cubic meters in size. It was 2 cubic meters larger than his spatial ring but still felt somewhat cramped. Even so, Jiang Qian was inwardly astonished. He knew this bracelet wasn't just a storage artifact. Its true purpose likely held the key to unraveling the mystery behind the Chang family's annihilation. At the center of this space, a palm-sized jade slip lay quietly. Beside it, there was a sheet of paper with writing on it. Other than these, the space was completely empty. Jiang Qin's gaze fell upon the paper, and an ominous feeling surged in his heart. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and fixed his eyes on the paper. The words on it emerged before his eyes, bold and powerful. Do not investigate, do not seek revenge, just live your life well. His pupils contracted sharply, and his expression froze as if the words had struck a chord deep within his memories. Could it be, after the massacre of the Chang family years ago, there were still survivors, he murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief and a faint glimmer of hope. The appearance of this paper seemed like a key, unlocking the questions that had lingered in his heart for years. The secret of the bracelet was finally revealed. It had indeed been left behind intentionally. Yet, as one mystery unraveled, new questions arose. During the Chang family massacre, their residence was reduced to ruins, but the bodies had remained undisturbed. Upon returning, Jiang Zhan and Chang Wanru had carefully gathered the remains and identified the deceased one by one. Their conclusion was that the entire Chang family, apart from Chang Wanru, had perished. But now, the words on this paper suggested that someone had survived. Moreover, this survivor was likely a blood relative of Chang Wanru. So, what had truly happened to the bodies back then? Who had survived? And why had this bracelet and paper been left behind? Question after question flooded Jiang Qin's mind, leaving him momentarily unable to make sense of it all. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and committed the words on the paper to memory. Then, his gaze shifted to the jade slip beside it. The jade slip was pure white, translucent, and about the length of a hand, slightly narrower in width. It appeared pristine, as if untouched by the passage of time. At its center, several large characters were engraved. 10,000 paths, heaven-splitting sword. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed, and a storm churned within his heart. So, this must be the true reason behind the Chang family massacre. He retrieved the jade slip from his storage ring, his fingertips brushing lightly over the engraved characters with a hint of complex emotion. The jade slip felt cold and sturdy, as though it contained some ancient power. Gradually, Jiang Qin's emotions stabilized, and he began to recall what he knew about jade slips. In the Zhongshuan continent, the higher the rank of a cultivation technique or martial skill, the rarer it was. Top-tier experts and powerful factions would often use special methods to inscribe these techniques onto jade slips to protect them from the ravages of time and ensure they could be passed down to future generations. However, this technology was exceedingly advanced and almost unheard of in a place like Xuanwu City. Among the 5 major families, martial skills were still preserved in their most primitive form paper books. More importantly, only techniques at or above the profound rank were deemed worthy of being inscribed onto jade slips. For a faction like the 5 major families, their highest level techniques were merely upper yellow rank martial skills, far from reaching this level. As Jiang Chen looked down at the jade slip in his hand, he began to grasp the magnitude of the secret it held, far more astonishing than he had initially imagined. Without further hesitation, he infused the jade slip with his spiritual energy and mental power. In an instant, a faint glow emerged from the surface of the jade slip, and countless words surged into his mind like a tidal wave. 10,000 paths, heaven-splitting sword, shatter 10,000 techniques, cut through all demons and spirits. Heaven tier supreme sword technique. As the information within the jade slip was gradually absorbed by his mind, Jiang Chen's expression shifted from shock to utter disbelief. He had not expected the rank of this sword technique to be heaven tier supreme. Heaven tier martial skills were coveted treasures that even martial emperors would fight over. A supreme heaven tier technique was so rare and powerful that even martial sovereigns would be tempted. Jiang Chen's hands trembled slightly as he held the jade slip, his heart pounding with an overwhelming sense of awe. He was acutely aware that he was currently only at the martial master realm, with 3 major realms, martial spirit, martial king, and martial sovereign, standing between him and the level of a martial emperor. Just imagining the power of a heaven-tier martial skill left him both exhilarated and daunted. I should focus on studying this technique first, Jiang Chen thought to himself. His gaze fixed on the jade slip once more, and a fiery determination ignited within him. He was eager to uncover the true strength of this unparalleled sword technique, so powerful that it had driven mysterious forces to annihilate the entire Chang family in their pursuit of it. The jade slip recorded a sword technique, yet it seemed to contain only a single move named breaking technique. In other words, the 10,000 paths heaven-breaking sword was merely a fragmented manual with just one move. Even so, it was a top-tier heaven-rank martial skill. Holding the jade slip in his hand, Jiang Chun couldn't hide the shock in his heart as the information about the sword move surfaced in his mind. The sword style, breaking technique, though singular, carried an unparalleled sword intent capable of shattering countless techniques. Its intricacy was breathtaking, and it was the only move in the entire manual that could be performed at the martial master level. However, the description of the technique mentioned its incredibly high cultivation threshold. It required not only a martial master's minimum level of cultivation, but also the opening of 48 meridians. Without meeting these conditions, it was impossible to wield. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. 48 meridians? For others, this might seem as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but for him, it was hardly an obstacle. After all, he had already opened 109 meridians, far surpassing ordinary people. However, the immense spiritual energy consumption mentioned in the technique was enough to deter most martial masters. Yet Jiang Qian had no concerns in this regard. His reserves of spiritual energy were far beyond what most could comprehend. His gaze sharpened slightly as he carefully examined the jade slip, running his fingers over its surface. He quickly realized that this was a replica. Compared to the jade slip once owned by the Chang family, this one was evidently newer and emitted a faint, spiritual energy fluctuation. Narrowing his eyes, Jiang Chun thought to himself, this means the original jade slip has already been taken by someone mysterious. If I choose to cultivate this sword technique, I must proceed with utmost caution and never reveal it carelessly, or it could bring about my death. With that thought, his expression darkened, and the tragic scene of the Chang family's massacre flashed through his mind. The ability to meet the 48 meridian requirement was not something any ordinary force could achieve. It likely belonged to a powerful entity far beyond the Qingyang sect. Such an enemy was not one he could afford to provoke at his current strength. However, the Chang family was his mother's family, and the love and care his grandfather and uncles had shown him during his childhood were still vivid in his memory. A blood feud like this could not go unavenged. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing, when the time comes, I will make those mysterious perpetrators pay a heavy price. With this resolve, he committed the information from the jade slip to memory. Then, with a surge of spiritual energy through his palm. The jade slip crumbled into fine powder, scattering into the wind. After quietly returning the bracelet to the cabinet, Jiang Chun turned and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged, he began to delve into the comprehension of the breaking technique, sword style. Time flowed quietly. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the window, Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement and confidence flashing within them. True to its reputation as a top-tier heaven-rank martial skill, its complexity far exceeded that of ordinary techniques. Even for him, fully understanding it in a short time was impossible. However, the initial insights he gained were enough to make him feel the terrifying power of this sword move. If he could master it completely, it would become his most formidable trump card, capable of breaking through formations, martial techniques, and even powerful spells with a single strike. Jiang Chun stood up, gripping his black sword, and casually swung it. The sword light sliced through the air. Although it had yet to reach the level of shattering all techniques with one strike, as described in the 10,000 Paths heaven-breaking sword, the nascent sword momentum was forming, its sharpness beginning to emerge, a future brimming with potential. Just then, a knock came from the door, followed by Jiang Zhan's voice. "Chainer, today is the day you head to Qingyang sect. Get up early and see if there's anything else you need to prepare." Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and opened the door to find Jiang Zhan and Chang Wanru standing outside, their eyes filled with concern. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, as if nothing had happened the previous night, and said brightly, "Father, Mother, everything is ready. It's just that I left a few fewer foundation building pills for Schwerer. When I get to Qingyang sect, I'll find an opportunity to send back a batch. Make sure she takes them regularly to solidify her foundation," Jiang Chun said, his gaze soft as it rested on his younger sister. His tone carried a firmness that left no room for argument. He had always poured immense effort into his sister's well-being. Even if it meant exhausting his own resources, he was determined to ensure her future included a higher quality martial soul awakening. If better elixirs were required, he would willingly go to any lengths to refine them for her. "Don't worry, she already has the best foundation building pills every day. I doubt there's a single child in the entire Xuanwu city who enjoys better treatment than Xiaoxue," Jiang Chun said with a smile. Nearby, Jiang Zhan patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder, a trace of reluctance flashing in his eyes. "Come on, your mother has already prepared breakfast. Since it's our last meal together for a while, we should all eat together." Jiang Chun nodded and followed his father to the dining hall. This meal was unusually slow-paced. The Jiang family sat around the table, each person harboring their own emotions. Xiaoxu's eyes were red, her large, tear-filled eyes fixed on Jiang Chun as though afraid her brother would vanish the moment she looked away. After breakfast, Xiaoxue clung tightly to Jiang Chun, unwilling to let go. Jiang Chun gently patted her head, speaking softly as he reminded her of various things to take care of. Time passed, and soon it was nearing noon. At Xuanwu Square, Jiang Chun, Jiang Hu, and several elders from the Western Jiang family gathered. By now, almost all the major factions of Xuanwu City were present, bidding farewell to their young talents who had passed the selection. The Northern Jiang family, led by Jiang Chengji, had arrived early as well. When Jiang Chengji saw Jiang Chen and his group approaching, he quickly stepped forward, his face beaming with joy. "Haha, today is a momentous day. Our Jiang family's prodigy is heading to Qingyang sect. I couldn't be prouder." The nearby collateral relatives chimed in enthusiastically. "Brother Chun has always been the top genius of our Jiang family. Now, he surpassed all his peers in Xuanwu City. What an honor for us." "Absolutely, Brother Chen. We hope that once you're at Qingyang sect, you'll continue to excel and bring glory to the Jiang family." Among the crowd were both collateral relatives and members of the main lineage. In the past, they would never have spoken so humbly to a younger family member, especially one who had once been labeled as a waste martial soul. But times had changed. Jiang Chun was now not only the most outstanding among the younger generation, but also a genius in alchemy. Faced with the enormous benefits he represented, they had no choice but to set aside their pride and curry favor with Jiang Zhan's family. However, Jiang Chun and Jiang Hu merely watched these sycophantic smiles with indifference, continuing their own conversation while ignoring the others entirely. Their cold attitude caused the smiles on Jiang Chengji and the others to falter slightly, though they didn't dare show any displeasure. Instead, they shifted their attention to Jiang Zhan, trying to engage him in conversation. Jiang Zhan, who intended to take over the Northern Jiang family's affairs, held little affection for these people. He responded to their attempts with only an occasional curt reply, his cold demeanor leaving them feeling deeply awkward. At that moment, Jiang Bin, the young man whom Jiang Qian had spared earlier, cautiously stepped out from the Northern Jiang family's group. Lowering his head, he spoke hesitantly. "Brother Chun, after you join Qingyang sect, would it be possible for me to follow you?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.